Family, something jaw-dropping has happened. Qian Renxue brought the sea tortoise Douluo and the snake spear Douluo to break into the Tiandou Imperial Palace, expecting to make a big scene, but it turns out they were there to persuade a mysterious guardian who has been in seclusion for 20 years. This operation is simply baffling. What earth-shattering secret is hidden behind it? Let's first talk about this guardian. His name is Chen Yue, an ancient figure from the time of the Tiandou Emperor, with such deep qualifications that even Douluo has to call him senior. The sea tortoise Douluo and the snake spear Douluo are terrified in front of such a tough character, their brows furrowed enough to kill flies. Why? They are worried that if they rashly clash with Chen Yue, the commotion will undoubtedly attract the attention of the other 3 titled Douluos in Tiandou City. Plus, with the 6th and 7th elders not present, with just their strength, if they were discovered by the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, let alone defeating Chen Yue, they might not even be able to safely escort Qian Renxue away. However, Qian Renxue remains calm, gently curling her lips and smiling, saying, "It's fine. This person is loyal to the Tiandou royal family. He just has some requests. I believe that as long as we provide him with better conditions, he will recognize the situation. I will go personally." Upon hearing this, the sea tortoise and snake spear exchanged glances, relieved, and quickly clasped their hands, saying, "Young master is wise. Look at Qian Renxue. She's bold and innovative, planning to persuade this mysterious guardian with her financial ability and her eloquence." As Qian Renxue confidently walks deeper into the palace, in a desolate hall deep within, Chen Yue is filled with excitement, his expression as if he has just won the lottery, shouting, "After 20 years, I have finally broken through from level 89 to level 90. As long as I get another spirit ring, I can directly become a titled Douluo." Can you imagine how tortuous his path to upgrading has been? 116 years ago, he played the 8 Desolations game and struck lucky with the peerless beauty talent, only to find himself transported to the Douluo continent. He thought he had started a life of luck, awakening a battle-axe martial soul with an initial innate soul power of 30. A perfect start. But who would have thought reality would take a sharp turn? After 10 years in seclusion and with 3,000-year spirit rings, he only managed to painstakingly level up from 31 to 32. If this were to be told, no one would believe it is a classic case of my fate is determined by heaven, not by me. Moreover, after breaking through level 32, he felt as if there were countless black holes in his body. No matter how much soul power he absorbed, it never filled up, and his cultivation path fell into a dead end. Going out to be a teacher at the academy? No way. In this chaotic era, if war breaks out, he could be conscripted. The teacher who had awakened his martial soul was taken away in public before the awakening ceremony was even completed, scaring a group of kids half to death. What about going to the spirit hall? Let's not even talk about the risk of being seen as a spy and executed for leaving the empire's jurisdiction. Even if he could reach the spirit hall, what good would it do? During the time of the Tiandou Emperor, the spirit hall was merely a place for collecting faith power, and joining would just give more identity without any practical use. Plus, back then, the chaos and lack of transportation meant you didn't even know where the spirit hall was located. After much thought, Chen Yue grit his teeth and decided to take the risk of entering the palace. Why? Because only the palaces of the 2 great empires have the best simulated cultivation environments, at the rate of leveling up 1 level every 10 years. Even if he could live for 200 years, he would only reach the rank of Soul King. But in this war-torn era, a civilian Soul Master would be grateful to live to 50. However, entering the palace posed a significant challenge at that time. The only remaining position was that of a eunuch. But Chen Yue went all out, thinking that as long as he could cultivate to title Douluo, he would go and obtain the blue-silver Emperor Soulbone and make a comeback. Hey, isn't it coincidental? His luck was overwhelming when he entered the palace at 10 years old. The eunuch responsible for the castration suddenly died, and no one took over the job, so the Tiandou Imperial Palace never produced another eunuch. That he became the nominal true eunuch, but was actually a fake eunuch. To avoid exposing his identity, he chose to go into seclusion for 100 years, rarely appearing in the palace. Fortunately, nothing major happened during this time, so he never had a chance to show up in front of others. Now, this person who has been silently cultivating in the palace has caught the attention of Qian Renxue. Now that Chen Yue has just broken through to level 90, he is still troubled about where to find his 9th spirit ring, even considering aligning with the spirit hall, as they have the ability to help him hunt for 10th Asanier spirit rings and more advanced simulated cultivation chambers. As for the Tiandou royal family, they appreciated him during the time of the emperor, but once they saw his slow progress, they stopped caring. Family, Qian Renxue and Chen Yue are about to meet, one with the intention of persuasion and the other troubled about his future path. What do you think will happen when they meet? Will Chen Yue be persuaded by Qian Renxue? Or will there be a big reversal, and he will educate Qian Renxue? The ensuing plot will be even more exciting if you want to know the answer. Follow me, and we'll continue in the next episode. As for if he really gets killed, Chen Yue says he won't panic. He just needs to cultivate the title Douluo and then go get the blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone, making a comeback. Can you believe it? Someone has hidden in the palace as a fake eunuch for cultivation, and hid for 100 years. Chen Yue's operation is simply outrageous. Back then, he risked becoming a eunuch just to sneak into the Tiandou Imperial Palace because it had the best cultivation environment. As a result, the eunuch responsible for the main knife suddenly died, and he unintentionally became the palace's only fake eunuch. His luck is truly unbelievable, but his path to cultivation has been tragically torturous. He only reached level 31 at 16, while others level up 10 levels in 10 years. He could only manage one level in 10 years, as if his body was filled with black holes that couldn't be filled with soul power. Yet he persevered for 110 years, grinding from level 31 to level 90, just one spirit ring away from becoming a title Douluo. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed 100 times by now. I wonder if my appearance will affect the plans for the Tiandou Palace transformation in the original story, Chen Yue thought, and during the Dou period, Titha Sandir soul. Beasts could overpower ordinary title Douluos. What's even more incredible is that he signed an agreement with the Tiandou Emperor becoming a soul Douluo to guard the royal family for 20 years and ensuring that the words Tiandou Empire do not disappear from the Douluo continent. What's the result? 20 years have long passed, and he stayed in the palace due to that little favor, even helping to suppress a few rebellions for the Tiandou. Because of this, he was targeted by the Spirit Hall's intelligence network, leading to Qian Renxue seeking him out. Just as he was pondering whether to switch to the Spirit Hall for a 10th Sandir spirit ring, a voice suddenly popped into his head. Dong, the long-awaited system has finally bound to the host. Wow. Others gained systems right after crossing over, but he, after becoming a title Douluo, finally has a system show up. Who wouldn't be furious? But the subsequent compensation package left him dumbfounded, restoring to 18, a 10th Sandir spirit ring soul bone, a god-level martial soul, even the peerless beauty. Talent from before crossing over was included. This late-coming benefit is simply explosive. In an instant, an indescribable power surged through Chen Yue's entire body, his bones cracking, and 100 years of wear and tear rapidly faded away. You said that this system activated at the moment when Qian Renxue came knocking, neither too early nor too late. Is it a coincidence, or is there another arrangement? After Chen Yue regains his youth and obtains a god-level martial soul, will he turn around and press Qian Renxue to the ground? Having completely severed ties with the Tiandou royal family, will he jump ship to the Spirit Hall, or stay in the palace to stir up trouble? In an instant, an indescribable force swept through Chen Yue's entire body, his bones cracking as a century of wear and tear rapidly faded away. In the next second, Chen Yue looked exceptionally handsome. His appearance returned to its peak, enhanced by a peerless beauty buff, making it no exaggeration to say he was the pinnacle of beauty in the Douluo continent. Even more explosive was his broken axe martial soul. It was actually the projection of Pangus axe. No wonder it was harder to cultivate than ascending to heaven. This was a creation-grade, treasure-level martial soul that ordinary soul power could hardly sustain. Holding the glowing red divine axe, Chen Yue now wanted to chop anyone he saw. Just as he thought this, a voice came from outside. Qingge pays respects to Elder Chen. I wonder if the ancestor is available at this time? Chen Yue's mouth curved into a grin, was just worried about not having a target, and now one came knocking at his door. However, as soon as Qian Renxue entered, she was stunned. What was before her was not a century-old elder, but a youthful man so handsome that it made her heart race. If it weren't for her angelic bloodline holding her up, she would have probably lost her composure on the spot. What do you want from me? Chen Yue looked at Qian Renxue with great interest, perhaps due to the second awakening of his martial soul. After concentrating, he could see through Qian Renxue's disguise and directly witness her true appearance. Qian Renxue forced herself to remain calm and began to make grand promises. Money, beauty, status, soul rings, and soul bones. As long as Chen Yue helped her, she could provide anything. She even said they would build the Tiandou Empire together, which made one's blood boil. Chen Yue's eyes lit up. Is that true? Qingge has always kept her word. This is certainly true. Qian Renxue was waiting for him to propose conditions, but Chen Yue leisurely said, then I want the beauty known as Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How about that? Qian Renxue was completely dumbfounded. How reckless. Who would have thought that Chen Yue would not play by the rules and actually set his sights on Bibi Dong? Qian Renxue then realized she might have kicked an iron plate. Would Chen Yue take action next? How would Qian Renxue smooth over the situation? The excitement was still to come. Don't miss the follow-up. Qian Renxue was scolding herself internally. But on the surface, she forced a generous demeanor, patting her chest and saying that as long as Chen Yue helped, there would be no problem. But then Chen Yue asked for Bibi Dong right off the bat, completely catching her off guard. He treat you like a brother, and you want to be my stepfather? Who can withstand that? Qian Renxue's face turned green, and she stiffened her resolve to smooth things over, saying she could send Hulina as a meeting gift. Chen Yue rolled his eyes. Hulina had become a white-eyed wolf later on. Would want that? He simply stated, I don't want anything else right now, just the beauty. Just as Qian Renxue was about to explode, Chen Yue suddenly said he could propose 4 conditions. Her eyes brightened, thinking there was hope, but the first condition was still Bibi Dong. The little flame in Qian Renxue's heart was about to ignite. She secretly vowed to cut this guy down as soon as she got out. The second condition. Chen Yue changed the subject, asking Qian Renxue to go to the Stardow Forest to catch a 100,000-year-old softbone rabbit, and he wanted to go with her. Qian Renxue immediately understood this was for a 100,000-year soul ring. She quickly agreed, urging him to state the remaining conditions. Then Chen Yue smiled slightly and threw out a bombshell. I want you, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue. At the moment she heard those words, her face suddenly froze, completely stiffening. How is this possible? How could he know about me? Qian Renxue was dumbfounded. She had disguised herself so flawlessly. How did Chen Yue see through her identity? It was at this moment she realized that this guy wasn't here to negotiate a partnership. He was here to cause trouble. What else did Chen Yue know? Would Qian Renxue expose her identity and take action on the spot? This twist was simply incredible, and the ensuing excitement was even more thrilling. Stay tuned. Qian Renxue. At the moment she heard those words, her face suddenly froze, completely stiffening. How is this possible? How could he know about me? Qian Renxue was completely stunned, her smile shattered to pieces, staring wide-eyed at Chen Yue, her mind buzzing. How did he know her identity? 20 years of disguise, and it was seen through just like that. She forced herself to remain calm and sternly asked, What are you talking about? Elder Chen, have you been in seclusion too long and forgotten about Qinghe? Saying this, her soul power had already begun to circulate, ready to act at any moment. In her view, Chen Yue is at most a soul Douluo. She might still have a chance of winning. However, Chen Yue leisurely said, What's the point of fighting and killing? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung an axe. The 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings lit up dazzlingly, and Qian Renxue didn't even have time to react before being struck hard to the ground. She clutched her chest as she got up, her eyes nearly popping out. How is this possible? How is it that your first soul ring is 1,000 years old, and your 4th soul ring is 10,000 years? She had always thought that Tang San was a unique exception, but she didn't expect there to be someone even more outrageous here. Moreover, this guy was actually a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. Without a second thought, Qian Renxue wanted to send a signal for help, but then a loud rumble shook the ground like an earthquake, and she was knocked out cold. At the entrance of the palace, the porcupine and snake spear were chatting when suddenly they felt the ground shaking violently. Could it be that the young master is in danger? The snake spear stubbornly replied, Impossible. That old guy is at most a titled Douluo without a 9th soul ring. Before he could finish speaking, the porcupine panicked. But he's still a titled Douluo? The young master is only a soul sage. The two hurriedly ran deeper, and as soon as they opened the door, countless small axes came flying at them. Oh no, it's an ambush! They quickly activated their martial souls to defend, but those axes shattered upon impact, as if made of paper. However, the next second, both of their heads buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving them dazed and unable to move. Pangu Axe's 4th soul, skill 10,000 axes thrown. Within 1 second, it launches 10,000 small axes at a designated area. Its speed is like a shooting star, accompanied by a powerful mental impact. Once the Pangu Axe is unsealed, this soul skill greatly amplifies the soul power fluctuations unless at close range. Opponents find it difficult to detect. Each individual unit, hit by 10 small axes within 3 seconds, will fall into a state of dazed daze. Unable to move for a minimum of 1 second, maximum of 10 seconds, but the physical damage is almost 0, making it hard to detect. Who would have thought Chen Yue's soul skill was so sinister? It appeared harmless, but specifically targeted the mind. The consequences of the porcupine and snake spear being dazed were unimaginable. What would Chen Yue do to them next? What would Qian Renxue face upon waking up? This twist was simply relentless, and the upcoming plot was even more thrilling. Now, I only want you. Qian Renxue was bewildered, looking at Chen Yue in front of her, her mind filled with question marks. She had become a prisoner. He had no need to deceive her, right? Could it be that this guy really had feelings for her? But how did he know about her identity? Just as she was about to ask, she looked up and met Chen Yue's stunningly beautiful face, instantly freezing in place, her cheeks turning red. In an instant, and she quickly lowered her head. That level of attractiveness was simply unfair. Seeing that there was potential, Chen Yue immediately raised the stakes. Think about it. If we have a child together, that would be one body, much more reliable than those elders. From a spirit hall, .at that time, you would be the emperor, and I would be the grand tutor. The child would be both the future pope of the spirit hall and the emperor of the Tiandou Empire. Unifying the Douluo continent wouldn't be a dream. Qian Renxue's heart stirred. This temptation was indeed great. She dropped her disguise, revealing her stunning beauty and golden hair, and seriously asked, "How do you know this information?" "I not only know this, but I also know that the Tang Yin you want to recruit is Tang San, the son of Tang Hao." Qian Renxue's expression changed drastically. "What did you say?" Chen Yue didn't give her any time to react and continued with explosive news. "Tang Yue is Tang Hao's sister, Tang San's aunt. Moreover, Tang San is about to go to the Breaking One clan to find Yang Wudi, who is a powerful assault-type soul, though not inferior to the Haotian hammer. With just the two useless ones you left behind, plus your confidence, your 20-year plan will sooner or later fall apart." Qian Renxue's pupils constricted. Just as she was about to say impossible, her mouth was suddenly covered, and she was firmly pinned down by Chen Yue. Struggling was futile. What will happen next? Will Chen Yue get his wish? Will Qian Renxue completely submit? Even more thrilling, Tang San is already on his way to the Stardew Forest, about to stage the iconic scene of Xiao Wu. How can I live without you? How will these two storylines intertwine? The follow-up will definitely leave you amazed. Now, you already know, right? Isn't it time to fulfill my conditions? Qian Renxue's face turned red, her body trembled, and she didn't respond. But her gaze was very conflicted and somewhat unwilling. Chen Yue wasn't in a hurry. What he needed from Qian Renxue wasn't just a physical connection, but to tilt her romantic mindset towards him. That way, in any situation, Qian Renxue would remain calm and resourceful. So, someone like you, who possesses a divine martial soul, must need a husband who is also a dragon among men to pass on your martial soul. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded. It was indeed correct. You've also seen my strength and talent, as well as my twin martial souls. What do you think? This made Qian Renxue involuntarily think of Chen Yue's previous move that instantly killed the snake spear, as well as the unheard-of configuration of 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings. Her heart stirred slightly. Could it be that this palace guardian has an unknown power behind him? It must be known in the entire Douluo continent today. How rare is it for a soul master to possess a 100,000-year soul ring? And how powerful is a 100,000-year soul beast? As far as she knew, apart from the Spear Hall, there was only one Tang Hao who had a 100,000-year soul ring, and even that was obtained by his wife sacrificing herself. If Shangro were really to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, it would at least require 3 or even more titled Douluos to act. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead to a complete disaster. The more Qian Renxue thought about it, the more frightened she became. In the end, she couldn't help but hold her breath. Nodding in agreement, as she said, "Your strength is very strong. Your martial soul is also very powerful, and your soul ring configuration is excellent. In fact, your second martial soul may one day accommodate 900,000-year soul rings." At this point, her breath hitched, and she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. 900,000-year soul rings. This is the most unparalleled configuration in the entire soul master world. She couldn't imagine how strong Chen Yue would be by then. So you say, with me as a father possessing dual martial souls and an innate soul power of level 30, plus you, a mother with an innate level 20 and a divine grade martial soul, how strong will our child's talent be? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue showed a moment of surprise. Her expression deep in thought, and gradually, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes began to shine. The inheritance of the angel lineage is extremely difficult. Qian Douluo was known for his many romances back then. Yet in the end, he only had one son, Qian Renxue. This is why. It's their 6-winged angel martial soul. It's too powerful. Without corresponding talent and strength, it is simply impossible to inherit it. This is also why, back then, Qian Douluo, despite being quite old, sought out Poseidon. Wasn't it because Poseidon also possessed a divine spirit? The combination of 2 divine spirits would likely produce an even more powerful divine spirit. And then there's her father, Qian Renxue. Why did he adopt Bibi Dong for no reason, providing for her every need? Was it just for her to call him godfather or teacher? Of course, it was for the inheritance of the angel. However, at that time, Qian Renxue only regarded Bibi Dong as one of the inheritors. not wanting to bear the title of a beastmaster, so he continued searching for other candidates. Little did he expect such an incident to occur, ultimately forcing him to take drastic measures. These things were told to her by her grandfather, Douluo, meant to warn her of the importance of inheriting the six-winged angel spirit, which is also the mission of their Qian family. Therefore, when she heard Chen Yue's last words, innate level 30 spirit power, Qian Renxue was deeply moved, her heart filled with anticipation. The child born from the combination of an innate level 20 spirit and an innate level 30 spirit would likely be one of a kind on the entire continent. Wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's gaze suddenly became fervent. Looking at Chen Yue's handsome and charming face, her cheeks flushed red again, and she naturally fell into Chen Yue's embrace, saying, I promise you. Hearing this, Chen Yue felt a slight relief. Fortunately, Qian Renxue is an older sister. If she were any more innocent, it would be hard to deceive her with just a mission. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, blushing, felt the masculine scent from Chen Yue for the first time, and she couldn't help but tighten her legs. Outside the door, noticing the commotion inside the chamber, suddenly changed their expressions and desperately tried to call for help. But at that moment, with their mouths stuffed with smelly socks and tied up like rice dumplings, how could they possibly break free? It's all my fault. I was too careless. Who would have thought this palace guardian would be so strong? Stop talking. Saving the young master is the top priority. The two couldn't speak and could only communicate with their eyes, but Chen Yue had tied them up too tightly, and they couldn't untie themselves. They could only sit like prisoners, waiting for the sounds inside to rise and fall like an electrocardiogram, eventually becoming a straight line. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying a wife. As it is your first marriage and an important female lead in Douluo, the reward is doubled. System space, heavenly crystal, supreme level traditional Chinese medicine. A 100,000 year spirit ring X1, 3,000 thunder movements, soul-shattering stone. The host has children. Please take care of your offspring, and rewards will be distributed after birth. The system space can store all non-living things. The heavenly crystal can be used to evolve spirits, but since Chen Yue's two spirits are already strong enough, further evolution might mean he wouldn't level up for 100 years. The required energy is too vast, and the energy in the sewer dimension is too weak. So for now, it's best to keep it in the system space. The supreme level traditional Chinese medicine, which is said to be able to regenerate flesh from bones, can consume spirit power to turn energy into needles to save people. Theoretically, as long as the person is not dead on the spot, they can be saved, which is much stronger than the healing spirit masters in Douluo. The 100,000 year spirit ring needs no explanation. It will be directly applied to the second spirit, the Heavenly King's divine tower. 3,000 thunder movements, a movement technique from the Dopa world. Chen Yue estimated that with this movement technique, he could even give a middle finger to the 7 fierce beasts in the Tiandou forest and return unscathed. The soul-shattering stone can break a spirit master's spirit ring and then reabsorb it. This can also be used for Qian Renxue. After all, she just worked hard. So why not reward her with a 100,000 year spirit ring? This is a great profit. In 10 months, there will be another wave of rewards. And having his own well-behaved child is exactly the kind of laid-back life he wants. Thinking of this, Chen Yue gently rubbed Qian Renxue's belly in his arms, his gaze softening as he said, Let's go. We should head to the Tiandou forest. Oh, upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned. Then remembered Chen Yue's second condition, nodding. Should we go to the spirit hall to gather people now? She felt that dealing with a 100,000 year spirit beast might be somewhat difficult with just 3 title Douluos. No need. Chen Yue smiled. This time I'll also give you a 100,000 year spirit ring and a 100,000 year spirit bone. With the system by his side, Chen Yue didn't need to take the spirit bones from the Douluo continent. Who knows? He might directly get a battle armor or even stronger spirit bones. Qian Renxue's expression was somewhat moved, her breath momentarily catching. After all, 100,000 year spirit bone was something the entire spirit hall didn't even have in stock. But this bad person, was giving it to her so easily. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but look up at Chen Yue. Under his stunning talent, she found herself somewhat entranced. She needed to snap back to reality. Little angel, when we return tonight, I'll let you see enough. Qian Renxue immediately came back to her senses, her face flushed and huffed. I'm not going to look. It seemed that after entering a certain relationship, she unconsciously acted a bit spoiled. Once she regained her composure, she quickly distanced herself from Chen Yue's embrace, redressed, and restored her original appearance as Shueqinghe. If I'm not mistaken, there are already 2 titled Douluos in the Tiandou Forest with a group of spirit saints. Qian Renxue was stunned. She was unaware of this operation and immediately asked, "Which 2 titled Douluos?" "You don't need to ask that," Chen Yue said with a mysterious smile. "But I can guarantee they will ultimately return empty-handed." Qian Renxue understood in an instant. It must be because of Tang's San, or rather, Tangyin? Clever. Chen Yue smiled. But he was curious about how Tang would react when he discovered that his beloved was missing in the Tiandou Forest. 4th chapter, Xiao Wu. Anyone who dares to harm that part of me has a path to death. They must be punished. The full text has been greatly revised on 9. 5. Tiandou Forest. Lake of Life. Dressed in a white dress, Xiao Wu sat quietly under a big tree, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the lake, murmuring, "It's been 5 years, Sangge, do you still remember me?" Behind her, the Titan Great Ape Erming heard this and couldn't help but say, "Sister Xiao Wu, I really don't understand why you're so infatuated with a human. When you left in your transformed state, you said you were going to the human world to find your aunt's enemy. Could it be that you have already taken revenge?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression changed slightly, becoming somewhat unnatural, but she soon spoke, "It's fine, I've found it, but our strength isn't enough yet, so we need to rely on human help." Over the many years in Shrek, she learned nothing but a head full of romance and sophistry. The romantic mindset was innate to her awakening, while the sophistry was naturally learned from her beloved Sangge. Is that so? The Titan giant ape scratched its head. It had never been to a human soul master, but it knew that humans were cunning and that dealing with them required careful planning. It immediately said, "If you need our help then, just speak up." "I know." Xiao Wu nodded and couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Sangge, don't worry. When I mature, I will definitely come to find you. No need to wait until you mature. You can actually go now." Just as her murmurs fell, a light laughter suddenly echoed, startling the Titan giant ape, which shouted, Who dares to intrude into the Tiandou Forest? What do you think?" With a light laugh, Chen Yue's figure suddenly appeared on a branch of the large tree behind Xiao Wu, using the technique 3,000 thunder movements. The 300,000-year soul beast present couldn't possibly detect his presence. At this moment, he looked down at Xiao Wu with a smile and said, "Why don't you come with me? I'll take you to see your beloved Sangge." "Human?" The Titan giant ape's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, it lifted its fist as big as a sandpot and smashed it towards Chen Yue on the tree, while simultaneously activating its powerful gravitational field. Too late. Chen Yue smiled slightly, making no move. As the sandpot-sized fist came crashing down, a massive black divine tower suddenly emerged, and with a loud rumble, it instantly enveloped Xiao Wu, causing her presence to vanish around the Lake of Life in an instant. At the same time, the Heavenly King Divine Tower rapidly expanded and positioned itself between the sandpot-sized fist and Chen Yue, effectively blocking the Titan giant ape's attack. Title Douluo? The Titan giant ape's expression changed dramatically, its lantern-sized eyes filled with killing intent. "Human, to dare capture my sister Xiao Wu is to seek death." "Seek death?" "Not quite." Chen Yue retracted the Heavenly King Divine Tower, but Xiao Wu was already nowhere to be seen under the tree. This was a skill inherent to the Heavenly King Divine Tower, akin to a self-created soul skill, capable of capturing and imprisoning targets like how the Monkey King was suppressed in the mythology of Journey to the West. "We will meet again, don't worry." After capturing the target, Chen Yue had no intention of lingering here. Just as he was about to leave with a slight smile, he suddenly felt his movements slow down. It was the Tianqing bull python at the bottom of the lake that had made its move. Slow field. "Ah, and this is supposed to trap me?" Chen Yue chuckled and shook his head. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black axe, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction and creation, rapidly expanded in his palm. Meanwhile, the 7th soul ring behind him shone brightly. Martial soul, true body, Pangu axe. Title Douluo? The Tianqing bull python just surfacing, sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the axe, and its eyes filled with horror. Without thinking, it quickly withdrew its field and used its strongest defense to try to withstand the blow. The Titan giant ape also quickly retreated, making defensive preparations at lightning speed. However, as this weapon's soul, true body, cleaved through the air, it headed in the opposite direction from them. With just one swing, it caused a massive upheaval, toppling countless trees. Not good. That cunning human is trying to escape. The Tianqing bull python was taken aback and hurried in that direction. But where could it still see Chen Yue's figure on the ground? Damn it, that sly human. The Titan giant ape following closely behind. angrily hammered its chest with its sandpot-sized fist. Don't worry, this human won't run far. We chase, the Tianqing bull python calmly said, and its long serpentine body took the lead in that direction. Seeing this, the Titan giant ape hurriedly followed. Big brother, wait for me. After these two good buddies left, the figures of Chen Yue, Qian Renxue, and the two titled Douluos, the porcupine Douluo and the snake spear Douluo, emerged from Stone Cave. Did we just capture her? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in confusion. Are you planning to use her as the second soul ring for your second martial soul? Earlier, when Chen Yue directly captured Xiao Wu, it had left her completely stunned. After all, the Heavenly King Divine Tower had no soul rings, but could withstand a punch from the Titan giant ape. After witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue felt increasingly that she had struck gold. It was a huge profit. What? You think she suffered a loss? No, she's winning hearts. You have to know, Chen Yue is already on her pirate ship, the kind that has sealed the cabin door. How could she possibly lose? Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily crept on her lips. What a huge profit this is. You say, between the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing bull python soul bones. Which one do you want? However, Chen Yue did not answer Qian Renxue's question, but instead smiled mysteriously, confidently asking, Not only Qian Renxue was stunned, but the porcupine Douluo and the snake spear Douluo beside her were equally astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. I'll choose the Tianqing bull python. Although she didn't know Chen Yue's plan, she felt that since the two of them were already in this relationship, he wouldn't deceive her on this point. Yet, she still couldn't understand how Chen Yue planned to kill these 200,000-year soul beasts. We're about to see a good show. Chen Yue smiled slightly and hugged Qian Renxue, who blushed. Someone's watching. The porcupine Douluo and the snake spear Douluo, catching a glimpse of this scene, quickly turned around and moved a distance away, pretending as if they hadn't seen anything. Tang-san. Oh, Tang-san. I wonder if this surprise I prepared for you will leave you astonished? After paying his dues, Chen Yue helped Qian Renxue tidy her clothes, used the heavenly crystal stone on her, and whispered a few instructions. Isn't this too harsh? Qian Renxue hesitated, but upon seeing the frown on Chen Yue's face, she quickly said, Don't worry, I can definitely complete the task. Chen Yue nodded in satisfaction. After you absorb it, your soul power will increase. Listen to me. Don't absorb the soul ring for now, understand? Understood. Nodding, Chen Yue stepped out of the stone cave. After instructing the porcupine Douluo and the snake spear Douluo to protect Qian Renxue, he turned and headed in the opposite direction, entering a more secluded valley, releasing the Heavenly King Divine Tower, and slowly disappearing inside the tower. Earlier, under the suppression of the Heavenly King Divine Tower, the direct target, Xiao Wu, couldn't even last a second before fainting. Now, she was inside the Heavenly King Divine Tower, unconscious on the spot. I wonder what expression your Sangu will have when he sees your belly. Chen Yue curled his lips into a smile. The exclusive custom-made Divine Tower Palace. Others don't have such treatment as you do. Compared to the future when you will be sacrificed, this is much better, isn't it? If she is set free, she will definitely be offered as a sacrifice to Tang-san. In that case, it will be better to make use of her for Tang-san, wouldn't it? I really wonder what expression Tang-san will have when he sees you again, holding a few adorable little ones. Inside the Divine Tower of the King. As long as Chen Yue doesn't die and the tower remains intact, Xiao Wu will absolutely not be able to escape. However, to break through this divine tower, one would probably need the strength of Sun Wukong from the journey to the west. But, with the current power level in the Douluo world, is there anyone who can reach such a level? Certainly not. Therefore, this divine tower of the king cannot be broken. In other words, the cute little pink rabbit that Chen Yue is locked in a cage will now be a mascot or a lovely pet. With this system by his side, Chen Yue won't have to struggle with cultivation or battles like he did when he first crossed over. Isn't marrying and having kids more appealing? Now that he has a cute rabbit, combined with the original Heavenly King Divine Tower, isn't that a perfect bug delivered right to his doorstep? And let's not forget, this is still a rogue rabbit. Isn't this a guaranteed profit? Thinking of this, Chen Yue's gaze became even more intense as he looked at the unconscious Xiao Wu. He suddenly slapped her. Xiao Wu jolted awake. Seeing Chen Yue's playful expression, she immediately got scared and sat down on the ground, scrambling back in fear. Looking at Chen Yue and asking, Why you, who are you? What do you want to do? I want to. Xiao Wu instinctively glanced at her pristine white dress, and upon seeing that there were no signs of being violated, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, looking at the advancing Chen Yue again, her expression changed. Suddenly, she erupted, and her soul rings surged forth. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. 6-ringed Soul Emperor. After the Soul Master competition, Xiao Wu had been in seclusion in the Tiandou Great Forest for 5 years, and she had actually grown to the Soul Emperor stage. According to the standards for a Soul Sage to reach maturity, she was already not far from it. This strength is indeed not to be underestimated. However, this not weak is only relative. In front of Chen Yue, not to mention Soul Emperors or Soul Saints, as long as they are not super Douluos, they cannot exert any pressure on him at all. Slap! Chen Yue didn't hold back, kicking her right in the chest. In an instant, Xiao Wu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Chen Yue in disbelief. You, how can you be so strong? She thought Chen Yue was just a young man and guessed his strength wasn't high. But she never expected that without even releasing his martial soul, he could send her flying with just one slap. She rubbed the spot where she was hit, still feeling a dull pain, making her mouth twitch involuntarily. However, she quickly suppressed her shock and coldly looked at Chen Yue. You dare to hurt me, you're dead. I'm giving you a chance now. Let me go immediately. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Besides the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, she also had the 3 protective barriers of a rogue rabbit. This person dared to hurt her, especially in that area. He surely had a path to death, and he must be punished. So what if you hit me? Chen Yue wore a disdainful smile on his face. This rogue rabbit is even more confidently arrogant than Qian Renxue. She really hasn't experienced the pain of society, and she hasn't even figured out her own situation. Looking at her high and mighty demeanor, Chen Yue suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. What kind of transformation would this rogue rabbit, raised by him as a canary, undergo? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards her step by step, unhurriedly. I still want something more stimulating. What can you do to me? You dare. Xiao Wu was taken aback, but still pretended to be calm. I warn you, my father is the Hao Yandao. If you touch me, your whole family will die. She had only learned after returning to the forest that Tang San's father was indeed the Hao Yandao. The original work mentioned that the only one who had defeated the Titan Giant Ape was Tang Hao, so the Titan Giant Ape should remember Tang Hao's face. And if you dare to touch me, the 200,000-year-soul beasts outside will ensure that you have no place to bury yourself. Even if you are a title Douluo, you absolutely cannot escape. She saw that Chen Yue was unmoved by her threats and continued to close in, which frightened her into retreating repeatedly while still trying to threaten him. I warn you, the Tiandou Forest is not as simple as you think. Are you referring to the dimensional space within the Lake of Life? Chen Yue paused and slowly spoke. In the original work, Xiao Wu's mother speculated that her strength surpassed that of the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape. Otherwise, these 2 beasts wouldn't call Xiao Wu's sister. Based on this premise, it is highly likely that Xiao Wu's mother would encounter the ferocious beast beneath the Lake of Life. However, the ferocious beast she encountered couldn't possibly be the beast god Emperor Tian. At most, they would be the weakest among them. Nevertheless, Chen Yue was more inclined to believe that she encountered Biji, given that she was a healing-type soul beast. If she woke up and saw Xiao Wu's mother injured, she would likely come forward to heal her and then become acquainted. Chapter 5. Xiao Wu, I only belong to Sange. Don't have delusions. The entire text was significantly revised to day 9. 5 revised. Therefore, as Xiao Wu's daughter, it is possible for her to learn from her that there is an insurmountable existence beneath the Lake of Life. However, with the current strength of Xiao Wu, Daming, and Erming, who are 300,000-year-soul beasts, it is not possible to verify this. Perhaps they only consider it a legend. Now, facing a desperate situation, Xiao Wu had no choice but to use a dead horse as a living horse doctor, hoping to scare Chen Yue into retreating. Of course, there is another possibility. Xiao Wu's mother might have been with her when she encountered the ferocious beasts, which is why the latter would know. Compared to that, Chen Yue was more inclined to believe the former statement. Otherwise, this rogue rabbit wouldn't be so certain. How do you know? Upon hearing Chen Yue reveal the secret beneath the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu was instantly stunned, her rabbit eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at him. It should be known that this secret was something even Daming and Erming were unaware of, and only her mother had told her before leaving. Logically speaking, it was even less likely for humans to know of its existence. But how did this person in front of her know? But do you think that those who are deep in seclusion would forcibly come out for a little fish like you? Chen Yue smiled slightly, hand behind his back, speaking unhurriedly. Your mother, as a soul beast who has encountered them, has never seen them step out even once, right? What qualifications do you have to disturb them? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned pale, and her heart was filled with anxiety, as if she felt completely seen through. Who exactly is this person? How does he know everything about her? Even the greatest secret of the Tiandou forest was mentioned so casually, as if he were intimately familiar with it. You, who exactly are you? How do you know so much? Seeing her changing expression, a teasing smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. This rogue rabbit, under the pretense of seeking revenge for its mother, has fallen in love with its 3 cuts in an endless and unrestrained manner. As if everything would be fine as long as its 3 cuts are present. Now let me show you. What difference does it make whether your 3 cuts are here or not? Of course, if it were to turn into Tang San, having such a lead-playing rabbit pet wouldn't be impossible. But unfortunately, it is not. For this rogue rabbit, although it looks quite beautiful, even described in the original work as slightly taller than Qian Renxue, so what? In Chen Yue's view, she is completely inferior to Qian Renxue, and, similarly, he has no good feelings for her. All that exists is the idea of teasing a canary. It's typical of him to be physical without emotional involvement. His only goal is to cut off Tang's opportunities. Because Chen Yue is more curious if this Tang can really not survive without this rabbit pet. Who am I? Chen Yue stepped forward, looking down at the cute rabbit sitting on the ground, remembering, I am your master, and from now on, you must refer to me as such. Understand? You're talking nonsense. Xiao Wu trembled as she pointed at Chen Yue, feeling insulted, her legs suddenly wrapping around Chen Yue's neck, preparing to catch him off guard with a sudden explosive throw. However, the next moment, Chen Yue casually grabbed one of her feet and lifted her up entirely, her white skirt falling toward her waist. Slap! After a crisp sound, Xiao Wu's face turned even redder, and she angrily shouted, You scoundrel! Let me go! Chen Yue shook his head, indifferent to her words, already aware of the gap between them. Why still think about resisting? You're a rabbit. What's wrong with being a rabbit pet? Why think about so many unrealistic things? After seeing Xiao Wu quiet down, Chen Yue casually tossed her aside like a doll. Xiao Wu, covering her skirt, stood up tremblingly, looking around at the pitch-black surroundings, as if she were in an iron tower with no ventilation. Yet the entire room was strangely illuminated by white light. What is this place? Is there such a place in the Starry Forest? She originally thought that Chen Yue had taken her away from the Lake of Life area, but in fact, she was still in the Starry Forest. However, the surroundings are completely unlike anything she has ever seen. It's a completely unfamiliar land. At this moment, Xiao Wu's face turned even paler, her pretty face filled with panic and unease. She had realized that she had been taken away from the Tiandou Forest by Chen Yue, and in front of Deming and Air Ming no less. She anxiously fumbled around the dark walls, trying to find an exit. Chen Yue, however, was not in the least bit anxious. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh as he mockingly watched the change in her expression, from pale and fearful to drenched in cold sweat, then to as white as a sheet, and finally to a face like ashes. So, have you found the exit? Xiao Wu, with a face like ashes, slumped to the ground, looking at Chen Yue, wondering what kind of place this was. What do you want to do? The black walls from all directions are completely indestructible. Even her soul power hitting them is as futile as trying to break a rock with an egg. It's impossible to break through, even harder than a turtle shell. Could it be that this person intends to imprison her here for eternity? As for why she didn't consider the soul bones and soul rings, if Chen Yue really wanted her soul bones and soul rings, he would have killed her directly long ago and wouldn't have talked so much with her. Of course, it could also be that a tiny bit of hope and desire for life hidden in her heart made her wish to live, because she still hadn't seen her beloved Sange. This is my world, Chen Yue said with his hands behind his back, smiling slightly. I am the master of this world. Everything in it belongs to me, including you, this rabbit. If you want to go out, it's not impossible. If you make me happy, I might let you out to bask in the sun. Hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately shook her head frantically. No, that's impossible. Give up on that thought. It's not going to happen. Just kill me. I will never agree to that. She had already given up on the idea of going out because she felt that Chen Yue would never let her out, even if she paid any price. But then, the next moment, Chen Yue suddenly leaned in closer and whispered in her ear with a laugh. What if I could let you see your beloved Sange? Huh? What did he say? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, her eyes suddenly brightening. You said what? Maybe when I'm in a good mood, I will let you go out and let you take a look at your beloved Sange. Her eyes lit up. Really? But if you make me unhappy, I might think about whether to bring something of your Sange's next time I come in. Chen Yue smiled as he said this, causing Xiao Wu's face to stiffen. And then cold sweat began to flow as he continued, like fingers, hair, scalp, flesh, legs, toes, or maybe the heart, arms, head, or your beloved Sange's parts. At this point, Xiao Wu was so scared that her heart almost stopped. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she saw these parts of her beloved Sange. Instantly, she fell to her knees in front of Chen Yue, crying and pleading, "Stop, please stop. I beg you, don't say that. I will agree to whatever you want. Just please don't harm Sange, I beg you." Chen Yue smiled, with a hint of mockery. "Anything is fine?" Saying this, he lightly raised his hand and pinched her cheek, startling her, but she ultimately overcame her psychological fear and raised her head to tremblingly ask, "What do you want? What do you think?" Feeling Chen Yue's aggressive gaze, Xiao Wu felt trapped with nowhere to escape. She shivered again, terrified, and sat on the ground like a duck, struggling to swallow her saliva. Can we change the request?" Chen Yue looked at her with a half-smile. "If you stay here obediently, perhaps one day, when I'm bored, I might let you out to reunite with your Sange. Isn't that good?" Xiao Wu's face stiffened, and her expression instantly turned to one of shame and anger as she shouted, "Impossible! I only belong to Sange. Don't dream about it." She was the pure and innocent Xiao Wu, and only the equally pure Tang San was her perfect match. How could this unknown person who suddenly appeared dare to tarnish her purity? Therefore, she would absolutely refuse, even if it meant death. Furthermore, this person dared to gaze upon her purity. He was asking for death. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." Chen Yue shook his head and slowly turned away. "I'll go out first and bring in an arm of your Sange." The moment this sentence was spoken, it completely stunned Xiao Wu, causing her to lose her composure and break down. As soon as Chen Yue's words fell, she immediately knelt down with a thud, crawling over to hug Chen Yue's thigh, pleading desperately, "No, I beg you, please, don't move against the 3 cuts. Can we change the terms? I can give you soul bones, a 10,000-year soul bone, a 10,000-year soul ring. I can give you all of those." Although her face was filled with panic, she had already calculated in her heart that as long as Chen Yue let her go, she would immediately tell her 3 cuts, and that person would undoubtedly die. As long as she could survive, everything else didn't matter. She would make that person pay a bloody price. "Oh, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Is that okay?" Chen Yue asked with a half-smile. Yes. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized she was just making empty promises. She readily nodded in agreement. But the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her face as she was slapped and sent crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "I'm not in a good mood right now, and you dare to deceive me," Chen Yue said, crossing his arms and sneering. "You dare to use tricks that only fool 3-year-olds in front of me? To teach you a lesson, I guess I have to go out and send you a big gift now?" Saying this, Chen Yue seemed to suddenly remember, "Oh, I almost forgot. 3 hours ago, your 3 cuts had already entered the inner circle of the Stardow Forest. The probing aura of the blue silver grass earlier was hers, which is why the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape surfaced. In less than an hour, I should be able to bring you one of your 3 cuts hands." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and as she watched Chen Yue's figure become transparent, as if he was about to disappear the next moment, she gritted her teeth and rushed over despite her injuries, but ultimately, she was still a step too late. Slumping dejectedly on the ground, "It's over. The 3 cuts is in danger." Chen Yue's figure reappeared in the valley, quickly returning to the stone cave where he saw the still-waiting porcupine and serpent spear outside. He ignored these 2 good friends and walked into the stone cave, where he saw Qian Renxue. My martial soul has really evolved," Qian Renxue exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Chen Yue, hugging him like an octopus, her trembling face filled with excitement. "My original martial soul was the 6-winged angel, but now it has evolved into the 12-winged angel. You have to know, since ancient times, the Qian family's martial soul has been the 6-winged angel, and even among the Qian family, that ancestor who achieved the title of the first angel god also possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul. But now, I have directly surpassed the ancestor and obtained this terrifying 12-winged angel martial soul. How could this not make her surprised and delighted? Now, as she looked at Chen Yue in front of her, the more she looked, the more pleasing he became, and she couldn't help but want him. "Stop messing around. Have you done what I just asked you to do?" Chen Yue slapped her on the perky butt, and Qian Renxue's face immediately turned red. After giving him a charming glance, she nodded and casually took out something wrapped in paper from her storage bag. "Here, this is the little finger of Tang San's left hand." At this point, she was somewhat confused. What do you want Tang San's finger for? She couldn't quite understand why he would want to cut off someone's finger for no reason. "It's nothing. Just get familiar with your own strength for now." Chen Yue changed the topic. "The boost from the 12-winged angel far exceeds that of your previous 6-winged angel. You need to adapt to your current strength, understand?" This statement is true. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, this gap is not simply 2 or 3 times, but a full 5 times improvement. The transition from a 6-winged angel to a 12-winged angel seems like just adding 6 wings, which appears to be a twofold difference. But in reality, the gap is much greater than that. This is like the 20-level gap from Soul Master to Soul Sovereign and the 20-level gap from Soul Saint to Title Douluo. Can these two 20-level gaps be the same? Do you understand this plan? Qian Renxue nodded. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo are leading, along with the rest of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation and many Soul Saints. Their goal is 100,000 years soul beast deep within the Tiandou Forest. But I didn't inquire further. Chen Yue only brought thee and the snake spear to meet the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, although they might not recognize her. The 6-winged angel spirit is enough to signify her identity, so the Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo did not hide anything. Chapter 6. Tang San, Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. Where's my lover? S. Major revision, today 9. 5 revised. Tiandou Forest, near the Life Lake area. In the team from the Spirit Hall, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo walked at the forefront with serious expressions, followed closely by many soul saints. Tang San looked at the increasingly close Tiandou Forest, feeling excitement rising in his heart. 3 hours ago, during a rest stop, he had sensed Xiao Wu's presence with his blue-silver domain, right in the Life Lake area of the Tiandou Forest. However, there were 2 powerful auras around Xiao Wu, not inferior to that of Title Douluo. He speculated that one of them might be the Titan Great Ape, but he didn't know what the other was. According to his detection, it was also at the 100,000-year level. Yet he had no worries at all, because he planned to use this group from the Spirit Hall as cannon fodder. He only needed to find a Xiao Wu. These damn Spirit Hall people are indeed representatives of evil. They directly want a finger from me. It's truly despicable. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was thinking about the 3 cuts, was bandaging her left pinky, her face bruised. She never expected that she originally planned to use the Spirit Hall members as cannon fodder, leading them all to their graves here, but suddenly Ghost Douluo appeared, wanting to kill him to protect the secrecy of the plan. Even Hulaiina's protests were useless. Tang San was not confident in facing a Title Douluo. He could only rack his brains to come up with a comprehensive plan. With Hulaiina's guarantee, he expressed his determination by sacrificing a pinky finger and agreed to join the Spirit Hall, after which Ghost Douluo let him go. In fact, throughout this, Ghost Douluo was also quite puzzled. He had always followed Qian Renxue, and among the Title Douluo who was beaten by Tang Hao in the past, he was one of them, so he recognized the 6-winged angel. Therefore, when Qian Renxue came with the snake spear to attract him and the Chrysanthemum Douluo and give him a task, he did not refuse. However, he couldn't understand why Qian Renxue wanted a finger from Tang San. Of course, he also knew this matter was significant, especially since Qian Renxue's identity was something even he didn't know about. In an instant, he understood that this was a highly confidential plan, completely not something he could inquire about. So, he honestly completed the task, even though he was still confused. Everyone be vigilant. We are about to enter the core area of the Tiandou Forest. At this moment, Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted, and everyone trembled, quickly responding, yes. Ghost Douluo then came to his senses, collected his emotions, and looked around seriously. For some unknown reason, everything around was silent. Not even the sounds of birds or soul beasts could be heard, and even the ants on the ground were nowhere to be seen. All around, there was only the sound of the wind blowing through the grass and the gentle rustling of blue-silver grass. Something is strange. Stay alert. The core area is still a distance from the Life Lake. Generally, this area is a habitat for soul beasts over 50,000 years old, but at this moment, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo did not detect any signs of disturbance. They cautiously watched their surroundings, slowly approaching the Life Lake. Yin and Xie Yu were both pressed against Tang San's neck, because previously Ghost Douluo had severed one of his thumbs, making it uncertain if he would retaliate during the chaos. So Ghost Douluo arranged for these two to keep an eye on Tang San. Many elite soul saints centered around them, vigilantly watching for any movements in their surroundings. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had already arrived at the branch of the tree where Xiao Wu had been sitting earlier. With his 3,000 thunder movement, Chen Yue didn't disturb anyone. Not even Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo noticed anything unusual. At this moment, Deming and Erming had not returned yet, as only an hour had passed, and they should still be frantically searching in the other direction. Upon reaching the branch, Chen Yue reopened his Heavenly King Divine Tower Spirit, crossed his arms, and walked in. Xiao Wu saw Chen Yue returning shortly after and immediately opened her mouth, wanting to say something. but then saw Chen Yue slap her face with such force that it sent her flying, crashing heavily to the ground, covering her face with her hands. What was your name again? Chen Yue disdainfully tossed Tang San's pinky like trash on the ground in front of Xiao Wu, seeming to say, "This is just a finger. No problem. Next time I'll just take his arm." Xiao Wu immediately recognized that this was her severed pinky. As for how she could tell, don't ask. Just know that it was her beloved. What do you want? Xiao Wu looked up at Chen Yue, her eyes filled with fear. She was starting to believe that Chen Yue might really harm her beloved Tang San. Smack. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yue slapped her again. With his title Douluo strength, Xiao Wu couldn't react at all, and another bright red five-finger mark appeared on her delicate face, causing her to collapse to the ground with a thud, blood oozing from her face. At this moment, her once stunning beauty was gone, replaced only by two bright red five-finger marks, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, looking extremely disheveled, no longer possessing the goddess-like aura she once had. What did you just call me? Xiao Wu covered her stinging face, struggling to get up, her heart filled with a mix of anger, fear, and humiliation, tears welling up in her eyes. How could she, under her mother's protection, have ever suffered such grievances? She didn't even need her mother to act. Deming and Erming would have torn the opponent to shreds for her. Especially now, she was still in her home turf of Stardow Forest. Yet now, no matter how much humiliation and grievance she felt in her heart, she could only deeply suppress it, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Chen Yue, whose expression was a mix of mockery and unpredictability, her beautiful face covered in terror. She was scared. Speak. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, wondering if this rogue rabbit was so shaken by his two slaps that she was questioning her life, becoming foolish. He snorted coldly and raised his hand again, scaring Xiao Wu into kneeling obediently at Chen Yue's feet, trembling like a pitiful little rabbit. No, I can't do this. Xiao Wu covered her face, suppressing her fear. But her gaze was resolute. I can't do this. Don't even think about it. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Chen Yue sneered and turned around, seemingly about to walk outside. I'm in a bad mood right now, and plan to go out and vent by chopping off one of your arms. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Wu was so scared that her face turned pale. She rolled and crawled to hug Chen Yue's thigh, crying and pleading. No, please, don't use the 3 cuts on me. I beg you, please. How do I beg? Xiao Wu's heart trembled as she lowered her head and said, bananas and milk. Chen Yue, when I type this symbol, it's not that there's something wrong with me, but that there's something wrong with you. Noticing Chen Yue's gaze directly facing the waterfall of white, Xiao Wu quickly released her grip on his thigh, covered her neck below, and shook her head repeatedly. No. That's the 3 cuts. Besides that, I can agree to all your requests. I can even give you 100,000 years of soul bones. This remark momentarily stunned Chen Yue, who said with great interest, Oh, who's 10,000 years soul bone? The 2 soul beasts outside. Chen Yue's eyes sparkled with amusement. Selling out your brother at a critical moment? How would that work? That's a secret. Once they hear it, they will definitely obey the order and sacrifice for you. Hearing Xiao Wu's confident words, Chen Yue was slightly taken aback, suddenly let out a laugh without warning. Then his expression turned cold as he slapped Xiao Wu away. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Chen Yue scoffed, disdainfully wiping the blood on his hands with a tissue. Letting you go just so those 2 10,000-year soul beasts can attack me, right? Truly deserving of the moniker Rogue Rabbit. Your intelligence really shines when it comes to your own interests. Xiao Wu covered her face. Half of her face was genuinely bruised and slightly disfigured, turning a deep red from the swelling. I stand by my words. Seeing that Xiao Wu was still racking her brains for schemes, Chen Yue had lost his patience. If you can make me feel relaxed, I might consider letting you go. If I'm in a bad mood, then maybe I'll go out and dismantle the components of your family S3. Right now, it's just an appetizer, just a finger. Next time, who knows? It might be an arm, or a leg, or perhaps your precious spear. At this point, Chen Yue chuckled. I really wonder if your precious 3 can still become a title Douluo after losing a limb. Hearing these devilish words, Xiao Wu trembled, pointing at Chen Yue with a shaking finger. You are a devil. You are not human. On the Douluo continent, losing a limb would come with significant repercussions, especially if severed at the root, as in the original work where Tang Hao lost his arm and leg for his bones, leading to a permanent decline in soul power that would be nearly impossible to recover from. Moreover, such injuries are basically incurable. P.S. Don't forget the original Sword Douluo, despite being a one-armed hero, never recovered until his death. Clearly, such battle injuries cannot be healed. It should be known that her 3 is a naturally full soul power. A true genius, a future title Douluo. If she were to lose an arm, She couldn't even imagine the despair and collapse her three would fall into. No, please. I beg you. Chen Yue sneer, beg? What will you use to beg? You've even forgotten how to address me. I think it's much more interesting to go back and torture your three. Saying this, Chen Yue had already lost his patience and turned to walk outside. Seeing the scene, Xiao Wu couldn't help but recall the last time when Chen Yue left so decisively, and this time he directly brought her 3S finger. If this time he really went out in a bad mood, Xiao Wu was scared to death, her face turning pale as she hurriedly lunged forward, tightly hugging Chen Yue's legs with her big white wings pressing down. Simultaneously, with a humiliating flushed face, her red lips softly called out, Master. Now, that's more like it. Chen Yue seemed a bit surprised, looking down at her from a height, patting her head as if she were a little cat, and chuckled. As long as you can make me feel relaxed, I might consider taking you out to play. Really, really? Seeing the previously fierce Chen Yue so gently stroking her little head, Xiao Wu's heart shook, and she couldn't help but look up at him, feeling that his words might actually be trustworthy. Using a few whacks before giving candy, this method never fails. Of course, only a well-behaved little maid has the qualification to make me consider it. Chen Yue crossed his arms, a smile appearing on his face. I will definitely be a good little maid and listen obediently. Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. She finally saw hope of going out. She vowed that once she was out, she would have to Ming and Air Ming kill this dog thing. Then now, strip. Xiao Wu. Seeing the dumbfounded Xiao Wu, Chen Yue's expression suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy, abruptly shaking off her arms that were clinging to his legs. Humph. Ungrateful. Dare to deceive me. For dinner you will eat one of your three's roasted arms and one of her braised thighs, and then get ready for the journey. Hearing this, the previously stunned Xiao Wu turned pale in fear, quickly hugging him. No, I will listen. At this moment, she finally understood that the indifference of the man before her was different from those who had long coveted her. Others wanted her soul bone and soul rings, while this man only seemed interested in her charming face and perfect figure. The difference here is significant. In the former case, the other party can pursue relentlessly, even conducting investigations that last for months, which makes the interest level very high. But in the latter case, the other party's interest might only last for an hour or two. Once they become completely disgusted and impatient, it doesn't matter how stunning your appearance is. They could just sweat you away. Right now, in Xiao Wu's eyes, Chen Yue is the latter. If she really provokes the other party's impatience, given this person's capricious attitude, she might really dismantle the 3 parts she has been longing for. By then, even if she is saved and takes revenge, what difference would it make? If the 3 parts she has been longing for are gone, what is the meaning of living alone? Can we go out like that? Xiao Wu knelt on the ground with a thud, tears streaming down her face, looking as if she had truly resigned to her fate. Chen Yue's lips curled into a satisfied arc, but it disappeared in an instant. At the same time, in the Tiandou forest, in the area of the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. How have you been? Finally. Where's my beloved? Chapter 7. The rain soaked the sky, making it grayer. The entire text has been revised to day 9. 5 revised. Xiao Wu, finally. Where's my beloved? Tang San, along with the Spirit Hall and many others, finally entered the area of the Lake of Life. He couldn't wait to search for the figure he had been longing for, with the results of his blue-silver domain exploration from 3 hours ago. He was very sure that his Xiao Wu was under that big tree. However, when he looked up, that beloved figure had vanished without a trace. Where's my beloved? Tang San was completely frozen. The next moment, he rushed towards that tree like a madman, digging at the ground like a crazed dog urinating. He didn't know how long he had been digging. He only felt exhausted when he finally collapsed on the ground, leaning against that big tree, squinting his eyes, and trying hard to suppress his tears, not letting them fall. My Xiao Wu. Tang San moaned silently, suddenly feeling as if it was raining from the sky. Could it be that my sincere love for Xiao Wu has even moved the heavens, making them feel sorrowful for me at this moment? At the moment this thought passed, Tang San felt an endless sense of pride. Even the heavens were shedding tears for his love with Xiao Wu. What unparalleled honor can compare? Delete the dividing line and see if comments can be made in the section. However, it's strange, even though I'm hiding under the tree, how can I still get wet from the rain? Tang San expressed his confusion. How could it rain on him even behind the tree? Instinctively, he licked his lips, but it felt like the taste of Bloody Mary from the city of slaughter. Because of this, he became even more puzzled. What is going on? Tang San was somewhat bewildered. He lowered his head to wipe away his tears, and just as he was about to look up, suddenly, A deafening roar of a bull and the angry shout of a giant ape erupted. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape have returned. Roar. The sudden, deafening sound startled all the birds in sight, causing them to flee in panic as if they had encountered some great terror, each one trembling and rolling away in flight. Even with Tang San's mental strength, he experienced a momentary blankness, and in an instant, he fell into a brief dizziness. Not good. It's 200,000-year soul beasts. Gue Dao and Zhu Dao reacted first. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked at the two enormous figures rushing from another direction, their hearts trembling with fear. In their estimation, there was only 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape, in the Stardow forest, which was why Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo had come together. They never expected there to be 200,000-year soul beasts. Hurry and escape. The two exchanged glances. Their faces darkened. Now that the 100,000-year rabbit had vanished, they had lost the biggest target of this operation. If they stayed here, they would likely be torn apart by these 200,000-year soul beasts. However, this place could they just come and go as they wished. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape, upon their return, immediately focused their gaze on the many members of the spirit hall who were trying to retreat. There was no way out. Only Gue Dao and Zhu Dao among them were titled Douluo, and their unique aura made it hard for the soul beasts to ignore them. Second, kill them, leave none. The Tianqing bull python spoke human words. He felt that it must be this damned group of humans who had snatched away Sister Xiao Wu. He wanted to kill these people to vent his anger and then retrieve Sister Xiao Wu. The moment his words fell, his cold gaze swept across the crowd like a sharp sword. In that instant, everything around them turned blue, and everyone in the spirit hall felt their bodies suddenly slow down, at least by more than 30%. Slowing field activate. And the next moment, the Titan giant ape charged towards the elite members of the spirit hall. Quick retreat. Zhu Douluo and Gue Dao's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly shouted to the stunned elite members of the spirit hall while splitting up to confront the threat. The strongest among the spirit hall members, aside from the two of them, were only soul saints. Even if they used their soul fusion technique to immobilize these 200,000-year soul beasts with the strength of these soul saints, they might not even be able to break the skin of the Tianqing bull python or the Titan giant ape. It was better to face them directly and let these elites escape. Tang Yin, let us go. Hulaina took a few steps back and suddenly saw Tang, since still dazed in place, immediately shouting, "Let us go, what are you still dazed for?" "It's you. It's you." Tang, since had just been startled into a daze by the roar of the 200,000-year soul beasts, and his thoughts were a bit unclear. The idea he had just raised was also dissipated, and at that moment, his attention was focused on Hulaina. The moment he saw her, he immediately thought of tens of thousands of theories about how Hulaina had feelings for him but was unable to obtain them, thus framing her Xiao Wu. Such schemes were commonplace in the martial world during his previous life in the Tang sect. However, this thought was only a momentary flicker before he cut it off. Because it was impossible. Hulaina didn't know he was Tang San. There was only one possibility. Tang San suddenly thought of the incident where Ghost Douluo wanted a finger from him before. At that time, he thought Ghost Douluo had some special fetish, but now, upon reflection, this person must have threatened his beloved Xiao Wu with his finger. Given Xiao Wu's love for him, she would definitely comply. With this thought, Tang San's expression turned grim as he pulled out his Haotian hammer and swung it towards Hulaina, wishing death upon that damned spear hall. As for why he targeted Hulaina now, all the elite members of the spirit hall were completely out of his attack range. Right now, Ghost Douluo was holding off the Titan giant ape, and Zhu Douluo was dealing with the sky blue bull python. Only Hulaina was within his attack range. In other words, apart from Hulaina, the rest were either too strong for him to fight or completely out of reach. Nana. Ghost Douluo was shocked. He never expected that this junior would dare to harm the Saintess Hulaina. He was so furious that his whole body trembled. Taking advantage of being knocked back by the Titan giant ape, his seventh spirit ring shone brightly, and as his martial spirit was released, he instantly became ethereal, turning transparent and silently appearing in front of Tang San. "Junior, you're seeking death." Ghost Douluo slapped Tang San hard across the face, sending him flying. His body crashed heavily against a tree, and his face swelled up, stars dancing in his eyes. Xiao Wu, my beloved." As he crashed into the tree, he saw stars, and his vision suddenly blurred. He seemed to see his dearest Xiao Wu. At that moment, his beloved Xiao Wu had a flushed face, extremely charming, with a pair of expressive eyes filled with affection, staring at him without blinking, leaving Tang San in a daze. "Xiao Wu, I'm so happy to see you before I die. Tang San thought this was a moment of clarity before death, a smile appearing on his face as he reached out his hand, wanting to touch this hard-won dream. But suddenly, he grasped a soft little hand. Xiao Wu. Tang San suddenly woke up, and behind Xiao Wu, an unfamiliar man's face appeared in an instant. His eyes widened in fury. You. Tang San stared at the man in front of him, Chen Yue, and was about to say something when suddenly, Xiao Wu's hoarse voice rang out. Daming. Erming, kill him. Earlier, Ghost Douluo had just knocked the stunned Eunuch away, and before he could act, he was locked in by the Titan giant ape's gravitational field. And the following punch nearly obliterated him. At this moment, he had just gotten up from the ground, standing alongside the similarly injured Douluo. We can't go on like this. We will definitely be annihilated. What should we do? Use the martial spirit fusion technique? Not now. They're focused on us to prevent any tricks. As the two apparent kings of the Stardow Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were not reckless and knew that title Douluos must have some tricks up their sleeves. And these tricks could be their trump cards for survival. Therefore, after sensing that both Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo had sustained severe injuries, they did not act rashly but instead kept a close watch on Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo, controlling their respective fields and crushing the Spirit Hall's minions. Under the gravitational field and the slowdown field, some lower-ranked soul saints could no longer withstand the immense pressure, and their bones were crushed by the powerful gravity. If this continued, the elite members of the Spirit Hall would surely be annihilated. But at this moment, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape suddenly heard Xiao Wu's voice. Deming, Aming, Kilis Bestath. Is this the voice of Sister Xiao Wu? The two beasts were first taken aback, then suddenly turned their heads. When they saw Chen Yue beside Xiao Wu, they were instantly stunned. Sister Xiao Wu? Is this human the one? Be careful. This person is a title Douluo. Activate your domain second. In the moment of their mental exchange, they wasted no time and directly unleashed their domains. Just as the blue and black domain lights were about to press down on Chen Yue, the opportunity has come. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been looking for a chance, suddenly showed great joy. Martial soul fusion skill. The two exchanged a glance, stood facing each other, clasped hands, and their bodies suddenly fused together. Everything around them was instantly covered in gold and silver, especially the turning Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, which were also momentarily frozen in place. Polar stillness domain. With a careless move, the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape were directly locked down, unable to move even a bit, their massive bodies only allowing their eyeballs to move. We can only trap these two soul beasts for a while. You all retreat immediately. Due to the angle, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo only saw the turning Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape in front of them and did not see Chen Yue, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, who were facing them. After all, the bodies of the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape were too enormous, completely blocking their line of sight. Seeing that these two were immobilized, the Ghost Douluo also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly shouted. Those Spirit Hall elites heard this, and with the pressure of the slow domain and gravity domain dissipated, dare not stay any longer and turned to run. Dan Yin, let's go. However, at this moment, Hulaina was still fixated on Tang San in front of her. But the next moment, she lost her chance. Bang! Unable to bear it any longer, Qian Renxue descended from the sky and slapped Hulaina on the head, causing her to roll her eyes and faint. Now, I finally understand why I wanted her back then, but you were dead set against it. Damn it. She couldn't stand this ungrateful person anymore. While others were trying to kill you, Tang San, you were still here licking. Your mother was almost like this back then. With a single sentence from Chen Yue, Qian Renxue exploded with anger. What did you say? If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. Qian Renxue fell silent, huffed, turned her head away in a haughty manner, looking like she wanted to be coaxed, pretending to be angry. For some reason, after Chen Yue helped her with her martial soul evolution, even though she knew that her relationship with Chen Yue was based on mutual benefit, she couldn't help but want to act cute to get his attention. Was this what they called love at first sight? Just as Qian Renxue was lost in thought, Chen Yue smiled and shook his head, pointing at the immobile Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, and spoke to Qian Renxue. But what he said shocked everyone. Choose one. Chapter 8. Tang San. If you dare to treat my Xiao Wu that way, I will kill you. What did you say? Qian Renxue was stunned for a moment. I'm not at the stage of needing to absorb a soul ring yet. If I let you choose, then just choose. Stop whining so much. Under Chen Yu's fierce tone, Qian Renxue immediately looked pitiful, pointing at the Sky Blue Bull Python. I'll choose this one. All right. Chen Yue nodded, a smile appearing on his face. You did it on purpose. Xiao Wu swallowed hard, her pretty face pale. You did it on purpose to let me out. At this moment, if she still doesn't understand, then she must have a pig's brain instead of a rabbit's. A bit clever, but not much. Chen Yue revealed a smile on her face, and, as her palm opened, the 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings, far exceeding the standard configuration, instantly dazzled her titanium alloy rabbit eyes. You despicable, you shameless, you bastard. Xiao Wu was immediately stunned. She never expected that the person in front of her was actually a titled Douluo. You dare to take advantage of my Xiao Wu, I will kill you. At that moment, Tang San seemed to be shocked, his eyes turned blood red, and in a frenzy, he lifted the Haotian hammer and smashed it towards Chen Yue. Don't rush, you are still useful. Chen Yue, like holding a doll, simply used a finger to block the massive Haotian hammer that was coming down, allowing Tang San to go mad with all his strength. His hands trembled, yet he couldn't move Chen Yue even a tiny bit. This scene left Qian Renxue stunned. She didn't expect him to be terrifying in some aspects, and also quite powerful in terms of strength. Looking at this toy rabbit, she thought not to let her cause trouble. Chen Yue had no intention of playing with this little brat. He casually raised his hand, and the Haotian hammer instantly flew out like discarded trash. Then, with a backhand slap, he directly hit Tang San's face, turning his remaining handsome half of the face into a pig's head. At a glance, it surprisingly matched the half of his face that had been hit by Ghost Douluo earlier. Tang San crashed to the ground, completely unconscious, with blood on his face. After doing all this, he clapped his hands, looked at Qian Renxue, and instructed her. Oh good. Qian Renxue nodded, leaping onto a branch, and pressed down on the terrified Xiao Wu. Seemingly doubtful, she grabbed both of Xiao Wu's hands and lifted them. Xiao Wu, suppressing her humiliation, looked hopefully at the arena, wishing that Deming and Ming wouldn't die, and even counterkill that despicable scoundrel and that group of Spirit Hall minions. On the other side, what happened? At this moment, the ghost Chrysanthemum Daw, maintaining the 2-level static domain, looked dumbfounded at Chen Yue walking over, not recognizing him at all. I don't know, but should we maintain this form? Said the ghost Douluo, as he sensed Qian Renxue's aura. Previously, Qian Renxue had come to ask him for Tang San's little finger. Therefore, he felt this should be a secret operation of the Offering Hall, since he had also followed Qian Xuanji and naturally knew that the 6-winged angel was an old inheritance of the Qian family. All right, the Chrysanthemum Daw understood his good friend's thoughts, and immediately the 2 of them unleashed their soul power, stabilizing the static domain of the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python even further. Despicable mans. The Titan Giant Ape could only widen its eyes in anger. Human, I warn you, don't panic, Ming. Compared to the irritable Titan Giant Ape, the Sky Blue Bull Python's mentor was relatively calm. Even if we are restricted by their domain, to kill us, they need at least 4 titled Douluo to have a chance. Even if this human is a titled Douluo, it doesn't matter. The 2-level static domain has a flaw. Once they attack, they must kill the target that is being restrained immediately, otherwise, the target will immediately escape the static state after being attacked. If the 2-level static domain could continuously restrain the target, then in the original work, the Ming and Ming would not have been able to escape so smoothly with so many titled led by Bibi Dong, allowing Tang San to take advantage. The Sky Blue Bull Python was very confident that with his and the Titan Giant Ape strength, even facing the 9th soul skill of 2 Super Douluos would not directly cut them down. But the next moment, a breath that seemed to open the heavens appeared before it, accompanied by a sharp, pitch-black, eerie battle axe. What is that? Not only did the Titan Giant Ape's expression change drastically, but even the previously confident Sky Blue Bull Python widened its eyes in terror, feeling that under this strike, it might be chopped into snake skin. The true body of the weapon's soul, Pangu's opening heaven axe. Chen Yue's figure gradually became illusory and dissipated, replaced by a 100-meter-long Pangu's opening heaven axe. The axe light flickered, and in an instant, the entire beast of the Titan Giant Ape was frozen at that moment. The next moment, its body, like a mountain, fell to the ground with a thunderous sound, as if it had been cut in half like a watermelon. A strange red soul ring, accompanied by a pale white, energy-filled soul bone, appeared beside him as Chen Yue lightly waved his hand. Ming. Xiao Wu was instantly stunned. She never expected that the mountain-like Ming would be chopped in half, so simply by Chen Yue. It's all my fault. At this moment, Xiao Wu's intestines turned green with regret. I was wrong. I will. I will listen in the future. Please, please don't kill the Ming. I'm begging you. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiao Wu wanted to kneel on the ground and hug Chen Yue's thigh to beg for mercy. But as soon as she moved, she was pressed down by Qian Renxue. If you move again, do you believe I will kill Tang-san? Xiao Wu, it's your turn. Chen Yue casually stored the soul ring and soul bone into the system space. Now is not the best time to absorb the soul ring. After all, this system space could store all non-living things. The soul ring and soul bone certainly couldn't be living things, right? After doing all this, his gaze immediately fell on the sky blue bull python, filled with playful interest. The sky blue bull python stiffened all over. If he were in human form, his face would definitely be stiff. But from his enormous bull-like eyes, the expression was somewhat horrified. You have to know, his strength was only slightly stronger than the Titan giant ape. After all, they were both 100,000-year soul beasts. He had a trace of the bloodline of the golden-eyed black dragon king, so his strength was naturally a bit stronger than other 100,000-year soul beasts, but just a bit. He couldn't even double it. However, the Titan giant ape had been chopped in half by this human in front of him, so I can surrender. I can become her spirit. No, please don't kill me. Is that okay? Spirit? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room, except for Chen Yue, was left dumbfounded. These two words seemed to have touched upon many people's knowledge blind spots. Soul spirit. That is actually a good idea. Chen Yue smiled thoughtfully and glanced at the sky blue bull python. Do you know about soul spirits? It is said that this soul spirit was something created by an old man's external tool during the Douluo period. However, what the sky blue bull python refers to as a soul spirit should be similar to the wisdom soul rings of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, right? But deep down, Chen Yue didn't believe what the sky blue bull python said. It should be that the sky blue bull python had only heard the term soul spirit by chance, perhaps mentioned by outsiders, but it absolutely did not know how to become a soul spirit. Otherwise, how could the original work still have sacrifices instead of becoming soul spirits 3 years ago? The sky blue bull python did not know that Chen Yue had seen through its lies. Seeing that Chen Yue seemed to be somewhat tempted at that moment, it immediately showed a delighted expression. Yes, I can become a soul spirit. As everyone knows, soul spirits have many more benefits than soul rings. Believe me, there are many benefits, I believe, but can you really master the method to become a soul spirit? The joy on the sky blue bull python's face suddenly stiffened. It wanted to argue with reason, but Chen Yue was already too impatient to listen to its nonsense and directly attacked. Sixth soul skill, heaven opening axe. Just as he spoke, Chen Yue suddenly burst forth, and a huge axe, the size of a sandpod, transformed into a long beam of light and swung towards the sky blue bull python's head. In an instant, its massive skull shattered inch by inch. The long beam axe was only a mere 0.01 centimeters away from completely severing the bull's head. Puff! At that moment, due to Chen Yue's 2 axe strikes, the 2 levels of the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo's stasis domain also erupted with a spiderweb-like crack. They heard a sound of blood spraying, and both figures were immediately sent flying and fell to the ground, their breaths slightly weak. But at this moment, neither Chen Yue nor Qian Renxue paid any attention to them. Angel True Body. The moment Chen Yue unleashed his 6th soul skill, Qian Renxue instantly understood. She immediately activated her martial soul True Body, bathing herself in golden light, and behind her, 12 golden wings unfurled. Angel Domain. Her momentum soared as the domain activated. Under the martial soul True Body and Angel Domain, the pressure she brought was even comparable to that of a typical title Douluo. 5th soul skill Holy Sword. Almost the instant the domain was activated, her 5th soul ring shone brightly, and a golden long sword, radiating heat, followed the wound as Chen Yue's long beam axe dissipated. Puff! The sky blue bull python's eyes bulged, and the brilliance in its gaze slowly faded away. No, damning. Without the constraints, Xiao Wu immediately panicked and fell down, rolling and tumbling. But at this moment, her legs had lost some sensation and could only lie on the ground, tearfully watching as the sky blue bull python's corpse was split in 2, crashing down to the ground. What I do now? After finishing all this, Qian Renxue looked at the soul ring floating in front of her, emanating a strange red light, her breath momentarily halting. But thinking of her current soul power level, her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She hadn't reached the threshold yet. Release the soul ring. Chen Yue gave no explanation and ordered. Okay. Qian Renxue obediently responded, likely having eaten well last night, and immediately released her soul ring. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Facing her puzzled gaze, Chen Yue walked to the position of her first soul ring and casually took out the soul fragment stone from the system space, lightly tapping it on the soul ring. No, you this. Just as Qian Renxue was about to say something, a sudden sensation caused her expression to change drastically. She felt that her first soul ring had actually lost contact, and when she tried to sense it again, she was shocked to discover that her first soul ring had actually vanished. Not just her. At this moment, even the ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been injured after forcibly breaking through the two-level stasis domain, couldn't help but widen their eyes, staring at the scene before them, gasping in shock. Crack! The originally illusory soul ring, which could only be seen and not touched, was strangely struck as if it were a solid entity, and then shattered like glass, scattering everywhere, almost causing the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo and Qian Renxue to pop their eyes out. How is this possible? Breaking the existing soul ring and then obtaining a new one? Seeing this scene, ghost chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help but gasp in shock. The two good friends exchanged glances, only to see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. In this world, such divine objects actually exist? Suck it. Qian Renxue nodded, but for some reason, she felt that with Chen Yue's gaze at this moment paired with his two words, something seemed a bit off. What are you still dawdling for? The soul-sucking ring. Seeing Qian Renxue's seemingly confused expression, Chen Yue immediately gave her a light tap on the forehead, causing her to cover her head with a wronged look and quickly move away to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. You are a demon. You are a demon. Don't come over. Xiao Wu looked at Chen Yue in terror, continuously crawling backward. Her legs had been sealed by Qian Renxue's soul power and lost sensation, which was to prevent her from escaping earlier when Qian Renxue attacked. Fine, I won't go over. Chen Yue crossed his arms, looking at the frightened Xiao Wu with a half-smile. Suddenly, the Pangu axe appeared in his palm, and he swung it down. Slash! Xiao Wu turned pale in fright, desperately covering her face. After a while, she opened her fingers to reveal her eyes, which were filled with horror, fear, and heartache. 3 cuts. This thigh. Let us use it for dinner tonight. Chen Yue casually took out Tang San's 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg soul bone from the severed thigh, disdainfully tossing it to Xiao Wu. Is this enough? Chapter 9 Xiao Wu. 3 cuts. Even though I still love you. The entire text has been greatly revised on 9. 5. If you think this is not enough, then how about adding a paw? Xiao Wu shook her head desperately, supporting her body with both hands as she knelt at Chen Yue's feet, crying, Wu, I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. I won't hide again, Wu, master. She understood that Chen Yue was teaching her a lesson, and she had just dared to resist her master, which would definitely anger her beloved Tang San. But this wouldn't do. Chen Yue shrugged. I was just upset because of you earlier. If I don't vent my anger now, I might just burst. Xiao Wu silently lowered her proud head, losing the confidence she once had. De Ming and Er Ming had both died because of her. Now, she truly felt helpless, relying only on her dear San. Hey, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. Chen Yue seemed startled and pushed her away, saying, I didn't force you. What are you doing? I volunteered, I came on my own, no. It's not because you forced me. Deleted and modified segment. Check comments to see if it can be left. Although I am volunteering, you are still a demon. And I will definitely help them get revenge. Xiao Wu's tears flowed freely as she shot a hateful glance at Chen Yue, silently murmuring in her heart. However, deep within her gaze of hatred, there was a strong sense of terror. She truly never expected that the title Douluo, similar to that ghost chrysanthemum Douluo, would be so strong. Even the combined forces of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape could not withstand a single attack from him. What did you say? Chen Yue smiled slightly, scaring Xiao Wu's face to turn pale, her eyes trembling, and she no longer dared to look at him. Instead, she gazed weakly yet affectionately at Tang San, who had fainted not far away. At this moment, Tang San's right leg had already been chopped off, and one of his hands was bandaged, presumably the little finger he had shown her earlier. Chen Yue ignored her and opened the system's notification sound. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female lead Xiao Wu. Rewards doubled again. Million-year soul spirit, system modified version. Crystal, Q farming fast-acting fertilizer, Python sparrow swallowing dragon diagram. God sealing stone, heavenly source, secret realm. The host already has offspring. Please pay attention to protecting the child. Rewards will be distributed after birth. Million-year soul spirit. After system modification, only soul skills and summoning are available. There is nothing to say about this. It should be placed directly on the second soul ring of the heavenly King Divine Tower. The soul skill is called Nightmare of the Divine Tower, which can directly envelop the opponent with a Heavenly King Divine Tower and release a Heart Demon Secret Realm equivalent to Crossing Tribulation. If one sinks into it, their soul will be unable to return to the body and will be deeply imprisoned within. As for summoning, it refers to spirit summoning, which can summon the projection of the great king of the heavenly court with a pagoda to fight. Currently, the strength of this summoned spirit is roughly equivalent to that of a super Douluo, but the specifics are temporarily unknown since it has not been tested yet. The ethereal fire crystal can be refined by the martial soul. This is the crystal of the fallen heart flame. After refinement, the space within the Heavenly King Divine Tower will give birth to heart fire, equivalent to an enhanced version of the Heavenly Burning Refining Chi Tower. The Q Farming Speed Up Fertilizer is an acceleration growth item from a farming game, and Chen Yue still remembers seeing this item sold for 15 yuan per bag in his previous life. However, after system enhancement, throwing it will increase the growth of plants by 80 years, and one bag can increase growth by a full 80,000 years. The Python Sparrow Devouring Dragon diagram is essentially a fantasy version of the Biming Divine skill, capable of absorbing the opponent's soul power and the blood and flesh of soul beasts to enhance one's cultivation. The sealing stone can temporarily seal a person's memories, but the person will abruptly awaken when subjected to extreme stimulation, causing significant mental damage, which can easily lead to personality dissociative disorder, commonly known as a second personality. The Heavenly Source Secret Realm is a small world dominated by vine ghosts. Killing vine ghosts can yield rewards, including but not limited to soul bones, soul rings, extending soul ring years, soul guiding devices, and more. The flow of time is not proportional. One day in Douluo, a continent, equates to 10 days in the Heavenly Source Secret Realm. This last reward made Chen Yue a bit envious. So, if I put my pregnant wife in there for 30 days, can I get a baby? With this thought, Chen Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. But before he could react, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have gained another offspring. The mother has been identified as the original female lead, Xiao Wu. Therefore, an additional reward is granted, a million-year soul ring. This million-year soul ring possesses 4 soul skills. Chen Yue did not hesitate to apply it to the Heavenly King Divine Tower. The soul skills are quite interesting. Name Divine Tower Cage, Divine Tower Cage, Return, Divine Tower Cage Seal, and Divine Tower Cage Suppress. The Divine Tower Cage can forcibly suspend the sacrifice of any soul beast and imprison the soul beast body within the soul ring. Everything that the soul beast body experiences will feedback effects, which will periodically return to the soul of the soul beast that has already become a soul ring. Successfully sacrificed soul beasts can also use their soul rings, and upon successful use, their bodies will be imprisoned by the soul skill. Only 2 soul beast bodies can be imprisoned at the same time. After a successful use, the soul ring of the sacrificed will turn white, with a duration of 1 year. Once the soul beast completes its resurrection, this soul skill will automatically become invalid. However, if the soul beast is resurrected, all reactions it previously experienced or did not experience will be returned to its body. When the soul beast is resurrected, the host will have a sense of it. Divine Tower Cage. Return can only be used based on the previous soul skill. It allows the soul of the sacrificed soul beast, which is turned into a soul ring, to temporarily return to its body. During this period, the person who obtained the sacrifice cannot use this soul skill or soul bone skills. It is also effective for already sacrificed soul beasts. Divine Tower Cage Seal can seal one of the opponent's soul skill. Only one soul skill can be sealed at a time. Divine Tower Cage Suppress releases the Heavenly King Divine Tower, magnified to the size of a mountain, to attack the opponent, belonging to physical attacks. This million-year soul ring is quite interesting. Speaking of the sacrificed soul beast, the first one that comes to Chen Yue's mind is none other than Tang Ritian, the initial sun soul beast that nearly made his father die of anger, right? Wait, system, what is this second wave of rewards about? At this moment, Chen Yue suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, and asked the system. As everyone knows, a rabbit can give birth to 10 at a time. Chen Yue thought, this is bad. I'm starting to hate this instant understanding of life. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, on the other side, looked deeply at Tang San, her gaze gradually becoming more determined. Tang San, although I have already, I will always love you. As she spoke, Xiao Wu glanced back. Chen Yue seemed to be in a daze. Qian Renxue was absorbing the soul ring. After all, 100,000-year soul ring was not so easy to absorb. As for Ghost Douluo and Juve Douluo, they recognized the 6-winged angel and were guarding Qian Renxue. The last remaining Hulaina was knocked out by a slap from Qian Renxue, dizzy and likely to do something bad without anyone knowing. Sacrifice. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was not paying attention, Xiao Wu decisively decided to sacrifice herself for her beloved Tang San. This was the last thing she could do for her lover. Anyway, even if she had to die, she wanted to die beside her beloved Tang San. Fortunately, my earlier voluntary action should have relaxed his vigilance. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, feeling that her earlier initiative was not in vain. However, just as her sacrifice was about to be initiated, Chen Yue on the side curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Just as I wished. It was worth giving you so much time. Oh no, it's a trap. The moment Xiao Wu heard this sound, she recalled the previous incident where her recklessness led to the sacrifice of Deming and Heir Ming. But now that the sacrifice had started, she couldn't interrupt it. Third soul skill, Divine Tower Prison. Chen Yue raised his left hand, and the Heavenly King Divine Tower appeared, with 3 soul rings, 1 red and 2 gold, instantly dazzling everyone's eyes. What the hell? A golden soul ring? Ghost Douluo exclaimed, wow, golden legend. Zhu Douluo was not the only one stunned. Xiao Wu also widened her eyes. She had never seen a golden soul ring in her life. Just as she was in shock, filled with fear, a golden light enveloped her body, and suddenly, a piercing pain came, making her unable to help but let out a scream. In an instant, her whole person began to become ethereal, and a soul ring emitting an eerie red light, along with a pink soul bone, gradually fell out. One divided into 3, 100,000-year soul bone, the soul beast's physical shell, 100,000-year soul ring. The soul bone first landed in Chen Yue's hand. The soul beast's physical shell, under the golden light, built an illusory chain with Chen Yue's 3rd golden soul ring. The last eerie red soul ring slowly drifted toward Tang San's body, and as it moved, its color seemed to fade like peeling paint, scattering a little starlight, and when it finally merged into Tang San's body, it turned into a white, misty color. A 1-year limit soul ring? Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, who had seen a lot, nearly had their eyes pop out. My God, I actually saw a 1-year limit soul ring in my lifetime. No, Tang San. The starlight from the eerie red soul ring gradually formed an illusory figure identical to Xiao Wu's real body. That was her soul beast spirit. At this moment, she was filled with regret and despair, crying out desperately, but could only watch as the plain white soul ring merged into Tang San's body, appearing at the position of his blue-silver emperor's 6th soul ring. No, you bastard! Xiao Wu's soul cried out like a torrential rain, and she punched Chen Yue in the chest, but this punch not only failed to knock Chen Yue down, but instead caused her to cry out in pain. Senior, this is the fire dog you wanted. Senior, this is the man-faced demon spider you wanted. At that moment, the missing pufferfish and spear snake each carried a soul beast corpse and walked over with puzzled expressions. When they saw the scene, they were even more astonished. Was that mountain-like corpse a titan giant ape? What kind of noodles are as long as a snake and as thick as a bucket? Porcupine fish? Snake spear? When Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo saw the two, they were both taken aback. Porcupine fish and snake spear had only recently become elders. They had seen each other, but were not familiar. However, they had indeed met this pair of good friends when Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo initially joined the Spirit Hall, when they were still just platinum bishops. Not bad. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face as he casually picked up an axe and chopped off the dog leg of the fire dog in one go, then walked towards Tang San. What do you want to do? Xiao Wu's illusion changed color upon seeing this scene, and she yelled in a hoarse voice. I really like your fox-like smile, just now. Chen Yue smiled slightly and slowly placed the fire dog's thigh next to Tang San's severed leg. But I didn't like your actions of hitting me just now. No. Xiao Wu's illusion knelt on the ground with a heart-wrenching cry. I beg you, please spare Sange. I can give you anything you want. I beg you. She couldn't believe it. If her beloved Sange knew that his leg had turned into a dog's leg, how devastated he would be. You have to know, Sange had vowed to become a god and destroy the Spirit Hall, the pure and innocent Tang San. Don't be afraid, it will be fine soon. Chen Yue smiled slightly and glanced over. Wow, this snake spear is quite capable. The fire dog's age is sufficient, and that thigh fits perfectly with Tang San's severed leg. Immediately, without hesitation, he used his energy to control the needles and performed the legendary supreme medical technique of reviving flesh from bones. As long as there was a breath of life, new flesh and blood could grow at the severed leg of Tang San, perfectly bridging the nerves under Chen Yue's soul power. No needs. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face as he raised his hand. Under the pull of his soul power, the corpse of the man-faced demon spider also fell beside him. He disdainfully picked up the axe and chopped down, and 10 spider legs of the man-faced demon spider appeared in his palm. Then, Chen Yue grabbed Tang San's other intact arm, preparing to chop it off at the shoulder to replace it with the dog paw. No, don't. Xiao Wu's illusion suddenly woke up, hurriedly returning to her true form, struggling to suppress the weakness in her body. Almost rolling and crawling, she fell at Chen Yue's feet, tightly hugging his thigh and crying out in despair. I beg you, please spare Sange. Wu, I'll do anything you want. I beg you. She had given up. Deming and Erming were dead. Her spirit rings had been taken. She was left with only her beloved Sange. Just now, you mentioned something about fire and some climbing. Chapter 10. Xiao Wu. I have become a person I hate the most. The entire text has been revised. Today is 9/5 revision. The moon is bright and the stars are few. The crows fly south. Chen Yue stretched lazily, satisfied, rubbing the silently weeping Xiao Wu, who had collapsed on the ground. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, she looked like a cute little rabbit, instinctively rubbing her head against Chen Yue's hand when he patted her head. However, she still glanced at Tang San, who already had 5 spider legs and a dog leg, mumbling something that only she could hear. After her words fell, a stream of clear tears slowly dripped down her cheeks. At this point, she had nothing left. She only had her beloved Sange. As long as Sange was alive, she had hoped for revenge against Deming and Erming, and hoped to avenge herself for today's humiliation. So, for the future of her Sange, for her future revenge, she chose to endure humiliation and seek help from Chen Yue in a way she once looked down upon, pleading not to chop off Sanji's arm anymore. Once upon a time, she had looked down on this chubby guy for going to those places because of Ma Hongjun, but now the tables had turned, and she had become the person she hated the most. Hey, is this spirit beast really that fun? Qian Renxue pouted with a hint of jealousy. Her figure isn't even as good as mine. She just looks a bit younger than me. You don't understand. Oof. Chen Yue chuckled, shaking his head. Little pink rabbit. What is the point of raising such small animals if you don't play with them? Are you going to spoil these little creatures like some dog lovers do? Then let them become spiritual beings and overturn human dominance? With this thought, Chen Yue rubbed Xiao Wu's head, feeling much better. If you have any 10,000-year spirit beast friends, feel free to introduce them to me. Chen Yue smiled at her. Don't be shy. Xiao Wu, with tears in her eyes and a face full of humiliation, lowered her head and silently said in her heart, Sange, I will always love you. He absolutely cannot have my heart. My heart is all yours. The rabbit's favorite is still you. As this thought just flashed in her mind, she suddenly felt darkness before losing consciousness completely. Prison. Chen Yue released the King God Tower martial soul, and the third golden spirit ring suddenly opened a transparent, illusory chain, pulling Xiao Wu's spirit beast body into it. The starlight left behind at the scene slowly returned to Tang San. I wonder how Tang San will feel when he wakes up to find that his 6th spirit ring is actually the first white spirit ring in the history of Douluo continent. With only a 1-year lifespan, Chen Yue was somewhat looking forward to it, but the current psychological impact was not enough. So he took out the deification stone rewarded by the system and used it on Tang San. I can't wait to see how Tang San develops a split personality. With a smile on his face, Chen Yue waved his hand, storing the corpses of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python in the system space. Let's go. Oof. Qian Renxue snorted, glancing at the unconscious Hulina beside her. After thinking for a moment, she also picked up her body. I don't believe that stinky rabbit can be better than my fox sister. She felt that she was pregnant, and for the baby in her belly, she couldn't act recklessly. So she had no choice but to find a peach to help her clear her name. After the 3 of them walked out, the porcupine Douluo and snake spear Douluo, who were guarding outside, exchanged glances, then silently went to pick up the spirit beast corpses they had brought earlier and followed behind. Hey, Your Majesty, wait! Chrysanthemum Douluo, who was also guarding outside, suddenly woke up at this moment and hurriedly pulled Ghost Douluo to catch up with Chen Yue, running up to him. Chen Yue paused his steps, turned back to glance at them, his gaze calm as water, and did not speak. Although the system had returned his lifespan, the life he had lived for the past 120 years was indeed real. Coupled with his past life experiences and strength, his mindset was naturally stable. Facing Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, there was no expression on his face, just a ghost and a flower. He could split them in half with just a swing of his axe. Staring at Chen Yue with such eyes, and recalling how the Tianqing Yomeng and the Titan Great Ape were cut in half earlier. Both Ghost Douluo and Juve Douluo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. That crown, this is our saintess. You could just say it directly. Qian Renxue snorted, still very displeased about the grand performance Chen Yue put on in front of her earlier. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo felt embarrassed. How could they, as elders, withstand this kind of divine battle? If the Pope and the Grand Offering were to fight because of their report, they probably wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Or, you could just say she died at the hands of Tang Yin, a disciple of the Hao Yin sect, understand? At this moment, Chen Yue suddenly spoke up, which left the ghost Douluo momentarily stunned. Tang Yin, a disciple of the Hao Yin sect, but his Hao Yin hammer doesn't have a single spirit ring, and his spirit power is already at the level of a spirit emperor. Chen Yue did not explain, but said, "You just need to organize what I just said and pass it on." Qian Renxue, who was still humming, was also taken aback upon hearing this. After thinking it over carefully, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, avoiding everyone's gaze to gain the maximum benefit, then perfectly extricating herself while shifting all the risks onto others, and even forcing Pope Bibi Dong to confront the Hao Yin sect again. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall was captured by a disciple of the Hao Yin sect. Are you going to manage it? If Qian Renxue had read Sun Tzu's Art of War, she would surely have blurted out these 3 idioms. Crossing the sea by deceiving the sky. The golden cicada sheds its shell, and killing with a borrowed knife. Unfortunately, she hadn't learned them and could only silently give Chen Yue a thumbs up. Impressive. At the same time, a trace of pride flashed deep in her eyes. Such an impressive man is still under the angelic skirt of this young master. With this thought, Qian Renxue's face suddenly turned slightly red, and she murmured softly, "It's all your fault, you little rascal." How infuriating. The ghost Douluo and the flower Douluo were confused, but just as they raised their heads to ask Chen Yue for the person, they felt a wave of killing intent, instantly making them break out in a cold sweat, not daring to make a sound, and they nodded repeatedly. If they don't agree, Chen Yue will probably pick up the axe and chop them down in the next moment, and by then, even the Pope won't know how they died. However, if they tell the truth, Ghost Douluo shivered all over, and the 2 good friends exchanged glances. They certainly didn't want to become cannon fodder in the civil war between the Pope's palace and the offering hall. Old Ghost, how about we just go along with what that guy said? Zhu Douluo asked tentatively. Ghost Douluo nodded, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Mainly because the 6-winged angel martial soul of Qian Renxue had scared them. After all, Ghost Douluo had previously followed Qian Xuanji. And Zhu Douluo also saw Elder Qian Douluo when he entered the Spirit Hall and recognized the 6-winged angel. If Qian Renxue hadn't been with him this time, they might not have readily agreed. "Hey, where are you going?" Qian Renxue, carrying the unconscious Hulaina, quickly walked up to Chen Yue and walked side by side, asking. She had just realized that this didn't seem to be the way out of the Tiandou forest. Instead, it looked like they were heading to another forest. "You can go back first and just capture Tang Yue for me," Chen Yue said casually. "Huh?" Qian Renxue looked confused. "Why capture Tang Yue? Wait, is this guy's goal really just those 200,000-year-old beasts plus a pet rabbit? How does this involve Tang Yue? Just go do it, and don't worry. After the coronation ceremony, your throne will definitely be unshakable." Chen Yue smiled slightly, rubbing her stunningly beautiful face. So tender. Good. Qian Renxue, carrying the spear, felt more and more confused on the way back to Heavendo City. She felt like her CPU was about to burn out. Forget it. I'll just ask him about it later. Qian Renxue shook her head, deciding not to think about these messy things anymore. Anyway, she believes that the father of her child won't harm her or the baby. And at this moment, deep in the core area of the Tiandou forest, Tang Xin quietly woke up. Pain. So painful. As soon as he woke up, he was hit by intense pain, nearly fainting again. At that moment, his entire brain felt like it was being squeezed to the point of exploding. It took a long while for him to recover. He looked around, his expression confused. Due to the sealing godstone used by Chen Yue earlier, his memories were stuck at the moment he entered the Tiandou forest, and he didn't even remember encountering anyone from the Spirit Hall. So, when he saw the familiar scene before him, he scratched his head in bewilderment, wondering what was happening. Is this the Tiandou forest? He instinctively scratched his head, but in that instant, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his whole body shivering as he trembled and opened his palm in front of his eyes. To his astonishment, 5 black-red spider legs had sprouted from his original 5 fingers. Now stained with blood, he had scratched his own scalp. What the hell? He was so frightened that he quickly shook his hand away, stumbling backward and accidentally bumping his head against a tree, causing his head to buzz. Is this my hand? Tang Xin held his head in pain, looking at his hand from a distance, not understanding why the tips of his fingers were missing. All that remained were these 5 cold, black glowing spider legs. Seeing the scene, his already bewildered expression became even more confused. How did my hand turn into this? He looked puzzled and tried to move his fingers, and, surprisingly, the spider legs moved in response to his thoughts. Tang-san, are these the spider legs of a human-faced demon spider? But how did I end up like this? He found it hard to believe that his normal human hand could turn into spider legs like those of a human-faced demon spider. Is it a side effect of the human-faced demon spider? Thinking of this, Tang-san dared not delay any longer and hurriedly walked outside. No, I need to get back and ask my teacher why I turned into this. However, as he ran, the power of his legs was uneven, and his height was a bit off. Consequently, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground with a thud, his mouth filled with dirt. Tang-san spit. He spat out whatever strange mixture had filled his mouth, a combination of salty and fishy tastes, and felt unsatisfied, wanting to rush to the lake of life to rinse his mouth. Thud! As a result, he fell flat on the ground again, his mouth once again filled with dirt. Tang-san. This time, the unknown substance in his mouth had turned into a slowly fading salty taste. The ocean-like fishy flavor from before was gone. What is going on? Tang-san spat out the substance from his mouth. But even with his pristine demeanor, he still felt that his mouth was dirty, accompanied by an indescribable strange taste. Why can't I run? Tang-san vowed that the confusion he had accumulated over his past and present lives was nothing compared to the bewilderment he felt today, especially when he looked down at his lower limbs. He was completely dumbfounded. He saw that his right leg, which had once been like a human thigh, had disappeared, replaced by a furry dog leg that was noticeably thicker than his left leg. What the hell? Why has my leg turned into a dog leg? He was in a daze, trying to bend his knee, but couldn't he do it, only able to see the dog leg kicking back like a reflex. No, this isn't right, this is fake. Tang-san collapsed, cutting off this thought, and shouted in disbelief. He must still be dreaming. How could someone as pure as him become this half-human, half-beast monster? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be dreaming. Although he was a product of the fusion between the blue-silver emperor and a human, how could there be a genetic mutation resulting in a dog leg? However, no matter how much Tang-san rubbed his eyes, even if he rubbed them red or knocked his head until it felt like scrambled eggs, he still turned into a half-human, half-beast with 5 spider legs and a dog leg. No, this is impossible. Tang-san shouted. How could this happen? No, I need to find my teacher. My teacher must have a way to solve this. Thinking of this, he quickly controlled his mother-esque spirit to bind himself and flung himself away like in a relay race. Bang! Tang-san crashed into a towering tree. The force was so great that it left his human silhouette imprinted in the tree. After being baptized by the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Tang-san had become immune to all poisons. But unfortunately, this was the poison in his body, and the spider legs contained the mental poison that Chen Yue had specially collected from the porcupine snake. Therefore, after this crash, Tang-san's head buzzed, and he completely collapsed to the ground, fainting. Chen Yue appeared nearby, showing a benevolent smile. Don't worry, when you wake up, I will make you pleasantly surprised to find that your mother is gone, your father has run away, your uncle is dead, and your aunt is also missing. What will that feel like? Chapter 11 Tang Yue, I beg you no, don't hurt S. Major revisions, today 9. 5 revised. What did you say? Spirit Hall City. Spirit Hall, Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, her eyes wide, looking at the trembling ghost chrysanthemum Daw with disbelief. You said, Nana has been captured. A disciple of the Haotian sect, named Tang Yin, his Haotian hammer doesn't he have a single soul ring. Yet he shows the strength of a soul, Emperor? Ghost chrysanthemum Daw nodded repeatedly, not daring to breathe as he looked at Bibi Dong, whose expression was growing darker. Good, what a good you Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong laughed in anger. So this is your closed-door disciple, daring to come and capture the saintess of my spirit hall? She had thought that Yu Xiaojiang would not act against her disciple Hulaina due to their past relationship, but she never expected. This Yu Xiaojiang is truly lacking in martial ethics. You must understand, in Bibi Dong's heart, Hulaina's status is even higher than that of her biological daughter, Qian Renxue? No, it should be said that, in Bibi Dong's heart, Hulaina is her real daughter, while Qian Renxue is merely a bastard sister. What a Haotian sect, claiming to be closed off from the mundane world, and now they're playing this double-dealing game? Do they really think Bibi Dong is a soft persimmon? Bibi Dong shouted angrily, frightening Ghost Chrysanthemum Daw and a group of guards, who all trembled in fear and did not dare to speak. Back then, When Tang Hao beat Qian Renxue to a pulp, she finally had the opportunity to act, so after ascending to the position of Pope, she didn't do much to the Haotian sect. Most of these actions were led by Qian Douluo. But now, how dare the Haotian sect touch the Saintess Hulayina, whom she treats as her own daughter? Then she cannot be blamed for being merciless. Send out the orders. Gather all the elders. Command all the platinum bishops to search for the location of the Haotian sect, and they must find it within 3 days. The ghost chrysanthemum Douluo's heart tightened. The development of this matter is really just as they imagined. Old ghost, if we speak the truth here, will we be killed on the spot by His Majesty? Zhu Douluo whispered with a tremble. Be more confident. Remove will we. Ghost Douluo's lips twitched, but now that the arrow is on the string, he has no choice but to shoot. He also doesn't dare to offend both Bibi Dong and the grand offering Qian Douluo at the same time. So, after exchanging a glance, the two good friends could only brace themselves and respond yes. At that moment, in the blue-silver forest, Tang Hao, who was indulging in a drunken stupor with the grass, suddenly heard news about the alertness of the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Initially, he didn't care much, as he only needed to protect his grass and didn't want to get involved in too many matters. However, the next piece of information he accidentally overheard left him completely dumbfounded. I've heard about this too. It is said that a disciple of the Haotian sect captured the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and the current pope was furious, demanding the Haotian sect to hand over the person and bow publicly. The Haotian sect? Isn't that the turtle that shrank back decades ago? I didn't expect that after so many years, they're still causing trouble. I've heard of the Haotian sect, but didn't they seal their mountain? Also, what does their conflict with the Spirit Hall have to do with Tiandou City? You don't know this. It's said that while the Haotian sect appears to have sealed their gates, they're actually hiding not far from Tiandou City, watching the world unfold. But who would have thought that their disciples would be so capable as to directly capture the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall? My goodness. Isn't the Haotian sect in big trouble now? Of course. I've heard that the Tiandou Imperial Palace also has spies from the Haotian sect. The Crown Prince was furious when he found out, and now the entire palace is under lockdown, with strict investigations underway. TCH, it's just a turtle sect. What is the need for all this? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao couldn't sit still any longer. He picked up his signature hammer and smashed the guy who was spitting insults into a meat pie. To dare insult the Haotian sect. You have chosen the path to death. Shut up. Tang Hao coldly scanned the terrified soul masters, and if they insult the Haotian sect, then they shall wash it away with blood. After saying this, he ignored their pleas and sent them to the afterlife with a single blow. After doing all this, Tang Hao completely disregarded the astonished gazes of the crowd and quickly headed towards the Haotian sect. No, I only have the strength of a soul sage now. Going to the sect would be useless, but as a disciple of the sect, how can I turn a blind eye to the crisis facing it? Tang Hao's expression was somewhat awkward. He initially thought of returning the soul bone to the sect and not getting involved in worldly matters. But he didn't expect the sect to be in such a significant crisis, targeted by the Spirit Hall. No, I must do something for the sect. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Wait, the Tiandou Imperial Palace? Although I can't save the sect, I can bring back Yuehua. Perhaps the sect's legacy lies with little San and her. With this thought, Tang Hao no longer hesitated. With joy in his heart, he quickly headed towards the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Chen Yue, who was drinking tea in a nearby town, smiled as he watched Tang Hao's departing figure. Finding something suitable for you is not easy. And this place where the blue-silver grass is hidden is all thanks to Tang Hao's hard work. Saying this, Chen Yue glanced at the blue-silver grass in his hand, shook his head, and a smile crept onto his lips. I'll be waiting for you at the Moonlight Pavilion, Tang Hao. After all, we are family, and we must be together, right? Before long, the stars were shining in the night sky, and it was already deep into the night. The Tiandou Imperial Palace was on high alert, with countless guards patrolling, and among them, the fluctuations of soul power even reached the level of soul emperors. With Chen Yue's full support, Qian Renxue had completely taken control of the Tiandou Imperial Palace, while the Snow Knight Emperor had become nothing more than a figurehead. Even if he could get up, no one would listen to him. How could there be so many soul emperors in the Tiandou Imperial Palace? Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao, who was adept at playing the role of a mouse, frowned tightly. He narrowly avoided heavy encirclement and finally arrived at the Moonlight Pavilion. But just as he stepped inside, a powerful wave of soul power suddenly pressed down on his heart. A tidal Douluo? Feeling this soul power pressure, Tang Hao's expression changed. People from the Spirit Hall. He looked up and saw Chen Yue, who had unknowingly taken a seat in the empty moonlight pavilion, smiling at him as he slowly stood up. Tang Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's pupils shrank sharply. Without a second thought, he immediately released his martial soul, the soul rings floating around him, and picked up his hammer, ready to unleash his full power. After all, he was currently just a soul sage, and only by detonating all his soul rings could he hope to gain a glimmer of life from a titled Douluo. However, the moment his soul rings manifested, Chen Yue's smile widened even more, and he preemptively released his Tianwang Shentai martial soul. The configuration of 1 red and 3 gold soul rings instantly dazzled Tang Hao's titanium alloy eyes. A 100,000 year soul ring? This is impossible. Tang Hao was shocked and terrified. He had never seen such an outrageous configuration, and this golden soul ring was something he had never heard of in his life. Just as he was stunned and hesitated, Chen Yue's 3rd soul ring suddenly lit up, and a golden light transformed into a chain, swiftly piercing through Tang Hao's 9th soul ring with lightning speed. In that moment, Tang Hao felt that the soul power he had raised due to the desire to explode was pouring out rapidly like a burst balloon. Before he could react, he saw a graceful and delicate phantom with closed eyes pouring out from his 9th soul ring, as if dreaming. The phantom appeared to be around 30, stunningly beautiful, and although he couldn't see her face clearly, Tang Hao knew that she was the enchanting figure he longed for. No. Watching his beloved grass walk towards Chen Yue, as if in a trance, Tang Hao immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar and desperately lifted his giant hammer, wanting to smash someone. However, in that instant he raised his head, he saw a colossal tower, like a mountain, crashing towards him. What is this? Tang Hao was greatly shocked and, in a panic, lifted his signature Haotian hammer and smashed it forward. However, this is from the Heavenly Court, the King of Heavenly Jing, whose Heavenly King Divine Tower, even if it is merely a projection of its molecular form, is absolutely not something that any soul from the sewer dimension can shake. Crack. Without any warning and without any unexpected events, the enormous Haotian hammer struck down on the towering Heavenly King Divine Tower, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the massive hammer body, and then, like a spider web, it expanded, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Haotian hammer was covered in cracks, resembling a patchwork of glass. It's a long story, but this shattered time from the beginning to now is merely a moment, and all sounds have turned into a crisp echo. This is impossible. Tang Hao was shocked and couldn't imagine that his proud Haotian hammer could not even break a tower one day, but instead shattered itself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as the words left his mouth, Tang Hao's face instantly turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing to the ground as if it were a plane that had been hit 240 times, instantly weakened and powerless. With his martial spirit shattered, he suffered a tremendous backlash, collapsing to the ground as if he were drained of all energy. Who are you? Tang Hao clutched his chest, slumping on the ground, struggling to rise but gasping for breath, unable to get up at all. However, Chen Yue ignored him entirely, instead watching with great interest the ethereal figure of Ain that had approached him. No, Ain. Seeing this, Tang Hao's eyes widened in rage, roaring, Ain, don't leave me. But in that moment, Yin's eyes were tightly closed, her form ethereal, seemingly ignoring Tang Hao as she drifted towards Chen Yue. Was seen, Chen Yue waved his hand, and the dreamlike ethereal figure of Ain immediately merged into his 3rd soul skill. Then, he flipped his palm, and a somewhat withered blue-silver grass appeared in his hand. With a gentle toss, it also merged into his 3rd soul ring. The Heavenly King Tower martial spirit is not restricted by any soul skills, meaning that even during the use of a soul skill, one can still use other soul skills, even repeat them, or even activate another martial spirit to use soul skills, all of which are possible. Return Ain to me, return her to me. At this moment, the 9 soul rings behind Tang Hao exploded simultaneously, and he seemed to go mad as he gathered his strength and lunged at Chen Yue. Your acting should be shown to the king of hell below. That's better. Chen Yue didn't indulge him, delivering a slap that sent him flying into the wall, blood gushing out, and his spirit was completely drained, collapsing to the ground. Like a half-dead old man, he fell to the ground, barely managing to raise his head, and looked at Chen Yue with a gaze filled with fear and resentment. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. But he was not cursing Chen Yue. Instead, he began to resent his elder brother and the 4 elders. If it weren't for those 5 damned things forcing him to hand over the soul bone to allow Tang San to return to the sect, how could he have fallen to such a fate? No, it should be said that if it weren't for his elder brother and the 4 elders creating trouble and offending the spirit hall, how could he have ended up in a moon pavilion to save Yue Hua and become the fish on the chopping board? It's all Tang Zhao's and the 4 elders' fault. Tang Hao's life was glorious. If it weren't for his cowardly elder brother and the 4 elders, how could it have ended like this? No, don't hurt my brother. I beg you. I am willing. At this moment, a gracefully beautiful woman suddenly rushed out from the side room, tears streaming down her face. She looked to be only 27 or 28 years old, but her charming face was certainly not something a woman of that age could compare to. In this book, she is set as the youngest daughter of the old sect Master Hao Yin, born when he was much older, making her over 30 years younger than Tang Hao, and her real age is just slightly older than Tang San. As for the specific age, the author won't set a limit, as it seems meaningless. She is none other than Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yue Hua. She rushed in and, without saying a word, knelt down at Chen Yue's feet, tightly clutching his thigh, pleading desperately. I beg you, please don't harm my second brother Hao. I am willing to be your subordinate. I will listen to you. Chen Yue looked down at her with a smile on his face, using a finger to mockingly lift her chin. Then what should you call me? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth to plead, but after seeing the half-dead Tang Hao on the ground, she ultimately lowered her head obediently. Facing Tang Hao's gaze that shifted from shock to fury, Tang Yuehua, under Chen Yue's playful and teasing eyes, lowered her voice and said obediently, Servant greets the master. Chapter 12. Tang Hao. Ain, I only have you now. Damn, my Ain has been dug out. Major revisions throughout, revised on 9. 5. Boom. Tang Hao's eyes widened, feeling as if his head had been struck by lightning, completely stunned and empty. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yuehua loves me. She is an elegant and noble lady. How could she say such shocking words and make such earth-shattering moves? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are not Yuehua. You are definitely not Yuehua. Tang Hao's heart was torn apart. He actually felt a certain pride in his feelings for Yuehua, but he just couldn't accept it. It was just a game, just a tease. After all, what cannot be obtained is always restless. But he never expected that this thing that originally belonged to him was now gone. It seems that your brother has gone mad. Chen Yue stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the bowed head of Tang Yuehua with a half-smile. The latter trembled all over and continued to massage in silence. Should I just kill him? Tang Yuehua's pupils contracted, and her face turned slightly pale. But she didn't dare to stop. Instead, she massaged more gently. After sensing the fluctuations of soul power, she let out a slight sigh of relief. At least from this reaction, the demon in front of her wouldn't just tear her Hao Gu apart if he was dissatisfied. Compared to your nephew, you're more sensible. Chen Yue smiled, gently placing a hand on her head. After a moment, he rubbed her head again. Good, keep it up. Their essay saying, a mother is valued by her daughter. Do you understand? I understand. Tang Yuehua swallowed hard, silently glancing at Tang Hao. She obediently supported Chen Yue and slowly walked towards her boudoir in the Yuexian pavilion, her heart silently sobbing. Second brother, I'm sorry, Yuehua belongs to someone else now, and we can no longer meet in the future. I hope you can stay away from Tiandou and live a peaceful life. The Yuexian pavilion also housed various experts from the Haoyin sect, meant to protect her and maintain the intelligence network of the Haoyin sect. However, she witnessed these experts being completely torn apart by Chen Yue. The scene made her vomit directly. Now, compared to that, although Tang Hao was crippled, it was still quite good that he could salvage his life. And the price? It seems that she wouldn't have any freedom in the future. Of course, this is the result she willingly exchanged for. Hey, Qian Renxue, carrying the little fox, Hu Laina, looked at Chen Yue, who was about to enter the boudoir, and shouted, How about you switch it up tonight? Clearly, she felt her crisis, especially after seeing that Xiao Wu's looks were not inferior to hers, which made her even more anxious. What if this guy was tempted by beauty and got taken away by another woman during her pregnancy? So, she decided to give Hu Laina as a gift to Chen Yue. A white-eyed wolf, covered in blood, can't be washed clean. Chen Yue casually glanced at Hu Laina, his expression slightly disdainful. Qian Renxue, no, wait you. Before Qian Renxue could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Yue, sturgeon, snake spear. Lock this white-eyed wolf up, and then proceed according to the plan, understood? Yes. After seeing Chen Yue easily chop down both the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape with 2 axes, The good friend Sturgeon and Snake Spear no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of Chen Yue. They were more obedient than a dog. Just as the words fell, before Qian Renxue could react, the Hulayina she was carrying was taken away by the two and locked up. This you, Qian Renxue pointed at Chen Yue, unable to speak. If you want to say something, go ahead. Chen Yue smiled, not at all worried about Qian Renxue exposing her identity. The entire palace was under control. How could there be any accidents? It had only been a day, after all. Really? Qian Renxue felt somewhat suspicious. She always felt that Chen Yu's gaze was a bit off, looking at her as if he were a big gray wolf staring at a little lamb. But soon, she realized that her feeling was not wrong. Outside, the half-dead Tang Hao, upon hearing Tang Yuehua's voice from the boudoir, instantly turned pale as a pig's liver, looking extremely ugly. No, Yuehua, weren't you supposed to love me the most? You should have kept yourself pure for me. Why are you doing this? CCHN and SHM looked at each other, silently starting to use the soul beast corpses that Chen Yue had brought back earlier to temporarily stitch up Tang Hao with thread, after an unknown amount of time, until the outside world gradually brightened. The sound from the boudoir finally began to quiet down. Are you really going to let this fox go? Qian Renxue leaned in Chen Yu's arms, her fingers drawing circles on him, whispering, look, you can even deal with that soft-bone rabbit, so why not this fox, which only has a fox spirit? Slap. Qian Renxue's face turned red, and she bit him hard, saying, I'm talking about serious matters. This bad guy, for some reason, has become even more passionate towards her since she felt a new life force within her. Didn't I tell you the answer to this question before? Qian Renxue was taken aback. Told me? Then she realized, you mean the white-eyed wolf? Chen Yue did not deny it. But you also saw the hatred that the previous rabbit and this Tang Yuehua have for you. Wouldn't they be considered white-eyed wolves as well? Chen Yue smiled slightly. What do you think? Qian Renxue thought for a moment, and then shook her head. I think their rebelliousness should be higher than Hulayina's, right? Hulayina, who later entered the Spirit Hall, had already been lurking in the Tiandou Imperial Palace to implement plans. And Qian Renxue had only heard that Bibi Dong regarded her as her own daughter. The two women did not have much affection or connection before. If there was any connection, it was that Qian Renxue was so angry at Hulayina's white-eyed wolf-like actions that she knocked her out with a cap. You are still too naive. Knowing the original work and the character settings that have already been established in the later stages, Chen Yue naturally understood the personality of this white-eyed wolf. How am I naive? Qian Renxue huffed, pouting her fiery red lips, which made Chen Yue press her head down to keep her quiet. Woo! Just as Qian Renxue was about to resist being pressed down, she heard Chen Yue's voice and paused her movements, only to hear Chen Yue say, Tell me, how does the Spirit Hall treat Hulayina? Oh, Qian Renxue couldn't speak, only able to make nasal sounds. Then think about it, raising her to adulthood, giving her mimicry training and even soul bones, among which Bibi Dong treated her like a biological daughter to cultivate. Hiss, be gentle. Chen Yue took a breath, gently rubbed Qian Renxue's head, and continued, but how did she repay it? She disregarded a 100,000-year soul beast that was meant to be her soul ring, and even ignored the safety of many people in the Spirit Hall, only seeing the wanted criminal of your Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue instantly understood. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and some cold sweat appeared on her forehead. So, the white-eyed wolf you mentioned was not just an insult, but a fact? However, she soon thought that now the Spirit Hall had already locked onto the whereabouts of the Haotian sect and had launched a full-scale attack. The two sides had already reached a point of irreconcilable conflict, so she shouldn't lean towards them anymore, right? Chen Yue smiled, but said nothing. In the original work, Hulayina revealed Bibi Dong's whereabouts to Tang San, leading to the fall of Ghost Awe, who had been quite doting on her in the early stages. And her mentor Bibi Dong was severely injured. Of course, the most important thing is that so many titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall put in so much effort, yet they ended up with nothing, and it instead benefited Tang San. It should be known that soul masters hunt for soul rings, especially when hunting for 100,000-year soul beasts. Such information is not something that can be casually shared with outsiders. Such matters are strictly confidential even among the Spirit Hall's own people. Yet Hulayina casually handed it over to outsiders, even though the Haotian sect is now in full-scale war with the Spirit Hall. And perhaps the Haotian sect and others might all perish because of it. For Hulayina, giving up on betraying her teammates is less believable than trusting that Tang San's ascension to godhood will bring her teacher into the divine realm, or that her cousin Bai Chunxiang and her cousin's husband Ma Hongjun will ascend to the divine realm together. Forget it. I'm tired. I won't bother with this anymore. Seeing Chen Yue's expression, Although they had only interacted for a few days, Qian Renxue had already understood the disdain on his face and felt a sense of helplessness. After all, she was just a saintess of the Spirit Hall, and she wasn't from her grandfather's faction, so abandoning her was no big deal, right? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she thought, wait. She abruptly lifted her head to look at Chen Yue, her gaze gradually turning horrified. Since you have no interest in this little fox, then why did you tacitly allow me to bring her back? Was it intentional? When she brought Hulaina back, although Chen Yue did not speak, his attitude clearly indicated tacit approval, so she naturally assumed that he had some interest in this little fox. After all, if he could play with that rabbit, why couldn't he play with a fox? However, now that she saw that Chen Yue was truly, completely uninterested in Hulaina, she belatedly realized the terrifying implications of this person in front of her. The purpose of capturing Hulaina back is to provoke Bibi Dong into a rage, leading her to directly go to war with the Haotian sect and completely annihilate it. It's important to know that Bibi Dong is not a coward like Tiandou, and she would never adhere to any gentleman's agreement. She understands Bibi Dong's character very well. Since the mask has been torn off, she will definitely eradicate the threat without leaving any risks. Moreover, she is quite certain that if the events of that year were in line with Bibi Dong's personality, it would not simply result in the Haotian sect being sealed off, but rather in its total destruction. What? You say, what if Tang Chen returns? It's simple. Aren't their strengths comparable? If Tiandou destroys the Haotian sect, he just needs to perish alongside Tang Chen. And then who could shake the position of the Spirit Hall? Of course, Chen Yue speculates that Tiandou's hesitation might not be due to a cowardly personality, but perhaps because of his position. With Qian Renxue dead, the only guide for the six-winged angels left is Tiandou. And now, with Qian Renxue's exceptional talent, he may see her as the only hope to achieve the status of an angel god, which is why he's been keeping a low profile, only to ensure Qian Renxue becomes a god. However, Chen Yue feels that the reason Qian Renxue came to the Tiandou Empire should be related to gathering faith in the angel god, right? You say, are you doing this on purpose? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in shock, stating that having stayed in the Tiandou Imperial Palace for so many years, he should theoretically be unaware of the current Pope's character. Yet he understands that with Bibi Dong's ruthless nature, the Haotian sect is bound to face real trouble. Of course, the previous incident with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect doesn't count, as it was entirely Bibi Dong's plan from start to finish. While there were not many supporters for her actions, they certainly were not all against her. Moreover, although the seven-treasure glazed tile sect suffered greatly, their strength was also tested. Currently, unless the worship hall is mobilized, or the ghost Douluo and Bibi Dong personally intervene, or ordinary title Douluos are sacrificed, it would be impossible to deal with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. This is why Bibi Dong was willing to let go. However, the fact that Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, was captured by disciples of the Haotian sect is not solely Bibi Dong's doing. This is a matter of honor and face for the entire Spirit Hall. Moreover, with Bibi Dong leading the way, it's likely that all title Douluo, except for her grandfather Tiandou, will choose to support her. The killing of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall is already an old grievance. But since Tiandou did not take the lead, everyone could only suppress their anger. However, now with the capture of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the theft of the 100,000-year soul beast, it seems that even her grandfather Tiandou would find it hard to say anything. Otherwise, the prestige that the Spirit Hall has built over so many years would be destroyed in an instant, which wouldn't be good for their angel clan either. Therefore, Chen Renxue is quite certain that her grandfather will choose to turn a blind eye, but while he won't take action, the other worshippers might not be so restrained. With this thought in mind, Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue with a strong sense of horror. She never expected that Chen Yue would accomplish such an astonishing feat right under her nose, and now that the incident has already occurred, she is only just realizing it. It's so terrifying. This man is truly cunning. At this moment, Qian Renxue is very glad that she chose to feed the tiger with her own body. If she had become this guy's enemy, she probably wouldn't even know how she died. Chen Yue smiled silently, rubbed her little belly, and his gaze softened slightly. For him, only Qian Renxue is true love. Everything else is just an accident, like a cup used to exploit the system's bugs in his previous life. Just rest well. Chen Yue kissed her cheek, glanced at Tang Yue, who was foaming at the mouth and had fainted, and added, "Keep an eye on her, got it?" "Okay." Feeling Chen Yue's unintentional tenderness, Qian Renxue felt relieved and watched his departing figure, secretly thinking, "No, this man is too terrifying. I must keep him by my side, otherwise If he gets charmed by another woman, I fear I won't even know how I died. Outside the boudoir, Chen Yue immediately saw Tang Hao on the ground. Having listened all night, with bloodshot eyes and looking extremely wilted, his mentality completely collapsed. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Don't worry, a severed limb can be reborn. Although it's a spirit beast, aren't you most fond of the sun beast? So this should be just right for you, right? As he spoke, he used soul power to form a needle and stabbed it toward Tang Hao. With his supreme-level Chinese medicine skills, he could easily reattach severed limbs. Especially for someone like Tang Hao. He didn't need to be as meticulous as when he helped Tang San. Let's go, Chen Yue casually responded. This time, since Tang Yuehua provided good service, I'm in a good mood and let you off the hook. But next time, Tang Hao glanced at the place where his limb had been, which had turned into a dog paw, and then looked at his severed leg, which had become a spider leg. He felt his nose heat up, wanting to cry, but when he saw Chen Yue's cold expression, he silently sucked back his snot, turned around without a word, and stumbled away from the moon pavilion. After he returned to his cave in the blue-silver forest without saying a word, he finally couldn't hold back his expression and knelt on the ground with a thud. I have nothing left now. Right now, I only have you. Woo woo woo. But when he lifted his head and saw the already excavated soil, along with a confused turtle on the soil, he was completely dumbfounded. My grass has been dug up. At that moment, he could no longer hold himself together, collapsing to the ground and bursting into tears. Chapter 13. If you have the guts, come at me, don't kill my Hao. Major revisions throughout, today, version 9. 5. By the way, keep an eye on her, do you understand? Chen Yue kissed Qian Renxue's cheek and glanced at Tang Yuehua, who was foaming at the mouth and had fainted beside them. Good. After feeling Chen Yue's unintentional tenderness, Qian Renxue also felt relieved, watching Chen Yue's departing figure, secretly thinking, no, this man is too terrifying. I must keep him by my side, otherwise if he gets enchanted by another woman, I might not even know how I died. Outside the boudoir, Chen Yue immediately saw Tang Hao, who was on the ground, his eyes bloodshot from listening all night, looking extremely wilted, and his mentality completely shattered. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Don't worry, severed limbs can be regenerated. Although it's a soul beast, don't you love the sun beast the most? So this should be just right for you, right? As he spoke, he used his soul power to form a needle and stabbed it towards Tang Hao. With his supreme-level Chinese medicine skills, he could easily reattach severed limbs, especially for someone like Tang Hao, whom he didn't have to be as meticulous with as when reattaching Tang San's limbs. Let's go, Chen Yue casually replied. This time, it's because of Yuehua that I'm letting you off the hook, but next time, Tang Hao glanced at where his severed limb used to be, which had now turned into a dog's paw, and looked at his severed leg, which had become a spider leg. He felt a warmth in his nose and wanted to cry, but upon seeing Chen Yue's cold expression, he silently snorted back his snot, turned around without a word, and staggered away from the Yuexian pavilion. After returning silently to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he finally couldn't hold his expression anymore. Kneeling on the ground with a thud, I have nothing left. Now, I only have you, woo woo woo. But, when he raised his head and saw the soil that had already been excavated, along with a bewildered turtle on top of it, he was completely dumbfounded. My grass has been dug up. At that moment, he could no longer hold it together and collapsed onto the ground, crying loudly. No, this can't be. How could Ain be missing? Tang Hao wiped his tears, refusing to believe it, and searched the entire area of the ice and fire yin-yang eye upside down, but still found nothing. Could it be that Ain couldn't adapt here and returned to the blue-silver forest? With this thought in mind, Tang Hao hurriedly rushed back to the blue-silver forest. Fortunately, this place wasn't too far from the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the sunset forest. However, when he saw the emptiness of the cave in the blue-silver forest, he was instantly frozen, and tears streamed down his face as he cried out loud. Inside the cave, the soul beast turtle. After the blue-silver emperor was transplanted, the soul beast tortoise living here was now staring in confusion at Tang Hao, who was sitting on the ground, crying like a deep well of ice, with a tortoise full of question marks. What's going on with this human? Why is he kneeling before me without saying a word? Could it be that he has recognized my extraordinary nature and wants to adopt me as his godfather? The turtle was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt immense joy in his heart. Father, the turtle, also have a godson now, huh? Hey, human, I can already feel your desire to acknowledge me as your father. From now on, I agree to accept you as my godson. With this thought, the turtle spoke in human language, looking proudly at Tang Hao, and said in a tone that sounded like a condescending offer. Tang Hao's cries immediately stopped. What? What did that turtle just say? It wants to take Tang Douluo as its adopted son? Seeing Tang Hao stop crying, the turtle immediately displayed a proud expression. Humph, hypocritical human. Your acting has successfully moved this turtle. Now you can feel grateful. But in the next moment, it was completely stunned. A fist the size of a pot instantly kicked its entire turtle head away, and faintly, it heard the human's roar, "Get lost. Who the hell wants to be your turtle son?" Uffed. The little turtle fell to the ground, completely dazed, questioning its turtle life. Wait, wasn't this human just kneeling and crying to him? Wanted to worship him as a foster father? How did it turn out like this? I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll have this turtle for lunch. After listening to a night of anger and frustration from Chen Yue, and with the blue-silver emperor seed from a yin sacrifice now gone, Tang Hao's mood had reached rock bottom. Just as the turtle dared to rub salt in his wounds, he didn't hold back. No, human, you can't do this. My father won't let you go. Tang Hao sna. I don't care if it's your father or your grandfather. Even if the king of heaven comes today, I'll still stew you and eat you. The next moment, boom, an old turtle as massive as a mountain suddenly burst into the cave, staring expressionlessly at Tang Hao. What did you just say? Tang Hao, what the hell? Such a big turtle. 100,000-year soul beast. My God. Tang Hao struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Trembling as he looked at the old turtle that was almost the size of a mountain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. The next moment, he plopped down and knelt before the little turtle, saying, I am Tang. I met my adoptive father. A real man doesn't he suffer immediate losses? Tang Hao is certainly a real man, so he couldn't allow himself to suffer such a loss. Therefore, he decided to temporarily kneel to show weakness to the enemy, waiting for the right moment to escape. The old turtle squinted its eyes, glanced at Tang Hao, and then at the little turtle. Just as it was about to leave with the latter, suddenly, the little turtle exclaimed, Hey, turtle son, why is there something strange about you? You're clearly a human soul master, but why do you have spider legs and a dog paw? Although the little turtle could speak, it only had a cultivation of 1,000 or 2,000 years and was still considered a child among soul beasts, so it seemed a bit naive. Could it be that you're a spider son? Or a dog son? Tang Hao, if it were someone else here, they might hear this and become furious on the spot, ready to beat that turtle and run away. But who is he? He is Tang Yashan. Even after losing his wife to the spirit hall, he could hide in a small village for decades without seeking revenge. Yet he bullies a completely ordinary assessment student like Zhao Wujia. The title of Ninja Turtle is truly embodied by him. Suddenly, Tang Hao thought of something and began to weep loudly. Father, you don't understand. I was harmed by treacherous people. Whoa. The old turtle and the young turtle exchanged glances, and the old turtle said lightly, harmed by others? But your dog paw seems to be in full control, right? Could it be that you are a dog son yourself, trying to deceive my turtle son? Tang Hao exclaimed, no, it's not like that. Sensing the old turtle's unfriendly expression, as if he might slap him to death, Tang Hao turned pale and hurriedly explained. There is a human soul master who uses dark arts to transplant souls with spirit beasts. Transplant? The old and young turtles looked at each other, somewhat confused, not fully understanding the term. It's like what I do, specifically hunting spirit beasts and then using their body parts to splice onto humans, and after the splicing, the human soul master can use them freely. This is what they say. That old turtle has also ignited a nameless fire, specifically hunting soul beasts. Just to take their limbs? How dare this human be so audacious? Let's go. Take me over there to see this human. The little turtle glanced at the seemingly angry old turtle and silently thought to itself, Dad really lives up to being dad. Even learning the hypocritical tricks of humans to such a superb level. It seems Dad wants to catch that human soul master who can splice limbs to help mother reconnect her severed limbs, right? The little turtle has a turtle mother, but she has transformed. However, after encountering a human titled Douluo, although she healed her injuries in the blue-silver forest, the injury of the severed limb cannot be healed by these blue-silver grasses. All right, I'll take my adoptive grandfather over there. Upon hearing the old turtle's words, Tang Hao was instantly overjoyed, but just halfway through his words, he noticed the old turtle's cold gaze and quickly changed his words. However, soon after, he hesitated, looking at the mountain-sized old turtle, scratching his head with his paw, and said, Isn't it a bit too much for you to go to the human world like this, adoptive grandfather? Before he finished speaking, he saw the old turtle shrink in size, turning into a palm-sized creature that resembled a shell, sticking to Tang Hao's paw like a gecko. There, is that okay? Of course it's okay. Tang Hao was overjoyed. With the 100,000-year-old turtle as the sole beast mobilized, isn't an easy task to retrieve the moonlight from that person? So, these three bastards quietly sneaked into the moon pavilion under the cover of night. Previously, Tang Hao took an entire day to return to the blue-silver forest after leaving the moon pavilion. After all, his spider legs were like a bamboo pole, and combined with his physical weakness, he didn't walk very smoothly. Moreover, he had to take a detour around the Tiandou forest to avoid humans. Who made him look so creepy like this? If this is seen by his old fans, he really won't be able to show his face. The guards at the moon pavilion were not very strict, and soon these three bastards sneaked in. However, when Tang Hao quietly arrived at the moon pavilion, in Tang Yuehua's boudoir, he did not see anyone there. Even the bedding and clothes were missing. If he hadn't listened outside the room all night, he would have suspected this was a room that hadn't been occupied. Tang Hao was a bit confused. He had never seen any of Chen Yue's group last night, and Chen Yue didn't identify himself, let alone Qian Renxue and the snake spear. This meant he didn't know the identities of Chen Yue's group at all. He only knew that Chen Yue had given him a live broadcast all night in the moon pavilion. They must have moved, believe me. Sensing the cold and sharp gaze of the old turtle on his paw, Tang Hao suddenly shivered and quickly said, "I will definitely find them." After he said this, the old turtle snorted. "I warn you, don't play tricks." Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to leave the moon pavilion, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from above. Tang Hao was puzzled, furrowing his brows. Listening closely, the sound was a little similar to the live broadcast he heard last night. What is going on? Frowning tightly, Tang Hao immediately looked up, and the sound became louder, and he felt the female lead's voice sounded increasingly familiar. Could be Yuehua. As soon as this thought arose, it was immediately dismissed by Tang Hao. He had just heard Tang Yuehua's voice last night, and this didn't sound like her at all. This voice is somewhat like his beloved Ain. Wait, Tang Hao suddenly thought of the mysterious man from last night, who used an unknown golden soul ring to transform his ninth soul ring, the one sacrificed by Ain, into white. He also witnessed his beloved Ain being taken away by an illusory chain. It's that guy. Without saying a word, Tang Hao wanted to pick up his signature hammer and smash it down on his head. However, just as he charged forward, he realized that his hammer seemed to have been shattered last night. Foster grandfather. He instinctively looked at the old turtle on his paw and was immediately startled. The old turtle, which was clinging to his paw like a gecko, had vanished. Foster father? At this thought, Tang Hao was shocked and hurriedly looked down at the little turtle on his spider leg, only to be dumbfounded. His foster father, that little turtle, was also gone. Oh no, I've been discovered. Seeing that his two sources of confidence had disappeared, Tang Hao was suddenly alarmed and quickly turned to run. But just as he turned around, he saw the porcupine and the snake spear, arms crossed, slowly walking out from the doorway. Tang Hao, we've been waiting for you here for a long time. The porcupine smiled, cracking his knuckles. That's right, the senior said you would definitely come tonight. We've been waiting here for quite a while. The snake spear, Douluo, twisted his neck, grinning and showing his white teeth, and indeed, the two of us have never experienced what it's like to beat up the Hao and Douluo over the years. Just imagine if we recorded the scene of beating you. The Hao and Douluo, it would surely make many people admire us, right? Tang Hao, what the hell? Seeing the malicious smiles of his two good friends, he shivered and retreated repeatedly. Why you? Don't come over. Chapter 14 Tang Yuehua. Brother Hao, I may not, but I still love you. S. The whole text has been greatly revised, changed on 9. 5. If Tang Hao had the Hao hammer in hand, he wouldn't care about anything and would just wield the hammer like a teddy bear, fearless. But now, with his martial soul shattered, he had nothing but soul power. Let alone a title de law, even a random soul sage or soul emperor could easily take him down with one hand. No, don't kill a Hao. I am willing. I'm willing. I beg you, don't kill him. Just as Tang Hao was pinned down by his two good friends, he suddenly heard the voice of the one he longed for from above, and his eyes turned red instantly. Ain, above. Hearing Tang Hao's voice from below, Ain trembled all over and quickly knelt at Chen Yue's feet, tightly hugging his thigh, tears streaming down her face like poetry. I'm willing, please. Don't kill him. I didn't force you. You came up on your own. Yes, it was me who volunteered. Good rain knows its season. When spring arrives, it quietly enters the night, moistening things silently. At this moment, silence is more powerful than sound. Tang Hao, who had been beaten into a pig's head, was now staring blankly at the ceiling, with his ears hearing a live broadcast he had never heard before, looking as if he were in a daze. Hey, this Tang Hao really. The porcupine and the snake spear, this pair of good friends, sat to the side guarding Tang Hao, and they cleverly sealed their hearing. Glancing back at the middle finger raised by Tang Hao on his spider leg, feeling a bit creepy. What the senior said about the son Douluo is really not nonsense. I was a bit skeptical before, but seeing this scene now, it's definitely not a son Douluo, or else it would be a ghost. The ghost Douluo, who was not yet named, was offended. Ugh, the senior said that the son Douluo is like a teddy bear. I didn't quite understand before, but now I finally get it. Teddy? What is that? The porcupine looked at the confused snake spear with a speechless expression. The senior said that it's a soul beast that is about the sun, earth, and air. The snake spear Douluo was stunned for a moment, then looked at Tang Hao's raised disdainful middle finger, and suddenly realized that indeed, the senior's vocabulary is not something we juniors can understand. Speaking of this, the pair of good friends couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing they didn't have any conflict with the senior at that time, and listen to the senior, otherwise they would probably be the current son Douluo. By the way, do you think we should report this? The snake spear Douluo suddenly thought of something and raised his head to ask. Report? Report what? The snake spear Douluo pointed at Tang Hao, saying it's about us. Stop. The porcupine Douluo interrupted his speech. I haven't been out for a while. I don't know anything about the Stardew Forest. I haven't done anything. I don't know, don't talk nonsense. This denial instantly left the serpent spear Douluo dumbfounded. But the next moment, he suddenly realized and understood. Haha, we are inseparable. Naturally we're guarding together. I definitely don't know. At this moment, Tang Hao lay back down on the ground, staring at the ceiling and hearing the pleas for mercy. He felt a strange sensation in his heart. My Ain, how could you? How could you become like this? I remember in my previous life, after crashing that pink Maserati, Chen Yue was hospitalized for a long time and even developed a slight shadow regarding street racing. It was terrifying. Every time he woke up, he would dream of being in a scene submerged in water. He was trapped tightly in the car, surrounded by water, the car's power dwindling, and the windows began to crack with a clicking sound. Under his terrified gaze, the immense pressure of the water caused the car to shatter. Finally, with a splash, it completely broke apart. The next moment, countless torrents poured down, submerging his mouth and nose, completely soaking the car, and his breathing became weaker. The feeling of suffocation in his dream instantly startled Chen Yue awake. He sat up straight, his eyes showing a hint of shock, gasping for air as if he had drowned. This dream was so realistic. He once thought the dream was exactly like reality. What is wrong? Qian Renxue was also awakened by the commotion. Seeing Chen Yue drenched in sweat, she hurriedly got up, hugged him, and tried to speak softly. It's okay. Just a nightmare. Just hold on to me. Chen Yue twitched the corner of his mouth, touched her forehead, and said, You're not even feverish. Why say that? Can't someone care about you? Qian Renxue huffed. Is it because you have the most guilty conscience that's why you have nightmares every day? It's nothing. Just a small problem. Chen Yue shook his head, gently embraced her, and listened to the heartbeat connecting them. His racing heart slowly calmed down. Yes, those were all things from his previous life when he almost drowned. What was he still thinking about? Now that we are in Douluo continent, if one is not invincible and unparalleled, how can he justify this reincarnation? By the way, I saw you retired last night, so I didn't disturb you. Qian Renxue seemed to think of something and said also that Tang Hao, he was let go too, but when he left, he looked like a walking corpse. As she spoke, she couldn't help but stop, seemingly recalling that it was that 10,000-year-old blue silvergrass that had reduced her man to such a state last night. However, she later realized that Tang Hao probably spent the whole night listening to the voice of that blue silvergrass, which made him doubt his life and become a walking corpse, right? At this moment, after what Qian Renxue said, Chen Yue suddenly recalled that particularly proactive blue silver empress that absorbed soul power last night. This is actually his first defeat ever. However, to be fair, if Tang Hao were still around, he would definitely say something like, very smooth, very silky, very soft. But then, he couldn't help but think that Tang San was probably the product of 3 seconds, which is why he has called Tang San, right? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue glanced at the unresponsive system. It was obvious that neither Tang Yue nor Ain had hit the mark. He had never killed a seed. Just like Qian Renxue, who didn't hit it once, and even Xiao Wu was the same. Yet, strangely, Tang Yue and Ain did not. Clearly, these two women were sweet-talking about being willing, but it was just a fleeting pleasure. Indeed, a woman's words can be deceiving. If you're not willing to have my child, how could you possibly love me? This is exactly like the real-life saying, if you don't spend money on me, how could you possibly love me? Chen Yue sighed and complained in his heart, but then he shook his head and sneered. However, It didn't seem matter, after all. It was voluntary, huh? As a good person, we can't force women's will, right? Just as this thought crossed Chen Yue's mind, he heard Qian Renxue nodding in agreement, saying, I understand. He regained his composure and turned to look at Qian Renxue, who was about to say something, and asked first, how's the situation with the Shrek's 7 monsters that I asked you to pay attention to? Huh? Qian Renxue was just about to pry Chen Yue's hand away when she suddenly heard this question and was momentarily stunned. After a while, she came back to her senses and said after pondering for a moment, it seems they're all staying at Shrek Academy? Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. Seems like? I'm not sure either. Qian Renxue nodded, explaining that during this time, they had been like startled birds, running everywhere. After all, not long ago, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was destroyed, and the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School also suffered heavy losses. They might be discussing countermeasures in the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, or they could be at Shrek Academy. After a pause, she continued, according to my investigation, the original 7 monsters of Shrek seem to have gathered at the Academy for some kind of 5-year reunion. I'm not too clear on that. Chen Yue nodded. What were you about to say? I wanted to mention the situation with the 3 major sects. Qian Renxue glanced at the unresponsive Chen Yue and added, although the focus is now on the Spirit Hall, there is no substantial evidence. However, Chen Yue remained indifferent and did not react. Now, it's Qian Renxue's turn to be curious. Why aren't you asking about the result of the Spirit Hall declaring war on the Haotian sect? Is there even a need to ask? Qian Renxue, wait. Why am I losing track of the conversation? As we talk, how do we end up not on the same wavelength? Qian Renxue looked at him in confusion. If you don't ask, how do you know? Chen Yue replied without hesitation. It's simple. The Haotian sect was completely wiped out. Only Tang Xiao managed to escape with injuries, and the Spirit Hall also suffered a Pyrrhic victory, probably losing a few title Douluo. Qian Renxue's eyes widened immediately, and she didn't even care about Chen Yue's arm around her, staring at him in shock. How do you know? You should know. This result was just the news she received not long ago. And after Chen Yue was arranged by Yin, he had completely collapsed to rest and recuperate, not going outside at all, nor did anyone come see him. Yet he still knew the result? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in confusion, opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Seeing her bewildered expression, Chen Yue couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Tang Xiao was already a peak super Douluo at level 96 and was also the current leader of the Haotian sect, so he naturally knew some of the Haotian sect's ultimate skills. It was unlikely that Bibi Dong could kill him with her current strength. Although Bibi Dong's soul power level had not been revealed, Chen Yue could make a guess based on the original work. 5 years ago, at the end of the Soul Master competition, led by Bibi Dong, 7 title Douluo joined forces to block Tang Hao's martial soul true body strike, resulting in all 7 getting injured, which cost Tang Hao a mouthful of blood, enough to show that among those 7 title Douluo, including Bibi Dong, none were super Douluo. At that time, Tang Hao was probably around level 93 to 95. After the sacrifice of the Blue Silver Emperor, he was around level 92 to 93. After defeating a title Douluo and heavily injuring Qian Xuanji, he went into hiding. Coupled with the character's tendency to be on the brink of death in the original work, he could not have been cultivating. Therefore, his level could only increase naturally. Based on this inference, Bibi Dong's soul power at that time was not high. If she had a level of 95 and was a top-tier twin martial soul, it would have been impossible for her and 7 helpers to still be injured under the Haotian hammer, right? Thus, it indicates that her level was not very high, probably around level 91 to 93. By now, she had stepped into Super Douluo, and 5 years later, her peak at level 98 was also reasonable. In 5 years, going from an ordinary title Douluo to a Super Douluo from the end of the Soul Master competition to the eve of the Tiandou Palace transformation, and then spending another 5 years going from Super Douluo to peak level 98, the 5 years on Sea God Island with Tang San and others, and under the examination of the Rakshasa God, was also within reason. As for Tang Xiao, at this point, he was already at peak level 96, close to breaking through to level 97, and with the Haotian hammer in hand, his own strength was naturally formidable. Therefore, it was understandable that Bibi Dong, who had not yet obtained the Rakshasa scythe, could not shatter the Haotian unity led by Tang Xiao. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in front of her, unsure of what to say, only able to nod yes. The Spirit Hall side had lost 2 title Douluo, and several title Douluo were heavily injured. If not for the 296 level offerings from the Offering Hall, they might not have been able to destroy the Haotian sect in one go. Chen Yue's heart stirred. 296 level offerings? It seems. This is when Qianjun Jiangmo made his move. Based on the timeline, Qianjun Jiangma should be at the late stage of level 96 soul power, not yet at the peak of level 96. However, the two brothers combined should have no problem fighting against an injured Tang Xiao, but it would be quite difficult to capture him. Just as I was thinking this, I heard Qian Renxue continue. After Tang Xiao fled, hundreds of people from the Haotian sect fell along with the 5 elders. After reviewing the Haotian sect's family tree and statistics after the battle, it was discovered that 3 people escaped. Besides Tang Xiao, the sect master of the Haotian sect, there were 2 others who fled, a little girl named Tang Tian and a little boy named Tang Rongyao. After a pause, Qian Renxue said, among the 3, Tang Xiao was the first to be injured by the Pope, and the 2 of them were both wounded. It was only after the 5 elders of the Haotian sect worked together to resist the pressure that Tang Xiao managed to escape heavily injured. As for Tang Tian and Tang Rongyao, they were fortunate to be out and not in Tiandou City, thus escaping a disaster. Tang Tian. Chen Yue couldn't help but think of that little girl from the original work when Tang San first visited the Haotian sect. She must have grown up by now, right? Hee. What about Tang Yue? She's next door to us. Although Qian Renxue didn't know what Chen Yue was planning, she was very clear that whatever he was up to, it would either be nothing or something earth-shattering that could move the heavens and make ghosts weep. The destruction of the Haotian sect. This matter is even more shocking than the heavy blow to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the destruction of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Moreover, during this battle, the Wuhuan Palace showcased its strength, successfully shocking the entire continent and completely raising its profile. Many rogue soul masters came to join. Even the number 1 sect, the Haotian sect, was destroyed by the Wuhuan Palace. What other forces would dare to act recklessly under the Wuhuan Palace? Of course, this chain reaction made the Xingluo Empire panic and seek cooperation with the Tiandou Empire. If it were in the past, Qian Renxue might have pretended to cooperate and then stabbed them in the back. But now, with Chen Yue by her side, she felt it was better to listen to her man. After all, although he could be a bit bad sometimes, he was indeed ruthless. All right, Chen Yue stood up, casually put on a coat, and walked to the next room. Hey, you haven't put on your pants yet. In the next room, Tang Yue had just finished her bath. She lay on the bed, silently closing her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her hand was a bottle of medicine, her last stubbornness and dignity. Though I'm stained, I will always love Brother Hao. I can only. Bang! Just as this thought crossed her mind, the door was kicked open by Chen Yue without mercy. The loud noise startled Tang Yue, making her sit up in shock. You, what are you going to do? Didn't you say yesterday that you were willing? Chen Yue smirked, his tone playful. What's wrong? You won't even carry my child, yet you say you are willing? It seems I need to find someone to settle the score. Tang Yue's heart skipped a beat. All right. Chen Yue clasped his hands behind his back and said, let me tell you something. I heard that the Haotian sect has been destroyed by the Wuhuan Palace. The sect master, Tang Xiao, was severely injured and fled. I have a suggestion. You see, their old man must be lonely underground, so why not let them reunite as father and son down there? What do you think of this suggestion? Tang Yue's face changed rapidly, turning pale at a visible speed. Seizing the moment Chen Yue turned around, she hugged his thigh tightly. No, I truly am willing. Really? Chen Yue looked down at her, one hand lifting her chin, a smirk on his face as he observed her evasive eyes. Then what is this? He waved his hand, and the bottle of medicine that Tang Yue had hidden under the bed appeared in Chen Yue's hand. Oh, so you still have money to find a healing soul master for this kind of medicine? Tang Yue, it seems your intelligence network is still quite extensive. Chen Yue grinned. Able to buy this kind of medicine right under our noses. I heard that women who are unwilling to bear children for men are actually reluctant. I wonder if that's true. That's a lie. It must be a lie. Oh, is it? Tang Yue's face turned ashen, and she dared not argue anymore. She knelt on the ground with a thud, forgetting to maintain her usual elegance. She knew very well that sometimes words seem powerless, but actions would not have such a situation. Congratulations. The host has married the original female supporting character Tang Yue and received the reward. The soul ring duration of the Pangu axe has been increased by 10,000 years. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protect the offspring and issue offspring rewards after giving birth. Not bad, some progress. Hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Yue let out a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Chen Yue's words froze all expressions on her face, and her whole body stiffened. Now hand over Tang Tian and that Tang Rongyao. And I might consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao. Tang Yue trembled as she raised her head. What did you say? Just now, you only spared your elder brother Tang Zhao's life. Now, What reason do you have to let Tang Hao go? Chen Yue looked down at her, his expression playful. All right, there is also Tang Hao's son, the twin martial souls, right? Tang Yuehua's previously rosy complexion instantly turned pale, and her gaze towards Chen Yue was filled with terror, feeling a chill run down her spine. How does he know this? The hepatitis has been launched today, and the editor informed me that it's been launched, which leaves me quite confused. It's only a few tens of thousands of words. And the editor explained that this is due to a mechanism revision. This book is available for free to QQ Reading users who subscribe to a membership. But as for Qidian, since it's a subscription site, I have no control over it. If Qidian readers don't want to pay and stop reading, then they can just leave. If they want to read, they can switch to QQ Reading and get a membership for free access to the entire book, or subscriptions are also fine. The book has been launched, and the data from the first few days after launch is very important, as it relates to the survival of the book. Therefore, I'm making a statement here, hoping that all friends will not just neglect it, at least come back to check it out during this weekend. Thank you. By the way, to add, some readers have reported that Bibi Dong reached peak 99 very early, but was suppressed to 95 or 96. I found out that Bibi Dong was suppressed to peak 98 around the time given by Ming Dynasty too. As for the early peak 99 being suppressed to 95 or 96, the novel hasn't mentioned this point, right? If it's about the manga or anime, then I apologize for not accepting it because I don't watch or have watched those too. As for the settings in comics or animations like Ling Yuan and Douluo, they were adopted purely based on hearsay midway, and the request to add them 1T affect the main storyline, so I didn't think it was too excessive, which is why I included them. Regarding the suppression of Bibi Dong to this extent, I think it's a bit excessive. It would be simpler and clearer to say participate in the divine test and cultivate on your own. Writing something so complicated that I'm not familiar with isn't interesting. So, feel free to nitpick the earlier parts. As long as you throw out screenshots from the original novel, it can be modified if it doesn't affect the plot. But it's hard to change things that are too far back. Otherwise, all posts will be deleted and repeated offenses will lead to a permanent ban. Chapter 15. Tang Xiao. Which man can withstand a ENS test? Major revisions throughout. Changed to 9. 6 today. What about Tang Yue? She is next door to us. Although Qian Renxue doesn't know what Chen Yue is planning, she is very clear that this guy either doesn't cause trouble, or if he does, it's going to be something earth-shattering that will make ghosts weep. The fall of the Haotian sect. This matter is even more shocking than the heavy blow to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the destruction of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Moreover, in this battle, the Spirit Hall displayed its power, successfully shocking the entire continent and completely raising the morale of the people. Many wandering soul masters have come to join. Even the number one sect in the world, the Haotian sect, was destroyed by the Spirit Hall. What other forces would dare to act recklessly under the Spirit Hall? Of course, this chain reaction caused the Star Luo Empire to panic and seek cooperation with the Heaven Do Empire. If it were in the past, perhaps Qian Renxue would pretend to cooperate and then stab him in the back. But now, with Chen Yue by her side, she felt it was better to listen to her man. After all, this guy, although sometimes a bit bad, is indeed ruthless. All right, Chen Yue stood up, casually put on a coat, and walked next door. Hey, you haven't put on your pants yet. In the next room, Tang Yue had just finished taking a shower. She lay on the bed, silently closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. She held a bottle of medicine in her hand. This was her last stubbornness and dignity. Although I have dirted myself, I will always love Hao Ge. I can only. Just as this thought arose, the door was kicked open by Chen Yue without mercy. The loud noise startled Tang Yue to sit up in shock. You, what do you want to do? You said yesterday that you were willing, right? Chen Yue said with a playful smile in his tone. What's wrong? You don't even want to give me a child, and you still say you're willing? It seems I need to find someone to settle accounts with. Tang Yuehua's heart skipped a beat. All right, Chen Yue said, clasping his hands behind his back. Let me tell you something. I heard that the Haotian sect has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. The sect master, Tang Xiao, was seriously injured and fled. I have a suggestion, Their old man is lonely underground. How about letting them have a father-son reunion down there? What do you think of the suggestion? Tang Yuehua's face turned pale at a visible speed. Taking advantage of Chen Yue's moment of turning around, she hugged his thigh tightly. No, I really am willing. Is that so? Chen Yue looked down at her, lifting her chin with one hand, his smile teasing as he gazed into her evasive eyes. Then what is this? He raised his hand, and the medicine bottle that Tang Yuehua had hidden under the bed appeared in Chen Yue's hand. Oh, you still have money to find a healing soul master for this kind of medicine? Seems like your intelligence network is still a bit wide. Chen Yue said with a teasing smile. You can still buy this kind of medicine right under our noses. I heard that women who are unwilling to bear children for men are actually reluctant. I wonder if that's true. That's false. It must be false. Oh, really? Tang Yuehua's face turned ashen. She didn't dare to argue with herself anymore and knelt on the ground with a thud, not caring about maintaining her usual elegance. She knew very well that sometimes words seemed very pale and powerless, but actions would not have this situation. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female, supporting character Tang Yuehua, gaining the reward. The soul ring lifespan of the Pangu axe is increased by 10,000 years. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protecting the offspring and release the offspring reward after giving birth. Not bad, a bit of progress. Hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Yuehua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Chen Yue's words made all expressions on her face freeze, and her whole body stiffened. Now, hand over Tang Tian and that Tang Rongyao, and I can consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao's life. Tang Yuehua trembled as she raised her head. What did you say? Just now, I spared your elder brother Tang Zhao's life. Now, what reason do you have to let me spare Tang Hao? Chen Yue looked down at her, his expression teasing. All right, and Tang Hao's son, the twin martial souls, right? Tang Yuehua's face, which had just been flushed, turned pale in an instant. The look in her eyes towards Chen Yue was filled with intense horror, feeling a chill run down her spine. How does he know this? Tang San's twin martial souls, in this timeline of the original work, aside from the Haoyan clan, only Yu Shaojiang, Bibi Dong, and Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, are aware of it. Even she, Tang Yuehua, only found out within the sect. And now that the Haoyan clan has been destroyed, how does this strange yet familiar man know? Tang Yuehua was very unsettled. Of course, compared to the fact that Tang San has twin martial souls. She was even more shocked by how this person knew that the two remnants of the Haoyan clan were hidden by her. You. Tang Yuehua's face turned pale. I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine if you don't say. Chen Yue seemed uninterested in getting an answer from her, casually saying, but you seem too comfortable here, so I think it's better to let you calm down first. No, you. Tang Yuehua was stunned for a moment, but the next moment she understood Chen Yue's intention. Her expression changed drastically, and just as she was about to speak, she felt a wave of dizziness and fainted completely. Huh? Qian Renxue had just put on a robe and opened the door. She wanted to know if Chen Yue was staying next door tonight, so she wouldn't have to leave the door open. But unexpectedly, when she opened the door, she only saw Chen Yue and not Tang Yuehua. Where's Tang Yuehua? Chen Yue casually replied, I locked her in a small dark room. Qian Renxue? What is a small dark room? She was about to ask again when she saw Chen Yue casually toss out two half-dead turtles, one a 10,000-year-old beast and the other a 100,000-year-old beast. You can deal with this as you like. Wait, before you talk about the 100,000-year one, I want to ask, what did you just say? As Qian Renxue was speaking, she suddenly realized something, and she slapped her forehead in shock, staring at the two half-dead little turtles in her hands. You mean, this is a 10,000-year-old beast and a 100,000-year-old beast? MHM. Chen Yue also looked at the two silly turtles with some curiosity, not understanding how these two turtles thought they could dare to use their shells to bump against his heavenly King Divine Tower. These two turtles are naturally the adoptive father and grandfather that Tang Hao just recognized. With Chen Yue's current control over the Heavenly King's Divine Tower, it would be incredibly easy to secretly capture these two little guys without Tang Hao knowing, a mere soul emperor. I'm going out for a while. You two take good care, Xiao Xue. Chen Yue didn't explain much to Qian Renxue, turned around, and walked out of the palace. He glanced back at the spiny fish and snake spear and instructed them. As for why he didn't put Qian Renxue in the Vine Ghost secret realm for training, Chen Yue himself had never been to that secret realm, and he had no idea what the difficulties inside were like. Wouldn't throwing his wife in there be like sending a sheep into a tiger's den? So, he decided to go out and find a test subject to see. Yes, senior. Please take your time. Faced with the existence of the hand-splitting Titan giant ape and the foot-kicking sky blue bull python, the good buddies, spiny fish and snake spear, dared not act recklessly, their smiles almost fawning. All right, after seeing Chen Yue walk away, they both finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could fully relax, they saw Chen Yue turn back, instantly making them tense up again. Senior, do you have any instructions? Send someone back to get Qian Junjiang Mo. Something big is about to happen in Tiandou City, and you two can't handle this situation. After a slight hesitation, Chen Yue looked up and added, of course, if you two have the ability to find someone stronger, that would be fine too. Spiny fish and snake spear, the two good friends exchanged a glance, their confused faces reflecting each other's bewilderment. The snake's spear, Douluo's mouth twitched. Did the senior look down on us? After all, we are also titled Douluos, right? But it seems our strength is indeed not impressive in the eyes of the senior. Right? Snake spear, hissing, seems like it still is? Then I'll go back, and you stay here? The porcupine suddenly slapped a big arm on Snake Spear's head. Are you stupid? The senior already said to let us find someone to go back. Can't you understand? No. Why are you also hitting your head like this? The porcupine snorted. You didn't see how cool the young master was when he knocked the saintess unconscious with a big slap that day. Snake Spear at this moment. Chen Yue had already arrived in a forest. At the end of the forest was a small mountain village, and at the moment there was only a bottomless canyon, which seemed to lead to the final destination. As soon as he entered the canyon, Chen Yue discovered that even the brief ability to fly that titled Douluos could use was gone. The swampy walls from all directions seemed to sense the intrusion of this outsider and were fiercely squeezing towards him, the immense pressure nearly choking the breath out of Chen Yue. Especially beneath his feet, the soil seemed to be connected to magma, releasing high temperatures. When Chen Yue looked down, he found that the soil beneath him had actually turned a blood-red color, resembling a path made up of the accumulated bones of countless soul masters, and that blood-red color appeared like bloodstains under the high temperature. This scene is somewhat reminiscent of the Hell Road in the City of Slaughter, Chen Yue thought to himself. In this case, the battle between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall truly is a fight to the death. However, this is to be expected. After all, the Haotian sect has taken one of their saints. It would be strange if it were not a fight to the death. Chen Yue glanced around and did not find any traces of corpses, but it is likely that the people from the Spirit Hall have buried them on the spot. It seems that the soul masters from the Spirit Hall might have been dragged away. The fact that not even a body was left indicates that this battle was indeed brutal. As Chen Yue sighed, he walked forward. Although there were no corpses on the ground, there were faint traces of blood and flesh, clearly left behind by soul masters who had been directly shattered in the struggle of soul skills. Moreover, the lingering smell of blood in the air was impossible to cover up, intensely stimulating the nose. Even Chen Yue couldn't help but pinch his nose at this moment. The smell of blood is simply reminiscent of certain slaughterhouses from my past life. No, this battlefield is filled with a strong aura of evil thoughts. I need to find someone to help me regain my clarity, or I might just sink into this. With this thought in mind, Chen Yue pulled Yin out from the third soul skill of the Heavenly King Tower. What do you want? Yin's face was pale, but it bore a sickly flush. At this moment, her voice was weak and trembling as she looked at Chen Yue in shock. Her memory was still stuck on the scene from years ago when she was sacrificed to Tang Hao. However, after Chen Yue quickly fertilized her original body, the blue-silver Emperor Seed, with Q Gnome's rapid fertilizer, she had already regained her cultivation of about 80,000 years. In terms of reviving her, it would be quite easy, but Chen Yue did not consider himself a good person. There was no need to do such a thing. Keeping this mother-in-law duo locked in the Heavenly King Tower and occasionally letting them out for a stroll was the best option. This is the Haotian sect. Chen Yue answered her question indirectly. You might not know what the Haotian sect is, but this is your husband's home. Yin looked around. At this moment, Chen Yue had already crossed a long and deep canyon and arrived in front of a house that had been completely destroyed. No, not even a door remained on this house, which was the only one still somewhat intact. From Chen Yu's perspective outside, he could see a somewhat tidy bed against the inner wall of the house. Haotian sect. Yin glanced around. This was indeed her first time at the Haotian sect. Back then, Tang Hao's father did not accept her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, so Tang Hao did not dare bring her into the sect. Moreover, after the Haotian sect was pressured by the Spirit Hall to close its doors, it relocated, and she had never been here again. What do you want? Yin looked at Chen Yue, her eyes filled with deep fear. This man was more terrifying than a bull. She felt that the fact he had released her now was likely for very impure reasons. I think, Chen Yue said casually, you only have one son. It's too lonely for him to live alone. How about giving him a brother or sister? A brother or sister who is 200% rebellious. Impossible. Yin immediately rejected without a second thought. She loved her Hao and her son, whom she had only met once. So how could she do such a thing? In that moment, she was already prepared to resist fiercely. All right. However, to her surprise, Chen Yue nodded in agreement, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Wait, this devil actually did not forcefully change her will? But Chen Yu's next words chilled her to the bone, sending her into an icy abyss. It is said that a few days ago, a disciple of the Haotian sect captured a saintess from a spirit hall, provoking the wrath of the Spirit Hall. which led to the Haotian sect ending up like this. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that Disciple's Haotian hammer has no soul rings, but he possesses soul power over level 60, along with an overspec blue-silver grass martial soul. Chen Yue smiled faintly. Tell me, if I accidentally let this information slip to the spirit hall, do you think they would reward me with a beautiful woman? A Yin's body stiffened, and she staggered, nearly falling over, trembling as she pointed at Chen Yue. Why you? After all, actively reporting would definitely come with a reward. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. What do you think? With innate soul power at level 30, Chen Yue felt a wave of comfort. He initially thought he could look down on the world and dominate it, but he was struck hard by the cold reality, feeling as if he had been cooled from head to toe. To survive, to avoid being conscripted by the Tiandou royal family, Chen Yue made the grim decision to enter the palace as a father-in-law. What a tragic choice, what a heavy psychological burden. Fortunately, he entered the palace but did not fully integrate into it. However, during this long, timeless seclusion, he nearly went mad. 120 years in seclusion. Are you testing people's patience with this? Who can withstand the ravages of time? Hey, what are you doing? Just as Chen Yue was about to leave, he suddenly saw a Yin hugging his thigh, leaving him stunned as he looked down. Don't come over. It's inappropriate for men and women to be too close. And you're a married woman. A Yin's face flushed, and she whispered, I am willing. Please, don't misunderstand. Really? Chen Yue asked suspiciously. Don't lie to me. No, I won't lie to you. A Yin knelt down, lowering her head silently. The ocean accommodates all rivers and the myriad phenomena. Chen Yue thought to himself, looking at the dilapidated house's floor, genuinely looking forward to what would happen when Tang Xiao learned that the wife he had given up had not been taken care of well by Tang Hao. The most dangerous place is indeed the safest. Yes, the seriously injured Tang Xiao actually hid in the ruins of the Haotian sect, in this unknown basement. At this moment, in the basement of the house, Tang Xiao sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Even though he was seriously injured in this battle at the peak level of 96, he had gained unexpected benefits from fighting the 97-level Bibi Dong, feeling that he could break through the 97-level barrier. Once I break through to 97 and have Hao Yan absorb the soul bone, returning to the title Daw, it will be time to take revenge on the spirit hall. Tang Xiao thought bitterly. The spirit hall was nothing but a phantom. All of the Haotian sect's disciples who went out must have soul rings with their Haotian hammers. It was impossible for them to have no soul rings and yet possess the power of a soul emperor. Damn spirit hall, when grandfather returns, you'll taste the bitterness of having your mountain gates broken. Compared to the submissive Tang Hao, Tang Xiao was not the kind of fool who would endure humiliation after his family was attacked. Now that the sect was gone, he was alone, only thinking about avenging the sect, regardless of the other matters. Is it raining? Tang Xiao just exited his cultivation state when he suddenly felt something wet on his head, and he froze in place. Could it be that the disciples cut corners while building? Damn it, I want to be drowned by the spirit hall, will I? With this thought, Tang Xiao could no longer sit still. He quickly got up, ready to go to the stairs to check things out. Suddenly, a bucket of water splashed on him, soaking him from head to toe. What the hell? Has the spirit hall really found me? Tang Xiao exclaimed in shock, not daring to hesitate. He quickly activated the mechanism he had set, causing the canyon to close inwards to prevent flooding, and then he headed towards the secret passage. But once he stepped out, everything went wrong. At this moment, Chen Yue was already preparing to return the same way. The location of the Haotian sect was set very secretly. After all, they were a hidden sect. The secret path was generally only for Tang Yuehua to enter the sect, so this secret chamber in the canyon could only accommodate one person. However, this mechanism could be controlled at any time. With Tang Hao's control, the canyon was about to merge into flat ground, and Chen Yue was desperately operating his soul power to resist the forces pressing in from all directions. Did you underestimate my strength? Chen Yue sneered, circulating the soul power within him, and he fought his way through, successfully returning to his starting point. All that was left was Tang Xiao, who stood at the broken door, looking dazed in the pouring rain, gradually questioning his life. Is that a Yin's voice? And who is this man? How could Hao Di treat a Yin like this? He took a Yin to test other men. Which man can withstand such a test? The pure and innocent Tang San thought, I can withstand it. Chapter 16. Tang Hao, brother, why are you getting drenched in the rain? After the sudden rain in the dusk, light raindrops fell gently on the bewildered Tang Xiao. He stared blankly at Chen Yue's departing figure until it disappeared, still unable to comprehend what had happened, instead standing there, gradually questioning his life. Could it be that something happened that I don't know about? While questioning his life, his expression became increasingly grim. No, I must ask how D what he intends to do. How could he abandon Ian? Tang Xiao was in a state of confusion for a while before regaining his senses, deciding to get to the bottom of it. Although he didn't know where Tang Hao was, he knew that his sister Tang Yuehua would certainly know about this matter. So, he had to make a trip to Heavendose City. Just as he was about to set off, he ran into Tang Hao, who was also in a similar predicament. "Aodi, brother?" Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao, who had a spider leg and a dog paw, and for a moment, he couldn't bring himself to say the words he had previously blamed him with. "How D? Even if you have great grievances, you can't do this." "Tang Hao? What did I do? Look at you, making yourself look so unrecognizable." "Tang Hao? What do you mean by that's fine? And besides, is this what I wanted?" "Brother, Tang Hao was about to explain, but he was cut off by Tang Xiao. "But sending Ian away is just too much, right?" Tang Hao silently closed his mouth. Just now, he had seen Chen Yue arrive, the demon that had become the greatest shadow in his heart. If he hadn't seen Chen Yue leave, he wouldn't have even come out. Too terrifying. That demon had smashed his Hao Ian hammer, which he relied on for survival. In an instant, "You should kneel at our father's grave and repent." Seeing Tang Hao silence, Tang Xiao let out a long sigh, shook his head, and brushed past him, disappearing shortly after. He had made up his mind. He would go to a Xian pavilion to bring Yuehua back, and the three of them, two brothers and a sister, would create a new Hao Ian sect together. As for the fact that Tang Yuehua had always liked Tang Hao, he, as the elder brother, was actually aware of it. But at that time, Tang Hao already had Ian, and he knew Tang Yuehua had her limits, so he didn't say anything. But now, the revival of the sect was the most important thing, and he believed that no matter how unwilling Tang Hao was, he would definitely agree to this arrangement. Of course, he couldn't tell Tang Hao about this in advance. What if the latter shrank back like a turtle again, just like back then? However, what Tang Xiao never expected was that Heavendose City was already lying in wait for him. The 1,000 gene demon subduing was ready. As soon as Tang Xiao showed his face, he was immediately surrounded, caught like a turtle in a jar. However, at the moment of crisis, Tang Hao descended from the sky with a mother tortoise, taking advantage of the distraction to help the two brothers escape. Damn it, Yuehua has been captured. That damn spear hall. Although the 1,000 gene demon subduing hadn't reached level 96, it was not far off, and moreover, the combined strength of the two brothers was even more terrifying. Severely injured, Tang Xiao was no match for them. Despite the mother tortoise's help, he still lost an arm, becoming a true one-armed hero. Now, he dared not return to the sect and could only hide with Tang Hao in the blue-silver forest in Yin's cave. However, the impact of his lost arm was extremely significant. It would be nearly impossible to break through to level 97 in a short time, and he might not even have hope in this lifetime. As things stood, he could only barely maintain his peak soul power at level 96 without falling, and breaking through seemed unrealistic. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh, then raised his head and looked at Tang Hao with a somewhat strange expression. "Howdy, what's the deal with that mother tortoise?" Tang Hao with a twitching mouth. "Brother, let's not get into that." After the old tortoise and the little tortoise were captured, Tang Hao had no choice but to escape back to the blue-silver forest. Before he could catch his breath, the old tortoise's wife, that is, this mother tortoise, came looking for him. Coincidentally, this mother tortoise was in heat, but had not transformed into human form. Tang Hao was initially helpless, but unexpectedly, the mother tortoise had her eyes set on Tang Hao's spider leg. Thus, this 10,000-year-old mother tortoise fell at Tang Hao's feet. But now, this mother tortoise was facing the joint assault of the 1,000 gene demon subduing, and the final outcome could only be to follow the path of her husband and child, becoming a soul ring. All right, although Tang Hao said nothing, at this moment, Tang Xiao understood everything. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only pat Tang Hao's shoulder with his remaining right arm and sigh. "Let's rest for the night." Tang Hao felt that Tang Xiao's gaze was like that of a caring person for a mentally challenged child, filled with a hint of suspicion, as if he was afraid he would change. Brother, don't speak. I just want to be quiet now." "Quiet?" Tang Xiao. He silently bandaged his wound with his clothes, no longer paying attention to Tang Hao, and sat down to enter a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Tang Hao opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. However, he felt that quiet should be the new partner his brother found. However, since the elder brother didn't want to say much, he also refrained from asking further, silently sitting cross-legged and entering a state of cultivation. But at that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly felt a sense of unease. He always felt that the unknown person who had taken aim didn't seem like someone who would treat her well. And then there was Yuehua. Now that the Haotian sect had been destroyed, Tang Yuehua had fallen into the hands of the spirit hall, and her fate was likely to be very dire as well. The more he thought about it, the angrier Tang Xiao became. He felt he couldn't continue to be despondent like his brother Tang Hao. After that, he exited his cultivation state and turned to look at Tang Hao, just as the latter also came out of his cultivation state. "What's wrong, elder brother?" Tang Xiao pondered and said, "I think we can't let ourselves fall like this. We absolutely cannot let the destruction of our sect go unpunished." Tang Hao looked puzzled. "But with our strength, isn't it a bit excessive?" He was aware of Chen Yue's strength, which was simply inhuman. A single axe had shattered his Haotian hammer. It was outrageous. The Seven Treasure glazed tile school had been attacked by the Spear Hall, and although there was no evidence, it was clear that they were also seething with anger. Tang Xiao analyzed rationally, "If you absorb 2 soul bones now, you should be able to recover to the level of a title Douluo. Plus, with the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, we shouldn't hesitate to fight in the Tiandou Imperial Palace." The words stirred Tang Hao's heart a bit. However, he still had some doubts in his mind, but didn't dare to reveal his broken martial soul. So he advised, "But won't this be too rash? What's wrong with that?" Tang Xiao was determined, completely beyond what Tang Hao could persuade. He immediately took out 3 soul bones from the Haotian sect's inheritance, each over 10,000 years old. "If you absorb these 3 soul bones, you will definitely be able to return to the title Douluo level. Hurry." "All right." Seeing this, Tang Hao knew he couldn't hide the fact that his martial soul was broken any longer, but he was reluctant to part with the soul bones and planned to absorb them first. After all, it was all for the sect. While Tang Hao was absorbing the soul bones, Tang Xiao was on guard. Chen Yue, however, was looking down from above with his arms crossed at Tang Yuehua, who was kneeling on the ground, her face filled with anxiety, and asked with a half-smile, "Hey, what do you think we should do about that persistent fly that keeps buzzing around?" Tang Yuehua's expression suddenly changed, forcing a smile on her face as she trembled and clutched Chen Yue's thigh. Looking up at him, "Well, let's not bother with him for now, okay? Let's do something happy and delightful." In such matters, there are only 2 options, none in countless. It seemed she had already grown accustomed to it, because, as a weak woman who wasn't even a soul master, she didn't know what Chen Yue would use her for. To her, the difference between volunteering once and volunteering countless times was negligible. "What did you hide, Tang Tian?" Chen Yue looked at her with a half-smile. Tang Yuehua's face stiffened, and she instantly understood the man's thoughts. "Why, you can't think of it. I will never tell you where Tian is." Chen Yue wasn't angry. He smiled at her. "It's okay. I never force others." Tang Yuehua's pupils shook. "Hey, such a large forest is actually quite nice." Chen Yue yawned, but forests generally need fire prevention measures, especially with such tall blue silvergrass. That's living fuel. By the way, what do you think would happen if a rogue named Zhang Sen came along and set fire to this forest because he was unhappy? Tang Yuehua's expression suddenly changed. Although she didn't know what a rogue named Zhang Sen was, it was easy for her to understand those 6 words as referring to a person. "So, what are you trying to say?" Aim beside her also changed her expression, looking up at Chen Yue with wide eyes. "I warn you, don't do anything reckless." "I'm not doing anything reckless." Chen Yue spread his hands innocently. "I'm just asking a question. Look, did I ever use the word force? You might not know, but that rogue Zhang San is truly a menace, doing all sorts of evil, and he is still at large. If he gets unhappy and sets the entire forest on fire, who knows how many soul beasts and people would get burnt? If he unleashes the legendary 3 flavors true fire, which cannot be extinguished by water, that would be something." Ain and Tang Yuehua exchanged glances, and in the end, they gritted their teeth and approached Chen Yue from both sides. Hey, what are you 2 doing?" Chen Yue retreated repeatedly, his expression terrified. "We're just saying that men and women shouldn't be too close. It feels like I'm forcing you." The 2 women said in unison, "I'm doing this voluntarily." "Really?" The 2 women stopped speaking, but had already made their actions clear. In his past life, Chen Yue had almost met with disaster just after becoming a driver, and he still had some shadows regarding street racing. For a long time afterward, he followed the rules until years later when that wealthy roommate called him again, asking him to drive the blue sports car from his state. The devil in Chen Yue's heart was completely unleashed, speeding down the highway, but without exceeding the speed limit, enjoying the ride. However, perhaps it was because he stepped out with his left foot. Halfway through, the sky suddenly turned from clear to overcast, and in the blink of an eye, it became dark and started pouring rain. The heavy rain continued, and Chen Yue felt scared. At that moment, Memories of nearly drowning surged back, and with a sudden flash of lightning, he panicked and swerved the steering wheel, crashing into a building beside the highway toll station with a bang. Chen Yue, this junk sports car, damn it, what a waste. Chen Yue cursed as he took out his phone to tell his roommate, then continued to curse as he returned the car to the repair shop. When he first drove the blue sports car, he thought it would be fine and he could enjoy it, but he never expected it would turn out like this. By the way, about the question I just asked, have you figured out the answer? I can say, coming back to his senses. Chen Yue looked up at Tang Yue with a playful expression. What did you say? I can tell you where Tian is. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Under Chen Yue's playful gaze, Tang Yue shivered and quickly confessed, I handed Tian over to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for Tang Renxue, he said he was going to the Douluo Empire. I don't know where he is now. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, huh? Chen Yue nodded slightly. Not bad. Not bad. Great performance. I decided to treat you to a cup of milk tea. Tang Yue shivered all over, but still stepped forward to receive her reward. I'm sorry. Brother Hao, I can't face you anymore. In the blue-silver forest, inside the cave, the clear sky suddenly turned into rainy weather, with strong winds and heavy rain pouring down. Brother Hao, this place is leaking. The cave that Tang Hao had made for the blue-silver emperor seed was actually just dug out of the dirt with a big hammer. And it wasn't waterproof at all. In no time, water had accumulated inside the cave. At this moment, Tang Xiao, who was in a meditative state, was also disturbed by the bumps. As a super Douluo, he was naturally extremely vigilant and immediately exited his meditation. He touched his head, and upon hearing the sound of heavy rain outside, he was slightly stunned. After exiting the cave, he found the heavy rain outside. Wow, this rain is huge, Tang Xiao exclaimed. Suddenly a gust of wind swept in, hitting his face with countless raindrops and washing away his previous hiding. Big brother, thank you. At this point, Tang Hao had finished absorbing a soul bone and felt that his soul power as a soul Sane had taken a leap. At this rate, after absorbing 2 more soul bones, he would be able to return to the title Douluo level. Big brother, why are you out in the rain? But when he woke up and looked up, he found Tang Xiao drenched like a drowned rat, leaving him a bit confused. The rain in the blue-silver forest was indeed quite peculiar, reminiscent of the ocean's scent from when they first went to see God Island. Dang Hao, Dang Xiao Sai, suddenly seeming to remember something. By the way, brother Hao, what do you think has happened to Xiao-san now? Tang Hao, wait a moment. How, brother, I know. It's the hidden weapons given to you by the third one, right? Tang Hao, who is very concerned about his nephew Tang Xiao, naturally knows the power of the hidden weapons that Tang San had before. In the original story, Tang San established the Tang sect after returning from the Stardew Forest during the gathering of the 7 monsters, and it has not been established yet. However, Tang Xiao has also heard about Tang San's hidden weapons, and upon seeing Tang Hao's unusual behavior at this moment, he understands. But Tang Hao, on the other hand, feels embarrassed. How should I put this? Chapter 17. Chen Yue. Qian Douluo is probably the first to come and kill me. Just to clarify, this book is free for all members on QQ Reading. Friends from other channels, could you please stop trying to influence the comments section and let me finish the book? Major revision of 9.6. Tang Hao awkwardly changed to sit cross-legged. Should it be? What do you mean by should it be? Tang Xiao has always been curious about Tang San's hidden weapons, and now that he has the chance to see them, how could he refuse this opportunity? Immediately, he got up, a bit curious, and reached for the hidden weapons. Tang Xiao. In an instant, both brothers' bodies froze. The next moment, a sudden storm swept through the blue-silver forest. Countless raindrops poured into the cave, and in the blink of an eye, both brothers were drenched. Tang Hao swallowed hard. He had a feeling of burning everything. Big brother, I'm sorry. The 2 brothers were speechless here, and at the same time, Tang Yue was in the same situation. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character, Ain, and receiving the reward, Soul Fragment Stone. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protecting the offspring, and rewards for the offspring will be given after they are born. Another old friend, the Soul Fragment Stone. Chen Yue still remembered that he had used this to help Qian Renxue change her first soul ring, which excited her so much that she almost rewarded herself. But now it seems it's not needed for Qian Renxue anymore. Although Tang Hao was injured, it was nothing to Chen Yue, even with a dirt wall in between. He could see Tang Zhao's abnormalities at a glance, so he instantly deduced that the 2 little white mice he had been thinking about in the Tiandou Royal Palace, cough, should be the super henchman Qianjun and Jiang Mo who had arrived. Go home. Since he knew the whereabouts of Tang Tian, Chen Yue didn't need to interrogate this Tang Yue under harsh conditions. He waved his hand and brought her back into the Heavenly King Divine Tower space, then turned and left. At this moment, inside the Heavenly King Divine Tower, Tang Yuehua, Xiao Wu, and Ain looked at each other, suddenly embraced, and cried loudly, feeling a sense of we are all lost souls in the world. Why must we have met before? Not to mention, Tang Yuehua knew Ain, and Ain probably knew that Tang Hao had such a sister. But Ain didn't know about Tang Yuehua's fatal orthopedic thoughts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he said at that time. It was just a little bump I didn't expect. She looked at the Tang Yuehua in front of her, as if she saw her husband Tang Hao, feeling extremely guilty, and awkwardly said, I didn't mean to get pregnant with a child. It was he who secretly broke it, originally thinking that these two women had nothing to do with her, and most just sharing the same suffering like Xiao Wu. But at this moment, hearing this, she immediately widened her eyes in disbelief, and looked at Ain in front of her. You are Sanji's mother? She could also see that Ain was in a situation similar to hers, although slightly better, but essentially the same. But she never expected that this was actually Tang San's mother. Huh. Now, it was Ain and Tang Yuehua's turn to be dumbfounded. Why, you said what? Xiao Wu's face turned a bit unnatural as she touched her belly, forcing out a very unpleasant smile. I am the lover of San Ge, but I am pregnant with a child that is not Sanji's, and there is more than one. I'm sorry, Singu, I was wrong. All right, good child. A Yin's eyes welled up with tears, tightly hugging Xiao Wu. I have nothing to give you. I can only hold you. I'm sorry, She suddenly thought, since she appeared here, her daughter-in-law's fate would surely be the same as hers, and she couldn't help but let her tears turn cold, flowing down like 2 lines of poetry. Why, you can rest assured, even if the mistress finds out, he definitely won't despise you. Ain smiled, but tears kept flowing down her face as she comforted Xiao Wu. If he dares not to acknowledge you, then I won't recognize him as my son. The melodrama of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the Heavenly King's Divine Tower excited Chen Yue, who was a bit eager to go to the repair shop and borrow a wealthy lady's pink Maserati that he befriended while working as a plumber. Unfortunately, that wealthy lady was also a speed demon, and that Maserati was almost in a pitiful state, probably wouldn't be repaired anytime soon. It would have to go back to the factory for repairs. What a pity, these foreign cars really aren't that great. They just can't be driven. Chen Yue sighed, realizing he still had to support domestic products. With such thoughts in mind, he had already returned to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. As soon as he entered the palace gate, he felt himself being locked onto by 2 auras. The fluctuations of these 2 soul powers made him lift his eyelids involuntarily. It was indeed the demon suppression Douluo who had been waiting here for quite some time. Kid, are you the guardian of the Tiandou Palace? The demon suppression Douluo glanced at Chen Yue and said in a rather displeased tone. The Qianjun Douluo beside him looked at Chen Yue, but did not speak. His gaze filled with suspicion, clearly still shocked by how Chen Yue knew that Tang Xiao would attack the Tiandou Palace. I don't have time to explain to you. Chen Yue completely ignored the demon suppression Douluo's question, focusing his gaze on the Qianjun Douluo, and said, release your martial soul and soul rings. How dare this kid ignore me? Being younger, the demon slayer Douluo furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to teach this ignorant Chen Yue a lesson, he was stopped by the Qianjun Douluo beside him. Compared to the demon slayer Douluo, the Qianjun Douluo was much calmer. He silently released his martial soul, the spiral dragon staff. The soul rings were the standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Chen Yue took out the fragment of the soul stone he had obtained earlier and accurately struck it against the first soul ring of the Qianjun Douluo. This kid wouldn't TB. The demon slayer Douluo wanted to mock him, especially since this kid had silently taken down Qian Renxue and even got her pregnant. Although Qian Renxue was his biological granddaughter, in the eyes of all the worshippers, she was no different from one. Therefore, he was naturally displeased and wanted to beat this pretentious kid and mock him fiercely. But now, seeing Chen Yue foolishly strike the soul ring, he thought this was insane. Just as his thoughts and words had turned into action, he was shocked to find that the first soul ring of the Qianjun Douluo actually shattered with a crack as soon as Chen Yue struck it. What? The demon slayer Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the calm and cautious Qianjun Douluo also showed a look of astonishment. Even with his years of experience, he had never heard of anything that could directly shatter a soul ring without affecting the soul ring's owner. He could clearly feel that his first soul ring was gone. No, it wasn't that it disappeared, but it felt empty. He had never had a twin martial soul, so he didn't know what an empty soul ring felt like, but he guessed it must be quite something. The 10,000-year-old turtle you captured before can be absorbed now. Chen Yue casually clapped his hands to shake off the dust from the shattered soul stone and said lightly, "Hey." The demon slayer Douluo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but before he could, the Qianjun Douluo slapped his mouth shut. Demon slayer Douluo? What is going on? He looked at his brother with a resentful expression, but the Qianjun Douluo ignored him and nodded seriously good. Chen Yue walked unobstructed into the palace, leaving the demon slayer Douluo feeling a bit disgruntled. However, due to his brother's authority, he didn't dare to chase after him. Brother, this kid is getting a bit too arrogant. I can't swallow this. If you can't swallow it, spit it out. The Qianjun Douluo shot him a cold glance, saying, "You're already over 60 years old, and you're still so impulsive? I'm going to reabsorb the soul ring. You guard me." As he said this, the Qianjun Douluo felt quite excited. After all, that was the coveted 10,000-year soul ring, and it would become his first soul ring. As a super Douluo, how could he not be thrilled? Yes, the demon slayer Douluo felt a chill in his heart, finally setting aside his previous emotions with an excited expression. A 10,000-year soul ring. He had dreamed of absorbing one to see what it was like, but unfortunately, during the time they broke through to Tiandou Douluo, there were only a few famous 10,000-year soul beasts on the continent, and each one was extremely powerful, far beyond what they could hunt at that time. "Oh, you came in so quickly?" Sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing, Qian Renxue, upon hearing footsteps, exited her meditative state. When she looked up and saw it was Chen Yue, she asked with some uncertainty, "Didn't they stop you?" "Couldn't he stop me?" Chen Yue casually replied while sitting down. "But I think you should have been able to stop them." "How could that be?" Qian Renxue shook her head, saying, "If they couldn't stop you, how could I?" At this moment, she finally understood what stopping meant, feeling a mix of shame and anger, almost cursing. Does it seem like there is some movement in the young master's palace? The porcupine Douluo scratched his head and looked at his good friend, the serpent spear Douluo, and asked tentatively, "What kind of movement? Like someone went in?" The porcupine Douluo asked cautiously, "Should we go take a look?" The serpent spear Douluo scoffed, saying, "With 2 worshippers guarding here, how could anyone get close to the young master's palace?" But last time, didn't that Tang Xiao sneak into the palace and almost kill the young master? The serpent spear Douluo, to be honest, was a bit flustered after hearing this from his good friend. "Well, let's go take a look." Saying this, the 2 good friends immediately went to the palace and were about to knock on the door when they heard Chen Yue's voice from inside. "You two, hurry to the worship hall and bring another worshipper over. It's best to call the golden crocodile Douluo too." As soon as the words came out, both the spiny pufferfish and the snake spear froze, looking at each other in confusion, completely bewildered. What the hell? The 2 offerings of Qianjun Jiangmo have already arrived. Why do we need another golden crocodile Douluo? To know, the golden crocodile Douluo is only second to Tiandou within the entire spear hall. How could they be someone they could just invite over? No, there is no need for that, right? In the palace, Qian Renxue could be heard saying urgently, "There is no need to call grandfather golden crocodile." Are you talking about those 2 who almost let Tang Xiao steal the trash from home? Qian Renxue's words left the 3 of them speechless, and she could only hum in strong protest. "Senior, we understand." The spiny pufferfish and snake spear exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and were about to leave when suddenly a streak of light flew by. It was Qian Renxue throwing out her token. With this token, Grandfather Golden Crocodile will definitely come. Yes. Upon hearing the function of the token, both the spiny pufferfish and snake spear felt a chill in their hearts, no longer daring to delay, understanding the importance of this item, and immediately set off together towards the spirit hall. With Chen Yue and present, they felt assured about Qian Renxue's safety. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, you bastard?" Qian Renxue pinched Chen Yue's waist. "Baby, I still want you." She was still thinking about the inheritance. It's okay, the baby's vitality is strong. As long as he is not directly killed, he definitely won die. Qian Renxue, why do you want to call Grandfather Golden Crocodile over? Chen Yue casually asked. The upcoming battle in the Tiandou Imperial Palace will be the largest soul master conflict in history. Even with Qianjun Jiangmo, it may not hold. Currently, although Chen Yue is extremely powerful, he is only at level 91 at his peak in terms of soul power, and it's estimated he won't be able to take down that sword Douluo in one move, not to mention that Ning Fengji support. What if at that time, this sword Douluo desperately tries to kill Qian Renxue, and Bone Douluo fights to hold him back? Wouldn't that be like the original story? Watching his wife die helplessly and then expressing his deep feelings and despair? Rather than that, it's better to eliminate all threats in the cradle. Moreover, Chen Yue didn't know if he would be guarding the Tiandou Imperial Palace at that time. He glanced at Qian Renxue, whose belly was already slightly bulging, and swallowed hard, estimating that if Douluo came, the first to be killed would probably be him, right? So, it's better to find golden crocodile, Douluo. Chapter 18 Qian Renxue. I am the prince of the empire. Isn't it natural for the prince to take concubines? 9. 6 major rewrite of the whole text. What did you say? Spirit City, Spirit Hall, Hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong suddenly slammed the table and stood up, staring wide-eyed at the trembling Douluo in front of her. They searched every inch of the Haotian sect, but couldn't find a trace of Nana. What the hell is going on? Douluo trembled, not daring to speak, lowering his head. On the other side, having gone through it once, the ghost Douluo, who was barely maintaining his composure, weakly said, Your Majesty. Bibi Dong shot him a glance and said, under Bibi Dong's stare. The ghost Douluo felt a bit of a prickly sensation on his scalp, but at this moment he had no choice but to speak. So he steeled himself and said in a low voice, In the actions of the entire Haotian sect, there are still fish that escaped the net. They may have long been prepared to fight us to the death, which is why they moved the people. Bibi Dong remained silent. The ghost Douluo continued. Aside from their leader Tang Xiao, another Tang Hao, who was expelled from the Haotian sect more than a decade ago, is also missing. Hearing the name Tang Hao, Bibi Dong's expression darkened further. She recalled the scene 5 years ago during the Soul Master competition when Tang Hao hammered the entire Spirit Hall in front of an audience. So infuriated that she thought about destroying the Haotian sect. How embarrassing. What else? The ghost Douluo said cautiously, There is also the rumor that after hiding, the Haotian sect has a good relationship with the Xingluo royal family. According to our investigation, there are still 3 Haotian sect disciples whose corpses have not been found, suspected to have escaped to the Xingluo Empire. He spoke carefully because this information was relayed to him by Qian Renxue. Facing the command of the young master of the Spirit Hall, he was reluctant to disobey, but also fear that his previous lies to deceive Bibi Dong would be exposed, ultimately angering the Pope and indirectly offending the great offerings, resulting in a loss that outweighs the gain. Therefore, he could only go against his conscience, hold his breath, and pinch his nose to admit it, thinking it shouldn't be wrong to listen to the young master. Which 3? Bibi Dong's gaze was icy. She already had her first suspect in mind, which was her ex-boyfriend Master Yu Xiaojing's disciple, the Haotian hammer without a soul ring, yet possessing the soul power of a soul emperor. It's hard not to think of Tang San when she imagines this. But over the years, Tang San has been silent, and since she hasn't completely turned dark yet, she still has some unresolved feelings for Yu Xiaojing, so she is just deceiving herself. The 3 disciples of Haotian sect are Tang Tian, Tang Renxue, and another Tang San. Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold, but she didn't say anything. Among them, Tang San is the most suspicious because he has twin martial souls, and his second martial soul is the Haotian hammer. Generally, even without applying soul rings, there's a high possibility. Bibi Dong's expression darkened, interrupting Ghost Douluo's speech. Talk about the other 2. Ghost Douluo was taken aback. The young master really does have a knack for predicting things, actually calculating that His Holiness the Pope would never consider Tang San. A thought flashed through his mind, but Ghost Douluo didn't dare to show any signs. Fortunately, he was just a shadow, and Bibi Dong couldn't see his changing expression clearly. Yes, Ghost Douluo replied, and then, with a slightly anxious tone, said, Tang Tian is said to be a 3rd-generation disciple, and her martial soul is the Haotian hammer. The most likely hidden place for her current soul power is the Tiandou Imperial Palace, as it is said that the Tiandou Royal Academy has a close relationship with a high-ranking member of the Haotian sect. This was also taught to him by Qian Renxue. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he didn't know these things, so saying this sounded a bit unconvincing, fearing that Bibi Dong would notice. However, among all the words he said, in Bibi Dong's ears, there were only the 7 words Tang Tian, Tiandou Imperial Palace. Then she understood in her heart and waved her hand to interrupt, asking about this Tang Renxue. Yes, the ghost Douluo said, according to our intelligence. At the time of our action, Tang Renxue happened to be outside their sect. After the incident, he immediately fled the Tiandou Empire and is currently in the Xingluo Empire. Whereabouts, unknown. Before the ghost Douluo could finish his sentence, Bibi Dong slammed the table, interrupting him, and said, Listen to my order. I command the Xingluo Empire to hand over the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the disciples of the Haotian sect within 3 days. Otherwise, the Haotian sect will be a warning for your Xingluo royal family. Ghost Douluo? On the side, the watching Ju Douluo? What the hell? What's going on? Why is the Star Luo Empire being ordered all of a sudden? Guizhu and Douluo exchanged confused glances, seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. However, Bibi Dong didn't explain anything to them. With a wave of her hand, she ordered them to spread the message. I need to rest. Yes. Although they were confused, since the Pope remained silent, they as subordinates didn't dare to ask further and obediently left. Old ghost, did you understand? Douluo scratched his head, still feeling a bit dazed. He thought this old ghost had a handle on things, but why did it seem off when it came to the Pope? Why was there a need to order troops? The three people mentioned by Douluo, he thought the most suspicious one should be Tang San, so why was Tang Rongyao involved? If you don't understand, don't ask. Why question the Pope's matters so much? Just execute the orders. Douluo also couldn't make sense of it, but he was greatly shocked. He knew that as a qualified subordinate, it was better not to ask too many questions about such matters. Knowing too much could lead to trouble. After transmitting the order, Douluo also prepared a letter, which he handed over to the Ciiju and Shimiao, who had come out from the worship hall. Can this guy be trusted? After Douluo left, the figure of Jean Douluo appeared behind this pair of good friends, dressed in golden robes. He looked at Douluo with indifference and asked coldly, regarding Bibi Dong's mobilization of the Spirit Hall's power to destroy the Haotian sect. Basically, no one in the worship hall supported it. It should be noted that back when Tiandou was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, he lost his son to Tang Hao and devoted all the Spirit Hall's power to destroy the Haotian sect. Now, a holy maiden who was raised by the Spirit Hall was actually making Bibi Dong nearly exhaust all the titled Douluos from the past, which indeed left many in the worship hall dissatisfied. However, due to the situation, Tiandou was also afraid that Bibi Dong would exhaust all the titled Douluos in the Pope's hall, so he sent Qianjun Jiang Mo to assist. Otherwise, it was feared that this time the Spirit Hall would suffer losses that involved more than just 2 titled Douluos. Previously, in the soul hunting operation, including Ciiju and Shimiao, the Spirit Hall had dispatched a total of 6 titled Douluos. Among the 6 titled Douluos, the Porcupine and the Serpent Spear first went to the Tiandou Imperial Palace to settle scores, while the remaining 4 attacked the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In the end, they suffered 2 serious injuries and 2 minor injuries, but they severely damaged the 7 treasure glazed tile school, resulting in the sword Douluo losing an arm. Afterwards, the 2 lightly injured individuals, along with the spirit kite Douluo sent later, jointly attacked the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Ultimately, at the cost of 2 titled Douluos being killed and the spirit kite Douluo being severely injured, they brought about the downfall of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Currently, the spirit kite Douluo has returned to the Douluo Palace to recuperate and has been out of contact for a long time. Now, in Tiandou City, besides the Porcupine and the Serpent Spear, there are actually 2 other titled Douluos present. These are the 2 titled Douluos who were severely injured during the earlier attack on the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, they are recuperating in the Spirit Hall within Tiandou City and are not in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. So the Spirit Hall is unaware of the specific situation in the Tiandou Imperial Palace at this moment. The only ones who know about the situation in the Tiandou Imperial Palace are currently Qianjun and the 4 individuals, including the Porcupine and the Serpent Spear. However, Qianjun has obtained a 100,000-year soul ring and is still absorbing it, while the demon-subduing Douluo is responsible for guarding and cannot leave for the time being. The Porcupine and the Serpent Spear, after experiencing the scene in the Stardow Grey Forest, have completely chosen to side with Qian Renxue's faction, so it is naturally impossible for them to reveal this secret to others. As for the ghost, Chrysanthemum, the Porcupine and the Serpent Spear both believe that unless these 2 think their heads are harder than the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, how could they possibly be foolish enough to betray the young master? Therefore, the Porcupine Douluo nodded, trustworthy. The Golden Crocodile Douluo stopped speaking, nodded slightly, and said, let's go. At this moment, Chen Yue, who was inside the Tiandou Imperial Palace, also received news. Hey, what are you planning to do now? As Chen Yue just got dressed and stood up, he heard Qian Renxue's question, and he couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Don't worry, I'll give you a big surprise regarding the Golden Crocodile Douluo later. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue's departing figure with some suspicion and couldn't help but rub her aching waist. In this day and age, it's truly outrageous that there are still fields that have been damaged by cultivation. But if this land has not been tilled for so long, it can easily be forgotten, right? What should be done? Qian Renxue felt a bit distressed. She never expected that someone as charming as Ulaina could be looked down upon. This was truly beyond her expectations. So, should I change to another one? As Qian Renxue turned her gaze. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind. She slapped her thigh and thought, yes, I am now a prince. And it is only natural for a prince to take concubines. Right? That's it. With this thought, she instantly became energized and began to formulate a plan in her heart. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Since the last attack by the Spear Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been in a half-dead state. If it weren't for Tang San's hidden weapon, this sect might have been completely finished. Ever since the incident at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning, Fengji, Bon Douluo, and Sword Douluo have been running to Shrek Academy every day. It's unclear whether they're safe after arriving at Shrek Academy or not. It's puzzling. Not only does Chen Yue find it puzzling, as Ning Rongrong's biological mother and Ning Fengji's wife, the woman named Shangguan also feels the same confusion. She is a battle soul master with a martial soul of a green snake and a soul power level that is not very high, only at the Soul Emperor level. With a puzzled mind, she went to Shrek Academy to deliver meals to Ning Fengji and the other 2, and after returning to her room, just as she lay down on the wooden bed after bathing, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Not good, someone is here. At that moment, when the alarm bells rang in her mind, Shangguan did not move at all because she knew that the strongest person in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was a Soul Douluo. For someone to infiltrate her room without the slightest detection from a Soul Douluo, it must be a title Douluo. The fact that this title Douluo did not act indicates that they were clearly not here to kill. Perhaps they wanted to obtain some information from her? Thinking this, Shangguan slowly relaxed her tense muscles. Just then, 2 hands gently rested on her fragrant shoulders, and the softly spoken words made her suddenly sit up in shock. Madam, you wouldn't want the Spirit Hall to know about your hiding of the remnants of the Haotian sect, would you? Shangguan was taken aback and instinctively slapped back without thinking. However, her strike, being just that of Soul Emperor, was easily caught by Chen Yue as if she were a child. Chen Yue looked at Shangguan with a playful gaze, assessing her from top to bottom, and chuckled. Your figure doesn't look like that of a child's mother, does it? How about proving it? Shangguan's face turned red with anger. What do you mean prove? What do you want? Her wrist was firmly gripped by Chen Yue, unable to move, and she could only glare at him with eyes that seemed to spit fire. Gradually, her gaze turned icy. I advise you to let go. My 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is. I know that your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 titled Douluos, the one-armed hero, Chen Yue, and the old bone Gurong, right? Chen Yue interrupted her with a smile. I also know that with Ning Fengji's assistance, they can easily face 4 titled Douluos, right? As he said this, Chen Yue leaned in closer and whispered a chilling phrase into her ear. So, are you trying to repeat the old path of the Haotian sect? Or do you think your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can stop the Spear Hall, which even the 6 titled Douluos of the Haotian sect could not withstand? Shangguan's face turned pale. Who are you? The fact that the Haotian sect had 6 titled Douluos was something only a few of the upper 3 sects knew, but the specifics of their levels were not clear. They only knew there were 6 titled Douluos. In fact, even the Spirit Hall was unaware of this. They only attacked in a fit of rage. Who I am is not important. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. What matters is that I want you to prove what you just said. Shangguan was stunned. Prove? What do you mean prove? Then she thought of something and immediately asked you want Tang Tian? I can give her to you, but before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yue placed a finger on her lips and said, Shoo, keep your voice down, save some strength for later. Shangguan was confused. Save strength for what? But the next moment she understood. I want Tang Tian too, but I also want your proof. Chapter 19. Zhu Zhuqing, who are you? I warn you, hurry up. Indeed, in this day and age, service is paramount. This is the first time I've received such a large sum of remuneration. My catering business is about to rise up. In my previous life, I excelled in the catering industry. So, in this other world, my first action will naturally not go wrong. Ning Fengji, your opponent. I am here. Having just arrived, I hope you will be satisfied with this big gift. After murmuring these words, Chen Yue quietly left the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, heading towards Shrek Academy. His figure gradually disappeared into the night until he was no longer visible. Shrek Academy. Originally, this academy was established on the iceberg of Soto City and later merged with the Blue Tyrant Academy to settle in Heaven Do City. However, with the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters winning the championship of the Continental Soul Master Competition and with Douluo's presence, it must be said that more and more foolish investors have come to contribute funds, and now it finally looks somewhat like an academy. Of course, this scale, compared to many old prestigious academies like the Tiandou Royal Academy, still feels somewhat lacking in terms of vision. However, it ultimately belongs to the Tiandou Empire, and is the first academy to win the championship of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. The Snow Knight certainly received a significant allocation for its construction, but unfortunately, Snow Knight has fallen ill, and it is now Xue Qinghe who is in power. In the guest lounge of Shrek Academy. Sai, what exactly does the Spirit Hall want to do? Even though the night has deepened, the three people in the lounge are still not resting. Among them, Ning Fengji is rubbing his temples, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looking completely haggard. He simply cannot sleep. Especially after the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suffered a heavy blow, he really hasn't had a good night's sleep in days. Not to mention, not long ago, the Spirit Hall directly destroyed the Haotian sect, a shocking event that could make ghosts weep. Now, among the top 3 sects, only his Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect remains. And, as the sect leader, how can he possibly sleep? Sect leader, it's late, you should rest, said Douluo, looking at Ning Fengji, who was rubbing his temples and sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. With disciples guarding the sect using the Zhuge crossbow, even if something happens, we will know immediately. It's impossible for anything to go wrong. Let's hope so. If it weren't for the incident with the Haotian sect, perhaps Ning Fengji wouldn't be in such a state. But now that such a major event has occurred, he must be restless and anxious. After all, that was the once mighty Haotian sect. To think they could be wiped out just like that. Doesn't it mean that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect might follow in their footsteps? As he thought of this, Ning Fengji rubbed his temples again. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden roar echoed. Enemy attack. The voice was very familiar. It belonged to Zhao Wujia, a teacher from Shrek Academy. However, just as his voice fell, it abruptly stopped, as if someone had suddenly slit his throat. Not good, something happened. The Bon Douluo, noticing the commotion, immediately darkened his expression. Just as he was about to move, he didn't expect that the sword Douluo had stepped out first. That damn bone. Seeing this, the Bon Douluo Gu Rong had no choice but to retract a step. One of them, the title Douluo, must stay by Ning Fengji's side. This had been their consensus for many years. The sword Douluo quickly rushed to the source of the sound, and his expression darkened even further. This was the dormitory assigned to Ning Rongrong and Oscar by Shrek Academy, but at this moment, Ning Rongrong was nowhere to be seen. Only Oscar, covered in blood, and the lifeless body of Zhao Wujia lay in a pool of blood. Damn it! The sword Douluo glared angrily, sensing the fluctuation of soul power, and drew his sword, ready to pursue. Whoever dared to kidnap Rongrong would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Chen Yue, who had deliberately paused his actions, noticed the sword Douluo's figure pursuing him and couldn't help but smile. The fish had taken the bait. However, feeling the murderous intent from the sword Douluo, Chen Yue was still somewhat glad for his foresight. If my predictions are correct, with Tang Hao's martial soul shattered, the Haotian sect will undoubtedly have other ways to restore his martial soul. At that time, with the 2 title Douluos and the 2 from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, if they break into the palace, even the 3 of them, including Qianjuan's demon and golden crocodile Douluo, may not be able to stop them. And if I can't take down all 4 of them in one move, they will surely be on high alert, and it's highly likely that they will fight to the death and kill Qian Renxue. Therefore, to avoid their cooperation, it's quite reasonable to take down the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School first, right? With this thought, after careful consideration, Chen Yue ultimately decided to sacrifice himself, acting as a beautiful distraction to shift the main battlefield away from the Tiandou Imperial Palace to another location. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Chen Yue casually picked up Ning Rongrong, disregarding her limpness, and took off running. The strength of this sword Douluo is indeed very strong, so strong that he has no confidence in killing in one strike. However, there is a possibility that he might accidentally injure Ning Rongrong, whom he is holding. If she dies, then the guests he previously entertained might never come back to patronize his business. Taking all this into account, Chen Yue decided not to take action. The inn had gone through so much trouble to bring the golden crocodile Douluo here from so far away. How could he not let them have a good fight in return for the long journey? An hour earlier, Qian Renxue had informed Chen Yue that the in their group had already arrived outside of Heavendou City and were expected to enter the palace late at night. At this moment, in a forest outside Heavendou City, and the golden crocodile Douluo had arrived at this location. They were preparing to enter Heavendou City under the cover of night and take the opportunity to enter the royal palace. But suddenly, a figure like lightning swept past. Before the 3 of them could react, it had already vanished from sight. The 3,000 thunder movements were a complete dimensional suppression in the sewer dimension, something they couldn't possibly respond to. Even the golden crocodile Douluo only saw a flash of light dart by. What just rushed past? The golden crocodile Douluo, who realized it later, suddenly raised his head with a look of confusion. The good friends and exchanged glances, and just as the Douluo was about to speak, a fierce shout accompanied by a sword light filled with killing intent slashed through the air, instantly exploding. "You dog thief, come and take your life. Douluo, Douluo, golden crocodile Douluo. What the hell? So quickly we have been discovered. Is it sword Douluo Chen? The inn looked bewildered, exchanging glances. However, the golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback, realizing something was wrong. Could it be that something happened in the palace? But as a cunning old fox who had lived for over 100 years, he quickly calmed down, unleashing his peak soul power at level 98 to block the sword light. "You two, hurry into the palace to protect the young master. I'll deal with this Chen." "Yes." The inn understood and immediately turned to run. The sword Douluo, having failed his attack, frowned deeply upon seeing the inn fleeing. He sensed that the soul power fluctuations he had been tracking had dissipated, replaced by a large, unfamiliar wave of soul power. But before he could figure it out, he suddenly heard the distant voice of the snake spear Douluo, empowered by the title Douluo's soul power. "What a bold 7 treasures glazed tile school. Daring to obstruct my spirit hall and capturing the wanted criminals of the Haotian school. You really don't fear death, sword Douluo? Wait, when did I obstruct your spirit hall from capturing people from the Haotian school? Golden crocodile Douluo. Damn, the 7 treasures glazed tile school is actually colluding with the Haotian school? No wonder the Pope is so furious, willing to go to any lengths to eradicate the Haotian school. So that's how it is." Thinking of this, the golden crocodile Douluo's gaze turned sinister. It seemed the 7 treasures glazed tile school also wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Haotian school. "Today, I will fulfill your wishes." Without further ado, he unleashed all his soul power, released his martial soul, and his soul rings shone brightly. Now the sword Douluo is completely trapped. No, when did I ever want to follow in the footsteps of the Haotian sect? Let me just say, did you recognize the wrong person? Friend, there's no point in saying more about this. Accept your fate. The golden crocodile Douluo had no intention of wasting words with the sword Douluo and directly unleashed his martial soul true body. Sword Douluo, what the hell? Level 98 peak. And still one of the top beast martial souls, the golden crocodile king? I really can't handle this. At Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were still waiting for the return of the sword Douluo. Shortly after the sword Douluo left, a soul Douluo from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect hurried over, saying, not good, sect master madam, she is missing." "What?" Ning Fengji suddenly stood up, his face showing shock. "How could this be? How could madam go missing?" "I'm not sure. It was when the maid went to inform madam about her bath that she discovered madam was no longer in her room. And they even searched the entire sect, but couldn't find her." As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Fengji could no longer sit still. He hurriedly took Gu Rong and the soul Douluo and rushed towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school at full speed. With Ning Fengji's departure, the entire Shrek Academy fell into a state of inactivity. Although Douluo Bo was stationed at Shrek Academy, he did not actually live there. He was just a name on the roster. Of course, even if he were present, Chen Yue wouldn't mind putting on a live performance of chopping a big snake. Now, the B plan could be set into motion. Chen Yue shrugged and slowly walked into one of the dormitories at Shrek Academy. Earlier, Zhao Wujie's voice had already spread throughout the academy, causing many people to get out of bed, including Dai Mubai, who was making rapid progress with Zhu Zhuqing tonight. In the original story, they were in the same room when they went to see God Island, but this book's setting is at Shrek Academy. And now it was interrupted by the protagonist. He had exerted tremendous effort and finally convinced Zhu Zhuqing to open the door for him with his persuasive words. Just as Dai Mubai was about to transform into a tiger, he unexpectedly heard Zhao Wujie scream, and this fright nearly caused him to lose his composure. "Mubai, you go ahead." It's not too late later. Zhu Zhuqing was startled by the sound and quickly regained her composure, blushing as she pushed Dai Mubai out of the door. "Don't let me find out which bastard ruined my good thing." Dai Mubai cursed resentfully at the closed door, but in the end, he could only turn helplessly and head towards the dean's office. After the door closed, Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief and slumped against the door. Just as she was about to change her clothes and go out, a sudden knock sounded. "HM?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Mubai forgot something? She scratched her head and opened the door a crack, but the next moment, a strong hand pushed the door open and a strange man, wearing a smile, slowly walked in. "You, who are you?" Zhu Zhuqing was startled and quickly retreated. The reason she didn't T-attack immediately was that she felt an overwhelming pressure from a man in front of her. It was like facing a sword Douluo. It felt extremely dangerous. She had a feeling that if she dared to make a move, she would be the one to die in the next instant. Therefore, she chose to retreat and create distance. The unfamiliar man is naturally Chen Yue. Zhu Zhuqing, right? Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of vigilance. Who are you? I warn you. Hurry up. Before she could finish her words, Chen Yue casually squeezed her neck with one hand, so quickly that she didn't even have a moment to react. I heard that. In your view, a man's flirtation is not a mistake. As long as it's not vulgar. It's not a big problem, right? Excerpt from the original, Chapter 116. Strange mushrooms reach the sky. Tiger breaks the dragon. Moreover, it seems you also think women don't count as population, but as resources, right? Excerpt from the original, Chapter 25. The Power of Weapon Spirits, Part 2. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her hands tightly around Chen Yue's large hand that was gripping her delicate neck, her face turning a purplish hue, feeling a bit suffocated. But Chen Yue's palm was like a vice, firmly locking her throat, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry apart even one of Chen Yue's fingers. So, it seems that the resources of the weak can be plundered by the strong, right? Sensing her nearing death, Chen Yue relaxed his grip, and Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air, her face filled with the relief of having escaped death and agreed for life. She was already the princess consort of the Star-Luo Empire, the future queen of Star-Luo. How could she be compared to the girl from back then, who fled the Star-Luo Empire to survive, risking everything for a glimmer of hope, and was brainwashed by the Dai and Zhu families into a pure white girl? I warn you, you. Before she could finish her words, Chen Yue raised a hand to interrupt her. Don't be in a hurry to warn me. Let me see if this resource is useful. If it's not, I don't mind letting these worthless resources be discarded. Zhu Zhuqing's threatening words were abruptly cut off. She stiffened her body and tremblingly raised her head, just in time to see Chen Yue's smile filled with ulterior motives. What do you want? Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Tell me, how many survivors do you think the Haotian sect has under the declaration of war from the Spear Hall? I wonder how many the Star-Luo Empire can have. Zhu Zhuqing shivered all over, feeling her legs go weak. What did you say? The Haotian sect? The Haotian sect's matter is it you who did it? The fact that only 3 survivors remained after the extermination of the Haotian sect was no longer a secret. As the princess consort of the Star-Luo Empire, she naturally had some sources of information. It was precisely for this reason that the 2 great empires were hurriedly seeking an alliance to jointly fight against the Spirit Hall. She looked up at Chen Yue, whose peak appearance was second only to the top beauty bestowed by the heavenly beauty talent, and her whole body trembled violently. Of course, it wasn't her looks that attracted him. It was the smile on her face that seemed almost devilish in her eyes, making her shiver all over. Just a hair's breadth away from losing control. You haven't answered my question yet? Chen Yue smiled, but what he said made Zhu Zhuqing's face turn pale in an instant. If you don't speak, I wouldn't mind stripping you naked and hanging you at the gate of Tiandou City for everyone to see the purity of the Star-Luo Crown Princess. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, wanting to admit that she had said that, but upon seeing Chen Yue's gaze, her heart trembled, and she dared not say a word. She was scared. She feared that if she nodded even slightly, this man in front of her would perfectly reward her with substantial actions. I'm actually quite curious about your Zhu family. Chen Yue suddenly changed the subject, causing Zhu Zhuqing to pause slightly and instinctively ask, curious about what? Since you want to escape the fate of death, why are you traveling thousands of miles to find a husband, only to see him with multiple wives and concubines, while still wandering through the flowers, with every leaf touching you? Aye, our fates are the same, so of course we must unite. Chen Yue scoffed. One body? So, you admit to that saying of yours, resources don't count as population? Zhu Zhuqing, yes. Since you have already escaped the Star-Luo Empire, why are you still looking for Daimu Bai, resisting that so-called impossible fate? Chen Yue shook his head. The Tiandou Empire is vast. You could easily hide in a small mountain village to cultivate or join the Spirit Hall, learning to rise to power like Bibi Dong, controlling your own reputation. Wouldn't that be better? Could it be that subconsciously, you feel you are a dependency of the Dai family, right? Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, but in the end, it turned into determination. The Dai family and Zhu family have intermarried for so many years. We have long become a community. To put it bluntly, it's just the weak relying on the strong, isn't it? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. That's right. But the next moment, all expressions on her face completely dissipated, replaced by deep fear and panic. Since that's the case, I am stronger than you, which means you have to rely on me and please me, right? Chapter 20 Zhu Zhuqing, Mubai. You go out first. I'm in the restroom. 9. 6 Major revision of the text. Delete and modify the dividing line. Dean, what happened? At this moment, Dai Mubai had just arrived at the dean's office. Seeing Flinders' heavy expression, his own face instantly became serious. He still remembered the last time he saw Flinders' expression was when the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was destroyed and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was severely injured. In the dean's office at this moment, Flinders was not the only one present. Yu Xiaojiang was also among them. The expressions of all three were very grave. Ning Rongrong has been kidnapped, and the lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has also gone missing. What? Dai Mubai was immediately stunned. How could this happen? Then, he seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Could this be the work of the Spirit Hall? Whether it was the severe injury to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School or the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, although there was no direct evidence. Everyone knew in their hearts that it was the work of the Spirit Hall. And now, only the Spirit Hall has the power to kidnap Ning Rongrong right under the nose of the Swordbone Douluo. Mubai. I know you and the others agreed to gather again 5 years later, but with such an incident happening at the academy, it is no longer safe. Master Yu Xiaojiang, with his usual deadpan expression, looked at Dai Mubai. As the crown prince of Star Luo, if nothing goes wrong, the Spirit Hall will definitely target you. I have invited the Poison Douluo to take you back to the Star Luo Empire. In this situation, you will be the safest. Since the palace has been completely controlled by Qian Renxue, and the news of the Snow Knight Emperor's serious illness cannot be spread, no one knows about it. So Douluo was not left in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Of course, before this, Douluo was aware of the Snow Knight Emperor's health issues. But now the palace doesn't even let him in. He can't just barge in, can he? To be honest, if Douluo did force his way in, he would definitely be in for a big surprise. All right, I want to take Zhu Qing with me. Dai Mubai thought for a moment and nodded, but he also put forward a condition. It's not that he has deep feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, but he feels that if Zhu Zhuqing stays here, something bad will definitely happen, which is why he said that. No, we must leave now. Master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie-like face fixed its gaze on Dai Mubai. Just now, when the Ning sect master and Bon Douluo were in the academy, it was relatively safe. But now, with Bon Douluo and the Ning sect master back in their sects, the academy is no longer safe. There hasn't been a single piece of news from the Sword Douluo who went to pursue the kidnapper of Rongrong. If the enemy has accomplices coming, we won't be able to stop them with our strength. At this point, Master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie-like face showed a rare seriousness and heaviness. Mubai, as the Prince of Xingluo, you should know what is important and what is not. Women do not count as population, but as resources. In the original work, Dai Mubai once said, as the Prince of Xingluo, if you are safe and sound, resources will naturally be countless. But if you are captured by the Spirit Hall, even if you are eventually released, the Xingluo Emperor, Empress, and many royal relatives will definitely no longer trust you. Do you understand what I mean? Dai Mubai's face changed between green and white, his eyes filled with indecision. On one hand, he was reluctant to part with Zhu Zhuqing, but on the other hand, he feared that his status as prince would be lost, and he would end up like his elder brother, becoming a useless person. If he were truly captured by the Spirit Hall, once released, with his suspicious father, he would definitely no longer be trusted and might even be suspected of colluding with the Spirit Hall to usurp the throne. In the Xingluo Empire, even brothers can be used as tools to kill each other, and father-son betrayals are naturally high-probability events. Let's go. But this moment of hesitation lasted only 3 seconds before it turned into determination. If Zhu Zhuqing is gone, he can marry another Zhu family girl. It's not that he can't perform the martial soul fusion skill, the Nether White Tiger. After all, this is the Zhu family affiliated with his Dai family. And with his identity as the Prince of Xingluo, it will be easy to choose any Zhu family girl he wants. Trouble with the Poison Douluo, Your Excellency. Master Yu Xiaojing looked at Douluo. No problem. Douluo's gaze was indifferent as he raised his hand and grabbed Dai Mubai by the collar, disappearing from the office in an instant. The two great empires of Tiandou and Xinglu are one to the north and one to the south. With most of the territory in between divided by the Star Do Great Forest, and there are not many bordering territories. Shrek Academy has already moved into Tiandou City, and to enter the Xingluo Empire from Tiandou City, one must head south. Outside Tiandou City, in a small grove to the south, Douluo was moving quickly with Dai Mubai, disappearing in just a few seconds. How about that? I told you resources can be traded, didn't you see? Chen Yue hugged Zhu Zhuqing, watching the two figures disappear into the distance, and said with a playful smile, This Dai Mubai sold you as a resource to me. Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lip, not believing it at all, and coldly glared at Chen Yue. Even the poison Douluo was invited over. This is definitely a matter of utmost urgency, so don't try to sow discord here. I can't possibly believe you. Right now, she felt nothing but overwhelming hatred towards Chen Yue, completely disbelieving his devilish words. It doesn't matter. Chen Yue was not surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. He smiled. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Whether the Xingluo Empire believes it or not is also irrelevant. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, looking back at him with confusion. Meeting her puzzled gaze, Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth, but the words that came out made Zhu Zhuqing's whole body shiver. I only need the Xingluo Emperor and that Xingluo Empress from your Zhu family to believe it. Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, her eyes widening as she stared at him. You. Chen Yue leaned closer to her ear, his low laughter interrupting her words. You say, if this news doesn't reach the Xingluo Emperor, will he feel disgusted with that Zhu surname, Xingluo Empress? And then take the opportunity to accuse your Zhu family of fabricated crimes and wipe you out. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale. No, impossible. They wouldn't do that. I think it's possible. Or should we try it out? Zhu Zhuqing shivered in fear and quickly grabbed Chen Yue. No, you can't do this. Chen Yue raised a finger, placing it over her somewhat pale lips. Don't make a sound. If Dai Mubai sees this with his own eyes, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Zhu Zhuqing's whole body trembled, and she dared not speak. Although she didn't know what the Yellow River was, she understood the meaning of Chen Yu's words. If Dai Mubai really saw it once he returned, it would be a disaster for her Zhu family. Who is it? Just as she felt a bit relieved, comforting herself that Douluo and Dai Mubai had gone far away, a familiar cold shout suddenly made her body stiffen. Hiss! Are you trying to strangle me to death? As soon as Chen Yu's words came out, Zhu Zhuqing quickly turned around and covered his mouth tightly with one hand. Outside, Douluo, who was passing by, sensed a slight fluctuation of soul power, and not only him, but even Dai Mubai felt it. This fluctuation of soul power feels very familiar. Dai Mubai immediately followed the sound and soon stopped in front of the tree hole. What's wrong? Douluo turned to look at the halted Dai Mubai, frowning and asking. It's nothing. Dai Mubai glanced around and asked, Elder Douluo, did you sense anything? No. Douluo carefully sensed for a moment and then shook his head. It seems there is no aura inside, but can't be ruled out that there might be items with hidden soul power fluctuations. On the Douluo continent, the so-called aura is generally soul power fluctuations, unless it's a divine servant like Poseidon or Tiandou. One can sense life aura within the range of a divine inheritance site. Ordinary title Douluos rely on soul power fluctuations or the aura of their martial spirits, as well as the aura of their domains. In the original work, the King of Slaughter found Hulayina and Tang San through the aura of the god of Slaughter's domain. Of course, Douluo, merely an ordinary title to law, might be somewhat sensitive to the aura of poison, but beyond that, his level can only be considered as that of an ordinary title to law. Bamboo Ching? The leaves in front of the tree hole were lifted, and Dai Mubai's face appeared before Zhu Zhuqing, startling her and turning her face pale. Mubai, what are you doing here? Dai Mubai looked at the crouching Zhu Zhuqing with curiosity and a puzzled expression. Zhuqing, what is going on? Mubai, you go out first. I am using the restroom. Dai Mubai suddenly understood, nodded. All right, hurry up, I'll wait for you outside. Saying this, he placed the leaves back down and his footsteps gradually faded away. You, let go of me. Chen Yue smiled playfully. You want to go back with Dai Mubai, right? Zhu Zhuqing looked at him coldly. Isn't that obvious? Do you believe that if you dare to go back, the Zhu family will face a disaster? This is true. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale, but she quickly revealed a cold smile. I admit, you are a title de law and very strong, but let me tell you, the Star Luo Empire is not to be underestimated. As an outsider, you can't compare to the importance of our Zhu family. Chen Yue had a strange smile on his face, making Zhu Zhuqing feel a chill run down her spine. Oh really? What else? Zhu Zhuqing felt Chen Yue's gaze made her hair stand on end, but the opportunity to leave was right in front of her. How could she give up? Also, I promised you about what happened just now. You can't go back on your word. Chen Yue smiled slightly. Of course I won't go back on my word. Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief, but the next moment, her expression stiffened. But if you want to leave, that's not going to happen. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelids twitched. What do you want to do? Nothing much. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. I recently opened a restaurant with a special flavor of food and excellent drinks. As long as you taste them, you can leave. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. A restaurant? She thought for a moment, and since she was a bit hungry from the physical exertion lately, she nodded without hesitation. All right, it's a deal. In her past life, Chen Yue, who was driving a new car, lived happily in the city. At that moment, with the city license plate hanging, he truly felt a sense of belonging to the city. Previously, he was just drifting like a leaf, but now he had a car, a job. How far was he from buying a house? However, in these days of cruising around, he soon got tired of it. Just as he was thinking about whether to find a partner to date and relieve his boredom, he suddenly encountered a black kitten unconscious by the roadside. Being an animal lover, how could he let this kitten be killed by wild dogs outside? So, Chen Yue carefully picked it up using the protective cover of the new car's leather seat and placed it in the passenger seat, slowly driving back to the restaurant. As everyone knows, stray cats are very dirty and carry a strong odor. So after bringing it home, Chen Yue first gave it a bath. However, to his surprise, it was not a black cat at all, but a purple British Shorthair. During the bath, it groggily woke up and let out a meow. Here, eat this. Although it's leftover from last night, I haven't bought any ingredients now, only what's in stock. Chen Yue took out food from the fridge, heated it, and placed it in front of the kitten. He then took out a bottle of milk from the fridge, poured it into a bowl. Take your time eating. There's milk too. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten seemed stunned. As a stray cat, it had never seen such a lavish meal. After a moment of daze, it quickly opened its mouth to bite the fragrant fried sausage, its face filled with satisfaction. It glanced at the bowl of pure milk, seemed curious, and dipped its tongue in, its eyes lighting up as it began to lick it up, just like Tom from Tom and Jerry drinking milk. Take your time. Take your time. No other cats are competing with you. Be good. Seemingly satisfied with Chen Yue's service, the kitten did not show strong defense and allowed him to pet it. Meanwhile, it happily ate the delicious fried sausage and sipped the sweetened milk, its eyes squinting in joy. Meow. Chen Yue looked at the adorable kitten. A knowing smile appeared on his face. With nothing to do, he could go for a drive. And with something to do, he could pet the cat. Who could refuse such a cute little animal? Coming back to his senses, Chen Yue watched Zhu Zhuqing leave. A meaningful smile on his face. Douluo Empire. I will be there soon. Chapter 21. Yu Xiaojiang. Ere long, won't you invite me in for a sit? S9. 6 major revision of the text. Did you not see the third person? Outside the tree hole. Douluo narrowed his eyes when he saw Dai Mubai coming out and asked faintly. They were already quite a distance from Heavendo City, and during this time, let alone a soul emperor like Zhu Zhuqing, even a soul sage wouldn't be able to move at such speed. Therefore, even though he did not sense the soul power fluctuations of other people, Douluo still felt that Zhu Zhuqing definitely did not come alone. The aura that even the poisoned Douluo did not detect must be extraordinary. Regarding Douluo's words, Dai Mubai answered indifferently. He also didn't believe that Zhu Zhuqing could move that fast, comparable to the poisoned Douluo's speed. However, saying that, it was evident that even the poisoned Douluo only made a judgment based on common sense without discovering any substantial anomalies. Clearly, that person's strength was above Douluo's. If he rashly revealed it, it would likely lead to trouble for both him and Douluo. Quickly thought of this, and his expression changed slightly as he looked at Dai Mubai with a different gaze. This kid, truly worthy of being the Prince of Xingluo, actually has such courage. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing walked out from the tree hole. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, a somewhat unnatural smile appeared on her face. Mubai, shall we go? Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's expression. His eyelids twitched, and he gritted his teeth, whispering, let's go. Out of sight, out of mind. Soon, the three of them quickly left. However, a minute later, Douluo's figure suddenly appeared outside the tree hole. He lifted the leaves and glanced around, but found no trace of anyone, not even residual soul power fluctuations. Strange? Douluo was somewhat puzzled, but as soon as he entered the tree hole, he understood. However, they had only left for a minute, and he had been closely watching this direction, yet he hadn't felt anyone passing by at all. How odd. After searching for a while, Douluo still found nothing and ultimately gave up and turned to leave. At this moment, Chen Yue had already returned to the city of Tiandou, inside the dormitory building of Shrek Academy. He had his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his face, and looked up at the building. With a meaningful glance back at the dean's office, he thought, Master Yu Xiaojiang, right? Your theory on the top 10 martial souls truly makes one benefit greatly. It's quite reminiscent of the expert opinions I heard in my past life. Like renting out houses to make money, driving for extra income, and suggesting college students pay to work. I wouldn't say there's no connection. I'd say it's exactly the same, right? I feel that since I've come all this way, I should give you a surprise. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to this trip. Continuous night catering service really left me exhausted. Moreover, for now, Chen Yue did not intend to serve others. Cooking was quite labor-intensive and required a lot of effort and thought. So, he planned to try out the mindset of the famous master Yu Shaojiang in a normal manner. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and walked towards one of the rooms. Ever since Tang San and the others, the 7 Shrek monsters, became champions of the Soul Master competition, it must be said that Shrek Academy's construction was quite impressive, almost resembling the style of the previous Emperor's era of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Compared to the scale of the Tiandou Royal Academy from the last century, it still lacks a simulated training environment. Inside the room, the space had been completely hollowed out, and Lu Erlong, who had sold the Blue Tyrant Academy and its academy to Flanders and Yu Shaojiang, turning it into their experimental subject, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the knock. Is it Shaojiang? There was no response from outside, but the knocking continued at intervals. Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. After all, she was a soul, Douluo, and wasn't worried about someone plotting against her. Who are you? She opened the door and saw a stranger's face, immediately frowning as she looked at Chen Yue in front of her. Who I am is not important. Chen Yue grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. What is important is that I know how to break through the limitations imposed by innate soul power. Hearing this, Lu Erlong frowned, staring at Chen Yue as if looking at a fool. Without any evidence, who would believe such baseless claims? If it weren't for the deadly sense of threat she felt from Chen Yue, with her temper, she would have almost slammed the door in his face. However, Chen Yue was not angry. Instead, his smile grew even wider. At the same time, Lu Erlong's pupils suddenly constricted. Her earlier suspicious and idiot-like gaze completely transformed at this moment, shifting from astonishment to shock and finally to terror. 8 black and 1 red soul rings rose from under Chen Yue's feet. Whether it was the pitch-black 10,000-year black ring filled with pressure or the eerie red light of the 100,000-year soul ring, at this moment, they exerted unprecedented pressure on Lu Erlong. Even the instant the soul rings were released, Lu Erlong, who only had 8 rings, felt as if every cell in her body was facing the crushing weight of a mountain, her legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. Unable to move an inch, at this moment, only 4 words remained in her heart. This is impossible. This isn't the river. How is it that someone has a black first soul ring? Lu Erlong screamed frantically in her heart. In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Her legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Even though her soul power as a soul Douluo fought back with all its might, it was still like an ant shaking a tree, and she was forcefully crushed to her knees by this powerful soul power pressure. Cold sweat uncontrollably poured down at that moment, quickly soaking her entire body. The pressure brought by this tidal Douluo was something she simply could not withstand, let alone Chen Yue, who was no ordinary tidal Douluo. Although Chen Yue's soul power was only at level 92, his true combat ability could not be measured by this level of soul power. It should be noted that when he previously defeated the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, he was only at level 91. If it weren't for the support of a million-year soul spirit and a million-year soul ring provided by the system, he might not have even stepped into level 92. Chen Yue put away his soul ring and looked down at Lu Erlong, who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of fear, and asked playfully now, "Do you believe?" "Senior, please." Lu Erlong had seen many tidal Douluos, including her uncle Yu Luomian and the Sword Douluo. However, no matter which tidal Douluo she had encountered, none had ever given her such a tremendous pressure when releasing their soul rings. This gap is like when she faced her soul sage father, Alexander the Great, during her time as a great soul master. However, thinking of Chen Yue's previous words, Lu Erlong couldn't help but raise her head with a hopeful look. "Senior, are you saying that you have a way to restore the limit on innate soul power?" She knew that Yu Shaojiang was limited to level 29 entirely because of the half-level innate soul power restriction. If the limitation could be broken, then wouldn't that mean her master could break through as well? "Yes." Chen Yue nodded with a smile. "Senior, can you tell me this method?" "Sure." Lu Erlong was overjoyed, just about to express her gratitude, but Chen Yue's next sentence left her completely frozen. "But if you want something from me, shouldn't you have a proper attitude when asking for help?" Chen Yue curved his lips into a smile, looking at the stiff-faced Lu Erlong. "After all, is there really such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Right now, I'm not in a good mood. If you can make me feel better, perhaps I'll tell you." Chen Yue was a bit curious about what clever trick this character, who was set up as a lovesick person in the original work, could come up with to cheer him up. "Just to be clear, I'm a serious person, and I only do serious things." Lu Erlong's face turned pale as she took a few steps back. She thought Chen Yue was that kind of person, actually having such thoughts about her. By the way, don't use any tricks. I'm not that interested in you. Lu Erlong's expression changed slightly, but she felt a bit relieved in her heart. Fortunately, the other party wasn't very interested in her. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. On one hand, she wanted to be with the famous master Yu Xiaojing, and on the other hand, she wanted her famous master to have a dual relationship like hers. If the other party really tried to force her, she felt she wouldn't have the ability to resist, but if she were to commit suicide, wouldn't that mean her famous master would truly be a great soul master for the rest of his life? This is not acceptable if her famous master Yu Xiaojing is really stuck with that useless title for life. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong's gaze suddenly became firm. This opportunity only comes once. Don't miss it. Shrek Academy, Dean's office. Flander rubbed his temples, glanced at the sky, and said, Xiaogang, you should go back and rest. There's probably nothing going on now, and it's getting late. If you don't sleep now, it will be dawn soon. The famous master Yu Xiaojing still wore his zombie face. Shaking his head, Xiao San went to the Tiandou forest. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be back today. Xiao San mentioned this estimated time when he left. If he still hasn't returned, then we'll have to enter the Tiandou forest to look for him. This statement made Flander's expression turn serious. If it were some time ago, Flander might not have reacted this way, but now, with the annihilation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the heavy blow to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, even the reclusive Haotian school had been destroyed, and Tang San, being a disciple of the Haotian school, could indeed be chased by the spirit hall in the forest. Xiaogang, you have a point. Flander nodded, but immediately added, we also need to rest for a bit. If Xiao San hasn't returned by dawn, we'll go look for him in the forest. The renowned master Yu Xiaogang thought for a moment and agreed, nodding in response before turning back to the dormitory. Erlong, what is wrong? Due to the renowned master Yu Xiaogang feeling guilty, he decided to maintain a platonic relationship with Lu Erlong, and the two actually rested in separate rooms. Just as he opened his room door, he heard a sound coming from the adjacent room of Lu Erlong, and couldn't he help but ask Erlong, are you still not resting? Didn't I tell you to rest first? As soon as Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he saw Lu Erlong open the door and peek out. Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang, she revealed a somewhat unnatural smile. Xiaogang, you're back? Is everything fine at the academy? At this moment, her hair was wet, as if she had just taken a shower, making her look even more stunning. For a moment, the renowned master Yu Xiaogang was captivated, his heart racing. Erlong, aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? Lu Erlong replied, Xiaogong, I'm getting ready to rest. Let us talk tomorrow? In the past, when Yu Xiaogang said something like this, Lu Erlong would surely excitedly welcome him in. But hearing this now, Lu Erlong's face paled, and she shook her head repeatedly, refusing his request. Huh. Upon hearing this, the renowned master Yu Xiaogang felt quite displeased, as he had finally mustered the courage to make such a request. His expression turned stern again, reverting to his previous zombie-like face. He opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly a voice called out from behind. It was Flander's urgent voice. Xiaogang. Xiaogang, come quickly, Xiao San is back. Something happened. It's a big deal. Upon hearing those last 4 words, the renowned master Yu Xiaogang's expression changed drastically, and he no longer paid attention to Lu Erlong, turning around and running towards the source of Flander's voice. You must know, Tang San is the biggest experimental product he has had in all these years. He has now placed all his reputation on Tang San. Once he achieves the title of Douluo, he can boast about it for the rest of his life. In fact, he only needs to hold a nominal position in some academy to live a life of ease and comfort for the rest of his days. But now, Flinder has told him that something has happened to Tang San. How can he still sit still? Who? Lu Erlong let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Yu Xiaojing leave, but before she could fully relax, her heart suddenly tightened. She heard Chen Yue's playful voice coming from behind her. Very good. Your performance has improved my mood a little bit. Now, drink a glass of water, and then just like this, go into Yu Xiaojing's room. Lu Erlong's expression stiffened, and she pleaded, can we not go in like this right now? Can I go in and then tee him out? Okay? Chen Yue looked at her with a playful gaze. Non-committal. What do you think? Lu Erlong dared not speak. She felt that this incredibly handsome man in front of her had a very strange personality, and she was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would offend him and ruin everything. So, she gritted her silver teeth, determined to do whatever it takes for her famous master to break through the limits. She didn't even have the slightest thought of visiting Tang San, because in the eyes of this female Tyrannosaurus, the world was vast. But only her famous master Yu Xiaojing was the most important. In a way, this fire dragon was even harder to serve than the toy rabbit. Therefore, Chen Yue had no intention of serving her. As for the method, Chen Yue revealed a strange smile. What a disaster. Cut it for eternal governance. Chapter 22 Teddy 3 Cuts. Very well. The Spirit Hall has gained another way to death. Flinder, what happened? In the dean's office, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly arrived and saw Flinder with a serious expression, immediately asking, what happened to Xiao San? This is his most successful little guinea pig in all these years. There can't be any mistakes at all. Flinder looked somewhat grim. He didn't know how to explain it to Yu Xiaojiang and could only say, you come in and see for yourself. To be honest, after seeing Tang San's miserable state at that moment, Flinder was completely stunned. He had never seen anyone with 5 spider legs and a dog leg before. At this time, in the lounge of the dean's office, Tang San lay on the chair with an expression of despair. The handsome and elegant face he had after awakening the blue-silver emperor was no longer there. Instead, he had a bruised face like old Gao, covered in blood, and his clothes were muddy. God knows how he managed to come out of the Stardow forest. Tang San wanted to cry, but had no tears. Looking at his dog leg, he couldn't adapt at all. After falling dozens of times in the Stardow forest, he was covered in mud. If it weren't for his clever use of the blue-silver emperor to tie himself up like a relay race, he would have thought he might have to be beaten into a pig's head to get out. As everyone knows, dogs run on all fours. And if this dog leg were on a person, to exert strength, one would have to run on all fours like a dog. If one were to walk, there would be no power at all. This is also why Tang San kept falling down, feeling utterly helpless. Teacher Wu. At this moment, when Tang San saw the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, it felt like seeing his own father after losing his mother, and he burst into tears, tightly hugging the latter. All the grievances surged into his mind, and he began to cry bitterly. Xiao San, what kind of shape are you in? The first thing the famous master Yu Xiaojing noticed was Tang San's 5 fingers, which were abruptly broken off at the tips, replaced by spider claws that were as dark as a zombie's nails, clearly infused with a strong toxin. Woo-woo. As soon as Tang San heard Yu Xiaojiang's words, he cried even harder, tears streaming uncontrollably. No, I mean, Xiao San, didn't you go to find Xiao Wu? With a face full of grievance, Tang San wiped his tears, crying like a bullied young wife. I don't know what happened. I didn't find Xiao Wu. When I woke up, I just became like this. Teacher, you are well informed. Can you tell me what exactly happened to me? Tang San wiped his tears and then raised his head, looking hopefully at the somewhat awkward Yu Xiaojiang. Is there any chance I can recover? The famous master Yu Xiaojiang's expression was somewhat unnatural. He had never encountered such an outrageous situation before, leaving him completely at a loss. But, as a renowned master, known as the leader in theoretical circles, how could he say no in front of his proud experimental guinea pig, his prized disciple? Just like Tang San's first spirit ring, wasn't that the result of his theory? Now, it was proven to be correct, so even though he didn't know the details, he felt a blind confidence that he could say something right based on his theory. Thinking of this, Master Yu Xiaojiang stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Xiao San, your fingers should be a change brought about by your previous external spirit bone. They are indeed the claws of a man-faced demon spider, and they come with toxins. Well, this gives you an additional surprise attack method. After all, not everyone would expect your fingers to undergo mutation. At this point, Master Yu Xiaojiang paused. However, you need to bandage and hide your fingers so that others can't see them. Otherwise, the element of surprise will be greatly diminished, and your enemies will definitely be on guard. Then, teacher, what's wrong with my dog leg? Yu Xiaogong? His mouth twitched slightly, and Flinder, who was beside him, had already covered his mouth tightly and quickly crouched down to run out. If it didn't run, the four-eyed cat eagle principle might not be able to hold back. After all, it was the first time he had heard someone refer to their own leg as a dog leg, even if it was the truth. Cough, cough. Master Yu Xiaojiang coughed. He also felt like laughing a bit, because Tang San had fallen several times, and one of his left legs, which was still relatively intact, had been scraped badly, and even his knee was bleeding, making him look somewhat unsteady while standing. Perhaps due to the muscle memory of this dog leg, Tang San involuntarily got on all fours, raising his head to look at Yu Xiaojiang like a cannon. This scene truly makes one unable to hold back laughter. Even he is struggling a bit to contain it. But the famous master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie-like face, after so many years, is not something that has been cultivated for nothing. He knows how small-minded this little guinea pig can be. If someone mocks him, this little guinea pig might think he is being looked down upon and seek revenge in the future. So, Yu Xiaojiang tightly suppressed a smile and said with a serious face, I need to go back and look up some books to understand your legs. If you had a beast martial soul, it would definitely be due to a mutation of the beast martial soul. But you both have weapon martial souls, and there are no relevant soul bones on you, so it doesn't seem like it's caused by the martial soul or soul bones. Tang-san, aren't you just stating the obvious? If I had a beast martial soul, I would have known the reason long ago and wouldn't need to come ask you. Although Yu Xiaojing had been holding back his laughter earlier, the twitching of his lips served as a silent mockery, harshly striking at Tang-san's young heart. He had successfully made a deep impression on Master Yu Xiaojing, but who asked him to be in need of help now? He can only rely on others. All right, first change into a pair of long pants, then wrap it up and see how it goes. Master Yu Xiaojing was unaware of Tang-san's inner thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he continued, after all, looking like this isn't good for going out and meeting people. Tang-san's right leg was taken along with the pant leg when the soul bone was removed. Now let alone hiding this dog leg. As long as he isn't crawling on all fours, it could be clearly seen at a glance, and even his somewhat shy NK. Upon hearing this idea from Yu Xiaojing, Tang-san rolled his eyes repeatedly. He had thought of this idea long ago, okay? He originally hoped that this famous master could give him some advice, but he never expected it to be this. But now he still needed something from others and couldn't tear his face, so he could only respond reluctantly. By the way, Xiao-san, what exactly did you encounter in the Tiandou Forest? After it was bandaged up, Yu Xiaogang just remembered the previous events and couldn't help but ask, "Where's Xiaowu?" Tang-san, lying on the chair, furrowed his brows deeply, searching through his memories, but to his surprise, his mind was completely blank. He only remembered searching the Tiandou Forest for a day and a night, but there was no trace of anything. After that, it felt like his memory was cut off by something, like he had blacked out, and he found himself waking up in the life lake in the core area of the Tiandou Forest, only to see himself in this state. I don't know what exactly happened. Tang-san sighed and shook his head. I can't remember. He was very confused. When he entered the Tiandou Forest, he was clearly only at the 5th ring, but why had he come out as a 6th ring? More importantly, his 6th soul ring should have been at least 10,000 years old, so why was it white? Moreover, the more he looked at this white soul ring, the more familiar it felt. Tang-san expressed his confusion. In that case, Master Yu Xiaogang saw that Tang-san truly couldn't remember and didn't ask further. He nodded. You should go rest for now. Fortunately, the dormitory I prepared for Mu Bai and the others is empty. You can stay there for the night. Hearing this, Tang-san was taken aback. The dormitory for Mu Bai and the others is empty? Where did they go? During the time when the 7-treasure glazed tile school was heavily damaged and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family was destroyed, Tang-san had been in the Tiandou Forest. Plus, due to the delays caused by his later dog-like behavior, he hadn't been able to come out for several days, so he didn't even know about the events in the Haoyan school. As for Tang Hao, now that Ain was gone, Tang Hao naturally wouldn't return to the blue-silver forest. After absorbing the soul bone, Tang Hao had already set off with his brother Tang Xiao, who had surpassed friendship, to the Douluo Empire, preparing to capture Tang Rongyao in order to exploit the Haoyan hammer to restore Tang Hao's martial soul. Indeed, the Haoyan school had a secret method to restore broken martial souls, but only the sect master knew this method, primarily to prevent the status of the direct lineage from being shaken by others due to broken martial souls. Of course, Tang-san was completely unaware of this. I have already sent Poison Douluo to escort Mu Bai back to the Douluo Empire. They just set off a few hours ago. Tang-san was even more confused. Why did Mu Bai just return to the academy and then go to the Douluo Empire again? Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang suddenly remembered that Tang-san had just come out of the Tiandou Forest and said with a heavy expression, "Because something major has happened in the Tiandou Empire." Something major? Tang-san was startled. Noticing the pain in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Teacher, could it be that the blue lightning tyrant dragon family has been exterminated? The only thing that could make this renowned Master's stoic face look like this was likely a death in the family. Exactly, Master Yu Xiaogang said painfully. Not only has the blue lightning tyrant dragon family been exterminated, but the other 2 of the upper 3 sects have also suffered heavy losses. What? At this moment, Tang-san already knew he was a disciple of the Haoyan school, the #1 hammer sect in the world, and he had even visited the Haoyan school, but he never expected it to turn out like this. He had only been in the Tiandou Forest for a few days. How could such a hidden Haoyan school be gone? Was it the Spirit Hall's doing? Master Yu Xiaogang nodded. In the world, only the Spirit Hall has the capability to annihilate the upper 3 sects, although there is currently no evidence. What does the Spirit Hall want to do? Are they crazy? Tang-san's eyes widened, showing a fierce look. Daring to harm the Haoyan school. Very well, the Spirit Hall has just added another path to death. However, unknowingly, perhaps due to the genetic inertia from his dog-like behavior, at that moment when he showed a fierce look, Tang San couldn't help but jump up from the chair, landing on all fours like a teddy bear, raising his head, his eyes shining with fierce light. Tang San, Master Yu Xiaogang said. In the office of the dean, Chen Yue covered his mouth, almost unable to suppress a laugh, watching the various expressions of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo beside him with great interest. What do you think? If this scene spreads across the continent, will Tang San become a huge sensation in a new generation of Soul Master Star? Upon hearing this, Dean, who had just shown a hint of expression upon seeing her son for the first time, immediately stiffened her face. No, you. Please don't do this. I beg you. Let me do anything, just don't let San suffer like this. The soft-boned rabbit Xiaowu had completely given up her bottom line. This kind of thing only happens once or countless times. She now understood Chen Yu's power. Even Daming and Erming were not his opponents. She had no way out now, only to plead and beg without any bottom line. She couldn't imagine what kind of blow her proud San would suffer if this was exposed. He might not be able to take it at all. If her beloved San died, what meaning would her life have? All the humiliation she had endured before would be for nothing. I beg you, please, don't hurt my son. If you have any dissatisfaction, just come at me. Chen Yue looked at her playfully, one hand pressing down on Xiaowu's head, watching the pale-faced Yin with a half-smile. Yin's heart trembled, and she quickly spoke up. She knew how truly bottomless this devil was. If an ordinary person were only this bottomless, they would have died 1,000 times. However, Chen Yue before her was different. She was very clear that this person's strength was absolutely unfathomable. She knew that Tang Hao's martial soul had already been crippled. If it weren't for her and Tang Yuehua pleading with Chen Yue to show mercy, her beloved Hao would have probably gone to hell. Indeed, a bit of progress. Chen Yue rubbed the hair of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo, revealing a smile, leisurely resting his head on the roof. With his heavenly king divine tower enveloping the three, there was no need to worry that anyone in Shrek Academy, which didn't even have a title law, could sense anything. Next, Tang San should be heading towards the plot of recovering the 4 single-attributed families, right? This part is of no use to me. I'll go check on the 7 treasure glazed tile school first. If there's nothing, then I'll go to the Star Luo Empire to pet some cats. Chapter 23. Flender, Xiaojiang, wake up. What the hell are you going to do? There's one more update. Dear readers, don't let the book sit idle. I came to blow up the updates for you on the 520th. Now, the data makes even dogs shake their heads. But before leaving, how can I not give this master and disciple a surprise? Chen Yue wore a deeply meaningful smile on his face. Inside the room, little San, Yu Xiaogang saw Tang San on all fours at this moment, the corners of his mouth twitching, and then said seriously, it's getting late. Let us rest for now. If there's anything, we'll discuss it together when Sect Master Ning and the others arrive tomorrow. Tang San nodded, standing up with a somewhat unnatural expression. He had just taken a step when his legs stumbled, and he lost his balance, instinctively using his hands to support himself. Unfortunately, his head bumped hard against Yu Xiaojiang's body. As everyone knows, when a person is on all fours, their head aligns with the flat surface. His sudden kneel and head impact completely stunned Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaogong, why? Hiss. Yu Xiaojiang's face quickly transformed from a zombie-like expression to a deep shade of red, and he couldn't help but show a pained expression. He instinctively raised his hands to protect Kuan, jumping up and down like a jumping zombie. Bouncing out of the dean's office, Tang San thought, that damn leg. He shot a fierce glare at his own leg, wishing he could chop it off in that moment. However, the handsome and elegant him didn't want to become disabled. He needed to find a way to restore his legs sooner or later. Tang San thought bitterly, slowly crawling out of the office. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Yu Xiaojiang bouncing around as if he had received some kind of boost. With a loud thud, his head slammed against the roof tiles, and then with a puff, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious and bleeding. This definitely has nothing to do with me. Tang San's mouth twitched, while Flender, who was watching the show, was also stunned and quickly carried Yu Xiaojiang to find a healing soul master. Fortunately, Shrek Academy had a great reputation at this moment and had taken in quite a few healing soul masters. Otherwise, Master Yu Xiaojiang's head might not have been saved. Thinking of this, Tang San looked around and, taking advantage of the night when no one was around, crawled on all fours and quickly used his 8 spider lances to leave the office. What sound is that? Why do I feel like it is soul beast crawling? Did you have a nightmare? We're in the academy. How could we hear the sound of soul beast crawling? As he passed by the academy dormitory, he heard the students' conversation in the room and his mouth twitched again. He hurriedly quickened his pace, crawling away and returning to his dormitory. It is well known that Flinder exudes a stingy vibe. With his personality, he definitely wouldn't provide the 7 monsters with fully furnished dorm rooms. So, when Tang San arrived at the academy dormitory and saw the 4 makeshift rooms Flinder had built for the 7 monsters, he fell into deep thought. Forget it. I'll just pick one. Apart from Ma Hongjun, the Shrek 7 monsters were all paired up, so it's no wonder Flinder thought this way. Of course, if it weren't for the 7 monsters, he might have just made 2 larger dorms, one for the boys and one for the girls. Tang San noticed that his crawling had attracted the attention of several students in the darkness behind him, who were now rushing over. He immediately dared not hesitate, fearing he would die socially, so he randomly chose a room and quickly closed the door behind him with a bang. Vet. The first feeling Tang San had upon entering was that the air was too humid, like a room that had just been drenched by a heavy rain, all damp. How strange. Tang San found it very odd. How could this room be like this? He remembered that when he was in the Tiandou Great Forest, the room was just fine. How could it be drenched in just a few days? Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'll take a shower and get some sleep. To be honest, the journey in the Tiandou Great Forest over the past few days had left Tang San feeling very tired. So he didn't think much of it and walked into the bathroom. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, Chen Yue, and Xiao Wu appeared on the new bed. I'm feeling a bit down right now. You all know that when I'm in a bad mood, I want to hit someone. I just don't know if Tang San can take a hit. Chen Yue lay on the bed like a lord, squinting at the mother and daughter in front of him, revealing a smile. But his words made both women's faces change drastically. No, please, I beg you. Don't go after my San. He is innocent. If you have any dissatisfaction, just come at me. Xiao Wu was now completely confused. She didn't know what use Chen Yue keeping her around had. Every inch of her was already under Chen Yue's control, and she felt like she was getting more and more used to this kind of thing, right? No, it's definitely not that I'm used to it. I'm just trying to protect my San from harm. There is absolutely no other reason. What do you want to do? Compared to Xiao Wu, who had gradually reached her breaking point, Ain appeared more reserved. She glared angrily at Chen Yue. Is it fun to humiliate us like this? Not really. Chen Yue shrugged, seemingly preparing to get up. But torturing Tang San is somewhat interesting. This time, let's take him down. Getting a dog instead should be nice too. Seeing Chen Yue's intention to get up, Xiao Wu, who had witnessed Tang San being turned into a dog, was instantly frightened. Her face turning pale. She quickly leaned over. No, please, I beg you, don't do this to my San. Woo woo woo. At this moment, she felt some dissatisfaction towards Ain. If her San really ended up like that, would she have to learn from Lu Erlong and become a spiritual couple? Ain, facing Xiao Wu's dissatisfied gaze, found herself speechless. She looked at Xiao Wu, who had lowered her head and unwillingly suppressed the humiliation in her heart, quietly lowering her head. For the sake of her little San, she accepted it. After so many years, the dean was still as stingy as ever. It took Tang San a full hour to finish his shower. He looked at the dripping faucet with a bit of speechlessness and couldn't help but complain, shaking his head before leaving the bathroom and lying down on the bed. Is there a leak? As soon as he lay down, he felt a chill. Turning over, he realized, wow, the bed is wet from the rain and hasn't dried yet. I mean, what's up with this dean? Why is he so stingy? At this, Tang San became even more dissatisfied. This Flander is stingy with other students, but to treat the glorious returning Shrek 7 monsters with such a leaky and dilapidated house. Tang San couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just as he got up, he instinctively glanced at his own legs, then thought of how he had been on all fours in the Tiandou Forest these past few days, as well as the scene in the office earlier. Tang San thought, forget it, I'll just finish showering. If I get dirty again, I'll have to wash up when I return. It's just one night, I'll manage. With these thoughts, Tang San slowly drifted into sleep. In his dreams, he saw his beloved Xiao Wu. After 5 years apart, Xiao Wu appeared even more charming in his mind, especially with that shy blush on her face, completely captivating this pure and innocent Tang San. Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. Are you doing well? I miss you so much. Upon hearing Tang San's murmurs in his sleep, Xiao Wu's expression changed, and her face turned red at a visible speed. It seemed that Tang San's hand in the dream accidentally brushed against her, and Xiao Wu couldn't help but let out a gasp. Are you giving your San a little response? Chen Yue said with a playful smile. Or should I send you a little something to eat? Xiao Wu, the education during this period has been very successful. This toy rabbit has recognized the situation and has become exceptionally obedient. Even if they were to ask her to treat the pure and virtuous Tang San Xiao to some Oreos on the spot, it would probably not be a problem. Moreover, is this such a small matter? Soon, The sky began to brighten. Flander, looking exhausted, carried the already healed Yu Xiaojing back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, he sensed a damp smell, and his brows furrowed immediately. Cursing, he thought, damn it. How dare the construction team in Heavendo City be this corrupt? Are they cutting corners? A couple of days ago, there was a heavy rain, and now the room felt completely damp. Flander, not being a fool, instantly thought of the group of construction workers he had hired. They must have been skimping and embezzling his soul coins. No, tomorrow I must confront them. Flander thought angrily, suddenly frowning. Wait, why does it smell a bit like Erlong? Just as he felt puzzled, he heard Yu Xiaojing murmuring in his sleep. Erlong, I seem to miss you. Thud. Flander, who was pressed down and rubbed against the ground, was like, no, why are you thinking about Erlong and pressing me down? Hey, Xiaojing, wake up. I'm not Erlong. What do you want to do? Flander cursed and was about to shove Yu Xiaojing away, but for some reason at that moment, his soul power could not be used. Then he saw, to his horror, that Yu Xiaojing's face was showing a look of desire. He was immediately scared out of his wits. What are you doing? Get away. Erlong, I miss you so much. Can we have a child? Just think of it as adding more bloodlines to our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Okay, Flander? No, you want a child? Go find Erlong's sister. Why come to me? Don't come over. Chapter 24. Qian Renxue, Porcupine, Serpent Spear, Damn, there's a bug. 520 extra update. The author has sacrificed today as once a year 520 to give more updates to readers. Where are your tickets and your support? Oh, a Sektmaster. We have not found any trace of Madam, nor do we know how they left. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, along with Douluo Gurong, have been back at the sect for some time. They have searched the entire sect, almost digging 3 feet into the ground, yet still found nothing. They even have no idea how Madame Ning, the elegant and graceful lady, left. This news instantly darkened Ning Fengji's expression. Master, this is probably the work of the Spirit Hall. Douluo Gurong's face was grave. Only the Spirit Hall had the strength to infiltrate our sect silently. They are likely targeting us. Uncle Bon, you're right. Ning Fengji nodded slowly, but his gloomy expression was gradually replaced by shrewdness. However, I must say, the Spirit Hall is making a terrible move. Douluo, do you want to hear what you just said? Your wife has been kidnapped, yet you show such an expression? Noticing the odd look on Douluo's face, Ning Fengji's mouth twitched. Uncle Bon, you just can't understand this. Douluo nodded. He indeed couldn't comprehend it, but he was shocked. Although we haven't found concrete evidence, the current situation doesn't require evidence. A glint of wisdom flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. The Spirit Hall's open destruction of the Haoyan sect has undoubtedly shaken the entire continent. The status of the 2 great empires has been severely threatened, and they will certainly impose sanctions on the Spirit Hall, even though there is currently no evidence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's extermination. Everyone is not foolish and naturally knows that the events concerning the upper 3 sects are absolutely the work of the Spirit Hall. Not long ago, the Spirit Hall even issued a notice to the Star Luo Empire, demanding that they hand over the remnants of the Haoyan sect, Tang Rongyao, within 3 days. Douluo nodded, that's right. He also knew about this matter. However, upon hearing Ning Fengji's next words, Douluo's hair stood on end. But Uncle Bon, do you think a mere disciple of the Haoyan sect poses any threat to the Spirit Hall, even if released? Douluo's expression changed drastically. Are you saying they are feigning an attack on the Haoyan sect's remnants, but in reality, they want to take this opportunity to annihilate the Star Luo Empire? If that's the case, then the intentions of the Spirit Hall are completely clear. You must understand, if the Star Luo Empire falls again, then only the Heavendo Empire will remain. However, looking at the entire Heavendo Empire up to now, there are only him, Gurong, and Chen Yue left. And if you count the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, there are only 5 title Douluo in total. According to their actions against the Haoyan sect, it is feared that the Spirit Hall has mobilized more than 10 title Douluo and even 2 super Douluo at level 96. If they truly succeed in destroying the Star Luo Empire, it is likely that this continent will completely belong to the Spirit Hall. The most critical point is that the Spirit Hall is using the guise of righteousness, and many soul masters are standing on their side. The more Ning Fengji thought about it, the more anxious he became, and he began to pace back and forth restlessly. After a moment, he asked, has Uncle Jian not returned yet? No, Douluo Gurong replied, his face full of seriousness. As an old rival, he knew of the strength of Sword Duo Chen Yue, who was at the peak of level 97. Of course, now that Chen Yue had lost an arm, his strength had greatly diminished, But with his 7-killing sword martial spirit, even an average level 98 might not be his match throughout the entire Douluo continent. As far as Douluo Gurong knew, the only super Douluo with level 98 soul power, aside from that grand offering of the Spear Hall, was the current Pope Bibi Dong, right? However, what Douluo Gurong did not know was that hidden within the offering hall was a golden crocodile Douluo, who had been around for more than 2 decades and was a terrifying peak level 98. Chen Renxue was already struggling against him. If Chen Renxue's arm hadn't been broken and had Ning Fengji support, perhaps he could have fought against this peak level 98 golden crocodile Douluo. But now, with Chen Renxue's greatly reduced strength and no support from Ning Fengji, plus the murderous intent of the golden crocodile Douluo, it's questionable whether he could return intact. The golden crocodile Douluo's thoughts were simple. Since this sword Douluo, Chen Renxue had blindly guessed their whereabouts. It was likely that there would be some changes regarding the young master at the Tiandou Palace. Therefore, even if he had to suffer injuries, even serious ones, he must capture this sword Douluo, Chen Renxue. Otherwise, if the young master encountered an accident, he feared that the entire offering hall would go mad, and even the elusive grand offering Qian Douluo might go berserk. Thus, it was destined that Ning Fengji and Douluo would not wait for sword Douluo Chen Renxue to return. Soon, a disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school hurried over and whispered a few words in Douluo Gurong's ear. Douluo Gurong's expression darkened almost instantaneously. Gushu, what happened? Ning Fengji glanced at the departing disciple, his brow furrowing as he asked. Zhongzhu, something has happened. Douluo Gurong's expression was somewhat grim. Several of our disciples who were studying in the Yuxian Pavilion have gone missing. What? The Yuxian Pavilion? As the gathering place for almost all noble disciples within the entire Tiandou city, naturally had a certain quota for the 7-treasure glazed tile school to send disciples for study. This matter has always been under the responsibility of Sword Douluo Chen. But Douluo Gurong sent people to pay attention to the movements of Yuxian Pavilion. Of course, those sent may not necessarily be able to enter Yuxian Pavilion, but it should be fine for them to stay outside and monitor some developments. However, now, the people he sent to observe have discovered that the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school inside Yuxian Pavilion have not shown up on time for a long time. This group of disciples responsible for observation initially thought that some activities of the Moon Pavilion were taking place outside. However, as time passed and the Moon Pavilion remained silent, some disciples could no longer sit still and decided to go investigate. However, during this investigation, a major problem arose. They went missing. The sole saint disciple who went to investigate the Moon Pavilion has disappeared. It's a true disappearance, as if they evaporated into thin air. How could this happen? Ning Fengji was instantly stunned. Could it be that something went wrong with the Haotian sect? As one of the top 3 sects, Ning Fengji, along with Yu Yuanjin and Tang Xiao, had some connections with each other. Moreover, since Ning Fengji had met Tang Xiao before, upon seeing Tang Yue and noticing the resemblance between the two, he had some speculations in his heart. However, there was no need to verify this matter, so he didn't look into it further, just keeping an eye out. Now looking back, the Haotian sect has fallen, and the Moon Pavilion is in trouble. The events that have occurred are, according to Gurong's account, completely out of order. In other words, before the downfall of Haotian sect, Yuxian Pavilion had already encountered trouble. It is Shui Qinghe. Almost at the same moment, Ning Fengji and Gurong thought of the most critical person. He couldn't hold back any longer. He was going to usurp power. This Shui Qinghe actually crazily contacted the Spirit Hall. Isn't this seeking death? The two were on pins and needles and couldn't remain calm any longer. If Sword Douluo Chen were here, the 3 of them would have gone straight to the palace without a word. But now that Sword Douluo Chen hadn't returned, if they went there recklessly, they might be caught in a trap. Just then, a disciple hurried over. Sect Master, this is your letter. The person said it was a letter from an old friend and then left. The guarding disciples didn't even know when this person had appeared and didn't see him leave. Upon hearing this, both Gurong and Ning Fengji were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and Ning Fengji then took the letter, saying, "You can leave now?" "Yes." After the disciple left, Ning Fengji looked at the wax-sealed letter in his hand, his brow slightly furrowing. An old friend's letter? He went through his mind, but couldn't figure out who the old friend was. He glanced at Douluo Gurong, who shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "Sect Master, I don't have any old friends either." Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well just open the letter and see. Ning Fengji slowly opened the letter, and upon seeing the handwriting, he instantly understood who this old friend was. At this moment, Chen Yue had already returned to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Originally, he was supposed to go to the Xingluo Empire, but just as he was about to set off, I came to find him, saying that Xianjun wanted to ask for his help, but didn't specify what it was about. Immediately, Chen Yue rushed over, also taking care of a certain slightly resentful and hungry little bird. Thank you for your assistance. Qianjun solemnly bowed to Chen Yue, his face serious. Meeting Qian Renxue's puzzled gaze, he didn't explain, but instead released his martial soul. Red? The first burst of eerie red light immediately stunned Qian Renxue, while the beside her almost popped its eyes out, exclaiming, "Wow, there's a cheat. This damn first soul ring turned out to be 100,000 years old. Isn't that a cheat? Thank you." Although the demon fighting Douluo still has some prejudice against Chen Yue, he is already over 100 years old, not some rabbit with a head full of love nonsense. In the face of such major issues, he naturally knows what's what. However, he feels a bit indignant. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to only give it to his brother and not to him? After absorbing the soul ring, it was just right. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. I have a secret realm that S.A. Feng Shui treasure land. Do you want to go take a look? The little white mice delivered to our doorstep are about to play their roles. Chapter 25. What the heck? Can we really listen to this? Feng Shui treasure land? Secret realm? Upon hearing this, Qianjun Jiangma was momentarily taken aback. The two brothers exchanged glances, both seeing the clarity deep in each other's eyes. They had never really heard of any secret realms growing up. It's not their fault. During the fighting period, there were hardly any secret realms, just a Rakshasa secret realm, plus a sea god secret realm, and at most, an angel secret realm. But these three places are all related to inheriting divine positions. It's understandable that Qianjun Jiangma has never heard of them. I'm not very clear about the situations in the secret realms since I haven't been there myself. Facing the innocent and clear expressions of the five people, Chen Yue smiled and said, "Anyway, once you go in, just remember one thing. Everyone you see, except for your teammates, is an enemy." Previously, in the Tianyuan secret realm rewarded by the system, there was a small world filled with vine demons. But Chen Yue didn't know how strong these vine demons were since he had never been inside. After all, with his Pangu Axe's bug-like power, he estimated that as long as it wasn't a peerless Douluo, everyone else was probably equal. He also hadn't fought much, so his experience and knowledge were limited, making it hard for him to judge the strength of the vine demons. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided not to go in himself. Nor did he let Qian Renxue go in, and he definitely wouldn't let the two rookies, Siju Shimao, enter either. After thinking it over, he concluded that Qianjun Jiangma was more suitable for the task. Perfect. Let Qianjun Jiangma clear a vacuum zone within the Tianyuan secret realm, and then put the toys he collected inside. Once they give birth, he can come out and let Qianjun Jiangma and his brother take care of the unexpected arrivals. Chen Yue couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own idea. In Douluo continent, 1 day in the Tianyuan secret realm is equivalent to 10 days. So if it takes 10 months for gestation, staying in the Tianyuan secret realm for over 300 days means only a little over 30 days pass in Douluo continent. Right? At this moment, after hearing Chen Yue's words, the pure clarity in Qianjun Jiangma's eyes deepened even more. Everyone he sees is an enemy? With that said, Qianjun was even more curious. The demon Douluo couldn't help but ask, "Does that mean we need to go in and seize the treasures?" Yes and no. Chen Yue smiled slightly, and then asked, "If you develop within it, you might have the chance to possess a soul ring configuration like your brothers." Originally feeling a bit of danger, the demon Douluo, upon hearing this, was instantly captivated. Wow, to think that such a secret realm exists. Wouldn't it be a waste to have lived all these years without going there? Qianjun Douluo glanced at his eager little brother, his mouth twitching slightly. But he didn't oppose it. Instead, he said, "Since there is such a secret realm, it wouldn't hurt for the two of us brothers to go and test it out." After seeing both of them nodding, Chen Yue's smile grew even wider. These two little lab rats are quite obedient. It's worth this soul fragment and the gift of 100,000-year soul ring. When you come out, you will thank me. Chen Yue smiled slightly, waved his sleeve, and suddenly, a black vortex surged out from the door nearby, resembling a black hole, deep and unfathomable. Even when mental power touched it, it felt like sinking into a quagmire, being crushed and severed. Brother? The one exuding spiritual power to test the waters was naturally the demon slayer, Douluo. After he sensed that he had lost contact with that segment of spiritual power, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at the Thousand June Douluo. Let's go. Compared to this kid, the older brother Thousand June Douluo was clearly more composed and calm. He found it quite normal that this spiritual power had been crushed. Since it was said to be a secret realm, it was naturally beyond their current ability to investigate, and they would probably only know what was happening once they entered. Moreover, if Chen Yue wanted to harm the two brothers, he wouldn't need to send out a mysterious crystal that could crush soul rings or pay such a heavy price as a 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, rather than saying that 1,000 Douluo trusted Chen Yue, it was more accurate to say he trusted Qian Renxue a bit. After all, Qian Renxue had grown up in the offering hall before her infiltration, and to them, she was like a beloved granddaughter. Now, this Chen Yue was a man recognized by Qian Renxue, and since he had contributed to controlling the royal palace, it was only natural that he didn't think Chen Yue had any reason to harm them. With this thought in mind, 1,000 Douluo no longer hesitated, grabbing the demon slayer Douluo, and they soon entered the black hole. Chen Yue waved his sleeve again, and the black hole instantly disappeared from that door. If it weren't for the fact that 1,000 Jun and Demon Slayer had already vanished, Qian Renxue would have even doubted whether the black hole had ever appeared. Senior, do you have any instructions? Not only was Qian Renxue stunned, but even the titled Douluo, the porcupine, and the snake spear, who were good friends, were dumbfounded at this moment. Two living people had just entered that so-called secret realm. They felt that the moment 1,000 Jun and Demon Slayer entered, the two seemed to evaporate suddenly, and their aura instantly disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't sense it. At this moment, the quick-witted snake spear noticed that Chen Yue's gaze fell on their duo, and immediately said respectfully, "The battle between the golden crocodile Douluo and the sword Douluo is about to yield results. You should go and see Chen Renxue off." After pondering for a moment, Chen Yue spoke, if I'm not mistaken, the previous incidents of kidnapping Ning Rongrong and taking Madame Shangwan, Ning Fengji's wife, have already been known in Ning Fengji, and he must have returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to oversee the situation. Chen Renxue going after the one who kidnapped Ning Rongrong and running into Golden Crocodile Douluo means there's no way he could go back to report. After all, this is a duel between two peak Douluos, and no title Douluo would dare to intervene recklessly. As for the remaining two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, they probably won't leave easily without receiving news of Chen Renxue's return. But if something else happens, Chen Yue calculated with his fingers, a smile appearing on his face as he added, after sending Chen Renxue on his way, "Remember to bring Golden Crocodile Douluo directly here to the palace, understood?" "Yes." Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the porcupine and snake spear looked at each other in confusion, but still responded in unison, then quickly turned to leave. Now that Chen Renxue and Golden Crocodile Douluo's battle had reached the latter half, with Chen Renxue's one-armed strength, it wasn't likely he could seriously injure Golden Crocodile Douluo, but he could probably inflict some damage. After all, it was still the 7-killing sword martial soul. Unfortunately, without Ning Fengji's assistance, otherwise, Golden Crocodile Douluo might have been counter-killed. Of course, such a situation was impossible. After watching the porcupine and snake spear leave, Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, "What do you want the two offerings to come to the palace for?" To give him surprise, Chen Yue smiled slightly, flipping his left hand, and Tang Yue, who was trapped in the Heavenly King Divine Tower, appeared. She looked around in confusion, and then her gaze finally fixed on Chen Yue. "What do you want?" She didn't understand why this demon kept her alive. Now that Tang Tian had fallen into this demon's hands, and her brother, Ahao, had lost his martial soul. At this moment, she couldn't figure out what value she had in staying alive for this demon. Nothing much, just feeling a bit annoyed and wanted to take a breather. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Tang Yue, she silently glanced at the curious Qian Renxue, and then, under her wide-eyed gaze, she quietly knelt on the ground. Looking at the once elegant and noble Tang Yue, who had transformed into such a state, Qian Renxue almost couldn't believe her eyes. "I must be dreaming." In response to Qian Renxue's murmurs, Chen Yue paid no mind, smiling as he rubbed Tang Yue's head, saying meaningfully, "The night is still long. There are quite a few things to do tonight." At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji received a sealed letter with wax dripped on it. Upon seeing the 4 characters' old friend visits, he immediately understood who had written the letter. "Who is it?" Just then, Gu Rong suddenly raised his head, his gaze icy, and said in a low voice, "Old friend visits." There were 2 visitors, both cloaked and shrouded in darkness, and the aura of the leading person made Gu Rong feel a strong sense of threat, as if facing a formidable enemy. "Super Douluo, Tang Zongzhu, long time no see." In contrast to Gu Rong's vigilance, Ning Fengji smiled lightly, stood up, and said with a smile. This statement also made Gu Rong pause slightly. "Tang Zongzhu, is that Tang Xiao?" You are the sect master of Haotian's sect, Tang Xiao. Gu Rong's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect that the reclusive and isolated Haotian sect would have a sect master who had reached the level of a super Douluo. The two cloaked figures lifted their hoods, revealing their faces. It was indeed the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Ning Songshu. Tang Xiao nodded slightly and pointed to his brother Tang Hao behind him, saying, "This is my brother, Haotian Douluo. I believe Ning Zongzhu has heard of him, right? Haotian Douluo, I've long admired your name." Ning Fengji smiled slightly. He had heard of Haotian Douluo due to the cooperation with Tang San on hidden weapons, but he had never met the person. Now that they met, to be honest, it was somewhat disappointing. Tang Hao still looked like he did back in Holy Spirit Village, with messy hair like a bird's nest and wearing tattered clothes like a beggar, giving a feeling of a wealthy city protagonist dressed as a loser in a high-end place. "I wonder what brings you two here?" After some pleasantries, Ning Fengji asked, showing a look of confusion. The envelope didn't specify the matter, only stating an old friend is visiting, which made him recognize it as Tang Xiao's handwriting. "Indeed, there is something." Tang Xiao nodded slightly, and then looked at Tang Hao, saying, "Let my brother explain to Ning Zongzhu." Ning Fengji nodded and looked at Tang Hao, who met their gaze and spoke astonishingly. "The Tiandou Imperial Palace has already been taken over by the Spirit Hall." "What?" Ning Fengji suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, while Gu Rong beside him exclaimed, "Tang Hao, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. The Spirit Hall's people appeared in the Tiandou Imperial Palace? Doesn't this imply that the Crown Prince colluded with the Spirit Hall?" It's important to note that Ning Fengji was the Crown Prince's grand teacher, part of the Crown Prince's faction. Such a slander could tarnish the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's reputation. "Don't rush to refute," Tang Hao said solemnly. "Can't you contact the disciples at Yuexian Pavilion?" "I also went to Yuexian Pavilion, but I encountered 3 titled Douluos there." Upon hearing this, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's expressions changed drastically. 3 titled Douluos? You must know that there was not a single titled Douluo belonging to them in the entire Tiandou Empire royal family. Only Douluo was nominally serving as a guest elder in the Tiandou Empire due to the favor of Prince Xuexing, solving some small problems for the Tiandou Empire, but completely unreliable in times of great trouble. Yet now, 3 have suddenly appeared? The 3 titled Douluos mentioned by Tang Hao were indeed Ci Tun, Shi Miao, and Chen Yue. That's right. Tang Xiao also nodded. I found that there were also 2 super Douluos present, both at the level of 96, and their cooperation was extremely perfect. Even I, at the peak of 96, was suppressed and beaten by them. At that time, Qianjun Jiangma was only at the mid to late stage of level 96, but when they worked together, even a level 97 titled Douluo could fight. So at that moment, Tang Xiao, who was at the peak of 96 and injured, couldn't escape at all. If it weren't for Tang Hao using his charm to lure that old turtle over to trade 1 for 1, Tang Xiao might have died there. Hearing this shocking news, Ning Fengji was also greatly startled. He never expected that this seemingly calm Tiandou Imperial Palace would undergo such a significant change. Completely unaware that the situation had become so severe, it was urgent. What exactly does the Spirit Hall want to do? After brushing through the 3 major sects, do they still dare to meddle in the Heavenly Dough Palace? Don't they fear losing the trust of the Soul Master community and becoming rats in the street, hunted by everyone? What do you plan to do? After a long silence, Ning Fengji finally exhaled deeply, looked up at the Tang brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, and asked seriously. Just as Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were about to speak, a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted them. A blood-soaked disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stumbled in, exclaiming, "Sect Master, it's bad. What happened?" Upon seeing this disciple, Gu Rong's heart skipped a beat as he recognized him as the one he personally sent to investigate the Soul Sage outside the Moon Pavilion. But now, this Soul Sage was already on the brink of death, gasping for breath. "Sect Master, we heard the lady's indescribable voice outside the Moon Pavilion. Ning Fengji. Dan Xiao. Dan Hao. Bon Douluo. Damn, is this something we can hear?" Chapter 26, Chen Yue. Which man can withstand such a test? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze to Ning Fengji, as if a shining crown had appeared on his head, making it impossible to look away. Impossible. Ning Fengji's face turned pale, and he suddenly stood up, shouting, "This is absolutely impossible. My feelings with the lady are sincere and steadfast. She would never do such a thing. But the disciple has been in the sect for so many years and is certain that was the lady's voice. Ning Fengji, let's go to the Heavenly Dough Palace. I want to see who is so bold. This is intolerable. Ning Fengji could no longer hold back. After all, this concerns his reputation as the sect master of one of the three major sections. He must clarify this matter. Seeing Ning Fengji angrily leaving with Gu Rong, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao exchanged glances and ultimately decided to follow. After all, their purpose in coming here was to rescue Tang Yue and Yin from the Heavenly Dou Palace, right? The group stormed into the Heavenly Dou Palace, and, curiously, there was no one guarding the large door, allowing them to enter the Moon Pavilion without obstruction. Where is everyone? Ning Fengji looked around in confusion, while three titled Dou formed a protective triangle around him, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Wait, what sound is that? Ning Fengji's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he heard his wife, Gu Yun's, indescribable voice, and his expression darkened. In the backyard of the Moon Pavilion. We need to go in. Just a mere Chen Xin, not worth mentioning. The golden crocodile, Douluo, coldly laughed as he removed Chen Xion's head. Then, he glanced appreciatively at his companions, who had sneakily ambushed the over 100-year-old Chen Xian. If it weren't for these two guys' sneak attack, he would have had to fight Chen Xian for at least another 100 rounds to determine the victor. Good, you too. I will request a soul bone reward for both of you from the grand offering. Thank you, second offering. The Yin were elated and exchanged a knowing look with each other as they bowed to the golden crocodile, Douluo. All right, lead the way. He casually flipped his hand and stored Chen Xion's corpse into a storage bag. During the previous battle, he felt that Chen Xion had soul bone skills. But now the urgent matter was to follow and to the Heavenly Dou Palace. Yes, the Yin did not hesitate and quickly led the way. Soon, the group arrived at the Moon Pavilion in the Heavenly Dou Palace. Previously, due to capturing Tang Yue, Chen Yue and Qian Renxue had abandoned the original prince's dormitory and had taken the Moon Pavilion as their residence. After all, there were more rooms in the Moon Pavilion, right? However, as subordinates, they naturally would not wait outside the dormitory, but went to the backyard, asking the golden crocodile Douluo to wait there, while an approached to knock on the dormitory door to report. But Qian Renxue was not there. What is this? The good friends looked at each other in confusion, a bit bewildered. The young master, that senior, said they would bring the second offering here, right? Where's this person? Second offering, please wait here for a moment. The young master might be out for some reason. We'll go look for her right away. But it's good that the snake spear Douluo is quite clever. He immediately addressed the golden crocodile Douluo in the backyard. The golden crocodile nodded slightly. It was just right, as he could check if there were any soul bones on Chen Xion's corpse or if there were any in the storage bag. With this thought, after watching the porcupine and snake spear leave, the golden crocodile Douluo sat down on the stone chair in the backyard and began to dissect Chen Xion's corpse. A 30,000-year torso bone, but unfortunately, it has fused into one. Oh, this is an 80,000-year right leg soul bone. Not bad. There's also a 70,000-year spiritual head bone. This is unexpected. The golden crocodile Douluo looked at the two soul bones over 50,000 years in his hand and couldn't help but smile. But in the next moment, he seemed to sense some movement. When he raised his head, he heard Ning Fengji's murderous words. You dog thief, come and take your life. Golden crocodile Douluo. This phrase sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Ning Fengji was so angry that he trembled all over. He had heard his wife, Shang Wanwan, making that indescribable sound right here before, and now the only one left in the Moon Pavilion was the golden crocodile, Douluo, who must have taken her away without a doubt. In an instant, Ning Fengji felt his entire face turn green with rage, and he let out a roar. Damn you. Godi. However, just as his thunderous shout fell, a stone suddenly thudded against his forehead, and then, from it came Shang Wanwan's indescribable voice. Ning Feng He. Gurong? Tang Xiao Tang Hao. Golden crocodile Douluo? Ning Fengji stared blankly at the stone in his hand, which was continuously emitting that familiar, indescribable sound, his mind in a daze. Is this a soul-guiding device that can record sound? During the Dou period, although soul-guiding devices were not very advanced, many aspects of life relied on them, such as this kind of sound-recording soul-guiding device, which functioned like a recorder. Big brother, why does that head on the table in front of this person look a bit familiar? Tang Hao turned away with a slightly unnatural expression. He had also been in the Moon Pavilion before and heard the voices of Tang Yue and even Yin, so he naturally guessed that this was the work of Chen Yue. However, seeing Ning Fengji in such a miserable state did not evoke feelings of sympathy. Instead, it brought a sense of schadenfreude, as if he felt that finally someone was suffering like he did. But when he looked at the stone table in front of the golden crocodile Douluo, the more he stared at that head, which was badly damaged from being taken apart. The more familiar its face seemed. I have a similar feeling. Tang Xiao also felt similarly to Tang Hao, as he had heard similar indescribable sounds when he was at Hao Yin's sect. However, after Tang Hao's words, he shifted his attention, and the more he looked, the more he felt that head was familiar. Is there even a need to ask? Douluo, Chen Renxue's head, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao. These two brothers have met him before, so they naturally feel familiar. And at this moment, Ning Fengji finally turned off the recording soul guide, then raised his head to look at the gold crocodile Douluo, who had a confused expression and was about to say something when he saw Chen Renxue's head and exclaimed, "Sword Uncle." Gu Rong was also taken aback. "You bastard! It was you who killed Sword Uncle." Ning Fengji widened his eyes and looked up at the gold crocodile Douluo. "Are you seeking death?" "Sect Master, stop talking nonsense. I want to avenge Sword Uncle." Gu Rong's face was filled with killing intent, his eyes filled with blood-red fury. This was his good buddy for many years. How could he be gone now? He couldn't swallow this anger. He had to avenge his good buddy. Kill. With a command from Ning Fengji, without saying another word like a released hound, he directly activated his martial soul, true body, and charged towards the gold crocodile, Douluo. In that moment, the 7 treasures glazed tile support buff was instantly stacked to the maximum. We also joined in, seeing the famous sword master Chen Renxue actually being killed. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were both taken aback, but they didn't hesitate and rushed to help. They understood that someone who could kill Chen Renxue could naturally also kill Gu Rong, even with Ning Fengji's buff fully stacked. With this thought in mind, the two of them took out their giant hammers and charged towards the golden crocodile Douluo. Earlier, Tang Hao's martial soul was shattered, but with Tang Xiao's help, they went to the Douluo Empire to capture the survivor Tang Renxue, planning to use a unique secret method to take his martial soul and give it to Tang Hao. This is equivalent to a secret technique for seizing the supreme bone in the realm of cultivation. Of course, it's just a principle and doesn't have such a heaven-defying effect. Rather, its efficacy is quite low. Therefore, Tang Hao's soul power is only at level 90, unable to maintain his original soul power level. So you're a remnant of the Hao Qian sect. You 7-treasure glazed tile sect really have the audacity to protect a wanted criminal from the spirit hall, seeking death. Faced with the attacks from these 3, golden crocodile Douluo remained completely unfazed. Among them, only Tang Xiao, who was at the peak of level 96, caught his eye slightly. As for Tang Hao and Gu Rong, in his eyes, they were no different from small fry. "Since you insist on seeking death, then I shall grant your wish." A fierce battle erupted in the backyard of Yuexian Pavilion, but due to the palace's blockade, hardly anyone noticed, except for Chen Yue. At this moment, Chen Yue was brought back to the Tiandou Palace by the mysteriously smiling Qian Renxue. "What are you trying to do?" Chen Yue looked at her with some confusion, genuinely unsure of what Qian Renxue was thinking. "I have prepared a big gift for you." Qian Renxue snorted, assuring that you will love it immensely. Chen Yue was immediately overjoyed, and he picked her up, scaring Qian Renxue into quickly pushing him away. "No, what are you doing? What I love immensely is you." Qian Renxue, TSK, this bastard, why does he speak so sweetly? Qian Renxue instinctively touched her slightly bulging lower abdomen, snorting, "Don't mess around, I'm pregnant." At least this guy has a bit of conscience. Qian Renxue thought happily. The more she looked at Chen Yue, who was now stunningly handsome, the more pleasing he appeared to her. TSK, how can my man be so charming? Under Qian Renxue's guidance, Chen Yue arrived at a side hall. Upon opening the door, he saw a legal lowly in a Lolita outfit lying on the big bed, unconscious. Chen Yue was stunned. "What is this?" Qian Renxue crossed her arms and smiled slightly. "Shui Ku, the princess of the Tiandou Empire. How about it? Are you moved?" Chen Yue never expected that Shui Ku, a minor character in the original work, would turn out to be a legal lowly. Lying on the phoenix bed, which had been decorated by Qian Renxue, she appeared even more enchanting. After swallowing hard, Chen Yue looked up at Qian Renxue. "What are you trying to do? The Tiandou Empire is already under my control. But this girl seems to have sensed something and came to persuade me a few days ago. I was afraid she would leak information, so I locked her up." Qian Renxue casually said, "I originally planned to marry her off after seizing power, but now it seems I can give her to you for free. What do you think?" Saying this, she leaned in closer and whispered in Chen Yu's ear. As the saying goes, Lolas have 3 great virtues: clear voice, soft body, and easy to topple. TSK. Chen Yu gasped. "Are you testing me with this Shueku? Which man can withstand the test of a legal lowly? You think a normal person can endure this kind of test?" Chen Yu exhaled deeply. and he had to admit that Qian Renxue had him firmly in her grasp. She really was testing him like this. Seeing Chen Yue's reaction, Qian Renxue, after listening to his question, smiled without speaking. However, the little smugness on her face betrayed her thoughts. Sure enough, this is a complete pervert. I am the crown prince of the empire now. I don't believe I won't be able to control you in the future. At this moment, Qian Renxue felt as if she had Chen Yue's lifeline in her grasp, finally getting this guy under her control. However, she knew that just having Shueku was not enough. She had to raise the stakes. Tomorrow, I will increase the dosage. And after killing Shui, there will be a national mourning for 3 days. Then I will ascend to the throne. Qian Renxue thought this way in her heart. Once she became the emperor, she could offer more incentives, the most famous being the Four Elements Academy. She didn't believe the Four Elements Academy would dare to resist her. All right, she suddenly recalled what Chen Yue had said when they first met, and thinking about Chen Yue's actions during this time, her expression became somewhat strange. Could it be that he has a crush on beautiful wives? Thinking carefully, from the beginning, he proposed to be her stepfather, and then there was Tang Yuehua. Well, she could hardly be counted as a wife, but later there was Yin, and then Madame Ning, Suguing, what seemed quite reasonable. Qian Renxue did not know that Chen Yue also had a little cat and joked about a big Tyrannosaurus. After all, he hadn't brought these two back to the palace. But it still allowed Qian Renxue to make a judgment. By the way, Chen Yue spoke up, interrupting Qian Renxue's thoughts. How do you plan to explain this to her? Shueku, this legal lowly, looks too cute. He couldn't bear to harm her. If the princess wakes up and makes a fuss, he was afraid he might accidentally slap her to death, which would be a pity. He just hoped that Qian Renxue had done a good job with the aftermath. No witties. Qian Renxue revealed a honeyed, confident smile that Chen Yue found very familiar. I've already told her that she will live in the palace from now on and will not be married off. At this point, her tone suddenly turned cold. But if she dares to step out of the palace even a foot, I will hang Tang Yin's head at her residence. Chen Yue almost forgot that in the original work, this imperial princess also secretly admired the pure and pristine Tang. Chapter 27, Qian Renxue. I'm afraid Grandpa Golden Crocodile will beat you to death. The little cat from last time was too proud. After finishing the food Chen Yue gave her, she slipped away. For this, Chen Yue was not upset at all. Every day he drove his new car, speeding around, and his life was quite leisurely. But that night, when he was preparing to sleep early, a golden-haired rich woman heard about his excellent racing skills and offered him a customized white Porsche, asking him to take her for a race. The blonde rich woman stated that if Chen Yue could impress her with his racing, this customized white Porsche would be a gift for him. To this, Chen Yue felt it was his duty. He wasn't doing it for the white Porsche, but mainly because he couldn't go against a woman's wishes, right? So he took the rich woman back to the familiar road and sped away. Let's be honest. This Porsche truly lives up to its reputation as a famous sports car. Or rather, a customized version. The speed it reaches while racing is completely unmatched compared to the earlier attempts. After Chen Yue became familiar with the handling of this white Porsche, he quickly took the blonde rich woman in the passenger seat for a ride, delivering a very satisfactory performance. The rich woman also gave Chen Yue a thumbs up, expressing her admiration, and even signed the transfer agreement for the white Porsche on the spot. You really are impressive at racing. I'm convinced. This really stunned Chen Yue. It's worth noting that this white Porsche is valued at over 7 figures, and it's a customized version, so it probably costs even more. Thus, he firmly refused. But the blonde rich woman slammed down a stack of cash, breaking Chen Yue's backbone. She also said that whenever she wanted to throw up after eating and couldn't, she would definitely come to Chen Yue for a joyride, and that it would be much better than any hospital stomach wash. In response, Chen Yue expressed deep respect and very gentlemanly escorted the blonde rich woman away. At this moment, he finally had time to look at the somewhat battered white Porsche after the street racing. He sighed deeply and shook his head. It's still drivable, but if I race again, it'll probably need to go back to the repair shop. Fortunately, this white Porsche is a custom version, and the repair shop is staffed 24 hours a day. He drove the Porsche towards the repair shop, unaware that across from the repair shop, an old man lounging in the northwest wind suddenly widened his eyes in shock upon seeing the condition of the white Porsche. He pointed at Chen Yue and started cursing. How did this car end up in your hands? Is this how you treat her? Such a nice car, and look at how you've wrecked it. Don't you have any love for her? Chen Yue was somewhat baffled. It's my car. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. To his surprise, the old man was so enraged that his face turned red, and he began to bruise, then slumped back into his chair. Chen Yue thought, oh no. Is this going to cause a death? What? You said Shui died? Qian Renxue had just returned to her palace and taken a shower. and before she could lie down to rest, she saw a somewhat guilty-looking Chen Yue approaching. She frowned and asked suspiciously, "Did you provoke him?" "No," Chen Yue said, his eyes a bit unnatural, but he argued confidently, "I was just curious about who lives in such a luxurious palace, so I took a peek. Who knew that old guy would drop dead when he saw me?" Qian Renxue felt that this matter wasn't as simple as Chen Yue said, but she had no evidence. "What about Shueko?" Chen Yue coughed. "Well, she is recovering in a very safe place." Qian Renxue was even more suspicious, but didn't ask further. "All right, just be careful. She can't leave the palace. Otherwise, someone might want to support her to become the emperor, which could affect our plans." "Okay," Chen Yue nodded, glancing at the sky, which was already brightening. "By the way, the situation over at Yuxian Pavilion should be about the same, right?" Qian Renxue's face suddenly stiffened, and her mouth twitched. Why don't you go to the Xing Luo Empire first, and then come back?" She remembered that Chen Yue had mentioned wanting to go to the Xing Luo Empire before. "What's wrong?" Qian Renxue's mouth twitched. "I'm afraid Grandpa Jean, he will beat you to death." "That's unlikely, right?" Chen Yue whispered. "It's just about him killing the sword Douluo, and then the god, descending to fight against Gu Rong, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao 3-on-1, right? This small matter shouldn't be held against me." "Qian Renxue? You call this a small matter? Are you misunderstanding the word small? Isn't that just it? Why don't you go kill him?" Chen Yue argued, "Of course, I want to protect my dear Shui. How could I run around recklessly, right?" Qian Renxue thought, this jerk, why is he so slick with his words? Qian Renxue felt pleased in her heart, but her face remained stern. I advise you to finish your business in the Xing Luo Empire before coming back. Otherwise, even if you praise me, if Grandpa Jean comes at you, I want to plead for you." She was also curious about Chen Yue's strength. After all, if it weren't for the fact that he had let her have a soul ring back then, she estimated that even if the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape combined forces, they wouldn't be enough for Chen Yue to take down with one axe. "Since you say that, I want to go." Chen Yue grinned. "When dawn breaks. You just announced that Qibao Liuli's sect master Ning Fengji and Elder Gu Rong have committed treason, stormed the Tiandou Royal Palace, killed Emperor Shui, and then fled. In a couple of days, have the Wuhuan Palace issue a statement saying these two have been executed, hanging their heads at the Wuhuan Palace's entrance will do." Qian Renxue was somewhat dissatisfied. "Why should we give the credit to the Wuhuan Palace? Grandpa Jean represents the offering hall. They are from our angel clan. How can we give this credit to the Wuhuan Palace? And what about the sword Douluo? What does his death mean?" Chen Yue smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Qian Renxue finally realized what was happening and asked in shock, "How do you know that Ning Fengji and Gu Rong are dead, and that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao escaped?" She remembered that she hadn't mentioned the battle from last night. How did Chen Yue know the outcome as if he had foreseen it? Chen Yue smiled without speaking, clearly having no intention to explain. The golden crocodile Douluo was indeed very strong. After killing Chen Renxue, he was still able to take on 3 opponents at once, even managing to kill one of them. Indeed, with Ning Fengji's assistance, Gu Rong could perform at the peak level of a level 96, but ultimately, he wasn't a true super Douluo and could only struggle under the pressure of the golden crocodile Douluo. However, if Ning Fengji assisted Tang Xiao, the trio could indeed suppress the golden crocodile Douluo, who was not at full strength, especially since he had expended a lot of soul power in his previous battle with Chen Renxue and was relying mostly on his level advantage to fight. But this created a fatal weakness. Gu Rong. Without Ning Fengji's buff, Gu Rong was the weakest among the 3 title Douluos. Even a level 91 Tang Retian could crush a super Douluo under a soul ring explosion, and the golden crocodile Douluo, who was well aware of how Qian Xuanji had been beaten down by Tang Hao in the past, certainly knew that these two wielding large hammers were not to be trifled with. Therefore, he focused on Gu Rong, who had lost his buff. Seeing this, Ning Fengji immediately tried to transfer the buff, but unexpectedly, the Snake Spear were waiting for this moment and swiftly eliminated Ning Fengji, who was fully focused on transferring the buff. Just like that, without Ning Fengji's support, the 3 could not defeat the golden crocodile Douluo. In the end, they had to rely on Tang Hao's soul ring explosion to retreat, but unfortunately for Gu Rong, he was targeted by the Snake Spear and was held back for a few seconds. And it was these few seconds that made it impossible for him to escape. In this situation, Tang Xiao could only bear the burden of retreating with Tang Hao, who was weakened after the soul ring explosion, sacrificing his teammate. From the moment he sent the Snake Spear for help, Chen Yue had been planning everything for several days, but he hadn't expected the golden crocodile Douluo to be the one who showed up. Originally, he had anticipated that a level 97 peak Daw like the Four Offerings would come, probably to kill Chen Renxue, but now that the golden crocodile Douluo had arrived, he was an unbeatable powerhouse, perfectly hidden in the background. Now, after experiencing 2 intense battles right after coming out of seclusion, the golden crocodile Douluo would likely soon realize he had been used as a pawn, right? With this thought, Chen Yue no longer hesitated and quietly left the Tiandou Imperial Palace. At this moment, that old fellow must be furious and trying to find out who the mastermind behind this was. But I want to let you find out. I'm just playing. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Just 1 minute after Chen Yue disappeared, the disheveled golden crocodile Douluo appeared at the scene, looking like a beggar after the battle. This is Tang Hao's explosion ring hitting him. Of course, if it weren't for the gold crocodile Douluo's soul power being almost depleted, with his peak level 98 strength, it would have been impossible for him to be hammered like this by the level 91 Tang Retian's explosion ring. Outside Tiandou City. Big brother, why don't we just leave? Tang Xiao swung his arm and slapped him in the face, speaking with some frustration. Leave? Ain and Yuehua are in the Tiandou Royal Palace. How can you say something like that? Big brother, do you still remember how my martial soul was shattered? Tang Xiao frowned. Wasn't it because of this gold crocodile Douluo? Just as Tang Hao was about to say something, he suddenly heard a chilling voice that made his whole body go cold. It's not him, it's me. Chen Yue crossed his arms and smiled at the two brothers. How about I give you a demonstration? 10 minutes later, Tang Hao, with a blank stare, was holding his head and crying, swearing he would never go to the Tiandou Royal Palace again. It was too terrifying. What are you crying for? Tang Xiao slapped him in the face again. Let's go to Sea God Island. There must be a way to punish this devil. Tang San, you actually stole the secret record of our sect, committing such a heinous crime, an act of treachery. Tang San, I, Tang Sect, raised you with great difficulty, and you repay kindness with enmity, committing such an outrageous act that angers both gods and men. Voices kept amplifying in Tang San's mind, and faces kept spreading out. Soon, more than a dozen Tang Sect elders had surrounded him completely. I didn't, you were talking nonsense. There's nothing to say. Tang San, you are guilty of a great crime and will suffer the highest punishment of our sect. The 10 elders coldly stared at the surrounded Tang San, and, with a loud shout from Tangda, catch that rabbit for me. Then, an intersect disciple brought Xiao Wu, pressing her down in front of Tang San. Let him see with his own eyes his beloved rabbit turn from white to black. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes turned bloodshot. No, you can't. If you have anything, come at me. Don't hurt my Xiao Wu. Singa, save me. Tang San's gaze locked onto the intersect disciple, suddenly feeling that this person's face looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. But if Qian Renxue were here, she would definitely recognize that the person wearing the inner disciple's uniform was none other than Chen Yue. Don't worry, I'm also responsible for the sect's punishment. Once the punishment is over, the sect will most likely return her to you. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately, but he was bound tightly with chains and couldn't move at all, only able to rage impotently. I refuse to accept this. At Shrek Academy, Tang San suddenly woke up, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air, and only then did he realize that his entire blanket was soaked with sweat. Was I having a nightmare? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lifted the blanket, and found that the entire sheet was wet and even had a strange smell. Why does it smell a bit like blue silvergrass? Could be that Xiao Wu came by. Just as this strange thought arose, it was cut off. How could that be? This is the academy. How could there be such smells in my room? It must be an illusion caused by missing my mother and Xiao Wu too much, Tang San thought to himself. But at that moment, a strange smell entered his nostrils. How could there be such a pungent odor? Wait, why are my pants also wet? Tang San was terrified and quickly took a bath, even washing all the sheets and blankets. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Tang San finally stepped out of his room, basking in the sunlight. For some reason, he felt that the midday sun was not warm at all. Could something have happened? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the trembling voice of the famous master Yu Shaojiang rang out. Xiao San, something bad has happened. Tang San's heart trembled. What happened? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School launched a surprise attack last night and killed the Snow Knight Emperor. Now the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has become a wanted criminal in Tiandou. Tang San was shocked. What? Chapter 28 Chen Yue. Why do I feel like you are even more excited? How is that possible? Tang San looked incredulously at the equally serious-looking famous master Yu Shaojiang. Teacher, did you hear wrong? How could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rebel? There's no reason for that. Currently, The 3 major sects have already eliminated 2, and the remaining 7 treasure glazed tile school is also in a severely weakened state. In this dramatically changing situation, the most sensible choice for the 7 treasure glazed tile school would be to align with the Tiandou royal family, and then form an alliance with the 2 major empires to confront the Spirit Hall. It's absolutely impossible for the 7 treasure glazed tile school to plot rebellion in the royal palace. This is completely unreasonable. Tang Xin couldn't understand why Ning Fengji, a cunning old fox, would take such a foolish action. Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he frowned as he looked up at the famous master Yu Xiaojing, who was approaching with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Teacher, you said before that the old monster was escorting Mu Bai to the Douluo Empire, right? That's right. What about Zhu Qing? Isn't she at the academy? Yu Xiaojing had no idea that this little cat had already been transported by Chen Yue into the tree hole to meet Dai Mu Bai and Douluo, and was escorting them to the Douluo Empire together. Are you saying that the old monster left Heavendo City with both Mu Bai and Zhu Qing? After seeing Yu Xiaojing nod, Tang Xin suddenly had a bad premonition. Oh no, this might really be as I thought. After confirming that Douluo had left Heavendo City, Tang San's mind instantly constructed what he believed to be the truth. It was Xue Qinghe who had ordered the assassination of Xue Yi. Coincidentally, Ning Fengji and his group sensed something unusual, but by the time they went to investigate, it was too late. Therefore, they were framed by Xue Qinghe and had now become wanted criminals of the Heavendo Empire. With this thought, Tang San's expression also turned ugly as he glanced at Yu Xiaojing and shared his thoughts. Little San, is what you're saying true? Hearing this, the famous master Yu Xiaojing almost popped his eyes out. He had never known about Xue Ye's poisoning. If the old monster was in the palace, then Xue Qinghe would have had no chance to strike fatally. Now that the old monster had left, something must have happened to Emperor Xue Yi, and it was definitely Xue Qinghe who couldn't resist usurping the throne. Tang San was certain that if he wasn't mistaken, Xue Qinghe would hold Emperor Xue Ye's funeral in a very short time and then ascend to the throne. What we need to do now is to check the body of Emperor Xue Yi and confirm that he wasn't murdered, but poisoned. If he was poisoned, then we can clear the 7 treasure glazed tile school of suspicion. Upon hearing this, the famous master Yu Xiaojing also found some logic in it. Little San, you make a valid point. Teacher, there's no time to waste. Let's go to the palace and request an autopsy right away. Tang Xin said eagerly. He urgently needed the assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tile school because the Haotian school had already been destroyed by the Spear Hall. Currently, they could only gather the forces of the 2 great empires and the 7 treasure glazed tile school to confront the Spirit Hall. In the battle that led to the destruction of the Haotian school, the number of titled Douluos dispatched by the Spirit Hall was astonishing, far beyond what any single force could withstand. Tang San was deeply aware that with his current strength alone, let alone confronting the Spirit Hall, he would probably be seen as an ant in their eyes. Little San, don't be too hasty. Seeing the impatient Tang San, the famous master Yu Xiaojing said solemnly, do you think if we go to the palace now, Xue Qinghe will let us see Emperor Xue Ye's body? Teacher, can't we? Tang San asked in confusion. You are now considered a guest of the Heavendo Empire. This small request shouldn't be a problem, right? Ever since the Shrek team represented the Heavendo Empire to win the Soul Master competition and snatch the soul bones from the Spear Hall, it had brought great glory to Xue Yi. Therefore, the famous master Yu Xiaojing was specially appointed as a guest of the Heavendo Empire. Logically, with his status as a guest, requesting to enter the palace shouldn't be a big deal, right? Little San, tell me, if Emperor Xue Yi really was poisoned by Xue Qinghe, would he let us into the palace? Without hesitation, Tang San replied, Teacher, if he doesn't let us into the palace for the autopsy, we can always spread the news. Seeing Tang San's naive thoughts, Yu Xiaojing almost wanted to slap him to wake him up. Damn it, could it be that after Tang San got the dog legs and spider claws, he became stupid? They're already going in for an autopsy. If it really was Xue Qinghe's doing, how could he let them out safely? Is he a killer? We're already in the palace. Do you think he would let us out? Xiao San, did you go to the Stardow Forest and become foolish? What kind of ridiculous talk is this? Requesting an autopsy would successfully expose Xue Qinghe's conspiracy. If there's no autopsy, how can you expose his conspiracy? Where in the world does such a good thing happen? Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San, who was completely bewildered, with a mix of disappointment and anger. Just think about it. If you proposed a request for an autopsy, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, do you think Xue Qinghe would let you walk out of the palace alive? He never expected that his brilliant disciple would come up with such a foolish idea. It really infuriates me. Tang San thought for a moment, and indeed felt there was some truth to it. But on the other hand, he was somewhat unwilling. Then, teacher, are we just going to sit back and let this parricidal rebel, Xue Qinghe, ascend to the throne? Although there is currently no evidence proving that Xue Qinghe killed his father to seize power, in the pure and innocent eyes of Tang San, Xue Qinghe was already this kind of rebel. Once such a rebel takes power, the entire population of Tiandou would likely be in dire straits, which is not what the justice-driven him wants to see. Therefore, he has the duty and responsibility to stop Xue Qinghe from ascending to the throne. What's the hurry? The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang glared at him. Whether it was Tang San's illusion or not, he always felt that today's Yu Xiaojiang seemed a bit abnormal compared to usual. This feeling of being stared at gave Tang San a sense similar to when Xiao Wei used to give him a glance, filled with charm. Ugh! As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Tang San felt a wave of nausea and quickly cut off this line of thinking. How is this possible? His teacher, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, is a normal man, and he is with his wife Lu Erlong. How could he possibly show such a eunuch-like expression as seen by Tang San in his previous life? However, Tang San had no idea that this famous master Yu Xiaojiang was almost completely incapacitated due to the critical hit he received yesterday and was currently heading towards becoming like a eunuch. It's no wonder that the originally not very clever Yu Xiaojiang could think of these issues and immediately realized the various drawbacks of entering the Tiandou Imperial Palace. In fact, he was right. At this moment, Qian Renxue was waiting for Tang San to walk into her trap. As long as Tang San dared to come, she would dare to have someone capture him directly. Teacher, have you thought of a foolproof plan? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, Tang San immediately showed great joy and hurriedly asked for advice. According to the regulations of the Tiandou Empire, if the emperor dies from murder, the new monarch must ascend to the throne only after the murderer is captured. Yu Xiaojiang said slowly, and now, since it has been announced that Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the murderer, then Jianduo and Gutuo must also be accomplices. And within the Tiandou royal family, they are the biggest criminals. If Xue Qinghe wants to ascend to the throne, he must take the heads of these three people. Otherwise, he can only consider himself as the crown prince and cannot claim the title of emperor. In this sewer plane, the combat power is not high. But there are many rules, and the class concept is still quite severely divided. Even the Spirit Hall cannot escape this. After all, even if the Spirit Hall gathers almost 80% of the Soul Masters on the continent, it cannot make these Soul Masters betray the country just because of the gold soul coin subsidies given each month, right? Also, in this sewer world known for having a million-strong army that can intimidate deities, does the excerpt from the original ending imply that the million-strong army scared the angel god Qian Renxue? It seems that an army composed of thousands of soul masters being able to withstand a tidal Douluo is not an impossible thing, right? This point can actually be inferred from the original work, where the Spirit Hall secretly targets the second of the top three sects without daring to expose itself. In terms of righteousness, the Spirit Hall still needs to maintain its position. However, this is quite understandable, as Douluo, although not concerned with the Spirit Hall, is the future guide of the angel god and naturally has to uphold the faith in the angel god. He would not allow anything that harms the believers to happen. To get back on track, Tang San was overjoyed upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words. Teacher, do you mean that currently Xue Qinghe cannot ascend to the throne? Unless he could defeat Bon Douluo, Jian Douluo, and take the head of sect leader Ning. Yu Xiaojiang did not confirm or deny this. If Xue Qinghe were to forcefully ascend to the throne, then the Tiandou Empire would immediately fall into chaos. And other kingdoms would also have reasons not to recognize Xue Qinghe's legitimacy. This is the righteousness of the moment. It's better to conform outwardly and oppose inwardly than to openly slap someone in the face, right? After all, the former still holds some reservations. At least it won't be too embarrassing on the surface, but the latter is equivalent to a direct coup. Yes, that's right. I'm a kingdom under the Tiandou Empire, but I do not acknowledge you as the legitimate Tiandou Empire. I won't listen to you. So what? Are you going to hit me? If you have the guts, come and hit me. Why aren't you hitting me? When you do hit me, I will take the so-called self-defense, justifiable defense, and take you down. Yes, that's probably what Tang San meant by those words. So, does this mean that for now, we just need to find Ning Zongzhu and protect him? Tang San's words were fierce, leaving Yu Xiaojiang stunned. No, Xiao San, how dare you say that? They are both titled Douluo and one soul sage. How could they need protection from a mere soul emperor like you? Noticing the strange look in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, Tang San quickly explained, well, Teacher, you may not know, but the three of them were definitely severely injured during the previous attack by the Wuhuan Hall. Otherwise, with the current Tiandou Palace, unless the entire palace's Soul Master Group is assembled, it would be impossible to pose a threat to them. But even so, the Snow Knight Emperor is still dead, and they are being hunted. From this perspective, Ning Zhongzhu and the others must have been severely injured. Yu Xiaozhang's expression became even stranger. But didn't you say before that the Snow Knight Emperor was poisoned and killed by Xue Qinghe? But that doesn't prevent framing and conspiracy, right? Yu Xiaozhang rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. All right, you handle it yourself. Just don't rush into the palace and force Ning Zhongzhu and the others to flee in panic. There must be many soul masters in the Tiandou Palace. He still didn't believe that such a treacherous act could be done by Xue Qinghe. And given the personalities of Ning, Fengji, and the others, they would never commit regicide. So, there must be hidden reasons behind this. But last night, he practiced all night long. And if it weren't for today's shocking news, how could he possibly come out? Watching Yu Xiaozhang leave, Tang Xin clenched his fists, a determined look in his eyes. I really can't go see Xue Qinghe now, but I should be able to see Xue Ku, right? As the pure-hearted Tang San, it's already a norm for him to use others' feelings for his own benefit. After all, this is for the justice in his heart. Soon, Tang San, who had received a token from Qian Renxue during his time at Yuexin Pavilion, entered the palace smoothly and was escorted to the gates of Xue Ku's palace. Mr. Tang Yin, this is Her Highness the Princess's palace. Please wait a moment. We will go in and report. The palace has many rules, but Tang San didn't mind. He nodded, and the two guards turned to leave. As the two guards entered through the side door, their low voices drifted into Tang San's ears. Who is this person? Could he be Xue Ku's suitor? Nonsense. How could Xue Ku's pursuers have a token? Now, who doesn't know that Princess Xue Ku is very busy all day? How could she possibly meet him? Indeed, if it weren't for this token, we wouldn't have come here. Tang San ignored this talk. He had heard such rumors many times. However, when he heard that Princess Xue Ku was very busy, he was slightly taken aback. Princess Xue Ku is busy? Then he thought of the death of Emperor Xue Yi and suddenly understood. It must be that the emperor passed away, and as a princess, she had to help, right? Poor girl. Just as Tang San was lamenting how filial Xue Ku, who has feelings for him, was in preparing a funeral for her late father. He didn't know that right in front of him, behind the closed palace door, Xue Ku was covering her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound, not even daring to leak out a hint of her soul power. Chapter 29. Chen Yue, give Douluo a big surprise. The customized white Porsche was repaired quickly. Chen Yue received a call from the repair shop that day and was taken to the shop, excitedly driving his car home. On the way, he encountered an old acquaintance who expressed a desire to get in the car. To this, Chen Yue felt deeply regretful. His white Porsche had a cleanliness obsession and only recognized him, so he could only apologize for the request. Just as he was about to roll down the window to refuse, he unexpectedly found that the one-way glass window simply wouldn't roll down. Even though Chen Yue used all his strength, it was of no use. Helpless, Chen Yue could only look for the switch. But he was indeed unfamiliar with this car and had never operated the windows, so he had no idea where the switch was. Outside, the old acquaintance was still eagerly waiting for Chen Yue to roll down the window and take him for a ride. However, inside the car, Chen Yue had already tried every possible button that could be the switch, but to no avail. He could only shake his head at the old acquaintance. However, the one-way glass prevented anyone outside from seeing the situation inside the car. Gradually, under the scorching sun, the old acquaintance became impatient and started knocking on the window, seemingly shouting something. But due to the car's excellent sealing, Chen Yue couldn't hear what he was saying. But seeing his expression, it was clear he was getting angry. Thinking that Chen Yue was being arrogant, pointing at him and muttering, while continuing to knock on the window. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the green light turned on, and the vehicles behind Chen Yue honked to alert him. Seeing the old acquaintance still tapping on the car window, Chen Yue shrugged and could only say sorry, then slammed on the gas, and the vehicle sped away. This car truly deserves to be called a brand new version. With one foot on the gas and both hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, Chen Yue even felt like he could soar into the sky, running wild like a runaway horse. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? The old friend looked at the departing white Porsche and said resentfully, Forget it if you don't want to see me. I even gave you a chance to pursue me, and you didn't cherish it. Thinking this way, he could only leave in a dejected manner. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yue looked at the snow girl in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Ah! Xue Ku blushed and secretly opened a crack in the door, after seeing Tang San's figure disappear into the distance. She finally let out a long sigh of relief. Meeting Tang, San had put a lot of pressure on her. With her brother Shui, Qinghe, watching from the front, and her betrothed husband watching from behind. She could only apologize for the feelings she had for Tang San at Yuexian Pavilion. After all, she was a princess, and he was just a commoner. Indeed, this thought was instilled in her by Qian Renxue. Otherwise, she would have been truly desperate. Fortunately, as a princess of the empire, she was quite obedient. Especially after the big incident last night, she was even more scared. The only one she could rely on was the husband her brother had arranged for her. Yes, quite obedient. Chen Yue patted the little head of this legal lowly, staring at her pleasing white stockings, becoming more and more satisfied. He had to thank Qian Renxue properly. Can you really not kill him? As long as you listen, the Tang Yin you've been thinking about will be fine, got it? Upon hearing this, Xukenodi repeatedly, I will definitely listen. Chen Yue sighed and rubbed her little head. Yes, for now, you're still very obedient. Keep it up. Understand? Emma my will. Xue Kiskivico nodded continuously. She looked at Chen Yue's back, finally letting out a sigh, turned back to look at the direction Tang San had disappeared, shook her head, and slowly returned to her palace. At this moment, the long-lost system notification sound suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female character Shui. Ku. Reward. Bone shrinking technique. Bone shrinking technique. A unique skill that can completely change one's appearance, allowing for a complete transformation of muscles and bones from the inside out. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protect the offspring. Rewards will be distributed after giving birth. The sudden system notification also left Chen Yue slightly stunned, turning back to look at the snow girl, who was holding her slightly bulging belly and leaning against the wall as she left. Did he really hit the jackpot? He calculated in his mind. Currently, the beauties he had saved included Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Yin, Madame Ning, and Zhu Zhuqing. Among them, only Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu twins, Tang Yuehua, and Yin had descendants. As for why the others didn't, Chen Yue never thought about it. After all, he wasn't in the mood to consider the thoughts of toys. Among these 4 women, except for Qian Renxue, the other 3 were all under his control, with no way out. Now, there was one more Shui Ke. Chen Yue shook his head, and he had no intention of going back to ask Shui Ke how she was doing, perfectly illustrating what it meant to be heartless. This bastard really didn't care. Watching Chen Yue leave the palace, Qian Renxue felt a mix of joy and anger in her heart. The joy was that Chen Yue hadn't lied to her. She was his true love, while the others were just accidents. The anger was that now Shui Ke was pregnant, and she had to help Chen Yue take care of her, while he directly threw his hands up and left. Forget it, anyway. I'm also Shui Ke's brother on the surface now. Taking care of her is reasonable. Qian Renxue comforted herself in her heart. After all, this was true love. Everyone else was just an accident. Having already left Heavendo City, Chen Yue had no idea that Qian Renxue was watching him, nor did he know what was happening in the palace. At full speed, he reached Soto City in just a few minutes. This wasn't because he was tired, but because in Soto City, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance he didn't recognize. Yu Qianheng, Dugian. Let me think. Dugabo sent Dai Mu by, and Zhu Zhuqing back. I should repay this kindness somehow, right? Chen Yue stroked his chin. But a titled Douluo doesn't he really need my help? I might as well help his granddaughter. But if I get it directly, he might not accept it. Better to give him a big surprise. Chen Yue's eyes gradually became arrogant, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. At this time, Dugabo was completely loyal to Tang San. He would never betray him unless Tang San killed Dugian right in front of him. However, it was clear that there was no need for such actions. After all, Dugian was still a relatively decent beauty. Although she was somewhat inferior to Medusa from Do Pa, she could still be considered a version of Medusa from Douluo continent, right? As for Yu Tianheng, as one of the survivors of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, if nothing unexpected happened, he would inevitably become Tang San's lackey under the famous master Yu Shaojiang. And then who knows where he would end up dead. Of course, Chen Yue was not concerned about whether Yu Tianheng lived or died. His mind was filled with how to take action to maximize his own interests. Suddenly, Chen Yue's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Duguyan gradually became dangerous. Ashu. Duguyan, who was walking side by side with Yu Tianheng on the street, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, as if there was a malicious gaze staring at her. Tianheng, it feels like something is watching me. Hearing this, Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings warily, releasing a wave of soul power belonging to a soul emperor. 5 years ago, he had already reached level 43 in the Soul Master competition, and over the past 5 years he had been training hard, especially after the painful blow of his family's destruction. He became even more motivated, ultimately breaking through to Soul Emperor just a few days ago. And he had not yet hunted for his 6th soul ring. He was waiting for Douluo to return after delivering people to Star Luo City, so he could go with him to hunt for soul rings in the Tiandou Forest. After all, with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family destroyed, he could only rely on Douluo to obtain soul rings. Yin, I didn't see anything? Yu Tianheng felt puzzled. With his level 60 soul power, there was no one in Soto City who could escape his gaze, yet he looked around and found nothing. Just then, a somewhat familiar yet strange figure appeared before them. Yu Tianheng, run quickly. The Spirit Hall has sent people to capture you. What? Yu Tianheng was both shocked and angry. How dare the Spirit Hall be so bold as to capture people openly? The top 3 sects had destroyed 2 of them, leaving only the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which had also become a wanted criminal. Who could stop the Spirit Hall now? Upon hearing this, not only was Yu Tianheng stunned, but Dogu Yin beside him also trembled in her heart. What? 2 of the top 3 sects have already been destroyed. The couple turned to look at that figure, and among them, Dogu Yin couldn't help but exclaim, You are Tang San? Tang San smiled broadly, revealing his white teeth. Long time no see. Tang San, weren't you in Heavendou City? Yu Tianheng also came to his senses and hurriedly asked. Something happened in Heavendou City. The Haotian clan was destroyed by the Spirit Hall, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school killed His Majesty the Emperor and became a wanted criminal of the Empire. After hearing this, Tang San said with a somewhat heavy expression, The teacher is worried that you might be killed by the Spirit Hall people in the chaos. So he asked you to stay at Shrek Academy for now. The teacher, Aunt Erlong, and the Dean will protect you well, under the union of the Golden Triangle. There truly is the battle power of a title Douluo. Yu Tianheng's heart stirred. He actually had some intentions already. He did not doubt that Tang San was deceiving him. After all, once he returned to Tiandou City, he could easily find out the truth with a little inquiry, and it would be impossible to fool him. Moreover, with the protection of this Golden Triangle, his safety would surely be better than his current situation of hiding and dodging. Right? That yin. Chapter 30, Dogu Yin, damn it, I'm thinking about spicy rabbit heads again. Yu Tianheng glanced at Dogu Yin beside him, feeling a bit reluctant in his heart. This is not due to feelings, but because there are only a handful of survivors left in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and among those of marriageable age, there is only him, Yu Tianheng. In other words, he needs Dong Yin to join him in completing the mission of revitalizing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. To put it simply, he wants to go to Heavendou City with Dong Yin. Tang San glanced at Dong Yin and said, The old monster asked me to take her to the Star Luo Empire, because there I found a way to completely control her poison skills. What? Dong Yin was immediately taken aback, then filled with joy, but a hint of suspicion flickered in her eyes. Are you telling the truth? The poison of the Bilan snake is just a small trick. Hearing this familiar phrase, Dong Yin no longer had any doubts about the Tang San in front of her. Okay, I will go with you. This sentence was spoken by Tang San when he first faced the Imperial fighting team with Shrek, as he was undoing the phosphorus snake poison on Dogu Yin. At that time, Dogu Yin's phosphorus snake poison was invincible, so Tang San's words left an indelible impression in her heart. Moreover, she believed that only Tang San could remember this original phrase, as no one else could. Thus, Yu Tianheng watched as Tang San took Dogu Yin towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire. And only after they disappeared did he let out a long sigh and head towards the direction of Heavendou City. The Heavendou Empire and the Star Luo Empire were separated by the Tiandou Forest, and to enter the Star Luo Empire, they would have to pass through the Tiandou Forest, but entering at night was risky. Therefore, after finishing dinner, Dogu Yin suggested staying overnight in the small town. Tang San naturally had no objections to her suggestion, but an awkward situation arose. The staff seemed to have noticed that it was a bit strange for a man and a woman to stay overnight together, so they kindly reminded them, Sorry, we only have one double room available. Would you like to book it? Tang San immediately looked surprised and shook his head repeatedly. No, let's skip that and travel through the Tiandou Forest overnight. Dogu Yin shot him a cold glance and slammed a bag of gold soul coins on the table, saying, Book this room. I'll warn you. Although you can, I am not without defenses. As she said this, Dogu Yin glared fiercely at Tang San and warned, Also, I am a married woman. If you dare to act recklessly, even if my grandfather intervenes, I will still kill you. Tang San snorted coldly. I am the pure and noble Tang San. How could I do something so vulgar and shameless? I hope so. Upon hearing this, Dogu Yin's expression softened a bit. She had also heard from her grandfather, Douluo, that this Tang San was indeed pure and only loved a certain mother spirit beast, never being moved by others. But little did she know, this Tang San was not the real Tang San at all, but Chen Yue after using disguise techniques. When they entered the room, Du Guyan even used her phosphorus snake poison to set up defenses on her bed, vigilantly watching Chen Yue, not even bothering to take off her coat before lying under the blanket. Her martial soul was the phosphorus snake, so she was immune to the poison she released. But if others came into contact with even a little, they would turn to blood in an instant. Unfortunately, this little poison was like an ant biting a tough diamond to Chen Yue, posing no obstacle whatsoever. But this is not Chen Yue's purpose. A thought flashed through Chen Yue's mind, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he raised his second martial soul, the Heavenly King Divine Tower. The second golden soul ring shone brightly, transforming into a beam of light that entered Du Guyan's mind. The second soul skill of the Heavenly King Divine Tower. Nightmare of the Divine Tower. It can directly envelop the opponent and release a mental realm equivalent to crossing a tribulation. If one sinks into it, the soul cannot return to the body and is deeply imprisoned within. Of course, as the user, Chen Yue can easily this state. Enjoy the dream I have carefully constructed for you. He. Du Guyan was in a daze. She felt someone touching her and vaguely opened her eyes, looking at the familiar face in front of her. Tianhong, didn't you return to the Heaven Dose City? You. The prelude ended. The accompaniment rose, gradually entering the first segment of the main song. Suddenly, no, that's not right. You are Tianhong. He can't be you. Who exactly are you? Who do you want me to be? Then I am who I am. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. If you want me to be you Tianhong, or Tang San, or someone else, that's fine. In this illusion of the nightmare of the Divine Tower, Chen Yue was almost an invincible existence. His face changing was like a Sichuan opera, flipping a face in an instant, making Du Guyan's mentality somewhat collapse. To some extent, she was similar to Tang San, with his pure and clean nature, but now Chen Yue changed faces. Although it was just a change of face, it still made Du Guyan's mindset shatter. No, don't. Please. The next moment, Du Guyan on the bed suddenly woke up, drenched in fragrant sweat, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with terror as she looked ahead, realizing that she had just had a nightmare, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. She turned to glance at Tang San, who was still sleeping under the covers, seemingly having no thoughts about her. This scene made Du Guyan breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face Yu Tianhong. Scared me to the point of cold sweat. Du Guyan sighed, I should go take a shower first. She shook her head, not thinking too much, and got up to walk towards the bathroom. After taking a shower, she started to soak in the bathtub. Lying in the bathtub, Du Guyan squinted her eyes, dazed, as if she had fallen asleep again. Am I dreaming again? Du Guyan frowned, looking around, and was shocked to find herself on a 99-story high platform, wearing a snake crown and a snake queen robe. She turned around, confused, and was immediately stunned. She saw countless familiar faces kneeling fearfully at her feet below the layers of steps. There was Tang San, who had previously been cold and indifferent towards her, claiming to be pure and clean. There were the siblings Xie Yu and Hulaina, who trampled her dignity in the soul master competition. At this moment, everyone was kneeling fearfully at her feet, without exception. Du Guyan gasped, the cold air filling her lungs. On this high platform, she felt as if she were truly invincible in the world, with a feeling of soaring to the heavens. Relaxed and carefree, overlooking the mountains, she raised her hand to unleash her martial soul and was shocked to discover that her martial soul was actually the heavenly poison snake emperor, a king-level martial soul among snake-type souls. What made her breathe rapidly was that there were 9 eerie red soul rings displayed above her martial soul, a 100,000-year soul ring, and she had obtained 9 of them in one go. If this weren't a dream, how wonderful would that be? Du Guyan murmured to herself. If this isn't a dream, then I can directly eliminate the Spirit Hall, take revenge for Yu Tianhong, and help him rebuild the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, right? She yearned to take revenge on the Spirit Hall for Yu Tianhong and to revive the new Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After all, she was Yu Tianhong's beloved wife and had that obligation. With this thought, her heart was exceptionally turbulent and excited. Suddenly, she seemed to sense some movement. Raising her head to look at the 99 steps, and saw a man in a black and gold dragon robe slowly turning around. The revealed face instantly shocked her. How could it be you? The figure turning around was not the one she had been longing for. Yu Tianheng, but rather Chen Yue, who had almost shattered her heart earlier. What else could it be? Du Yin looked in terror at the approaching Chen Yue, and in the next moment, she suddenly jolted awake from the bathtub. She glanced around. There was nothing. Everything was normal. The events that had previously occurred were just a nightmare. How could this be? Why did she have dreams about this stranger every day? She always felt that Chen Yu's smile, revealing his white teeth, carried a certain fear that chilled her heart. It was as if something ominous was about to happen. She looked at her own mature body, soaking in a bath, finding nothing out of the ordinary, just a slight discomfort from overeating at dinner. After all, she had never tasted the food personally prepared by Tang San, especially that spicy rabbit head, which was so fragrant that she couldn't forget it. She swore that tonight's meal was the best she had ever eaten. Damn it, I'm thinking about that spicy rabbit head again. Du Yin licked her red lips, recalling the delicious rabbit meat. But waking up Tang San in the middle of the night for spicy rabbit head wouldn't be good, right? Forget it, I'll talk about it after seeing Grandpa. After cutting off the wicked thoughts in her mind, Du Yin quickly dried herself, changed into new clothes, and relayed the dried sheets and quilt before falling into a deep sleep. As Du Yin drifted into slumber, it seemed the entire hotel fell into silence. The night deepened. Chen Yue suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly king tower covered the entire room, and as the soul rings flickered, the light of the nightmare from the tower fell upon Du Yin. After doing all this, he slowly got up and sat in front of Du Yin's bed, a smile on his face as he rubbed her adorable face. Truly, she was a delightful snake woman on her first try. Chapter 31. Chen Yue indeed is quite the obedient little kitten. Why do I feel like suddenly there's no one around? The data feels so cold. There's no motivation to update. So smooth. The sky gradually brightened. And at this moment, Chen Yue was also very satisfied with his evaluation. A smile crept across his lips. Yu Tianheng. Such a delightful snake woman. It's better for me to keep you safe. At this time, a system notification appeared in front of Chen Yue. Congratulations, host. You have married the original character Du Yin and received a reward. The evil poison pill. Evil poison pill. After consumption, one can become the evil poison body, adapted from the Dopa world, but without the drawbacks and dangers of backlash from myriad poisons. The skin and hair are imbued with powerful and intense toxins, causing ordinary soul masters to die upon contact. After consumption, immune to all poison attacks, theoretically, no one outside the host and the host's bloodline can touch you. The host already has descendants. Please take care to protect them, and rewards will be given after childbirth. Looking at this line of notification from the system, Chen Yu's smile broadened. The evil poison body. This is the gift I'm giving you. Remember not to let others touch you, or there will be surprises. In the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had just returned to Star Luo City under the escort of Douluo. After the continuous journey, Douluo did not immediately return home, but rested outside the Star Luo Imperial Palace. After all, Dai Mubai and the others were currently safest within the palace. And as an outsider titled Douluo, it did not suit Douluo's character to stay overnight in the palace. Upon entering the Star Luo Imperial Palace, Dai Mubai did not return to his prince's mansion, but eagerly rushed to find his father, the emperor. At this moment, the Star Luo emperor was in a daze, listening to the news brought by his ministers. Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall has given us 3 days to hand over the remnants of the Haotian sect and their saintess. The Star Luo emperor was dumbfounded. What? When did I ever capture the saintess of the Spirit Hall? I want to take the blame for this. He immediately summoned all the ministers to discuss state affairs. The Star Luo emperor was completely bewildered. He truly did not know when he had kidnapped anyone. Could it be some nobles in Star Luo City? He decisively ordered a court assembly, as this was a matter concerning the entire Star Luo City. After all, the Haotian sect, as the top of the 3 sects, was not to be trifled with, and they had been exterminated, leaving no room for carelessness. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. The Star Luo Emperor was still preoccupied with the question of when he had captured the saintess of the Spirit Hall and completely ignored the Crown Prince. He was not very fond of Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince, and thought he was probably here to ask about the Haotian sect. So he told him to go ask the Empress instead. Not seeing him. Yes. When the guard conveyed the message to Dai Mubai, he was also bewildered. No, father. This concerns our Dai family's reputation for many years. How can you not take it seriously? He wanted to tell the Star Luo Emperor that Zhu Zhuqing was not behaving properly and should be punished, giving him the opportunity to replace her with Zhu Jian. But now, the Star Luo Emperor was telling him to find the Empress. What was that about? How can this be told to him? After all, the Empress is also from the Zhu family. Dai Mubai was quite confused. Shouldn't this matter be handled by their own Dai family? What major issue does Father Emperor have that he won't see me? Dai Mubai looked at the guard, who seemed hesitant to speak, and immediately asked. After all, he is now the crown prince of Xingluo and the future heir, so the guard didn't dare to show him any disrespect and promptly replied, "It's like this. The Spirit Hall has given us 3 days to hand over the remaining members of the Haoyan sect that we've hidden, as well as the kidnapped saintess of the Spirit Hall." Dai Mubai's reaction was the same as that of the Emperor of Xingluo upon receiving the news. What the hell? When did our Xingluo Empire kidnap the saintess of the Spirit Hall? And when did we take in the remnants of the Haoyan sect? Dai Mubai was completely bewildered, but he vaguely felt that the Xingluo Empire seemed to be suffering from an undeserved calamity and was likely being used as a scapegoat. No, I must go to the court and see Father Emperor. Our Xingluo Empire is being used as a pawn. At this momentum, we absolutely cannot confront the Spirit Hall. This is related to the imperial power of the Dai family. Dai Mubai had no other thoughts in his mind. He was solely focused on how to resolve the urgent situation at hand. Otherwise, it might really lead to trouble. A flash of thought crossed his mind, and without further hesitation, Dai Mubai hurried towards the palace hall, feeling that he should be able to make it in time for the court meeting. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Dai Mubai's expression was somewhat off during the journey. According to Dai Mubai's personality, he would usually try all sorts of soft and hard tactics to persuade her along the way, perhaps even to get close. Yet this time, Dai Mubai acted like a righteous gentleman, keeping his distance from her, as if avoiding a plague. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't have thought too much about it, but her mind was filled with what Chen Yue had said in the tree hole. Coupled with the fact that Dai Mubai was heading straight into the Imperial Inner Palace to meet Emperor Xingluo without acknowledging her, it made Zhu Zhuqing increasingly uneasy. If she hadn't done anything guilty, perhaps she wouldn't be so anxious. But the truth was, she had indeed done something that wronged the Dai royal family. And if it were discovered, it would likely bring trouble to the entire Zhu family. No way, she absolutely couldn't just sit back and wait for her fate. She steeled her heart and hurried to the harem to meet Empress Xingluo. Upon learning that Emperor Xingluo was holding a court meeting and that Dai Mubai hadn't seen him, she breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? What happened? Empress Zhu Qingxue glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and asked softly. She also came from the Zhu family, but she was not from the same lineage as Zhu Zhuqing. She belonged to the main branch of the Zhu family, while Zhu Zhuqing was from the 6th branch. The bloodline had already diverged for 5 generations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as Dai Mubai's crown princess. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to find the words. At this moment, she realized that under Empress Zhu Qingxue's influence, the source of the disaster would likely fall on her 6th branch, and the other family members would at most face a minor penalty, such as a reduction in salary or funds. There would absolutely be no severe punishment. In other words, if she spoke up now, her fate would probably be to be controlled by Empress Zhu Qingxue and secretly executed. Is it about the Haoyan sect? Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing hesitated to speak, Empress Zhu Qingxue recalled the recent news and gently said, "The matter concerning the Haoyan sect is due to their capture of the Holy Maiden of the Wuhuan Hall. Now, the Haoyan sect has been destroyed, but some have escaped, and the Holy Maiden of the Wuhuan Hall they captured has yet to be found." At this point, Zhu Qingxue paused and asked, "But it should only be a matter of time." The order from the Wuhuan Hall went directly to Emperor Xingluo and never passed through the Empress's hands. So even as the Empress, Zhu Qingxue was unaware of this matter. "Thank you, Mother Empress. I will take my leave now." After hearing the news, Zhu Zhuqing found a way out and quickly stood up to take her leave. This child still has some unresolved issues, huh? Watching Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure, Zhu Qingxue chuckled and shook her head, thinking that Zhu Zhuqing still harbored some resentment over past events. However, she believed that time would provide Zhu Zhuqing with answers. What should I do? What should I do? Back at the Crown Prince's residence, Zhu Zhuqing was in a frantic state. If it were the old her, she might indeed have been able to leave everything behind, but now she couldn't. If she left, the entire 6th branch would be implicated and ultimately wiped out by the Dai family. While Dai Mubai hadn't reported yet, she felt there was still a chance to maneuver. As for pleading with Dai Mubai, if she had been able to persuade him along the way, perhaps Zhu Zhuqing would have thought pleading would be effective. But given Dai Mubai's indifference during the journey, Zhu Zhuqing was certain that if she dared to approach him a plead, Dai Mubai's character would definitely lead him to humiliate her severely. Even if he ultimately showed mercy regarding the Dai family's treatment of the Zhu family's sixth branch, he could still make her suffer under the watchful eyes of Douluo. It's all that bastard's fault. Just thinking of Chen, you made Zhu Zhuqing grit her teeth in anger, wishing she could take a few bites out of him. What? Missing me after just a few days? Suddenly, Chen Yue's light-hearted voice rang out, causing Zhu Zhuqing to shudder, and then in terror, she collapsed onto the ground, scooting backward in fright. Why you followed me? And no, how did you get in here? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chen Yue in horror. This man had left an indelible impression in her heart, but wasn't he a feeling of love? It was a fear that ran deep into her bones. This man is so terrifying. Whether it was at Shrek Academy or in the tree hole, she only felt a deep-seated hatred for Chen Yue. However, after calming down during the journey and considering Dai Mubai's reaction, she increasingly felt that Chen Yue's words made some sense. After all, Dai Mubai is a playboy, and even though her heart is loyal to the Dai family, who would believe you? After all, seeing is believing. She had witnessed with her own eyes that after they entered the palace, Dai Mubai coldly glanced at her and then went inside without saying a word to her. This is no longer the normal reaction it used to be. How I got here is not really important. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. And what's important is that I am now your savior, capable of freeing you from this sea of suffering. Do you believe it? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, coldly staring at Chen Yue, sneering, "Save me? The situation I'm in now is entirely caused by you. How can you still have the face to say you want to save me?" If it weren't for Chen Yue's interference, she could confidently allow Dai Mubai to search her to prove her innocence and purity. But now, not to mention facing this search even now, she lacked the courage to confront Dai Mubai, who was already aware of the situation. So, are you going to watch your residence in the 6 rooms completely cut off? Chen Yue did not refute, walking over with his hands behind his back, looking down at Zhu Zhuqing with a half-smile. I heard that in the Star-Luo Empire, some noble women involved would rush into the teaching bureau and then be given as resources and rewards to those sole masters of commoner origin as gifts. To cultivate a family like the Dai family, who views women as resources and brainwash many noble women into accepting this view, must involve some very extreme means, and they can't possibly be very merciful. How do you know about this? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale at a visible speed. And if your crime is confirmed, I estimate that giving you to those rising commoner soul masters would be a form of humiliation. Chen Yue grinned, showing his white teeth, looking as if he was enjoying a spring breeze, while in reality, he scared Zhu Zhuqing so much that her face lost color. So, I'm more inclined to think that the Dai family won't easily kill you. After all, this crime is a first for the Dai family in 100 years. So I think, in the end, you will definitely be sent to the poorhouse of Star-Luo City after your martial soul is crippled, as a demonstration of the Dai family's imperial grace. No, please stop, I promise you. Zhu Zhuqing, completely losing her composure, fell to the ground with a thud, tightly clutching Chen Yue's thigh, almost sobbing. "No, please, I beg you, don't say any more, I promise, I beg you, save me." The poorhouse of Star-Luo City can be said to be the most chaotic place in the entire Star-Luo Empire. It is nominally in Star-Luo City, but is actually in a closed, small city outside of it, essentially a smaller version of the capital of Slaughter. Unlike the capital of Slaughter, this place is filled with soul masters whose martial souls are very poor or have low innate soul power, true impoverished people, or what can be called the black populace. A few years ago, after becoming the crown princess, Zhu Zhuqing had once visited this place, and she personally saw the residents there, their faces dark like Kunlun slaves, with excrement visible all around, making her vomit her overnight meal. If she were to be exposed and have to marry into such a place, she would rather bow her head and serve this man before her, with no dignity, than go there. "Master, please, I beg you, save me." Chen Yue was very pleased. At that moment, the little cat he had fed was found by him and was very obediently meowing, rubbing against his leg, holding the little cat in his arms. Chen Yue smiled slightly. Indeed, it's a very obedient little cat. The master will surely find a way to help you completely redeem yourself. Hearing this, the little cat became even more excited, rubbing against Chen Yue's embrace like a golden retriever, licking his cheek, responding to Chen Yue's words with the most enthusiastic actions. Chapter 32. The Star-Luo Empress. How can there be such a handsome and charming man in this world? In the depths of the Star-Luo Imperial Palace, Empress Zhu Qingxue woke up slowly on her phoenix bed, glancing at the maid beside her. "Is His Majesty not back yet?" Reporting to the Empress, "Not yet." She rubbed her temples in fatigue, turned over, and prepared to sleep again. But at that moment, the maid suddenly spoke, reporting to the empress. The crown princess requests an audience. Empress Zhu Qingxue was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing? Didn't I just see her? Why is she here again? With this doubt in her heart, Empress Zhu Qingxue did not show any signs on her face, nodding slightly. Let her in. Yes. The maid bowed and retreated, and soon Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a black spaghetti strap dress, walked in. Empress Zhu Qingxue furrowed her brows upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's outfit. As the Empress of Douluo, she felt that this attire was quite inappropriate. But as a daughter of the Zhu family, she also understood the temptation this outfit conveyed, especially for that young man Dai Mubai, who was just in his 20s. Therefore, she did not reprimand her, but instead said, Zhu Qing, this outfit should only be worn at home. When leaving the crown prince's residence, you must wear formal attire. Understand? Yes, mother, you are right. Zhu Zhuqing silently added in her heart that this outfit was not meant for Dai Mubai, but for that demon. Thinking this way, she raised her head to look around and glanced at Zhu Qingxue, appearing hesitant to speak. You all may leave. The queen, Zhu Qingxue, immediately noticed Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts and waved her hand, instructing the many maidservants to withdraw. Although her soul power level was not particularly high, a mere soul emperor posed no significant threat to her, and moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had no reason to act against her. Therefore, she felt quite at ease. Yes. The maidservants bowed and quickly exited the entire palace, leaving only Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing. If there's something to discuss, just say it. Zhu Zhuqing showed a troubled expression. Upon hearing Zhu Qingxue's words, her discomfort deepened, as she couldn't directly say that she was not adhering to her role as a wife and had betrayed Dai Mubai. Could she? In response, Zhu Qingxue did not urge her further. She lazily leaned against the head of the bed, squinting her eyes, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to speak. Although Zhu Zhuqing remained silent at that moment, she guessed it must be about the Haotian sect. However, the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's words stunned her. Mother, do you know about the actions that Mubai took in the Tiandou Empire? How did it suddenly involve Dai Mubai? Zhu Qingxue frowned slightly, her lips parting. What happened to Mubai? She was aware of Dai Mubai's escape from Xinglua City because it was something she had arranged. Otherwise, how could Dai Mubai, who was only a great soul master at the time, have left Xinglua City safely and reached the Tiandou Empire? Even if he posed no threat, Davis would not remain indifferent. As his parents, they intervened to stop Davis's pursuit. Therefore, she also knew about Dai Mubai's reckless actions in the Tiandou Empire. However, as the queen, how could she bring it up herself? After all, it was merely a few women involved. As a prince, having had a few encounters with fortune was not a big deal, right? This is Zhu Qingxue's thought. She thought Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat discontented and wanted to seek comfort. Immediately, as the thought flashed through her mind, she smiled and said that at that time, Mubai was still young and immature, and it was normal to be a bit hot-headed. After getting married, he would definitely become more honest, if he dared to have any improper thoughts. She could rest assured to tell the Empress Mother, who would stand up for her. She originally thought her words would comfort Zhu Zhuqing, but to her surprise, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly raised her head and said, That Empress Mother, can this kind of thinking, women do not count as population but as resources, change? Zhu Qingxue was dumbfounded. What the hell? What did you just say? Zhu Qingxue could no longer sit still. She suddenly stood up. No longer the confident and assured person she had been before, now looking bewildered at Zhu Zhuqing. Did Mubai say this? How could this child say such a thing? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing like this, Zhu Qingxue instantly guessed that this must be something Mubai had been discovered by Zhu Zhuqing, and that it hadn't changed until now. Otherwise, she knew Zhu Zhuqing's character well enough that she wouldn't bring up such old and rotten accounts. However, she never expected that this was not about Mubai being caught on the spot, but rather Zhu Zhuqing had to bring it up for self-preservation. Empress Mother, are you saying that he can't say such things, but his actions are acceptable, right? Zhu Qingxue. At this moment, if she still couldn't hear the unusual tone in Zhu Zhuqing's voice, then she had wasted her years as a queen. Zhu Qing, what do you intend to do? Queen Zhu Qingxue narrowed her eyes, her long white legs exposed beneath her nightgown dangling in the air, bare feet suspended. Are you here to question me? Or do you think that now, as the crown princess, you can wield power in the harem? She raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a cold glint in her eyes, the fluctuation of soul power pressing down on Zhu Zhuqing. I dare not. Zhu Zhuqing felt the pressure of this soul power, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, but she still braced herself and said, However, Zhuqing feels that this title of servant is too much for me to bear. Please change it. She felt a bit guilty in her heart. Although she was forced, she truly felt sorry for Dai Mubai. Therefore, she thought that if she left and let that demon handle things, perhaps Dai Mubai would be fine, right? In this way, it can slightly compensate for her inner guilt. However, these words were nothing short of provocation to Zhu Qingxue. Zhu Zhuqing, how bold you are! The queen, Zhu Qingxue, felt a chill in her expression. The Dai and Zhu families have been intertwined for generations, and each pair was determined from birth. How could it be changed just by your words? Do you think that becoming the crown princess allows you to challenge the ancestral rules of the Dai family? Speak up. Who is instigating you? At this point, her soul power pressure was fully unleashed, causing Zhu Zhuqing to involuntarily kneel down with a thud, struggling to hold on. Mother, I really don't have Zhu Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. She never expected that Zhu Qingxue would see through the clues, but at this moment, she absolutely could not reveal that demon. Otherwise, with the current power in the palace, it would be impossible to deal with Chen Yue. You must know, Chen Yue appeared in the palace without anyone noticing, and although Zhu Qingxue was strong, she was not a titled devette. Zhu Zhuqing felt it was impossible for her to handle Chen Yue. Are you having an affair in the Tiandou Empire, betraying Mubai? All of Zhu Zhuqing's little thoughts were exposed on her face, and in an instant, the queen Zhu Qingxue noticed it, her expression immediately turning cold. Good, Zhu Zhuqing. It seems you are really seeking death and want to bring your entire lineage of the 6 houses down with you, right? Zhu Zhuqing was struck with panic. Speak, otherwise, not a single one of your 6 houses will be left. Zhu Qingxue's gaze was icy to the extreme. This lowly maid actually dared to betray her son. If this were to be known by Emperor Xingluo, the entire Zhu family would likely be implicated. Therefore, she had to act decisively, directly silencing the entire lineage of the 6 houses, and then select a few other Zhu family women to give to Dai Mubai. By then, when she stepped in, she believed that Dai Mubai would let it go out of respect. Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that her face turned pale. Under the deeply ingrained ruling ideology of the Dai family, she felt as if she had violated a heavenly law, comparable to a defendant transformed into Zhang San the lawyer. Filled with terror. No, you say she's already going to kill your whole family. Why are you still thinking about her? The sudden sound instantly froze the air in the entire palace, and the soul pressure from the queen, Zhu Qingxue, shattered like an illusion with a crack. Who is it? Zhu Qingxue turned around in shock and saw a handsome and elegant man with an extraordinary appearance, one that could only be described as a stunning visage among the comments of many readers. How could there be such a handsome and charming man in the world? The first thought she had upon seeing this striking face was. Then the next thought was, who is this person? As the queen, she probably knew most of the top nobles in Xinglua City, and as for the palace guards, while she may not know them all, at least some were familiar to her. However, if such a handsome man had appeared in the palace, she would definitely remember him for life. Yet now, this person, without a doubt, was someone she was seeing for the first time. Only now, her third thought returned to the point, as she stared in shock at Chen Yue and sternly asked, "Who are you?" Chen Yue ignored the uniquely flavored queen of Xinglua and instead looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who could barely get up after he shattered the soul pressure. Are you still thinking about the Dai family when they're trying to kill your entire family? Do your parents and your family deserve to die? Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed repeatedly as she glanced at Chen Yue, then at Zhu Qingxue, biting her red lips and falling silent. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, Queen Zhu Qingxue instantly reacted, exclaiming, "You are the culprit who instigated Zhuqing? What guts! Not only did you deceive the crown princess with rumors, but you also dare to invade the queen's palace at night. I see you truly have the audacity to seek death." After saying this, she did not immediately call for help, but instead unleashed her martial soul and charged at Chen Yue. Quite clever. Chen Yue was slightly surprised, but soon realized that how many people who became queens were foolish. Zhu Qingxue did not call for help immediately, which indeed showed a bit of selfishness. After all, with such a beautiful man in her grasp, not to mention some crooked ideas. Just think about it. Zhu Zhuqing's life and death were completely in her hands. Moreover, this handsome and elegant man, she felt could be used to win over some ambitious noblewomen to serve her, and once they were involved, these noblewomen would become her pawns for life. Furthermore, if she couldn't take him down, the fluctuations of soul power here would naturally alert the entire royal palace, and the guards would be able to arrive and take control of the situation before she was defeated. I must say this idea is indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, you have underestimated my strength. Chen Yue sighed. The allure of his extraordinary appearance was simply too strong. After all, Who would have thought that such a handsome man harbored a soul that had lived for over 100 years? While lamenting in his heart, Chen Yue, under Zhu Zhuqing's shocked gaze, directly shattered Zhu Qingshue's martial soul with a punch, causing her to fall heavily back onto the phoenix couch. Blood staining the corner of her mouth. How could you? She found it hard to imagine what kind of power was behind someone who could crush her martial soul with just one punch without even needing to activate it. What do you think we should do with her now? Chen Yue mused. If he activated his martial soul, even a single punch could turn this beautiful woman into a mist of blood, which wouldn't align with his interests, so that was not an option. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, glancing at the increasingly pale Zhu Qingxue beside her, hesitating to speak. Please don't kill me. Queen Zhu Qingxue had only been queen for a little over a decade and was still under 50. How could she accept meeting her end like this? I can hire you as a special worshipper of the Xingluo royal family, enjoying the highest treatment, and I can even offer dozens of women who are more beautiful and charming than her, truly befitting of a queen. She immediately recognized the look Zhu Zhuqing had when she looked at Chen Yue and decisively resorted to seduction. Chen Yue found it amusing. If he truly wanted to be a never-ending stud, he could probably populate a planet. However, this remark would likely provoke Zhu Zhuqing as well. While thinking this, Chen Yue looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed drastically, and her gaze turned fierce. Master, I have made up my mind. Chen Yue was curious. Oh? What decision? Zhu Qingxue was taken aback, her face paling as she looked at Chen Yue with a pleading expression. Master, I have decided. Zhu Zhuqing was very clear that she had completely run out of options. Once she lost Chen Yue's support, her parents and the entire Zhu family would face execution under fabricated charges. But now, killing this Xingluo queen wouldn't work either, as many people knew she had come to the palace to see the queen. If she died, the entire Zhu family would surely face immense repercussions. So the best course of action now was, Master, I have decided to drag her down with me. Chen Yue? Queen Zhu Qingxue. Chapter 33 Dai Mubai. Mother, wait a moment, Zhu Qing, why are you here too? As night deepened, many ministers in the Xingluo Great Hall gradually dispersed, each with different thoughts and heavy expressions. How could this happen? The emperor of Xingluo paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, growing more and more agitated. After discussions among the ministers, it was indeed found that a noble had gathered the remnants of the Haotian sect, but this remnant had gone missing a few days ago, seemingly abducted. At that time, this noble thought one remnant was gone, so it didn't matter and thus didn't pursue the matter. But who knew that this would lead to? Father, what should we do now? Dai Mubai, who had attended the court meeting, was now anxious, completely forgetting about Zhu Zhuqing's situation. You must know, this is the spirit hall that can easily destroy the Haotian sect with just a wave of its hand, and even reduce the top 3 sects to only one surviving, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, which is barely hanging on. With the current strength of the entire Star Luo Empire, let alone facing the Haotian sect, they have no hope even against the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Not to mention the Spirit Hall, which can easily wipe out the Haotian sect. Can we really capture the remnants of the Haotian sect by ordering a nationwide hunt? Dai Mubai looked up at the Star Luo Emperor, his face a bit flustered. Why panic? Seeing Dai Mubai like this, the Star Luo Emperor became even angrier, saying, You don't need to worry about this, just go and rest. After a pause, he continued, You just returned, and instead of greeting your mother, you came to attend the court meeting and are now in such a state of panic. What will the officials think of our Dai family? The current Star Luo Emperor was already feeling distressed, and with Dai Mubai buzzing around like a fly, it was no wonder he was irritated. Dai Mubai, who had just received a scolding, dared not retort, fearing another reprimand, so he wisely left the Star Luo Hall. However, just after leaving the Star Luo Hall and taking a few steps toward the Empress's palace, he suddenly recalled Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, an ingenious idea for framing came to his mind. His mother also came from the Zhu family, which is considered a powerful noble family in the empire. If he could shift the blame of the Haotian sect's remnants and the Spirit Hall's saintess onto the entire Zhu family, would the Dai family then be in the clear? It is no wonder Dai Mubai had such thoughts. After all, he was not yet an emperor and had not yet clapped with Zhu Zhuqing. Plus, given Zhu Zhuqing's betrayal of him, it is not surprising that he had such notions. Just relying on that noble who sheltered the remnants of the Haotian sect would not be enough to bear such responsibility. At least a major noble family like the Zhu family would be needed. Dai Mubai understood that the rule of the Dai family largely depended on numerous noble families. After all, even if the Dai family had many people, they could not manage them all directly. These nobles who depended on the Dai family were excellent subordinates. However, faced with the aggressive spirit hall, a noble without weight would not be able to bear such responsibility and would only make the spirit hall think the Dai family was mocking them, which would surely provoke even greater anger. With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai considered asking the Star Luo Emperor, but the Emperor was clearly in a bad mood now. Wouldn't he just be asking for a scolding? Should he have his mother comfort his father instead? With this thought, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated. After all, his father and mother had gone through so much together, and their feelings were undoubtedly very strong. He believed that his mother would definitely have a way. Immediately, he headed towards the Queen's palace. Strange, why was there no one outside? He glanced at the Queen's front hall and found not a single maid inside. It should be noted that, as the Queen, she had many capable maids who had been trained and were always on guard in the Queen's palace. How could this situation occur? With doubts in his mind, Dai Mubai walked into the front hall, then the middle hall, and even the back hall, but there was no one. Could they all be in the sleeping quarters? As the Queen, the palace was naturally vast, and in addition to the three main halls, there was also the sleeping quarters within. However, the sleeping quarters were generally a private area for the Queen, and apart from the Emperor and maids, no one else would enter. It made sense. It was already late at night, so they were definitely in the sleeping quarters. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally noticed the sparse moonlight and immediately stopped hesitating. He walked to the front of the main hall and knocked on the door, saying, "Mother, are you resting?" As soon as he got close, he noticed that there seemed to be some movement inside the palace. However, after he spoke, all the sounds abruptly ceased. It seemed that the people inside were startled by his sudden voice. This is the feeling of Dai Mubai. Mubai? The familiar voice coming from inside made Dai Mubai breathe a sigh of relief, but he soon became puzzled. Why did it feel a bit like the tone of his twin sisters who were clinging to him? But he quickly dismissed this thought. How could that be? His father was in the Star Luo Palace. This must be an illusion caused by his prolonged abstinence. Immediately, he spoke up. "Mother, have you rested?" I was in the, bathing. Is there something you need?" Dai Mubai didn't think much of it and just asked, "How much longer do you need, Mother? I have something to report to you." After all, this matter was of great importance, and the deadline given by the Spirit Hall was approaching quickly. They needed to come up with a foolproof plan as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Dai family's throne would be at risk. With this thought in mind, he didn't leave immediately, but instead asked, it shouldn't take, too long, right? It was strange for Dai Mubai. How could it still be uncertain after such a long time of taking a bath? But soon, the Queen Zhu Qingxue gave him an answer. I'm taking a medicinal bath. Then Mubai, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first. A medicinal bath? Dai Mubai was somewhat confused. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing at his age. The most he had experienced was the celestial herbs Tang San had given them before, but that was taken directly, right? However, despite his confusion, he didn't think much of it due to his mother's authority and immediately replied, "Then I will wait outside for a moment." After that, he heard what seemed to be some activity inside again. Listening closely, it sounded like she was really taking a bath, but using too much bathwater seemed a bit wasteful, right? He heard the sound of tsunami crashing against the shore, scratched his head, and didn't pay much attention. He just huddled up and sat by the statue outside, waiting. As night deepened, for some unknown reason, Dai Mubai, as a sole emperor, felt a strange chill all over his body. He looked up and noticed that snowflakes had started to drift down from the sky. In an instant, they covered his golden hair, turning it into a white mass. Strange, it's not even winter yet. Why is it snowing? Dai Mubai muttered to himself, brushing off the large pile of snow that had formed a hat on his head, and shook his head. At this moment, a rosy-cheeked maid opened the palace door and walked out. She was holding a scarf and a hat in her hands. "Your Highness, the weather is cold. Although you are a sole master, you should not neglect your health. This was knitted for you by Her Majesty the Queen." Dai Mubai's face showed joy, and his heart also felt warm. As he raised his head to look, he was momentarily taken aback by the color of the hat. Hearing his doubts, the originally blushing maid smiled shyly and said, "Your Highness, you may not know. This hat was made from the skin of a 1,000-year-old gecko that Her Majesty the Queen killed when she was still the crown princess. It has the function of keeping warm and protecting against the cold. The former queen said that this winter is particularly cold, so she prepared a scarf for His Majesty and this gecko hat for you." After a pause, the maid continued, "However, His Majesty was furious a couple of days ago, and the Queen was turned away, so she decided not to give this gecko skin hat to His Majesty, but to you instead. The queen also said that this gecko has an extremely strong vitality, and its greenish color is natural, even having some healing effects, representing vibrant life and unending vitality. Compared to this, the hat being a bit greener is really not a big deal, right? Vibrant life, unending vitality? Dai Mubai looked at the hat in his hands, feeling that something was a bit off, but as he grabbed it, he indeed felt a warmth emanating from it. And even some old injuries were slowly healing at that moment. Since it was personally given by his mother, he had no reason to refuse it. With this in mind, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated, smiled, put the hat on his head, and then wrapped the scarf around himself. To be honest, he felt the chill around him completely vanish at that moment. By the way, how much longer does my mother need for her medicinal bath? After dispelling the cold, Dai Mubai was in a good mood, looking at the maid in front of him, whose face was even redder but whose gaze seemed a bit unnatural. He curiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Ah, it's nothing," the maid shyly smiled. "I just thought of something happy." "What happy thing?" "It's just that the queen might be pregnant again." "What?" Dai Mubai was stunned. "What did you just say?" "No, he has already become the crown prince. How can his mother still have a child?" "Your Highness." "Don't worry." The maid smiled slightly. "You are already the crown prince, and when the time comes, His Majesty will naturally pass on the throne to you. So you don't need to compete for anything for now." But Dai Mubai still felt uneasy. He knew that his father was only in his 40s. And according to the age limit set by the Douluo Empire for abdication, there were still several decades left. What if another son was born? No, his mother cannot have another brother. With this thought, Dai Mubai's gaze turned cold, and without caring about the rules against entering the queen's palace, he directly shoved the maid aside and rushed towards the palace. "Oh no, Your Highness, the queen is still bathing. You can't go in," the maid exclaimed in shock, trying to stop him, even activating her martial soul and spirit rings to block him. "Get out of the way." Now, Dai Mubai was a genuine soul emperor, and a mere soul king like the maid could not stop him at all. With just one push, the maid was sent flying to the ground. He himself charged into the palace. However, after rushing in, Dai Mubai was completely stunned. "Mother, wait a minute. Zhu Qing, what are you doing here?" He saw that the queen, Zhu Qingxue, had a flushed complexion, sitting gracefully on the phoenix couch in her queen's phoenix gown. Behind her, Zhu Qing, who also had a slight blush on her face, was giving her a massage. On the phoenix couch, there was a red blanket embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns, which seemed to have a slight bulge in the middle. "Mubai, what are you doing?" The queen, Zhu Qingxue, opened her eyes. Dai Mubai couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw a charming look on her face, something that he believed was impossible before. His mother would absolutely never do such a thing. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth to deny his thoughts, but as a scumbag tiger, he sniffed the air, and his pupils suddenly constricted sharply, his expression trembling slightly. This. Get out." The queen, Zhu Qingxue, had a cold expression, but her face, full of blush, failed to convey any authority. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was used to her severity and was immediately startled back to reality, scrambling out in a flurry. "Mother," did he seem to see? Behind her, Zhu Zhuqing cast a fleeting glance at the fleeing Dai Mubai, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her cold and captivating eyes. Now, apart from Chen Yue, the person involved, only Zhu Qingxue and Dai Mubai knew about her betrayal of the Dai family. And since Zhu Qingxue was already dragged into this, she naturally had no worries. But what about Dai Mubai? Should we kill him? The queen Zhu Qingxue's expression changed. After all, he was still her son, and she found it hard to act. He shouldn't have seen it, right? After all, don't forget that Dai Mubai had gone through events in the Tiandou Empire. He wasn't a fool. Zhu Zhuqing's words immediately made the blush on Zhu Qingxue's face disappear, turning pale instead. "If you don't kill him, once the master leaves, it will be our entire Zhu family that dies." Hearing this, Zhu Qingxue's expression changed repeatedly, suddenly. Her eyes widened, her body stiffened, and then she collapsed. The next moment, Chen Yue lifted the red blanket, hugged her tightly, and wrapped his other arm around Zhu Zhuqing. Double happiness. I want to give him another chance. Is that okay?" After a moment, Zhu Qingxue came to her senses, turned to look at Chen Yue, who was holding her, and couldn't help but plead. After all, he was still her son, her only son now. For the beauty's request, Chen Yue simply smiled, revealing his white teeth, appearing to be as gentle as spring, yet his words were cold as a sage's time. Instead of fixating on this son, "How about I send you?" Chapter 34. Dai Mubai. "Father, I will go to the Empress's palace and discover." What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingxue was immediately shocked, her face turning even paler. No, it can't be this. She struggled, wanting to get up. But Chen Yue's next words abruptly halted her movements. Do you think it's more interesting to be a queen or a regent empress? What do you mean? Chen Yue smiled, making a playful gesture with one hand. I won't interfere in your empire's matters. So, after eliminating the threats with a prince around, this Douluo will be your world, understand? After hearing this, Zhu Qingxue's breathing quickened, but she soon became worried. But the Dai family still has ancestors. Don't worry, before I leave, I will definitely take care of everything for you. Zhu Zhuqing had no objections. She now had no way out and could only rely on Chen Yue, obediently following his orders. After all, she had been raised since childhood to be obedient and marry into the Dai family, and her submissive nature had been fully developed, making it difficult to eliminate. One could only say that the target of obedience had changed. Dai Mubai was racing away, his mind filled with one word: escape. Escape. Mother has completely betrayed. Now, he could only tell father and let him suppress mother and Zhu Zhuqing. He never expected that his own mother would do something to provoke the Dai family's royal status. This is to force his father, the emperor, into a rage and annihilate the Zhu family. How dare they bring shame to the royal family? If it were just a consort, perhaps it could be dealt with privately, like replacing her, which would probably only leave a small blemish on Dai Mubai. By the time he ascends the throne, it would likely be forgotten. But now, this is the current empress. If this is not stopped at this moment and develops further, what will become of the Dai family's reputation? What face will his strong-willed father have? He must immediately inform the emperor and have all the maids in palace made to know about this executed. As Dai Mubai made this decision in his heart, he returned to the Star Luo Great Hall. What's wrong? The Star Luo emperor frowned deeply. He looked up at the sullen-faced Dai Mubai, his eyes narrowing as he asked, "What has happened?" Dai Mubai remained silent, glancing at the surrounding guards. And the Star Luo emperor immediately understood, waving his hand to dismiss them all. "Father, I found an unidentified man in Mother Empress's palace." Dai Mubai initially wanted to say it was an unknown smell, but thinking of the Star Luo emperor's character, he feared it would be downplayed. So he simply stated that he had caught a man. This way, both Empress Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing would surely die. The matter of him being cuckolded would also remain unknown. However, upon hearing this, the Star Luo emperor's expression suddenly darkened. "First, take off your hat and scarf." Dai Mubai replied, I seem to have forgotten to take them off." He hurriedly removed his hat and scarf, just as he was about to say something when the Star Luo emperor slapped his forehead, saying, "You really can come into the palace wearing a green hat. Dai Mubai, speak. What exactly is going on?" Dai Mubai stammered, not daring to speak. It's like this, he babbled on, perfectly illustrating what it means to embellish a story, and had already turned the Star Luo emperor's expression completely dark. "Shut up." A hard slap landed on Dai Mubai's face. "Come on, let's go find that damned Zhu Qingxue and demand an explanation." With this slap, soul power was infused, but it was controlled just right, only sending Dai Mubai flying to the entrance of the main hall without causing much harm. Feeling this move, Dai Mubai was instantly overjoyed. If his father could control soul power so well, he must also be a title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing, you little servant. How dare you go against my wishes and seek other men? Are you looking for death? Immediately, the father and son hurriedly made their way towards the queen's palace. As soon as they stepped into the queen's palace, Emperor Xing Luo frowned deeply, feeling that something was off. "Father, what's wrong?" Dai Mubai noticed that Emperor Xing Luo had stopped in his tracks and was momentarily taken aback. He looked around curiously but found nothing suspicious. "It's nothing." Emperor Xing Luo squinted his eyes, glanced at Dai Mubai, and paid no more attention to his somewhat overexcited son. He waved his sleeve and strode forward, saying, "Let's go." "Yes, father." Seeing the pace of Emperor Xing Luo, Dai Mubai was overjoyed and immediately followed suit, striding forward without a care. Soon, the father and son arrived at the entrance of the palace, and at that moment, the demonic sounds from within the hall poured into Emperor Xing Luo's mind without any cover. Damn it, that wretched maid. Emperor Xing Luo's already gloomy face turned completely dark at that moment. Without hesitation, he instantly summoned his martial soul, and the 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, floated into the air. What the hell? Dai Mubai was taken aback at the sight of these 9 spirit rings. His father had silently broken through to become a title Douluo? My goodness. It was known that the number of title Douluo in the Star Luo Empire was scarce. And even he, the Crown Prince Dai Mubai, was not sure how many there were. But he could confirm that there were no title Douluo in the entire Star Luo court. However, he never expected that his hidden father had quietly become a title Douluo, and no one had received any news about it. Now, that wretched maid Zhu Zhuqing and that pretty boy were undoubtedly doomed. Dai Mubai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this would completely seal his embarrassing incident, and no one would ever find out. Of course, there was also Douluo. Thinking of this, a chill flashed in his eyes, but he felt a bit apprehensive. Although Douluo is a title Douluo and the weakest among all title Douluo, it cannot be denied that his poison is incredibly difficult to defend against. If he were to act in Star Luo City, the entire city would likely be buried with him. Therefore, this matter must be carefully considered. As the thoughts flashed through his mind, Dai Mubai raised his head to look at the palace in front of him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The person inside must have been scared silly after sensing the soul power fluctuations of this title Douluo, right? 7th soul skill, White Tiger True Body. At the same time as Dai Mubai's thoughts flew by, the Star Luo Emperor showed no hesitation. His eyes filled with cold light, and the black 7th soul ring behind him shone brightly at that moment. In an instant, he vanished, replaced by a massive evil-eyed white tiger. With a roar like a tiger's howl, the enormous white tiger true body swung a paw fiercely towards the palace door. The power of a martial soul true body under a title Douluo is extremely formidable. Don't you see how the Haut Hievalois back in the day nearly smashed open the Pope's hall door with a single strike? Under the paw of this evil-eyed white tiger true body, Dai Mubai was certain that no matter how high the palace door was, it would not withstand the blow. Facing Dai Mubai's expectant gaze, the giant evil-eyed white tiger true body brought its paw crashing down, striking the palace door. Once this door was blasted open, they would surely be scared silly. Dai Mubai was overjoyed. He could almost see Zhu Zhuqing's shocked and regretful eyes. He even looked forward to the scene where Zhu Zhuqing would kneel at his feet and beg for mercy. Then, he would ruthlessly humiliate Zhu Zhuqing and send this broken shoe flying with another slap. What level of status does she think she has to meddle in my affairs? Dai Mubai. However, when Dai Mubai snapped back to reality and saw the scene before him, he was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? He looked at the intact door in front of him, instantly bewildered. The loud crash of that previous paw strike was like a joke. How could the palace door remain unscathed? Star Luo Emperor, did he sense Dai Mubai's doubtful gaze? Immediately, the giant white tiger true body paused, retracted its claws, and let out a low growl before striking again. Dai Mubai's eyes were once again filled with anticipation. This door must have someone supporting it from behind. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't be possible. Dai Mubai didn't believe that a mere palace door could withstand the assault of a true body of a title Douluo. It must be that his mother sensed something and sent countless soul masters to support it from behind, and his father didn't use his full strength, so it wasn't shattered. However, when this paw struck again, the palace door still showed no reaction. Star Luo Emperor, Dai Mubai. The father and son stared blankly at the palace door, and even the white tiger true body looked a bit confused as it slapped the floor, resulting in a loud crack as the floor shattered. This made no sense. Dai Mubai was also baffled. He had seen how the white tiger true body struck the floor tiles, and it was obvious that this white tiger true body had strength. But why? Couldn't it break the palace door? Dai Mubai was at a loss. The Star Luo Emperor was even more at a loss. How strange. Could it be a defensive title Douluo? The Star Luo Emperor thought, feeling puzzled. When his tiger paw struck, it felt like hitting a wall of copper and iron. Besides his arm going numb, there was no other reaction at all. Logically, with the power of his true body as a title Douluo, he should have been able to smash the palace door with one strike, right? But how could this be happening? The Star Luo Emperor, not willing to accept this, summoned another soul ring behind him, White Tiger's fiery light wave. In an instant, the white tiger true body spat out a plume of light, and with a thunderous boom, the entire palace door finally broke. Star Luo Emperor Dai Mubai. He caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's strange expression, as if asking, "Father, are you weak? Is that why you needed to use 2 soul skills to break this door?" The Star Luo Emperor directly ignored his rebellious son's gaze, and the white tiger true body slowly walked into the palace. Dai Mubai followed closely behind. However, when the father and son entered, the scene they had anticipated did not appear. Instead, the palace was extremely clean and empty. Not a single person in sight. How strange. Dai Mubai was somewhat puzzled. He pointed to the neatly folded blankets on the phoenix bed and said, I remember seeing them here before. How could they leave in such a short time? Oomph. The Douluo Emperor snorted coldly, and the white tiger true body spoke in human words. The monk may run, but the temple cannot. Dare to bring shame to the Dai family? Let us start with the extermination of the Zhu family's 9 clans. The reason the Dai family had maintained its rule for so many years was not solely based on strength, but also on the opportunity to merge their martial souls with the majority of the nobility. Let me put it this way. By eliminating a Zhu family, the Dai family indeed cannot merge into the nether white tiger anymore. But perhaps a dual-winged white tiger or a demon white tiger might emerge. However, over the years, the Zhu family status has been higher than that of other nobles. And the other nobles have had almost no opportunity to choose a prince to participate in the struggle for imperial power, as they have long been reserved by the Zhu family. But now, the Zhu family has brought this upon themselves, and Emperor Xinglua believes that as long as he issues an order, 99 of the nobles in Xinglua City will participate in the encirclement and annihilation of the Zhu family. Hearing this, Dai Mubai also showed great joy. His father is wise. But regarding the issue of the crown princess, Emperor Xinglua snorted coldly, saying that there are plenty of people who want to be the crown princess, so you don't need to worry. I will personally select a noble girl who is a better match for you. The future martial soul fusion skill will surely be no worse than the nether white tiger. Dai Mubai was overjoyed, just about to say something, when suddenly, a light and airy voice rang out. Look, I told you. Your feelings seem so ridiculous in the face of imperial power. Hearing this, the father and son suddenly raised their heads and realized that, at some point, on the previously empty Phoenix platform, Chen Yue was sitting there with a smile, holding the queen, Zhu Qingxue, in his left arm and embracing Zhu Zhuqing with his right. Now, should they give up hope? Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. When they looked back at the Dai Mubai father and son, they revealed a chilling, killing intent. Since they had chosen to embrace the darkness, with no chance of returning to the light, they would make all light disappear. The Dai family was not worth mourning. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally came to his senses and shouted, Father, it's this pretty boy. Dai Mubai's loud shout brought the Douluo Emperor back to reality, but the latter found him too noisy and slapped him away, sending him crashing into the side. No one has ever dared to cause a ruckus in my Dai family's palace. Under the true form of the white tiger, the Douluo Emperor's cold gaze pierced through. You are the first. State your name, and I shall proclaim it to the world and display your corpse. P.S. This afternoon, I woke up and found that more than a dozen of my posts had been blocked. I was so frustrated that I nearly lost my mind, rewriting a total of over 8,000 words. It's really not that I wanted to lay the updates. Can someone offer a bit of comfort? I've rewritten until I cried and then gritted my teeth to update again. Chapter 35, Douluo Empress. Main reason, we go. As the emperor of the Douluo Empire, controlling the power of the entire empire, plus his own title as a title de law, he truly had the confidence to say such words. As the words of the Douluo Emperor fell, his 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, were immediately released, and his white tiger, true form, glared with cold eyes, slapping towards Chen Yue and the others. It would definitely crush them. Dai Mubai, watching from the side, struggled to get up while covering his swollen face, and upon seeing this scene, he was overjoyed. Perhaps the earlier issue with the door not opening was just a minor accident. After all, maybe the door was reinforced? But what was in front of them now? They were 3 solid individuals. How could mere mortals withstand a slap from a martial soul, true form? Moreover, this was the true form of a title Douluo. This pretty boy is even more handsome than me. He must not be forgiven. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally noticed Chen Yue's stunning appearance, and his eyelids twitched with a surge of jealousy. But soon, that emotion turned into a cold smile. He seemed to envision the scene where the 3 people in front of him would be completely flattened into meat patties under the palm of the white tiger's true form. It wasn't just Dai Mubai who felt jealousy. Even the Douluo Emperor in his white tiger form felt the same. No wonder that servant girl was moved by such a pretty face. Oof. Today, I will slap this pretty boy into a meat patty and then force that servant girl to eat it. With such thoughts in mind, the Douluo Emperor's attack was primarily directed at Chen Yue. Why delay if you're going to make a move? There is no need for so much talk. Chen Yue had long known that the Douluo Emperor wouldn't be able to hold back. But he didn't expect the Dai father and son to have so much drama in their hearts. As soon as the words fell, Chen Yue raised his left hand, and a red and 3 gold soul ring, mixed with a soul ring energy that suffocated the entire venue, suddenly swept across the scene. What? As soon as this soul ring configuration was unleashed, it instantly captured the titanium alloy dog eyes of everyone in the palace, especially that queen, Zhu Qingxue. She finally understood why Zhu Zhuqing had to bow her head and face reality. Even more shocking was the star Luo Emperor. How is this possible? The first soul ring is 100,000 years old. This is impossible. As the star Luo Emperor was in shock, Chen Yue had already released his second soul skill, Soul Spirit Summon. The soul spirit was the projection of the Honghuang Heavenly Court, the King of Heaven with the pagoda. In an instant, a transparent phantom holding the Heavenly King's divine pagoda slowly stepped forward and stood in front of the white tiger's true body. And when this figure appeared, the star Luo Emperor felt as if an insurmountable mountain was towering before him, playing tricks. He had never seen a golden soul ring and was convinced this was a trick, a mere 4-ringed soul master, even with a 100,000-year soul ring. How could he contend with a titled Douluo like him? As this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly raised his tiger claw, and a black soul ring behind him also flashed. White tiger sky, splitter claw. In the moment of brilliance, the huge white tiger claw suddenly struck down on that massive projection. With a swipe of his paw, the star Luo Emperor felt as if he had slapped against a turtle shell. Even his soul skill energy vanished without a trace at that moment. Instead, his tiger claw felt a throbbing pain, and his evil eyes nearly bulged out. This is impossible. How could anyone block my 9th soul skill in the true form of my martial soul? He was shocked, bewildered, and terrified, just as he was in this days. The massive divine tower in the projection's hand came crashing down towards him like a mountain. What is this? One tiger claw lost feeling from the pain, and the star Luo Emperor was jolted back to reality by the suffocating sensation he felt. He looked up, his evil eyes filled with shock, but the next moment, all the soul rings behind him lit up and surged towards the divine tower, swatting at it with his other tiger claw. White tiger guardian barrier. White tiger fierce light wave. White tiger diamond transformation. White tiger meteor shower. White tiger demon god transformation. White tiger annihilation kill. In one breath, he unleashed all 9 soul skills, and at that moment, the star Luo Emperor felt his soul power deplete instantly. But he didn't care at all. He poured all the power from his soul rings into this tiger claw and fiercely swiped towards the oncoming projected divine tower. However, the projected divine tower, cast by the projection of the Pagoda King, although its power was not even 100,000th of the original, was still far beyond any soul skill from the sewer dimension to withstand. After all, even if its power was vastly inferior to the real one in this sewer dimension, it was still a million-year soul spirit. The combined age of the 9 soul rings of the star Luo Emperor amounts to a maximum of only 1/5 of the energy limit. How could he possibly withstand it? Boom! There was no surprise. In an instant, the enormous true form of the white tiger was struck by a palm, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As if an egg were striking a stone, all the soul ring energy turned to fragile paper, crushed by this force. And then the divine tower slammed down upon the true form of the white tiger. At once, the entire massive true form of the white tiger was sent flying backwards, like a giant white worm hit by a high-speed train, scraping the floors of the back hall and the middle hall before finally crashing into the yard between the front hall and the middle hall, slamming heavily against a stone wall, creating a large pit. The moment it landed, the enormous evil-eyed white tiger had already vanished, replaced by the star Luo Emperor, who lay in the pit, barely able to stand. I am unwilling. The star Luo Emperor struggled to lift his head, his face a mix of shock and anger. And through the distant distance, he saw Chen Yue in the queen's palace, arms crossed, who had just uttered 4 words before uncontrollably spitting out mouthfuls of blood and finally collapsing to the ground, feeling the life force within him dissipating. You are not the first, nor will you be the last. Chen Yue stretched lazily and yawned, but compared to the first, you are quite lucky. Your martial soul didn't even shatter? The first one who smashed my martial soul with a hammer had their martial soul shattered along with it. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Qingxue felt a chill rising from their feet, suddenly bursting out from the top of their heads, cooling them from head to toe. At this moment, they finally understood how wise their previous decision to not resist was. Even a killing-focused titled Douluo, like the sword Douluo, who was injured before losing an arm, might not be able to withstand his soul skill, right? Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, and at the same time, she was grateful that after feeling that deadly pressure, she had become very obedient. Otherwise, given Chen Yue's unpredictable temperament, her fate would likely be worse than that of the Star Luo Emperor. This. The strongest title Douluo Zhu Zhuqing had ever seen was the Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, at the peak of level 97, a killing-focused title Douluo. But Queen Zhu Qingxue was different. Back when she was still the crown princess, she had encountered an elder whose soul power level surpassed that of the Sword Douluo, Chen Yue. And the energy pressure released by that person was not as great as the energy pressure of Chen Yue's soul skill, if she had such a presence backing her up. Thinking of this, Zhu Qingxue couldn't help but tighten her thighs, a smile appearing on her face as she walked cat-like and leaned against Chen Yue's arm, softly saying, "Master Yin, if you're tired, you can rest." Damn! Zhu Qingxue's voice completely startled Zhu Zhuqing. She immediately jumped and hurriedly stepped forward to embrace Chen Yue's other arm, saying, "Master Yin, I will serve you." As she spoke, her mind moved, and at the moment her martial soul manifested, a long cattail wrapped around Chen Yue's thigh, beginning to scratch playfully. She knew that Chen Yue's intention was to torment Dai Mubai, and now it was clear that the Dai family was doomed. If she didn't get on board now, there might not be any threats, but if this woman Zhu Qingxue gained power, she felt her future days would not be easy. After all, this Dai Mubai is ultimately considered the son of Zhu Qingxue. Even though Dai Mubai has thought about using the knife of the Star Luo Emperor to destroy the entire Zhu family, it is still difficult to wash away the fact that she previously betrayed Dai Mubai. Therefore, Empress Zhu Qingxue must have some displeasure towards her. And if Zhu Qingxue were to cling to a powerful ally, no, this is impossible. Zhu Zhuqing cut off her thoughts. She was still young and personally unsealed by Chen Yue. She couldn't believe that this Empress Zhu Qingxue could have such a great advantage over her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. And at this moment, Dai Mubai, who had just returned to his senses from the shock, was left dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping, his eyes almost popping out as he stared at the dying Star Luo Emperor in the big pit. His father, the dignified titled Douluo, had actually lost despite giving it his all. Moreover, is this really being defeated so quickly? It can't be. This is impossible. Dai Mubai, with the evil white tiger, an invincible existence among beast martial souls. How could I lose? Dai Mubai stepped back a few paces, unable to believe or accept this reality, feeling completely lost and collapsed on the ground. But perhaps it was his own foolishness. As he sat down right into the big pit, and with a graceful roll, he fell into the pit, colliding face to face with Emperor Xingluo, Emperor Xingluo, Dai Mubai. Ugh, how disgusting. Seeing this scene, Queen Zhu Qingxue felt a wave of nausea. She quickly leaned close to Chen Yue and spoke in a charming voice unique to mature women. "My lord, they're so disgusting. Why don't we go do something that isn't disgusting?" With her strength, she could naturally tell that Emperor Xingluo was on his last breath, and even leaving the scene would pose no risk. As for the last breath of Emperor Xingluo, she had decided to make it her token of allegiance to Chen Yue. In this way, she can firmly hold onto this thigh. After all, she doesn't have the same advantages as Zhu Zhuqing. Norus. Chen Yue smiled at her and pointed to the stone wall, saying, "I think behind this wall isn't bad. You can prop yourself up with both hands." Empress Zhu Qingxue looked confused, wondering what he meant by propping up with both hands. It wasn't just her who was puzzled. Zhu Zhuqing was also baffled, and the Dai father and son in the big pit looked equally confused. But soon, Emperor Xingluo understood. "Master, you are amazing, much stronger than that green light tiger." With the sound of Zhu Qingxue behind the stone wall, his face visibly turned blue and purple, and finally, with a loud wow, he spewed out a fountain of blood nearly a meter high. Then his eyes bulged like a dead fish, not closing. "Father." Dai Mubai's face turned extremely pale. But upon seeing the blood-spraying and breathless Emperor Xingluo, he was also startled and trembled as he knelt down to check his breath. Nobodith. Dai Mubai was so scared that he kept retreating, but at that moment he realized that one of his arms was tightly gripped by Emperor Xingluo. He quickly shook it off, only to see a piece of paper fluttering down to the ground. Dai Mubai froze for a moment, then cautiously glanced at the stone wall behind him. Hearing Zhu Qingxue's voice, his face twitched, and he sighed in relief, filled with envy and jealousy as he cursed. "You glutton." Then he picked up the note, and after reading its contents, he was overjoyed, no longer hesitating, and quietly slipped away while the voice was still high-pitched. As night deepened, light gradually approached. With a long howl, Empress Zhu Qingxue no longer maintained her previous noble and beautiful demeanor, collapsing in Chen Yue's arms. Her charming voice weakly saying, "Master, you are so amazing. Your servant is very satisfied." She didn't dare to call herself this palace in front of Chen Yue to show off. Not good. Master Dai Mubai has escaped. At this moment, the novice Zhu Zhuqing suddenly peeked out from behind the stone wall and made a shocking discovery, quickly alerting everyone. Chen Yue, calm and unhurried, even pulled her over, saying, "No rush, let's focus on the task at hand first." At this moment, a figure was seen kneeling on one knee in front of Chen Yue in the queen's front hall, staring intently at his toes and respectfully saying, "My lord, it is the spirit Douluo from Tiandou City." How is it? Bibi Dong has gathered many titled Douluo from the spirit hall, and they have already passed the critical point, expected to arrive in Xingluo City within a quarter of an hour. As soon as the words many titled Douluo were spoken, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing turned pale with fright, quickly clutching Chen Yue tightly. Only this man could give them a sense of safety. However, Chen Yue casually asked, "How many titled Douluo did you bring?" In the hall of Pope, all elders except for the subordinates and the serpent spear have been mobilized. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing held each other even tighter, their delicate bodies trembling intensely. All the titled Douluos. This is to destroy the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 36. Bibi Dong, should we go all out? The only ones Bibi Dong can mobilize are the many elders of the papal hall. She doesn't have the ability to call upon the worship hall. She has mobilized all the titled Douluos of the papal hall. What about the spirit butterfly Douluo? She was heavily injured during the surprise attack on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and is currently recuperating, so she hasn't gone out. Chen Yue calculated with his fingers and nodded slightly. It was still acceptable that the worship hall didn't intervene, right? The worshippers do not support Bibi Dong's actions this time. The last attack on the Haotian sect was a matter of settling old and new scores. Chen Yue understood, after all. Qian Renxue was somewhat like a son to those old guys in the worship hall, having grown up under their watch, so naturally, there were some feelings involved. Very well. Let's proceed according to the plan. Yes. The Douluo came quickly and left quickly. After Chen Yue finished speaking, he lowered his head, like a eunuch, looking at his toes as he exited the queen's hall, only daring to lift his head afterward. Oh my, that was close. Almost ruined the master's good deed. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and then realized his back was drenched. Fortunately, I didn't look around too much, otherwise my little body wouldn't be able to withstand the master's blow. At Qian Renxue's request, the Snake Spear had to change their address to call Chen Yue Master. After all, calling him senior was somewhat, strange. Although it was the truth. Master, you are amazing. At this moment, Queen Zhu Qingxue finally understood. The man in front of her, from the time he arrived in Xingluo City until now, had been meticulously planning. It wasn't just about lust. While he was targeting the Xingluo Empire, he was also helping to deal with the crisis of the attack from the Spear Hall. Let's continue. A night of fierce battles indeed left this rookie, who wasn't very experienced, utterly defeated. However, Chen Yue's approach towards the two of them was purely physical, with no emotional involvement. He just wanted to ensure their comfort. Yes, the maid will come right away, 20 kilometers outside Xingluo City, under the leadership of Bibi Dong. Many titled Douluo had already arrived here. Just as they were about to move forward, suddenly, Bibi Dong frowned and raised her hand, shouting, "Stop." Then, she looked ahead and asked, "Zhu, is there an emergency situation in Tiandou City?" As the only super Douluo in the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong could naturally sense the arrival of Zhu Douluo. "Your Majesty, it's like this." The arriving to Douluo was anxious but feigned calmness, saying, "I came here at the request of the young master and have made a significant discovery." Bibi Dong's pupils constricted, and she said sternly, "Speak." "Your Highness, the Saintess has been kidnapped by the Emperor of Xingluo and his son, Dai Mubai." Bibi Dong. Other titled Douluo. Zhu Douluo's words completely stunned Bibi Dong. After a brief moment of shock, she turned her gaze to Ghost Law and shouted, "Gui Mei, didn't you say that the remnants of Haotian sect took the Saintess and fled to the Xingluo Empire? Why was it the Xingluo Emperor who captured her?" Ghost Law. "Oh my God, Your Holiness, I swear I really don't know." At this moment, Ghost Douluo was truly at a loss, "Your Majesty. This matter was managed by old Zhu, and I had no knowledge of it." Douluo. "Wait, why am I being dragged into this?" Just as he was about to explain, he saw Bibi Dong's cold gaze sweep over. "Yue Guan, what's going on?" "Zhu Douluo, no, Your Holiness. Didn't you say you wanted to place the blame for the kidnapping of the Saintess on the Xinghua Empire, to make them hand over the remnants of the Haotian sect and the Saintess? Why am I the one being made to take the blame? Your Majesty, this matter is not Yueguan Elder's fault. At this moment, the Sea Pig Douluo spoke again. My subordinate also secretly investigated for a long time before discovering this. The Star Luo Emperor has quietly become a title Douluo, and he is actually a hidden old six. Bibi Dong. Other title Douluo. What? Bibi Dong's expression changed, and then she looked at the chrysanthemum Douluo, shouting sharply, Yueguan, how are you responsible for the intelligence work? How come you had no news that this family tiger became a title Douluo? Chrysanthemum Douluo. No. Why am I getting blamed again? I really didn't know. He was feeling a bit helpless, not knowing how to respond. It's all this dead ghost's fault. Otherwise, how could the Pope vent his anger on me? Your Excellency, please calm down. The Sea Pig Douluo said seriously. My subordinate took a long time to obtain this information. It is understandable that Elder Yueguan is unaware of this matter. Bibi Dong's expression relaxed slightly, and then she looked at the Sea Pig Douluo and asked, aside from the Saintess, do you have any other findings in Star Luo City? She did not ask why the Sea Pig Douluo was in Star Luo City. After all, she had finally received news about the Saintess she had been longing for. How could she not be excited? Your Excellency, my subordinate discovered that there is a force hidden within the Star Luo Empire that is not weaker than the Haotian sect. The Sea Pig Douluo's face was serious. They're the supporting force behind the Dai family, and their overall strength is very powerful. Even with my carefulness, I almost got discovered and caught. What? Bibi Dong's eyes widened suddenly, and then she looked at the chrysanthemum Douluo with cold eyes. Chrysanthemum Douluo, I'm begging you. Sea Pig, please stop talking, all right? If you keep going, the Pope might even want to kill me. The chrysanthemum Douluo felt like crying, but had no tears, although he managed almost all the intelligence network of the Spear Hall. He really didn't know anything about this. When did the Star Luo Empire have such a powerful force that is not weaker than the Haotian sect? At this moment, none of the title Douluo doubted that the Sea Pig Douluo was lying. After all, they were right beneath Star Luo City. If it were a lie, it would be exposed immediately. And as a title Douluo, it wouldn't make sense to be foolish enough to tell such a lie. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Bibi Dong coldly glanced at the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, then looked at the Sea Pig and said in a deep voice, where is the Saintess now? During this time, she, under the banner of justice, has destroyed the Haotian sect. Now, the entire Tiandou Empire is left with only the barely surviving Seven Treasures glazed sect, as long as she takes down the main forces of the Xinghua Empire in the name of justice. Both empires will become stepping stones for her to establish the Spirit Empire, completely trapping them. Due to Bibi Dong's actions, the Seven Treasures glazed sect has been labeled as traitors, and the news of Shui being assassinated has not yet reached her. Currently, the sole saint delivering the message has just arrived in Wuhuan City and is struggling to hurry to Xinghua City. Therefore, many elders of the Spirit Hall, including Bibi Dong, are unaware of this situation, and with their collective speed as title Douluo, it is impossible for a single soul saint to catch up. The porcupine Douluo scratched his head and then uttered 3 words. I don't know. Bibi Dong. Other title Douluo. No. You just said so much. How did it turn to this? And now you say you don't know. My subordinate only found out that the Emperor of Xinghua captured the Saintess and the remnants of the Haotian sect, but for some reason, only the bodies of the remnants were found, and the Saintess was taken away by the Emperor of Xinghua, while my subordinate was tracking. He nearly got discovered by several title Douluo's auras and dared not pursue any further. Sensing that Bibi Dong's expression was darkening, the porcupine Douluo hurriedly explained. He certainly did not want to be slapped by an enraged Bibi Dong. While it wouldn't lead to death, it would be embarrassing. After all, he was working under a senior who could kill 100,000-year-old beasts as easily as killing chickens. But he was also a dignified title Douluo. Even the Pope could not slap him. Where? Bibi Dong's gaze darkened. She had no doubt about the porcupine Douluo's words. As there were only so many title Douluo in the world today, and when it came to the matter of the Spear Hall Saintess, she would definitely investigate thoroughly. If this porcupine Douluo dared to lie, it would surely be exposed in the end. Therefore, she did not believe that the porcupine Douluo had the courage to lie. I don't know. Bibi Dong at this moment really wanted to hang the porcupine Douluo up and beat him. Can you just say everything at once? Just as Bibi Dong was losing patience and was about to lead a group of title Douluo to search for people in Xinghua City, suddenly, Bibi Dong's mouth which had just opened, snapped shut, her eyes flashing with a sharp light as she looked up at the two figures that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Two offerings. Do you have any instructions? The other, titled Douluo, felt the intimidating soul power fluctuations from the two newcomers and regarded them with vigilance, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, Bibi Dong, with a dark gaze and a forced smile, spoke. Why are the two offerings not in the offering hall? Is there an edict from the grand offering? Or are you dissatisfied with this operation? The newcomers were the Qian Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo, who had just emerged from the Ghost Vine secret realm. They stood tall, their heads held high, with contempt in their eyes, especially the Jiangma Douluo, who coldly snorted, completely disregarding Bibi Dong, the Pope. Your words sound a bit sarcastic, Pope. Have you recently been out of balance? Bibi Dong. She suppressed the urge to attack, thinking that if the 7 offerings were just here to watch the show, they might as well go back. The 7 super Douluo in the offering hall were like family, and if she dared to make a move against the 7 offerings, the others would not only capture her, but also strip her of the title of Pope. So, endure. Enough. The Tiandou Douluo saw that it was about time, stopping the Jiangma Douluo, who wanted to say something, and casually threw out a corpse from his storage bag. Our grand offerings orders have come to handle this matter, and we happen to encounter this person on the way. You can handle it. Saying this, he did not linger and turned to leave with the Jiangma Douluo, disappearing in an instant. At that moment, the corpse on the ground was curiously turned over by a titled Douluo, revealing its face. After taking a closer look, Bibi Dong's expression changed in shock. Is that the corpse of Emperor Xingluo? Did you kill him? As soon as these words were spoken, many titled Douluos gasped in shock. Their eyes filled with horror. You must know, this is the master of a great empire. If we kill him, the trouble for the Spirit Hall will be enormous. You have to understand that even when Bibi Dong roared before, trying to pin the blame on the Star Luo Empire, she only demanded an explanation within 3 days and didn't dare to annihilate the Dai family completely like she did with the Haotian sect. But now, in the blink of an eye, the Star Luo Emperor is dead and was killed by Qianjun Jiangma. In an instant, everyone was stunned, looking at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. Even Bibi Dong, with her temperament, was frozen in place, her mind a mess, bewildered. What to do? Now that she hasn't found Hu Laina, she has already killed the Star Luo Emperor, and it goes without saying that the ancestor of the Star Luo Empire will definitely not let this go lightly. Moreover, the Spirit Hall, which originally held the moral high ground, is likely to become completely passive at this moment. Those soul masters who recently joined the Spirit Hall and haven't fully integrated will probably withdraw again and help their respective empires deal with the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, Dan Xiao, who escaped before, and Tang Hao, who has gone silent, will definitely take this opportunity to incite the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the soul masters of the 2 great empires to declare war on the Spirit Hall, which has yet to fully digest the fruits of victory. What to do? Should we just go for it and directly wage war to eliminate the Dai family? Your Holiness, it's like this. Just as Bibi Dong was filled with murderous intent, contemplating whether to act this way, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, she saw the sweeping spear rushing over in a panic, drenched in sweat, holding a fainted woman in his arms. His subordinates had been working with the 2 worshippers and happened to encounter the Holy Maiden being captured by the Star Luo Emperor and the Star Luo Prince Dai Mubai, heading toward the mountain range. Knowing that the Holy Maiden's whereabouts were being sought, he boldly asked the 2 worshippers for assistance to investigate. But who knew that within this mountain range, there was actually a hidden sect, and as soon as they entered, they were targeted by countless titled Douluos. In the end, the 2 worshippers, in coordination with his subordinates, ambushed and killed the Star Luo Emperor, hurriedly took the Holy Maiden, and fled. After a pause, he added that the 7th worshipper was even seriously injured because of this, and he himself was also wounded. He spoke very quickly, and the entire account took only about 10 seconds to finish. Afterward, he added, Your Holiness, that group of people is chasing after us, and my subordinates have retreated with the lady, Bibi Dong. You all. Before she could finish her sentence about wanting to keep someone, the sweeping spear Douluo, along with the thorn pig Douluo, vanished with the unconscious Hu Laina. In the next moment, a powerful, aged voice erupted with a strong surge of soul power, instantly exploding, Damn thief, come here, Bibi Dong. Other titled Douluos. Chapter 37 Chen Yue. To be honest, a crazy cat is really not to be trifled with. 61 happy holidays. Although I wanted to celebrate, I regret that I'm not a child and still have to work overtime to write. After a day of political affairs, Qian Renxue had just returned to her chamber and laid down on the bed when she suddenly felt something soft against her. Instinctively, she looked up and suddenly jumped up. What the? She looked in shock at Chen Yue, who was lying on the bed, half asleep, with a confused expression. Hey, didn't you go to the Douluo Empire? It's only been a few days. How did you come back so soon? Chen Yue, almost gasping for breath under her weight, also woke up from his daze. I finished what I needed to do, so I came back. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Chen Renxue was speechless. The Douluo Empire is such a large empire, and their Dai family has been entrenched here for countless years. How could you return so quickly? Did you just casually stroll around for a bit? From the time Chen Yue set off to now returning, it has only been about a day and a night plus a few hours. How could you accomplish such a feat? Did you know that Grandpa Jean was in seclusion, so you came back? Chen Yue? Oh, you mean the golden crocodile Douluo? At this moment, it seemed like Chen Yue had just reacted. He waved his hand casually, probably too busy to cause trouble for me now. What? Qian Renxue was taken aback, looking confused. Why? I estimate that Qian Jun, the demon suppressor, is currently lining up to fight him. Right? Qian Renxue was even more bewildered. Qian Jun? They were fine. Why would they fight old man Genie? It doesn't make sense. Chen Yue, who was nearly drained, had no energy at all after saying this. He collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. To be honest, when a cat goes crazy, it really is not easy to deal with. Qian Renxue, seeing the tired and asleep Chen Yue, opened her mouth but didn't say anything more. It seemed that he was indeed dedicated to the matter of the Douluo Empire, almost to the point of sacrificing himself. But how did he manage to conquer the Douluo Empire in less than 2 days? Qian Renxue scratched her head, unable to comprehend it. Also, didn't Qian Jun go to his secret realm? What reason could there be to fight old man Genie? Feeling puzzled, she turned and left the palace, heading towards the Emperor's palace of the Tiandou Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor, who was previously on the brink of death, had vacated this place after being stimulated back to life by Chen Yue, who was holding Shui Ku, only to die from anger shortly afterward. It just so happened that Golden Crocodile Douluo had nowhere to stay, so Qian Renxue arranged for him to live here. There is a large courtyard outside the Emperor's palace. Just as she stepped outside the door, she heard the sounds of fight, with the voice of the demon slayer being the most excited. Ha, second brother. Your attack is a bit lacking. Did you forget to eat? Put in a bit more effort. The voice of the Qian Jun Douluo soon followed. Seemingly unable to watch any longer, demon slayer, give second brother some face. Qian Renxue, confused, pushed open the door and was greeted by the bewildered expressions of the brothers Qian Jun and demon slayer, as well as Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was sitting on the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, looking like a farmer who had just moved 1,000 bricks. What are you all doing? Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, her head filled with question marks. At that moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo wished he could burrow into the ground. Not only was he embarrassed, but he was also seen by Qian Renxue, who regarded him as her own granddaughter. He felt truly, socially dead. Shui, why did you come here for no reason? But even if Golden Crocodile Douluo wanted to leave now, his soul power and current state did not allow it. So he could only grit his teeth and change the subject. Is that bastard who dared to use me as a weapon here? Just as Qian Renxue was about to retort, the demon slayer Douluo spoke faster than her. Hey, second brother, I advise you to be more respectful. Saying this, he raised the golden dragon staff in his hand and snorted. Do you believe I will beat you up? Golden Crocodile Douluo? Qian Renxue? Demon Slayer, how are you talking to second brother? Qian Jun Douluo shot him a glare, and the demon slayer Douluo immediately shrank back, not daring to speak, as this was his elder brother, and the bloodline suppression was quite strong. Seeing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo finally sighed in relief, but before he could fully relax, he heard Qian Jun Douluo's voice again. Second brother, I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words. This is giving you face. Golden Crocodile Douluo? In an instant, his expression stiffened, looking bewildered at the serious and earnest Qian Jun Douluo, who didn't seem to be joking, making him even more confused. What on earth is happening here? Qian Renxue, equally perplexed, couldn't help but ask, what exactly is going on? The scene is indeed too bizarre. It seems that all three of them understand what's going on, while she's the only one left confused. No need to say more. Golden Crocodile Douluo is worried that the demon suppression Douluo might accidentally describe how he just got beaten up, so he immediately says, Xiao Xue, that bastard who dared to mess with me, has he come back? I'm holding back my anger and want to beat him up. Damn it. I've been so furious after being beaten by these two little brothers, and now that my soul power has recovered a little, it should be more than enough to teach a kid who only dares to hide behind others and play tricks a lesson. So, he has decided to take out his anger on the guy who dared to use him as a gun. This, Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Qian Renxue's words were abruptly interrupted by Golden Crocodile. Duh, I know, he is resting in the palace, right? Alright, I'm going to find him to settle the score. Qian Renxue. Damn, I haven't finished speaking yet. Qianjun Demon Suppression. Damn, second brother is truly impressive, so fierce. That young master? The Demon Suppression Douluo looked at the quickly departing Golden Crocodile, Douluo, and scratched his head. Could it be possible that the second brother might get killed by that senior? Qian Renxue, that seems a bit uncertain. It shouldn't happen. After a moment of calm analysis, Qianjun also spoke up. The senior is not someone who lacks reason. He shouldn't kill the second brother. Qian Renxue nodded, feeling a bit relieved. That's right. But before she could fully relax, she heard Qianjun Douluo add, however, beating him half to death should still be possible. Qian Renxue? The nearby Demon Suppression, Douluo nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Qian Renxue, after all, the senior's masterpiece in Douluo City is truly breathtaking. The Demon Suppression couldn't help but exclaim, with his character, if he's disturbed during his rest at this time, I estimate that even if the big brother came, he would still beat the big brother to a third death for the young master's sake. Qian Renxue? Wait, how did this involve my grandfather? And what does this have to do with me? Qianjun also nodded in agreement. To be honest, the senior's masterpiece this time can be said to achieve 3 benefits in one go. Next, the Pope's idea of establishing an empire will probably be impossible to realize. He can only rely on the young master's strength. Qian Renxue was left confused by these few words. Wait, what are you all talking about? Douluo Empire, what has happened? Also, weren't you in the secret realm? How did you come out and even beat up Grandpa Golden Crocodile? In the Hall of Offerings, in terms of age and seniority, Golden Crocodile Douluo is the oldest, and one could even say he is the highest-ranking offering in the Spirit Hall. Even Tiandou is considered a junior in front of him. If Tiandou didn't possess the 6-winged angel, which is a divine-level martial soul, he might not even be a match for Golden Crocodile Douluo at the same level. After all, in his youth, Golden Crocodile Douluo was renowned as a peer of Sword Douluo Chen, with strength that was on par. But now, what is she seeing? The esteemed Golden Crocodile Douluo was actually being beaten down like a dog by a demon-suppressing Douluo who had only been around for 2 decades. Qian Renxue was truly dazzled by this scene. The demon-suppressing Douluo scratched his head and said, the secret realm that the senior let us enter has indeed been very beneficial. My brother and I gained a great opportunity inside. A great opportunity? Qian Renxue was suspicious. Your spirit power level is still at the peak of level 96, without any improvement. How did you manage to suppress Grandpa Golden Crocodile, who is at the peak of level 98? Even if his spirit power was diminished, it shouldn't be something you alone could handle, right? You have to know that the Golden Crocodile Douluo's martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King, one of the top beast martial souls, with extremely strong power and defense. It's not something the demon-suppressing Douluo's dragon pattern staff can break through. The demon-suppressing Douluo smiled mysteriously. Why don't you, young master, asked the senior? Or let us go in again to help the senior explore the secret realm, and then build a camp inside? Qian Renxue and Qianjun Douluo, your calculations are so obvious that I can't hear them from Earth. Demon suppressing, be serious. Although the demon suppression Douluo has surpassed 2 generations, his personality is somewhat eccentric, completely different from his elder brother, the Thousand Jun Douluo, who is cautious. It's hard to imagine that they are actually a pair of twin brothers. Young master, it's like this. After being reprimanded by the Thousand Jun Douluo, the demon suppression Douluo didn't dare to speak again and obediently stood aside. The Thousand Jun Douluo said solemnly, in the secret realm, there are countless monsters. They resemble humans, wearing brownish-yellow helmets and wielding dark brown axes that seem to be stained with blood. Their abilities are quite strange. They can rebound our soul skills by shaking their axes. Even our martial soul, true forms, can be reflected back. Qian Renxue was stunned. So powerful? Seeing this, the demon suppression Douluo chimed in, yes, my brother and I went through life and death experiences. It was extremely dangerous before we returned. Young master, look at our noble spirit. Why not let the seniors give us another chance? Qian Renxue, shut up. The demon suppression Douluo suddenly felt a bit awkward being interrupted. And how could Qian Renxue have a good tone? Moreover, she was in an emotionally unstable period, so it wasn't too surprising for her to suddenly lose her temper. So, the demon suppression Douluo obediently closed his mouth again. Fortunately, we could directly use our martial souls to fight. The thousand June Douluo's expression was serious. These monsters weren't very strong. They would die just from a few strikes of the dragon staff. However, their skills were very strange. The earlier knife vibration could not only rebound any of our soul skills. Even in close combat, they could turn their axes into whips, pulling people towards them from a distance. After being hit by this axe whip, it felt like being poisoned, rendering the entire body paralyzed and unable to move, just watching oneself being pulled closer. However, fortunately, their axe attacks were not fatal. After hearing the thousand June Douluo's words stop, the demon suppression Douluo saw an opportunity to interject and immediately added, "But it really hurts." "Shut up." The demon suppression Douluo, feeling wronged, closed his mouth. The space in this secret realm was unknown how vast it was. Both he and the demon suppression Douluo didn't dare to proceed recklessly, as it was dark inside. And some monsters were hiding in places that couldn't be seen, and the terrain was complex, making it easy to get into trouble. Qian Renxue seemed to ponder and then asked, "So what rewards did you gain while you were in there?" "That you could make the golden crocodile grandpa be pressed down and rubbed on the ground." The thousand June Douluo glanced at the demon suppression Douluo, signaling him to speak. "Hee, young master, you don't know this." Finally, after being told to shut up twice, the demon suppression Douluo had the chance to speak. He excitedly rubbed his hands and said proudly, "This is all thanks to my stick that saved my brother." However, halfway through the sentence, a loud explosion suddenly erupted, and then they saw golden crocodile Douluo turn into a parabola, crashing down into the yard with a loud bang, clapped his hands and, facing the bewildered gazes of the three, explained, "The elder said that anyone who dares to enter his sleeping chamber, except for the young master, will be slapped out." He ordered his subordinates to come and clean up the garbage that was thrown out. Of course, he couldn't possibly defeat golden crocodile Douluo, so the badly injured golden crocodile Douluo was taken care of by Chen Yue. He was merely responsible for cleaning up the trash. Qian Renxue, Qianjun Demon Slayer. Golden crocodile Douluo. He had just gotten up when he met the strange gazes of the three, and in that instant, he was completely petrified. Social death. Completely socially dead. I can't maintain my reputation at this age. Chapter 38. Qianjun Douluo, Young Master. I am unworthy, and I've only merged one set of 100,000 year soul bones until now. It feels like the data is really cold. Is my book going to end? Second brother. We already said not to trouble the elder. You, with your great stature, just wouldn't listen and went to vent your anger. The demon slayer Douluo looked at golden crocodile Douluo at this moment, a smug smile appearing on his face. Now it's good, right? Thrown out like garbage by the elder. Golden crocodile Douluo, shut up. After the words of demon slayer Douluo fell, before golden crocodile Douluo could speak, Qianjun Douluo had already reprimanded his younger brother. How can you talk to the second brother like that? This is the second brother. After all these years, do you still not understand him? This sudden accusation and justification left golden crocodile Douluo stunned, and even demon-subduing Douluo was bewildered. No, brother. Didn't you say you would mercilessly mock second brother when he came back? Why is it now suddenly changing and selling me out? Qian Renxue on the side was also taken aback. Although she didn't hear the entire conversation among the three, she could roughly guess that the reason golden crocodile Douluo went to find someone was likely due to the provocation from the two brothers. But what is going on now? Golden crocodile Douluo sighed. Sixth brother is really sensible. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard Qianjun Douluo continue speaking. Second brother can't defeat the senior because the senior is invincible and sneaky. Golden crocodile Douluo. Also, second brother is fighting with his back against the wall. Do you understand? Qianjun Douluo looked like he was accusing his brother, but in reality, he was indirectly criticizing. Our second brother confidently believes that the senior can't be that strong, so he chose to battle the senior in his current state. Even if he loses, he won't be said to have been outclassed or overestimating himself. Golden crocodile Douluo, wait, was I ever said to be outclassed? It seems like you're the one who said that first, right? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue finally understood, looking at Qianjun Douluo with a strange expression. She seriously suspected that someone who had been with Chen Yue for so long, although their expression didn't change, probably had a lot of bad thoughts hidden inside. Just look at Qianjun Douluo. On the surface, he was drinking with the younger brother Su Xiang Mo Douluo, but in reality, wasn't he also indirectly mocking Jin Douluo for overestimating himself and being inferior in skill? You all hum. Jin Douluo gritted his teeth. He wasn't a fool and naturally caught on to Qianjun Douluo's sarcastic remarks. His expression immediately darkened as he snorted coldly, waved his robe, and turned to leave. His soul power was already nearly depleted, and he needed to rest and recover. If he stayed here and listened any longer, he feared his blood pressure would rise, and he wouldn't be able to help but retaliate, leading to another beating from the Qian brothers. A peak super Douluo at level 98 was indeed very strong, but if his soul power was less than 1%, then facing two peak super Douluos at level 96 would be difficult, and even facing an ordinary title Douluo would be challenging. Therefore, among the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best strategy. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after a night. Jean resolutely made up his mind in hatred, no longer lingering, and began to enter the closed training room. What exactly is going on between you and Grandpa Qian? Qian Renxue was genuinely puzzled. At the same time, she couldn't understand what kind of opportunity you all had in the secret realm that allowed you to beat Grandpa Qian down to the ground. Additionally, what exactly did that guy do in the Star Luo Empire to announce that the Star Luo Empire had been taken over? But now, there's no big news about the Star Luo Empire, right? What exactly do you mean by this threefold benefit you mentioned? This series of question marks has left Qianjun Douluo completely confused. After a long silence, the young master finally sorted out his thoughts and summarized Qian Renxue's words into 3 questions. The first is the reason why the two brothers were able to beat the Golden Crocodile Douluo without any resistance. The second is what Chen Yue did in the Star Luo Empire. The third is, since this was done, why has there been no news at all? With these thoughts in mind, Qianjun organized his thoughts and said, "The reason we were able to defeat our second brother is thanks to the secret realm. The senior used 2 strategies, killing with a borrowed knife and escaping like a golden cicada shedding its shell, to reap the fruits of victory in the Star Luo Empire. Although the Star Luo Empire is still in the midst of a situation, the outcome has already been revealed. It's just that the result has not yet become a fact." At this point, Qianjun Duo looked at Jiang Mo Duo and asked, "Brother, what I said should not have any gaps, right?" "None." Jiang thought for a moment and agreed that this was mostly correct, but Qian Renxue on the side was completely bewildered. "Wait, are you guys speaking in riddles to me?" Qian Renxue was speechless, but since this matter had already happened and only awaited the outcome, she felt there was no need to dig deeper. So, she asked another question: "What kind of improvement did you achieve in the secret realm?" This is the issue she cares about the most. She understands that there's a monster in that secret realm that can rebound soul skills. But this has nothing to do with the rewards, right? Could it be that by killing this monster, one can gain rewards? What kind of reward could possibly allow a peak 96th level Demon Slayer Douluo to completely suppress a peak 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo? "Young master, this starts from how I saved my brother with my stick. Earlier, when the Golden Crocodile Douluo was thrown in, he interrupted the Demon Slayer Douluo, who had not finished speaking. Now, upon hearing Qian Renxue say this, he became interested, grinning. My brother didn't believe in evil before and kept using soul skills to attack that monster. As a result, he was rebounded by that monster with a strange axe and ended up standing on the ground as if he were being punished, about to be struck down by that monster's axe. As a younger brother, how could I not care about my brother's safety? So, I directly used my weapon spirit's true form and knocked that monster's head askew with one hit." At this moment, the Demon Slayer Doll was excited as he spoke, clenching his fist, resembling a well-behaved child after 2 decades. "Qian Renxue, and then that monster died." Qian Renxue's gaze gradually became unfriendly, her eyes holding some danger. Sensing the air becoming a bit cold, the Qianjun Doll quickly covered the still chattering Demon Slayer Doll. "Young master, after that monster died, the Demon Slayer's martial soul changed." Qian Renxue paused. "The martial soul changed? What kind of change?" Qianjun didn't know how to describe it, and could only kick the Demon Slayer Douluo. "What are you still dawdling for? Release your martial soul and soul rings." Oh, the Demon Slayer Douluo felt a bit wronged. He finally had a chance to speak, but now this. With a helpless expression, he released his martial soul and soul rings. In an instant, dazzling light illuminated the entire front yard. The martial souls of the Qianjun and Demon Slayer brothers are both dragon-engraved sticks, and their cooperation can even contend against peak Douluo, with a level of tacit understanding that is quite high. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue had naturally seen their martial souls and soul ring configurations before, but now, what appeared was not just somewhat different from the dragon-engraved stick in her memory. It could only be said that it looked like a cold fruit that had been modified. Originally, the long dragon-engraved stick which was over 3 meters long and had a golden dragon coiling around it, was nowhere to be seen. What emerged now was a long stick, entirely golden, shining with holy light, about 2 meters long, with blood-colored dragon heads on both ends. No, this description of a long staff is not precise. In Qian Renxue's view, it instead resembles a double-headed dragon formed by 2 blood dragons connected in a staff shape. What kind of martial soul is this? As the heir of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue has seen countless martial souls throughout her life, yet she has never encountered one like this before. In fact, she hasn't even heard of it. This is the Golden Blood Dragon Staff. Before the demon suppression Douluo could speak, the Titan Douluo answered, "To be honest, my martial soul is also a transformation of the demon suppression." As he spoke, he raised his palm, and a golden blood dragon staff, identical to the one held by the demon suppression Douluo, appeared in his hand. However, unlike the other, this staff was a darker shade of gold, but had a deeper hue of red. Golden blood dragon staff? Qian Renxue frowned slightly, wondering about its origin. She had not seen it in the Spirit Hall's Encyclopedia of Martial Souls, nor did she know anything about its background. The Titan Douluo shook his head, saying, "This martial soul also appeared in my mind after the fusion, like an instruction manual for an item. Not only the Spirit Hall, but even the entire Douluo continent may not have ever had such a martial soul." Qian Renxue nodded and glanced at the golden blood dragon staff, feeling as if the 2 dragon heads at both ends were alive, which made her feel a sense of danger. This is not a pressure from soul power. Qianjun Jiangma has not yet used soul power, but has simply released her martial soul. Therefore, this feeling comes from the martial soul. In other words, this martial soul is her 6-winged angel, which also senses a strong feeling of apprehension. This feeling is still a first for her. The last time she remembered making her 6-winged angel sense something was when Chen Yue released his martial soul. Her martial soul seemed to be stunned, trembling in fear. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Qian Renxue raised her head again and looked at Qianjun Jiangma, asking, "Is it with this martial soul that you can suppress Grandpa Jean?" The golden blood dragon staff, which is said to be dyed with the blood of 2 dragons that have supposedly ascended to immortality after countless years of forging. Qianjun Duo recalled the manual in his mind after obtaining this martial soul. It is a weapon martial soul, but it can restrain all beast martial souls and soul beasts, with the strongest restraining and suppressing power specifically against dragon-type martial souls or dragon-type soul beasts. At this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly realized that it was the absolute suppression that restrained Grandpa Golden Crocodile's Golden Crocodile King, right? She thought so. The attack and defense of the Golden Crocodile King are extremely powerful, and generally speaking, it is impossible to be defeated by someone of a lower rank. But not entirely. Qianjun Douluo glanced at Qian Renxue and said, "Young master, look at the soul rings of the demon subduing Douluo." Huh? Qian Renxue was taken aback. Her attention had been drawn to this never-before-seen martial soul, and she hadn't paid any attention to the soul rings of the demon subduing Douluo. Now looking at them, her eyes widened in shock. 7 black and 2 red? How is that possible? She was completely stunned. A long time ago, she had heard her grandpa Qian Douluo say that as the heir of a god, the standard configuration of martial souls is 9 black. And her grandpa even had an extraordinary configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul ring. But now, this demon slayer Douluo, a worshipper who has never even heard of the god examination, how could she possibly have a soul ring configuration scarier than her grandfather's? How could this happen? How did you manage this? Qian Renxue was immediately stunned from the energy fluctuations emitted by those soul rings. She could clearly feel that all 7 black soul rings were pure 80,000 year soul rings, and those 2 red soul rings were genuine 100,000 year soul rings. That's right. Young master, I also fortuitously obtained 3 100,000 year soul bones. At this moment, the demon slayer Douluo, who had been waiting for an opportunity to interrupt, couldn't help but chuckle and dealt another critical hit. Qian Renxue, young master, I am unworthy, and I have only fused a set of 100,000 year soul bones until now. At this moment, Qianjun Douluo interjected. Qian Renxue, what a pity. This thing can only be absorbed and fused into the bone marrow after killing a monster, which means it won't drop upon death, completely merging with one's bones and becoming inseparable. Otherwise, at my age, I wouldn't be able to absorb it. As he spoke, Qianjun Douluo's back suddenly unfolded 2 blood-colored wings. These wings were recorded soul beast wings from the Douluo continent, specifically the wings of a blood-winged dragon. This meant that Qianjun Douluo possessed an external soul bone from a blood-winged dragon. Qian Renxue exclaimed, No, I must go to this secret realm. After witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue admitted she felt envious. She didn't care about that so-called 999-year-old garbage angel soul bone. Wasn't the complete set of 100,000 year soul bones more appealing? No, please don't do it, young master. The demon suppression Douluo was immediately taken aback and quickly moved to the doorway, blocking Qian Renxue's path. Young master, the senior does not allow you to enter, and there must be a reason for it. That's right, young master. The senior previously asked us to lead the way, and there are many unknown areas. The area that demon suppression and I explored during this time is only about the size of our dormitory. Qianjun Douluo couldn't care about maintaining appearances anymore. If Qian Renxue really went in, he felt something bad would happen. Because inside that secret realm, there was no sunlight all day, it was pitch black, and countless monsters were lurking in the shadows, making it extremely dangerous. Was there a safe place? I've been carrying out this mission for so many years. Was there ever a time without danger? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Qianjun and Demon Suppression exchanged glances. And the latter quickly added, young master, the senior will definitely let you in eventually, but right now, you are pregnant. What if? Chapter 39. Chen Yue, I really only swayed the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Crown Princess, and did nothing else. First update. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned. She instinctively glanced at her belly, which still looked unremarkable, but she could feel the bloodline connection within. What you said makes sense. Qian Renxue's words also relieved Qianjun Jiangma. If the young master insisted on entering the secret realm, they really wouldn't know how to handle it. Fortunately, the young master wasn't someone who lacked understanding. By the way, you just said you wanted to go into this secret realm again, right? Qian Renxue suddenly raised her head again, looking at Qianjun Jiangma and asking, tell me about the situation inside the secret realm, and I'll inform him. The previously mentioned indicated that anyone other than her who disturbed it would likely end up like the golden crocodile Douluo, being thrown out directly. It was likely that Qianjun Jiangma was no exception. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter, so Qianjun Jiangma quickly explained the situation to Qian Renxue. The area we explored is limited, roughly equivalent to half the area of Wuhuan City. After pondering for a moment, Qianjun Douluo continued, so far, the only monsters we've encountered are those wielding axes and wearing brown helmets. These monsters share a common characteristic. They can reflect any soul skills other than the true form of the martial soul. Even my 100,000-year soul skills can be reflected by them. Generally speaking, if a soul skill is reflected and hits, the user won't be injured but will enter a stiff state, helplessly watching as the opponent attacks them with an axe. Additionally, the axes in their hands can transform into bizarre whips that can pull targets within a certain distance to them. Similarly, once pulled, the target will also enter a stiff state. Aside from that, these monsters' defenses are equivalent to those of ordinary soul masters, making them easy to defeat. Jiangma Douluo interjected. That's right. In fact, if it weren't for these three characteristics, I would even think they were a bunch of delivery men. Qian Renxue nodded. Is there anything else to add? Nope. Qianjun Jiangma thought for a moment, and, finding nothing else to say, nodded to indicate that this was all the information they had for now. All right, I'll tell him when he wakes up. Qian Renxue stood up. It was getting late, and dawn was approaching. I'll head back first. You all get some good rest, and hope to make new discoveries next time. Goodbye, young master. Qian Renxue returned to her quarters, where Chen Yue was still sound asleep. It couldn't be helped. After encountering 2 life-threatening cats in one day and night, it was incredibly exhausting. He was sleeping like a dead pig. Qian Renxue pouted but still took a bath, changed into her nightgown, and hugged Chen Yue, falling into a deep sleep. She thought that after sleeping, Chen Yue would surely wake up the next day, right? However, she never expected that her long wait for Chen Yue to wake up instead brought her information about the Spirit Hall. When Qian Renxue saw this piece of information, she was completely stunned and gasped in shock. How is this possible? How could this happen? She stared at the letter in her hand, utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend how things had developed this way. What's going on? What a fuss. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yue finally felt his energy replenished. He stretched, sat up from the bed, and rubbed his somewhat dazed eyes. The affairs of the Star Luo Empire. Were you the one who planned it all? Upon seeing Chen Yue awake, Qian Renxue temporarily set aside the matter of the secret realm and urgently asked, how could the Star Luo Empire have such a powerful sect? Oh, looks like you found out. Chen Yue glanced at her and smiled slightly, surprised that this Bibi Dong was truly impatient, getting results so quickly. Had I known, I shouldn't have returned to Laina to them. Qian Renxue, oh no, I should say, I shouldn't have given the living Hulaina to that Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue, can you hear yourself? How could someone say such cold words with lips over 30 degrees? What on earth did you do in the Douluo Empire? At this moment, Qian Renshue's curiosity could no longer be hidden. She looked at Chen Yue in disbelief, struggling to imagine how this guy's mind worked. I didn't do anything, Chen Yue said. I just incited the Douluo Empress and the Douluo Empire's crown princess, and then used the previous situation where the spirit hall forced them to hand someone over to escalate the conflict. So, you killed the Douluo Emperor and framed it on the spirit hall? Qian Renxue asked. Chen Yue coughed and replied seriously. How can that be called murder? This is the Douluo Empress submitting a letter of allegiance to me. So, you told the Pope that Hulaina was snatched from the Douluo Emperor, which made their relationship irreparable, leading to an unprecedented war. Qian Renxue continued. Chen Yue whispered, this is an effective way to deplete the spirit hall's strength. Isn't it just indirectly helping you? You bastard. After all, Hulaina is a title Douluo from the spirit hall. Qian Renxue said angrily. If I become the Pope in the future, all of this will be my strength. Chen Yue responded, a pregnancy can make one foolish for 3 years. And that's not wrong. Those people were all nurtured by Bibi Dong. As long as Bibi Dong is alive, they would never listen to you. Even if Bibi Dong dies, she would probably give the Pope position to Hulaina before she dies. Do you still want her power? Dream on. Everything is possible in dreams. Now, Chen Yue fell silent and poured himself a glass of water to drink. Wait. At this moment, Qian Renxue finally discovered the blind spot. How did you know that the power consumption of the Pope's palace is very high? I never told you this information. Chen Yue shook his head with a light smile, slowly sipping his tea. This so-called intelligence had already been calculated by him when he went to the Douluo Empire. The Douluo Empress Zhu Qingxue, in order to prove her loyalty, would definitely madly place the blame on the Spirit Hall. Moreover, other nobles, due to the previous oppression from the Spirit Hall, also felt fear. Naturally, the entire Douluo Empire was basically united as one, with a unified statement. Of course, this was still far from enough. At this moment, it was necessary to mention the backing of the Dai family, the Star Crown sect. This is a sect that only appeared during the Doer period, belonging to the hidden sects within the Douluo Empire. Generally speaking, it has remained hidden throughout the entire Doe period. The general idea is that this sect has existed for a long time, but no one discovered it, making it little known, similar to the concept of soul spirits, which have always existed but were simply not discovered by humans. P.S. I'm actually quite curious about the bug that has slept for who knows how many years during Doer, and how it knows about soul spirits. If it knows about them, it should have fought against many 10,000-year soul beasts for years to gain that knowledge. Within the Star Crown sect, there are 2 major factions. One is the White Tiger lineage, which has the evil eye White Tiger as its martial spirit. The other is the Star Crown lineage, which has the Star Crown as its martial spirit. The 2 factions have been in constant conflict, with their strengths being relatively equal. Although the White Tiger lineage is slightly stronger, they support and oppose each other, which has resulted in the strict enforcement of laws in the Xingluo Empire over the years. The Emperor of Xingluo belongs to the White Tiger lineage and is considered a direct descendant. His father is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger lineage, and his mother is the daughter of a high-ranking member of the Xingguan lineage, giving him a noble status. If it were just the nobles within Xingluo City, the influence of the Xingguan sect would not be able to control so much. As long as the matter is not too big, they would basically not intervene. But now, the Emperor of Xingluo is dead. This is the crystallization of the White Tiger lineage and the Star Crown lineage. Similarly, this also represents the face and dignity of the Star Crown sect. Now, not only has he been killed by the Spirit Hall people within the Douluo city, but those from the Spirit Hall even dare to intrude into the sacred grounds of their Star Crown sect. This is completely provocative. And looking at the Spirit Hall side, the Douluo Empire not only secretly harbors the remnants of the Haotian sect, but they also dare to abduct the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall for nefarious purposes. In the words of the great God King Tang, this is already a path to death. Of course, at this point, there is still room for negotiation. They just need to compare testimonies to find inconsistencies, and with Bibi Dong's calmness at this moment, as well as the intelligence of the higher-ups of the Xingguan sect, they will definitely realize they have been used as pawns. But the problem is, Bibi Dong has brought all the title Douluo from the Papal Hall and has arrived outside Douluo City. Are you telling me this is a misunderstanding? At this moment, no matter how Bibi Dong explained, the Xingguan sect would never believe it. They might even speculate that if it weren't for the two titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall charging into their mountain gate, they probably wouldn't even know about the Spirit Hall's grand plans. Thus, the conflict between the two sides could no longer be resolved through negotiation, and it could only be decided by fists. Since this irreparable battle had occurred, there would definitely be casualties. Based on the information that Chen Yue had previously extracted from the Star Luo Empress under severe interrogation, it was not difficult to guess that there was a peak super law at level 98 guarding the Xinguan sect. Moreover, considering the balance maintained by the two major factions of the Xinguan sect, it was likely that the entire Xinguan sect had two peak super Douluos at level 98, or perhaps one at peak 98 and two other level 98 Douluos, or one peak at level 98 and several level 97 super Douluos in this formation. Therefore, from the beginning, Chen Yue knew that Bibi Dong would definitely be defeated, and it would be a crushing defeat. If I'm not mistaken, the title Douluos participating in the battle in the Pope's Hall are currently down to less than 5, right? Qian Renxue was completely stunned. How do you know? Did you already know about the existence of the Xinguan sect? Chapter 40 Chen Yue, Star Luo Empress, and Star Luo Crown Princess RS. The second update. If it weren't for the Xinguan sect, the Star Luo Empire wouldn't have required me to make a personal visit. Chen Yue couldn't deny that if I calculated correctly, among the titled Douluos that Bibi Dong brought with her this time, there were only the Chrysanthemum Ghost Demon Bear Doa and one dying titled Doa left, right? After a pause, he spoke. The two injured titled Douluos from Tiandou City were also transferred by her, right? You. Qian Renxue was completely dazed. Can you read minds? Chen Yue smiled and didn't explain. Although he had never been to the Spirit Hall, he speculated based on the plot of the original work that there were more than 10 titled Douluos in the Pope's Hall, including Bibi Dong herself. Most of them were nameless. For example, the two titled Douluos who followed Qian Xuanji to catch Aim back then. Some said they were the ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, but it doesn't match the result of one dead and one injured. So this statement is denied and changed to two unknown titled Douluos. There were also 4 titled Douluos who ambushed and heavily injured the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as well as those titled Douluos who wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Among the two mentioned above, only one Elder Jiao and Ling Yuan Douluo were mentioned as titled Douluos. Ling Yuan Douluo follows the manga setting. It should be the manga, but I'm not sure. Finally, there were also 7 titled Douluos who withstood Tang Etienne's big hammer after the Soul Master competition ended. Sigh. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue, lost in thought, and finally, could only helplessly sit back on the bed with a sigh. You're right. Among those who returned alive from this operation, there are only the Pope, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, and Elder 10. This is counted as the younger brother of Elder 9 who died in the battle against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. We've lost a total of more than 10 titled Douluos. Now, that woman will definitely recall the titled Douluos who are currently out. She felt a headache. The and Snake Spear both belonged to the Pope's Hall. Now that Bibi Dong was short-handed, she would definitely want to bring them back. So, this means she would have no one available. Why give them back? Chen Yue smiled slightly, walked over, hugged her, and kissed her face, which had become even pinker after pregnancy. You said, with your ascension imminent, you also need manpower. But I already have Grandpa Golden Crocodile and Qian Jun to subdue demons, right? Do you think she will know about the offerings hall? Qian Renxue hiss. That seems quite reasonable. Suddenly, Qian Renxue frowned and pressed Chen Yue's hand irritably. What are you doing? We're discussing serious matters here. Chen Yue smiled slightly. I'm also discussing serious matters. Qian Renxue, go to hell. Qian Renxue huffed, but inside, she felt quite pleased. The charm of this young master is still unmatched. Such a clever and resourceful handsome man. Isn't he still mine? What did Qian Jun to subdue demons mean by your one move, gaining 3 benefits? She was still a bit confused, wondering where the 3 benefits came from. One move should be the defection of the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Crown Princess, right? Soon, Chen Yue revealed the answer to her. One move refers to the defection of the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Prince's mansion. You should know this, right? Qian Renxue nodded, changed to a comfortable position, and lay in Chen Yue's arms. As for the other 3 benefits, I really don't understand. The first benefit is that without any effort, I've taken over the Star Luo Empire, Chen Yue said casually. Now the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Crown Princess are mine. Sooner or later, the Star Luo Empire will also become mine. As soon as the words were spoken, Qian Renxue was stunned and turned her head, looking at him in shock. After a long while, she finally gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Awesome. You've totally impressed me. What about the 2 behind? Chen Yue smiled slightly. What do you think? Qian Renxue? Oh, how would I know? Chen Yue chuckled. Then it's better not to know. Just think for yourself. Qian Renxue, you go to sleep. Chen Yue was annoyed and really got up. Then I'll go find my customized white Porsche. Qian Renxue, come back. Of course, she knew what Chen Yue meant. It was that adorable legal lowly, Shueku. What does she lack compared to Shueku? I asked about the secret realm. Only then did Qian Renxue remember the matter of the secret realm, and she quickly recounted what Qian Jun had said about the demon, then asked, when can I go to the secret realm to improve my strength? Don't you have an angel soul bone? Qian Renxue huffed. Trash angel god. Even dogs shake their heads at it. Chen Yue? This guy is really ruthless, even scolding her own grandfather. Far away in the offering hall, Qian Douluo suddenly sneezed. Who is scolding me? Just wait for a while. Chen Yue rubbed her head. I will arrange it well. Don't worry. During this period of getting along, Qian Renxue also understood that Chen Yue was someone who would stop at nothing and was incredibly cunning. Since he didn't nod now, it must mean he still needed her here for something. Soon, as Qian Renxue had expected, Bibi Dong sent a secret letter asking her to summon back and Qian Renxue unhesitatingly refused, stating that she was about to ascend the throne and needed manpower. This reply completely left Bibi Dong dumbfounded. Ascending the throne? Shui Yi is dead. When did this happen? Bibi Dong looked at the letter in her hand in confusion, wondering how she didn't know. She had been in seclusion since returning from the battle in Xinglua City, and the soul saint who delivered the letter had also been killed by the Xingguan sect after the defeat of the Spirit Hall, with the letter buried along with the body. Not only that, but the Spirit Hall's facilities in Xinglua City and its surrounding areas, including the Spirit Hall, the main hall, the sub-hall, and the branch hall, were all dismantled by the furious Xingguan sect. This action also elevated the reputation of the Xingguan sect to an unprecedented height of shock. This wave of pressure has been given to her Pope's palace. Revenge is naturally to be taken, but she decided to continue her Rakshasa god trial. However, the affairs of the Spirit City cannot be left unattended. She must summon these titled Douluos to help. But she never expected this. On this snowy night, Snow Knight actually died, and Qian Renxue is about to ascend the throne. Thinking of this, a bewildered Bibi Dong immediately called in a confused Zhu Douluo. Yueguan, when did Snow Knight die? As soon as Zhu Douluo entered, he was subjected to a round of soul interrogation by Bibi Dong. In an instant, Zhu Douluo was also dumbfounded. What? Snow Knight died? Your subordinate truly doesn't know. I was at the Luo Empire before, and the matter was entrusted to Salus. Under the Pope, there are 4 great platinum bishops, and Salus, as the hall master of the Wuhuan Temple in Tiandou City, naturally has the qualifications to be responsible for this matter. Go and investigate immediately. Although he understood, Bibi Dong's mood was not good at the moment. She coldly instructed, yes. Zhu Douluo did not dare to delay and hurriedly left. Soon he brought back news. While we secretly went to Luo City, Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jianduo Chenshin, and Bondogu Rong conspired and usurped the throne, entering the palace and killing Snow Knight. They are currently wanted throughout the entire Tiandou Empire. Bibi Dong, when I express a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that you have a problem. Yueguan, are you fooling me? Bibi Dong's gaze darkened as she coldly shouted. The relationship between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiandou royal family is so close. How could they do such a thing? If anyone is likely to kill Snow Knight, it absolutely cannot be the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This ISNT, just a foolish move. It's digging their own grave and looking for death. Your Majesty, Zhu Douluo said with a sense of grievance. This is the news transmitted to the Pope's hall by Salus. It's his personal letter. He said this, and I was just reading his information to you. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of something and glanced at the confidential letter from Qian Renxue in her hand, quietly putting it away. With a wave of her hand, she said, all right, I understand. You can leave now. Yes. After watching Zhu Douluo leave, Bibi Dong sat back on her Pope's throne, her gaze flickering. So, is she really about to ascend the throne? But according to the rules of the Tiandou Empire, if the emperor is murdered, then the crown prince must capture the culprit. Right now, she only has the porcupine and the snake spear in hand. How could she possibly catch Shinshin, Gurong, and Ning Fengji? This matter reveals an inexplicable eeriness, and she finds it somewhat elusive. For example, how could the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School want to usurp the throne and end up failing? Bibi Dong is confused and can't figure it out, but she knows that in the snake spear are 2 guys she will definitely not get back. I want to see how you will deal with this Dust Heart, Ancient Banyan, and Ning Fengji's head. Bibi Dong coldly snorted. I had already advised you to poison and kill, but you refused to listen. Now let's see how you handle this pit you've dug for yourself, HM. However, very soon, it's only been a few days, and she's already confused. The Tiandou Empire announced that they have killed the traitors Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong, and hung their bodies in front of the Tiandou Palace gate. Starting today, a state funeral will be held for the Snow Knight Emperor, Bibi Dong. What the hell? She's a bit dazed, seemingly doubting the authenticity of this news. Then, she coldly looked at the somewhat anxious Salas in front of her. What on earth is going on? Your Majesty, this matter has been confirmed as true. Salas lowered his head, not daring to look at her. My subordinate went to check. And indeed, those are the corpses of Chen Yue, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji. Among them, Chen Yue's head is still severed. Bibi Dong. What happened during the few days she was in Douluo City? Chapter 41. With these words, I don't even know how to respond. What on earth is happening? After a brief moment of confusion, Bibi Dong suddenly stood up and looked at the trembling Salas, the platinum bishop, in front of her. These three individuals are extremely powerful. How could they have died so easily? She may not know about others, but isn't she aware of the 2 titled Douluos from the 7-treasure glazed tile school? In the past, she had to mobilize 4 titled Douluos for a surprise attack, and even then, she only managed to injure 3 of them at the cost of 1 arm from the sword de law. Not to mention, she had mobilized other elite soul masters, resulting in losses exceeding 4,000. According to Bibidon's judgment, to take down Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong, at least 8 titled Douluos would need to be dispatched, if not more. But now, looking across the entire continent, only the Spirit Hall could have sent out 8 titled Douluos just a few days ago. However, at that time, she had taken all the titled Douluos away, so Qian Renxue could not possibly find a team of at least 8 titled Douluos to kill these 3. With this thought, a light flashed in Bibidon's eyes. Could it be the people from the worship hall? If it were a super Douluo from the worship hall, then 8 titled Douluos wouldn't be necessary. 3 offerings would be enough. It's known that all the members in the worship hall are super Douluos, and the gap between them and titled Douluos is extremely significant, at least during this current Douluo period. If someone really did act from the worship hall, it's no wonder they succeeded. Bibi Dong suddenly realized this and glanced at the trembling Salas, who didn't know how to explain. She said lightly, "Tell me everything you know." "Your Majesty." At this moment, Salas finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to be asked how Chen and the other 2 died, he feared he wouldn't even be able to figure out even if he tore his brain apart, as he really had no idea about the matter. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he quickly explained that not long ago, Ning Fengji and the other 2 had killed Shui Yi with the intention of usurping the throne. But they were ultimately defeated by the Royal Spirit Master Team and fled. Later, they were listed as wanted criminals by the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. Just 2 days ago, Xueqinghe suddenly announced that he had killed the wanted criminals Chen, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji, and their corpses were hung in front of the palace gates, with hundreds of spirit masters guarding the bodies day and night to demonstrate imperial authority. According to the timeline, tomorrow would be the day of Shui Yi's funeral, and according to the regulations of the Tiandou Empire, if he killed the emperor, after capturing the wanted criminals and holding the funeral for the deceased emperor, he could choose any day to ascend to the throne. After a pause, Salas said, however, according to the records of the Tiandou Shrine, the usual practice for a crown prince is to observe a mourning period of 4 days after the funeral, meaning that he would ascend to the throne only after the 7th day of mourning. However, the subordinate also had some doubts. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed. What doubts? The subordinate replied that he had gone to observe the bodies of the 3 from a distance and found that Chen head had been severed and then reattached using some special method. And there were also signs of damage on the skull. After a pause, he added that there were no obvious wounds on the bodies of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Of course, Ning Fengji was killed in one blow by the old 6th, the porcupine, and the snake spear, so there are naturally no obvious wounds on his body. One has to pull aside his clothes to see. The same goes for Gu Rong. The 2 individuals actually have wounds on them, but one can only discover this by looking at the corpse up close. It cannot be seen from a distance. After all, the relationship between the Tiandou royal family and the Spirit Hall is not very good, which could be seen from the Soul Master competition back then, particularly with Shui Yi and Salas, the lord of the Tiandou Temple. Therefore, having the opportunity to take a distant look is already considered giving face to Salas. Before knowing whose power the Tiandou royal family relied on to take down Chen Yue and the other 3, Salas naturally did not dare to force his way in. Is there anything else to add? Bibi Dong's heart stirred. Since there were no obvious wounds, it must have been a one-hit kill. And since Chen Yue's corpse had many wounds, It meant that a fierce battle occurred for a long time before he was killed. This can be considered a piece of intelligence. However, despite thinking this way, Bibi Dong's expression did not change at all. If there's nothing, you can return to Tiandou City immediately. Yes, pay attention to the movements of the royal palace. Before we find out what forces Shueqinghe is backed by, do not act rashly. The previous attitude towards the Tiandou royal family can also be slightly adjusted. Salas also learned about the internal damage to the spirit hall and naturally did not dare to complicate matters further. Yes, after watching Salas leave, Bibi Dong had just gotten up when she saw Eunuch, who had her head down, walk in. She couldn't help but ask Nana what's wrong. Teacher, is there really no room for negotiation with the Haotian sect? Bibi Dong thought, isn't her disciple a bit foolish after being abducted? The Haotian sect has already been destroyed by her. What do you mean there's no room for negotiation? Hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. Are you still thinking about that, Tang Yin? Yuna's body trembled, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. Let me tell you, Tang Yin is Tang San, and Tang San is the son of the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Now the Haotian sect has been destroyed by me, and this Haotian Douluo is hiding like a dog. What do you think? Do we have any room for reconciliation? Eunuch, teacher, how can you do this? Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Why can't I do this? I have devoted myself to training you, and you want me to let you fall in love with a disciple of the Haotian sect? Do you know how many elders were lost in the Pope's palace to save you from the Douluo Empire? You still have the nerve to ask me how I can do this? Eunuch lowered her head and fell silent. Go back and reflect. Bibi Dong snorted and turned to leave the Pope's palace. She still needed to go to the offering hall to ask if Chen Xian and others were behind this. After she left, Eunuch raised her head again, her eyes filled with determination. Tang Yin, just wait. Since I can't move, teacher, then I'll follow you. That night, she secretly left the Spirit City and headed for Tiandou City. Just as she left Spirit City, Qian Renxue in Tiandou City also received news that Bibi Dong had gone to the offering hall to inquire. Hey, stop rubbing. It hurts a lot. Qian Renxue slapped Chen Yue's paw angrily. What should we do next? Also, how do you plan to hide this from the guest elder Douluo of the Tiandou royal family? When we ascend to the throne, he will definitely participate. If he finds out that Shui Yi didn't die from being killed, it could be detrimental to us. Although the situation was favorable now, Qian Renxue was not blinded by it. She felt that the more favorable it was, the more cautious she had to be. Otherwise, if it were exposed during the coronation ceremony, it would put her in an extremely unfavorable position, and all her efforts over the years would be in vain. In this fantasy world of the sewers, public opinion was still quite important. Douluo? Chen Yue smiled slightly, by the way. I have a big gift for him that he hasn't received yet. A big gift? If this was said by someone else, Qian Renxue might think it was a real big gift, but coming from Chen Yue, she felt something was off. You don't need to worry about this. Qian Renxue snorted and obediently stopped asking about it, instead changing the subject. As you expected, that woman really went to the offering hall to inquire. Haven't you arranged for the golden crocodile, Douluo, to return? What? How do you know about this? I didn't mention it. You already have the answer. Why are you still asking me? How did you know Grandpa Golden Crocodile went back? Chen Yue smiled. I calculated it. Stop bragging. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes. If you can calculate, then calculate what will happen next. What happens next? There are indeed a few small matters. Qian Renxue was taken aback. She just casually said it and didn't expect there would really be something. What matter? However, Chen Yue did not answer and instead asked, in your opinion, how should we deal with traitors? Qian Renxue did not immediately answer this question. She went through in her mind and suddenly realized something, her eyes widening. Are you saying Eunuch will betray the Spirit Hall? How could she dare? The Spirit Hall provides her with food, clothing, and the best training environment. She has no reason to betray us. Qian Renxue was not a fool and immediately guessed the best suspect. However, precisely because of this, she found it hard to believe. What's wrong with that? Chen Yue smiled slightly. Where there's a deed, there is a disciple. Your mother was pretty much the same back then. Of course. Her ambitions might have been bigger, but in the end, it didn't come to fruition. Then what do you say we should do? Chen Yue casually made a gesture of cutting his throat and remained silent. But wouldn't that be too much of a pity? Qian Renxue hesitated, looking somewhat reluctant. She wasn't feeling sisterly affection. In fact, at this point, Qian Renxue had no feelings for Eunuch and had only heard about her midway. So it was impossible for her to plead for her. What a pity. Chen Yue was puzzled. What did Qian Renxue's expression mean? What a pity for such a beautiful woman. Qian Renxue shot him a glance and snorted, You can be indecent, but to actually leave seeds everywhere. Chen Yue? How does she know? Stop arguing. Qian Renxue glanced at Chen Yue, who seemed to want to say something, and immediately interrupted him, taking out a letter. The Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Crown Princess announced that they have seeds, claiming they're the posthumous children of the Star Luo Emperor and the Star Luo Crown Prince. But that's just to fool others. Do you think you can fool me? Chen Yue, isn't it said that a pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years? Turns out it's a lie. This makes me feel very insecure. Qian Renxue snorted, and Chen Yue, realizing he was in the wrong, fell silent and began to comfort her with actions. Don't touch me. Qian Renxue snorted, swatting away Chen Yue's paw. You better explain this clearly. Otherwise, don't think about touching me. Hurry up and speak. While saying this, she pressed Chen Yue's paw onto her body, leaving Chen Yue confused. Didn't we agree not to touch you? But you grabbed my hand to touch you. What does that mean? Chen Yue looked at her in confusion. Isn't this a very simple question? When they are born, isn't the Star Luo Empire mine? Isn't what is mine also yours? With the combined strength of the Tiandou and Star Luo empires, can't you compete with Bibi Dong? Qian Renxue glanced at him, and it didn't seem like he was lying anymore. She huffed and said, You've passed this test, but in 2 days, you have to agree to 2 things for me. All right. Chen Yue gave her a glance. After spending time together, she had already become part of his life, and it was naturally impossible for her to say anything that would harm him. Of course, if it turns out to be unfeasible later, he could refuse, right? By the way, at this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something. Should she eliminate the Avalanche and Prince Xuexing? These two have always been restless, especially now that Xueye is dead, just as my coronation ceremony is about to begin. Chen Yue shook his head, just 2 clowns. No need to worry about them. The day of the coronation ceremony will be their day of demise. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue suspiciously. You've been lying down these past few days. How have you made arrangements? Chen Yue smiled, but said nothing. He was already prepared for this. All right, I believe you. Qian Renxue rubbed her temples wearily and said, Once you get that secret realm sorted out, I need to go in and improve myself. I could also use a break. Chen Yue was curious. Then who will handle the affairs of state after you ascend to the throne? I'll call them the 5 offerings, she replied. Chen Yue was taken aback. The 5 offerings, Guangling Douluo? He had some impression of this super Douluo with both light and ice attributes. But he didn't expect that Qian Renxue would bring him in as well. The original plan was for me to seize power and let someone knowledgeable about state affairs act in my stead, while I participated in the Angel God assessment. At this point, Qian Renxue had changed her tone, but now, I've changed my mind. I want to use the Heaven Dou Empire as a foundation to start developing powers that can compete with that woman. She said, somewhat sourly, Wouldn't it be nice to have some people help capture her as a maid later on? Chen Yue, this is quite a statement. I don't even know how to respond. Chapter 42. Dugian, I'm a bit overwhelmed, feeling nauseous. Why are you silent? Qian Renxue saw Chen Yue speechless and snorted. During our first meeting, didn't you say you want to be my stepfather? Why are you silent now? Chen Yue, I was just joking, okay? The corner of Chen Yue's mouth twitched. You have to believe one thing. What thing? Qian Renxue glanced at him suspiciously. Only you are my true love. Everyone else is just an accident. No matter how tired, bitter, or painful it is, it's all for you, for our child. Oh, this jerk is so slick. But why do I find it sweet? So annoying. Qian Renxue felt delighted inside, but still coldly snorted. I'll believe you this once. Chen Yue breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. Right, after my coronation ceremony, I will have a grand wedding. With Xue Bing'er and Xue Yue from the 4 Elements Academy. Remember, don't run around. Chen Yue? No, what's going on? Why are you marrying someone? Why do you have to get married? Qian Renxue glanced at him and said matter-of-factly, as the crown prince, I'm about to ascend the throne. If I don't marry and have children, won't that leave me without successors? But you can't consummate the marriage. So, during this time, don't run around. Chen Yue? So you see me as just a tool, right? Noticing the strange look in Chen Yue's eyes, Qian Renxue snorted, Don't worry. I will find a way to keep this a secret. It won't be exposed. But the wedding night has to be with you, understand? Chen Yue's expression became even stranger, but he still nodded. He felt that Qian Renxue's behavior was somewhat self-disciplined. Hiss, that's a bit scary. What kind of look is that? Qian Renxue had no idea what Chen Yue was thinking at that moment. In the Tiandou Empire, aside from Douluo, power was also a significant factor. For instance, the 4 Elements Academy was essential. Marrying Xue Bing'er and Xue Yue would mean pulling the entire Tianxue Academy and its backing, the Tianxue sect, onto my side. No matter what happens later, as long as we have children, Even if we are exposed, they will definitely stand by us. Chen Yue gave a thumbs up. His wife's method of pulling people in was indeed unique. It's just a pity that Douluo had disappeared and his granddaughter was with Yu Qianheng, untraceable. Qian Renxue sighed. If I had known, I should have acted first and brought Douluo in. Chen Yue's eyes had a strange look. However, when it came to Douluo, Chen Yue's face revealed an even stranger smile. Wait, what are you plotting? Qian Renxue noticed the change in Chen Yue's expression and suspiciously glanced at him. Why do I feel like your smile is so creepy? Suddenly, she shivered, feeling very uncomfortable with Chen Yue's expression. Do you know the whereabouts of Yu Tianheng and Douluo? Chen Yue smiled even brighter. I don't know. Qian Renxue looked at him suspiciously for a while, and then said, I feel like something is about to happen. It's fine, you can rest assured. Qian Renxue still wasn't very reassured and added, tomorrow is the funeral for Shui Yi. Douluo will probably rush back. So be careful not to let him see the poison on Shui Yi's body. She had previously used the poison provided by Bibi Dong on Shui Yi, and Douluo, who had treated him for a while, was quite aware of this. If Douluo exposes it during tomorrow's funeral, her disguise as Shui Qinghe would collapse. Don't worry. Chen Yue gently comforted her, while also looking forward to what major discovery Douluo would make when she wakes up in Xingluo City. At the same time, how strange. Douluo, in a tight-fitting outfit, rubbed her aching temples as she walked through Xingluo City, looking around with a somewhat dazed expression. She had a long dream during the night she stayed, but for some reason, she couldn't remember what the dream was and could only force herself to perk up and leave the hotel. After leaving the hotel, she suddenly realized that Tang San was missing. Helpless, she could only head to Xingluo City to look for her grandfather Douluo to see what kind of opportunity this was. However, just after she had gone around the city a couple of times, she encountered Douluo, who had just emerged after being checked by Xingguan's sect. Yan, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Douluo was extremely surprised. He remembered that his granddaughter was supposed to be with her fiancé, Yu Qianheng, on an adventure. So how come she was here in Xingluo City all alone? Hearing Douluo's words, Douluo became even more puzzled. Grandpa, didn't you tell Tang San to bring me here, saying he had a way to perfectly control my poison? When did this happen? Douluo was completely confused. The little monster didn't mention anything to me. Besides, didn't he go to the Tiandou Great Forest? I'm here to escort his friend to Xingluo City. That's not true. Tang San returned to Shrek after Douluo took Dai Mubai away from the academy. So Douluo hadn't encountered Tang San and only learned about it from the renowned master Yu Shaojing. Douluo scratched her head. Grandpa, we met in Soto City, which isn't far from the Tiandou Great Forest, right? Meeting him isn't a lie, is it? Douluo shook his head. No, after the little monster finds someone, he will definitely return to Tiandou City. He wouldn't go to Soto City. This is a bit strange. At this point, he looked up at Douluo. Yan, are you sure it was Tang San? I'm sure. Douluo recalled what Tang San had said before and immediately replied. When our royal fight team first fought against Tang San, he said something after cracking my biling snake poison that only we would know. Even Tianheng and the other Shreks wouldn't know. Even if they knew back then, they would probably have forgotten by now. Only Tang San, as the one who cracked it, and I, as the one who was cracked, would know. This is also the reason why Douluo is sure that the Tang San is indeed Tang San. Could it be that the little monster really has come? Seeing Douluo's certainty, Douluo trusted his granddaughter more and felt that there was no need to wrong her on this matter. He immediately fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he asked again, where's Tianheng? After we met in Soto City, Tianheng was with me, but that Tang San said, Grandpa, you found a way to control the poison in Luo City. So Tianheng went to Heaven-Do City. At this point, the two of them, who were slow to realize, also sensed that something was off. Douluo felt that Tang San seemed to have deliberately sent Yu Tianheng away, and then went to Luo City alone with her, a man and a woman together. Douluo also knew that Heaven-Do City had been unstable during this time. First with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suffering heavy losses, then the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and finally the Hao Ian School being destroyed by the Spirit Hall. He was not yet aware that the 3 members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been listed as wanted criminals and were dead. But he could probably guess that going to Heaven-Do City at this moment was extremely inappropriate. It was likely that something big was going to happen in Heaven-Do City. Thinking this in his heart, Douluo, being the old fox that he was, felt increasingly that something was wrong. He frowned, feeling that this matter was very complicated, and immediately said, Yan, I will take you to find the little monster and ask what exactly is going on. Okay. Douluo was just about to pick up his granddaughter. But the moment he touched Douluo's skin, his fingers began to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a title Douluo, his vigilance kicked in almost instantaneously, and he flickered away, looking at his fingers, which had completely rotted. If it weren't for the self-defense effect of his poisoned Snake Emperor's poison, he might have lost that hand in an instant. Grandpa, what's wrong? Duguyen was also taken aback, her face filled with fear as she glanced at Dugubo's finger that had been corroded away, then looked at her own body. Noticing that her skin had taken on a grayish hue, unlike her previously normal mature complexion, something was off. Dugubo looked at Duguyen with a cautious expression, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems like you've been affected by an unknown poison that even my poisoned Snake Emperor can't contend with. If I weren't a title Douluo, I might have lost this hand. This statement frightened Duguyen, turning her pale. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm fine. But it seems we will have to travel by horse-drawn carriage. Traveling by horse-drawn carriage meant that their journey to Tiandou City would take even longer. After a night of rushing, the grandfather and granddaughter barely arrived at Suatawa City before dawn. As a title Douluo, Dugubo was fine, but Duguyen was too slow. Even at full speed, she could only manage this pace. Yin, let's eat something first, Dugubo said, noticing Duguyen, who was drenched in sweat after rushing. He looked towards a small town in Suatawa City where vendors were already selling breakfast. All right, Duguyen didn't know why, but she felt extremely tired from the journey. She couldn't help but take a bite of the delicious breakfast, but the next moment, her eyes widened, her stomach churned, and she vomited all over the place. Yin, what happened to you? This sudden scene stunned Dugubo. As someone with experience, his gaze toward his granddaughter changed. I can't eat. I feel like throwing up, Duguyen said, vomiting uncontrollably, even bringing up stomach acid. Dugubo could only watch because the potent poison that had previously affected Duguyen made him extremely cautious, not daring to touch her even a little. Yin, are you pregnant? After Duguyen finally finished vomiting and wiped her mouth with a tissue, she was taken aback by Dugubo's sudden question. What? You're having morning sickness? Dugubo used a tissue to feel her pulse from a distance and sensed a new life within her. Although he wasn't skilled in medicine, as a title Douluo, his perception was incredibly sharp, and he could feel the life stirring within Duguyen's belly. It's true. Duguyen was shocked and pale. How could this happen? She hadn't been intimate with Yu Qianheng in nearly a year. The most they had done was share a spring dream that night at the same hotel as Tang San. She immediately sensed something was wrong. What's wrong, Yin? Dugubo noticed Duguyen's changing complexion and was startled. Isn't it Qianheng's? Grandpa, Upon hearing Dugubo's words, Duguyen's face turned even paler. She felt like crying and quietly recounted what had happened that night. What? Dugubo was furious upon hearing this. This little monster is truly not human. Yin, don't worry. I'll make sure he gives you an explanation. Though furious, Dugubo was secretly delighted. In the original story, even when Duguyen had already fallen for Yu Tianheng, he still wanted to marry her off to Tang San. Initially, Dugubo felt regret when he heard Tang San was uninterested due to age, but he never expected that Tang San could be so reserved, saying he didn't want her, but acting so honestly. Little monster, let's see how you explain this time. Dugubo sneered inwardly, but maintained an angry expression. Yin, you slowly head towards Tiandou City. I'll go ahead to ensure this little monster gives me an explanation. Okay. Duguyen wiped her tears. Watching Dugubo turn a leaf, she stared blankly at the bowl of water before her, gradually questioning her life. In Tiandou City, Yu Qianheng had already arrived at Shrek Academy and settled in, verifying the news for the past few days. When he learned about the recent major events, he was completely stunned. What? After the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was wiped out, the hidden Haotian sect was also exterminated by the Spirit Hall? Ningfeng He, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, fled with Sword Douluo, Chan Xen, and Bon Douluo Gu Rong after failing to usurp the throne, and is now wanted by Tiandou. Crown Prince Xue Qinghe announced that Ning Fengji, Chen Xen, and Gu Rong have been executed, their bodies displayed at the palace gates, starting the funeral for Emperor Shui. Chapter 43, Chen Yue. They could all see it when they looked up. The series of shocking news completely left Yu Tianheng dumbfounded. How could this be? How could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect betray the country? Yu Qianheng couldn't understand what was happening with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, even after thinking hard. Had his brain been submerged in water? He needed to know. With the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family wiped out and the Haotian sect destroyed, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, although heavily injured, still held a transcendent position in the Tiandou Empire, unmatched by anyone. Yet now he was being told that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect had directly betrayed the country and usurped power, and then they were executed? Yu Qianheng was bewildered. Then, he encountered something even more bewildering. After the renowned master Yu Shaojiang told him about the happenings in Heavendou City, Tang San entered the dean's office in a strange posture. Teacher? Tang San? After the transformation into the blue-silver emperor, Yu Qianheng actually didn't recognize Tang San. But over the years, only Tang San had been able to call his useless uncle teacher. So without thinking, he blurted out Tang San's name. Then, upon seeing Tang San on all fours, his already bewildered expression became even more confused. Yu Qianheng? When I express confusion, it's not me with the problem, but you. What kind of pose is this? At that moment, Tang San also noticed the presence of an outsider and quickly stood up. It's nothing. I was just trying it out. Yu Qianheng? No, what is this nonsense about a living person trying to crawl like a dog? What's going on? This was not important. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Master Yu Shaojiang quickly stepped in to ease the situation. Qianheng, didn't you leave Heavendou City? Why are you suddenly back? The previous Yu Qianheng had lost hope after the destruction of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and chose to leave Heavendou City. Even Master Yu Shaojiang, who also served as his uncle, didn't he know his whereabouts? He had planned to discuss rebuilding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family with Lu Erlong, but unexpectedly, Qianheng suddenly returned. Moreover, why was he alone? Where was Douluo Yin? As soon as Yu Shaojiang finished speaking, Yu Qianheng turned sharply and pointed at Tang San. Uncle, ask him. Tang San. Yu Shaojiang? This has nothing to do with my good disciple, right? Yu Shaojiang was completely confused. Qianheng, your return has nothing to do with Xiao San, does it? He remembered that his nephew last encountered Tang San 5 years ago during the Soul Master competition. So how did it relate to Yu Qianheng now? What do you mean by that? Yu Qianheng coldly snorted. Tang San, don't think I won't recognize you just because you've changed your appearance. Tang San. Oh, you even changed a leg now. Tang San. Very well, daring to insult me. You have already taken the path to death. Yu Qianheng had no idea that his words had crossed the line with the mighty Tang San. He pointed at Tang San and sternly shouted, Where have you hidden Yin Yin? Tang San. Yu Shaojiang. As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of master and disciple in front of him were stunned. What the hell? Why is your Douluo Yin asking me where my disciple went? Qianheng, what nonsense are you talking about? The famous master Yu Shaojiang regained his senses, glanced at the bewildered Tang San, and immediately shouted, Xiao San has not gone out of Heavendou City at all. How could he possibly be hiding your fiancé? Yu Qianheng, I respect you, but that doesn't give you the right to slander. Tang San's expression darkened as he coldly stared at Yu Qianheng. I can solemnly tell you that I have never seen Douluo Yin. Are you sure you haven't left Heavendou City in the past year? Yu Qianheng's expression darkened when he saw that Tang San dared to argue, and he shouted sternly. He was certain that the person he saw was indeed Tang San himself. Otherwise, Douluo Yin would not have believed it based on just a few words. Back then, during their first soul battle at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, after Tang San broke Douluo Yin's green phosphor snake poison, he had said something. He was confident that only he, as the fiancé, and Douluo Yin, who possessed the green phosphor snake martial soul, along with Tang San, the person involved would know. As for others, even if they heard it, who could remember such a sentence for so many years? In conclusion, even with the guarantee of the famous master Yu Shaojiang, he did not doubt his and Douluo Yin's judgment. What uncle? It could be that he wants to cover for his disciple. With this thought, Yu Qianheng's gaze turned icy, and the way he looked at Yu Shaojiang changed. Xiao San only went to the Stardou Forest once to hunt for his 6th spirit ring, but he came back quickly. Yu Shaojiang's tone softened. If you don't believe it, you can have Xiao San release his spirit ring for you to check. Generally, soul masters have ways to verify the time of spirit ring absorption, and he was suggesting that Yu Qianheng go check the absorption time of Tang San's 6th spirit ring. Of course, this method was not originally from the famous master Yu Shaojiang, but was invented by the Spirit Hall to capture those causing trouble in the Stardou Forest. And Yu Qianheng, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, naturally knew this method of detection. Stardou Forest? However, as soon as Yu Shaojiang's words fell, Yu Qianheng's eyes suddenly focused, staring hard at Tang San. Earlier, his gaze was filled with suspicion, but now he seemed to be 100% certain. You just said he hasn't left Heavendou City, but now you say he went to the Stardou Forest? Do you think I'm Yu Qianheng a fool or an idiot? Yu Shaojiang, Tang San, damn, why does it feel like Yu Qianheng is acting like a mad dog? Tang San suppressed the killing intent in his heart, feeling that something was not right, and immediately used one of his signature skills. Purple Extreme Magic Eye. At the moment the purple extreme magic I was activated, he felt a bit more awake. Then, two beams of purple light shot out from his eyes, instantly penetrating Yu Tianheng. Immediately, Yu Tianheng froze, and after a moment, he gradually recovered, his emotions stabilizing as he looked around in confusion. What happened to me? It's because of the previous matter. Your mindset and emotions were off, making you easily possessed. Yu Xiaojing understood and looked at Yu Tianheng, saying with earnestness, "Thanks to Xiao San, you were brought back from that state. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Tang San snorted, having also cancelled Yu Tianheng's path of death in his heart. After all, he was just a lost dog with no family. He was not a person who would hold grudges. By the way, Tang San, Yu Tianheng, as if waking from a dream, suddenly slapped his thigh and looked at Tang San. "Tang San, have you seen Yin Yin?" Tang San. His question not only left Tang San confused, but also caught the famous master Yu Xiaojing off guard. What the hell? Didn't he just ask that once? Also, what does your fiancé have to do with Tang San? It's like this. At this moment, with his mindset and emotions restored, Yu Tianheng seemed to realize his question was a bit abrupt and immediately explained, "I met Yin Yin in Soto City. He said he found a way to completely control Yin Yan's green phosphor snake poison with Duga Laozu in Xinglua City. Duga Bo is Duga Yan's grandfather, and as Yu Tianheng is Duga Yan's fiancé, it is not wrong for him to refer to him as grandfather." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing was stunned, and Tang San was also bewildered. "This is impossible. I clearly haven't gone out of Heavendoe City at all. The last time I went to the Stardoe Forest was a long time ago." Master Yu Xiaojing nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "Yes, Tianheng, when Xiao San just went to the Stardoe Forest. It was probably during that time when the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suffered heavy losses and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was exterminated. And at that time, Yuan Ti left Heavendoe City. He had just returned. Aren't you going to verify identities?" Tang San couldn't help but ask. "Yin Yan and I have confirmed our identities," Yu Tianheng said. Then Tang San, "Do you remember what you said after breaking Yin Yan's green phosphor snake poison?" "I think only you, me, and Yin Yan can remember that." Tang San, "What did I say?" He looked at Yu Tianheng with a bewildered expression. "What did I say?" Yu Tianheng furrowed his brows deeply, looking at Tang San in front of him. If Tang San still had the appearance of the blue-silver emperor, he might think there was something fishy about this. But now, Tang San's complete transformation made it hard for people not to believe he was trying to evade responsibility or using a new appearance to cover up the matter. As the saying goes, he wanted to wash away the crime of abducting Dugu Yin. "Are you sure you don't know?" Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his gaze, his soul power surging. "I'll say it again, hand over Yin Yin." "I said I don't know." Tang San's expression darkened, his eyes revealing a chill. "Very good, just as I had just taken away your path of death. Now you want to reclaim it, right? Stop it." At this moment, under the pressure of these two soul emperors, Yu Xiaojing, who was trembling, turned pale and immediately shouted, "Stop it. Can't we resolve this peacefully?" "Oomph." Tang San gave the famous master Yu Xiaojing face and was the first to withdraw his soul power. However, the Yu Tianheng opposite him was not so easy to talk to. "Uncle, this is your disciple, of course." Yu leaned towards him. Yu Tianheng not only didn't conceal his soul power, but at this moment, he had already completed the martial soul possession and released his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. At this moment, Yu Tianheng was a level 60 battle spirit emperor, still missing a 6 soul ring. He was waiting in Soto City for Dugu Bo to help him hunt, but later, after encountering Tang San, he left for Tiandou City. "Hand over Yin Yin. And as long as Yin Yin is unharmed, I can let the past go," Yu Tianheng said coldly, word by word. "This is the hope for him to revive the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. I said it has nothing to do with me." Tang San's face darkened, and he unwillingly released his soul rings. However, as soon as his soul rings rose into the air, they almost made Yu Tianheng on the opposite side laugh to the point of collapse. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 1 white. Tang San, I really didn't expect that after 5 years. Your taste has become so poor. Tang San. He looked at his own soul rings in confusion, and when he saw the white color of the last soul ring, he was instantly dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. Damn, this is impossible. When did he get a white soul ring? He had no idea at all, and even after leaving the Stardoe Forest, he found that his memories within the Stardoe Forest were starting to fade. This is the effect of the sealing stone. It doesn't just seal a single memory, but as time goes on, it continuously erodes and seals more memories. Chen Yue did not expect such a miraculous effect at this moment. He was currently pinning Lu Erlong on the rooftop, looking down with great interest at this scene. You have to be careful. If it leaks, they will all be able to see it when they look up. Lu Erlong shuddered all over, and before she could react, Chen Yu's voice rang out again, saying that in order not to expose myself, I might end up killing them all. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she dared not speak. Xiao-san, what is going on with you? The most shocking and unbelievable, the most unacceptable, undoubtedly belongs to the famous master Yu Xiaojing. He could not accept that his most successful little mouse had turned into this ghostly appearance. The sixth spirit ring is white. At this moment, he seemed to feel the snowflakes fluttering and the north wind howling, blowing past him, and he couldn't even tell if it was his illusion. He felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, soaking his hair. I don't know either. Tang San's face was also filled with confusion. I really don't know. What exactly did you encounter in the Tiandou Forest? Tang San nearly collapsed, sitting on the ground, saying, I really don't know. I can't remember. Where is Xiao Wu? Didn't you go to find Xiao Wu? Chapter 44. Qian Renxue, please speak with your conscience and not touch mine. The famous master Yu Xiaojing was completely thrown off when he saw that Tang San's sixth spirit ring was actually white. His emotions were almost out of control. This is his most successful little white mouse over the years. How could such a serious error happen now? According to his speculation, Tang San's sixth spirit ring should at least be able to attempt to absorb an 80,000-year-old spirit ring. But how did it turn into a white spirit ring? Seeing this, Yu Xiaojing completely lost control and grabbed Tang San's collar. Xiao-san, what on earth is going on? Didn't you go to the Tiandou Forest to find Xiao Wu and then casually get your sixth spirit ring? How come now? Not only have you not found Xiao Wu, but you also look like a mess? Why is this spirit ring, the spirit ring, a white one? Tang San was also in a daze, looking at the white color of his sixth spirit ring, and he was starting to lose control as well. I don't know. I really don't know. When the famous master Yu Xiaojing mentioned Xiao Wu in front of him, Tang San felt as if his lost memories were awakening. But the severe pain in his head made it hard for him to think clearly. At this moment, he didn't even have the energy to care about Yu Xiaojing grabbing his collar. He was holding his head tightly, feeling like it was about to split open. No, Xiao-san, this is your spirit ring, and you tell me you don't know? However, the famous master Yu Xiaojing, who had completely lost control, didn't care about Tang San's state at all. After hearing Tang San's words, he was very dissatisfied and almost shouted in anger. Then, after being hit by his lioness roar combined with the pain in his head, Tang San rolled his eyes and fainted completely. Yu Xiaojing, the onlooking crowd, Yu Tianheng, was stunned. What happened? Yu Tianheng looked in confusion at the dramatic scene unfolding between the master and apprentice, completely frozen in place. Xiaogang, what happened? At this moment, Flander, who noticed the commotion in the dean's office, hurried over. Ever since that famous master Yu Xiaojing treated him as Lu Erlong that night, he had completely lost the courage to see Yu Xiaojing again. Now, upon seeing Yu Xiaojing again, he felt a tightness in his chest. However, after noticing the unconscious Tang San, he didn't care about himself and rushed forward to help him up. What happened to Xiao San? Upon seeing Tang San faint, Yu Xiaojing's emotions, which he couldn't suppress, finally calmed down, but he still couldn't accept the fact that his experimental subject had turned into waste. He turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing this, Flander let out a sigh of relief, then glanced at Yu Tianheng and asked, You were Yu Tianheng, right? What happened to Xiao San just now? He was fine. How could he suddenly faint? Yu Tianheng scratched his head and shocked everyone with his words. It seems that uncle couldn't hold back when he saw Tang San's sixth spirit ring was white. Flander? What the hell? If you say the first spirit ring is white, I can barely understand, but what does the sixth spirit ring suddenly being white have to do with me? Do you think I'm stupid? Flander looked at Yu Tianheng with an unfriendly expression. Now that the blue lightning tyrant dragon family was gone, if the other party dared to play tricks on him regarding this matter, he wouldn't hold back at all. I'm not talking nonsense. Yu Tianheng sensed Flander's demeanor and was immediately shocked, quickly shaking his head. If you don't believe me, when Tang San wakes up, let him release his spirit ring for you to see. This is something that's easy to verify. How could I possibly lie? After thinking about it, Flander felt it made a lot of sense. He relaxed his expression slightly and said, I'll ask when Xiao San wakes up. During this time, you shouldn't leave Heaven-Do City. Yu Tianheng nodded. Of course. He still has to wait for Tang San to wake up and hand over Douluo. How could he leave? Of course. At this point, Yu Tianheng already had some doubts in his heart. He felt that perhaps it wasn't Tang San who captured Douluo, but someone else. However, The pride belonging to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family wouldn't allow him to accept this answer. If Douluo Yin was captured by someone, it might lead to him being in deep trouble. This is not something that Yu Qianheng can accept. So, compared to being taken away by someone else, he prefers that Tang San took Douluo Yin away. It's strange. How could there be a leak? At this moment, as Flandre was preparing to carry Tang San to find a healing soul master, he suddenly slipped and fell flat on his back. He rubbed his sore bottom and looked at the puddle on the floor, following his gaze up to the ceiling. The roof tiles were open, as if it had just rained. Strange, there was no mention of rain tonight. Flandre scratched his head, jumped up, and climbed onto the roof, looking around. The only thing he could smell from the tiles was a strong seafood and fishy scent, along with some water stains. Could it be that there was just a light rain at the academy? Seeing this, he believed that there might have indeed been a small rain, but it was very localized. He didn't think much of it and scratched his head with his somewhat seafood-smelling hand before turning back to the dean's office to take Tang San to find a healing soul master. Phew! Hiding behind the chimney on the roof, Lu Erlong, drenched in sweat, let out a sigh of relief and quietly returned to his dormitory. That was close. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had long since left Shrek Academy and returned to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Where had he been messing around? As soon as he returned to his chambers, Chen Yue headed straight for the bathroom. It was unbearable not to wash off the stench of sweat. At that moment, Qian Renxue, who was still soaking in the bathtub, opened her eyes and was about to say something when she caught a whiff of the distinct scent of another woman on him. Instantly, her brow furrowed. This smell wasn't like Tang Yuehua's, nor was it like the rabbit and grass he locked up. Could it be another one? What's going on? Chen Yue directly ignored her question, took off his clothes, and lay down in the bathtub while asking. The Avalanche and Prince Xuexing have been wanting to perform an autopsy. They still don't believe that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would betray and kill Shui Yi. Seeing Chen Yue talking about serious matters, Qian Renxue also got serious and casually swatted Chen Yue's hand away. Be serious. We're talking about important matters. If you're talking about serious matters, I'm also dealing with serious matters. Qian Renxue, what do you think we should do about this? Qian Renxue simply lay back, squinting her eyes, and casually asked, if we kill him, it might cause a backlash, especially from those nobles who are close to Prince Xuexing. Why not just go for a deer as horse tactic? The four words from Chen Yue stunned Qian Renxue, leaving her bewildered. What deer is horse? You gather all the ministers, the representatives of those nobles, in the palace tomorrow and agree to let Prince Xuexing perform an autopsy. Later, even if he finds traces of poisoning on Shui Ye's body, just say he died at the hands of the three from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and then throw the bodies of those three in the main hall, asking the ministers who agrees and who opposes. After a careful thought, Qian Renxue took a sharp breath. Your plan is completely a palace coup. Chen Yue didn't even need to say the next part. She immediately thought that with the bodies of those three as a deterrent, probably over 90 would stand on my side. By then, the remaining 10 would either be neutral or follow Prince Xuexing and Avalanche to their doom. Wrong. Qian Renxue, oh? There's only one way. Either survive or annihilate the 9 clans. Chen Yue grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, making Qian Renxue's heart flutter. She hugged him tightly, saying, You're amazing. I suddenly thought of something. What should we do? It's fine. Just use soul power to protect the unborn baby. That's true, makes sense. Unborn baby. Are you being polite? Do you want to go together? As the sky began to brighten, Qian Renxue changed into a long dress, rubbed her bulging abdomen, and turned to look at Chen Yue, who was hugging her from behind, and asked softly, Today is the day of Emperor Shui Ye's funeral, and probably the day Prince Xuexing and Avalanche will pressure the court for an autopsy. Now that I have your advice, I feel like this matter is completely manageable. I'm not going. I'll just be a man silently supporting you from behind. The main character, Qian Renxue, found this reasonable, nodded, and said, Then I'll have Qian Jun Jiangma and the stabbing porcupine wait in case Douluo Bo causes trouble. Due to Chen Yue's involvement, her arrangements in the Tiandou Imperial Palace far exceeded those in the original work. Aside from the 2 super Douluos, Qian Jun Jiangma and stabbing porcupine, there were also several soul Douluos and soul saints. These soul Douluos and soul saints had already been replaced with reasonable identities as Tiandou guards over the years, so she wasn't worried about Prince Xuexing causing trouble on the scene. However, she was slightly apprehensive about Douluo Bo suddenly attacking, since he was known for being ruthless enough to leave his opponents with only titled Douluos. Douluo Bo? Chen Yue smiled. You shouldn't have a time for that. What? Qian Renxue was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Chen Yue seemed to have mentioned giving Douluo Bo a big gift. Are you going to mess with someone else's granddaughter? Chen Yue, do I only have this one merit in front of you? Qian Renxue shot him a charming glare. If you let go of me now, your words would hold a bit more credibility. Chen Yue, by the way, the 5 worshippers are about to arrive. You should prepare for the handover. Speaking of which, Qian Renxue warned, I'm warning you, don't use all of Grandpa Genie's tricks on him. The 5 worshippers are very practical and can't stand your schemes. Chen Yue straightened his back. Of course, do you think I'm that kind of person? I can assure you, absolutely not. Qian Renxue speechlessly swatted away his hand. Then you touch your own conscience, don't touch mine. We're the same, what's yours is mine. Qian Renxue huffed, ignoring him. I'm going to the palace. Take care of yourself. Of course. After watching Qian Renxue use her camouflage soul bone skill to transform into Shui Qinghe and leave the chambers, Chen Yue lay back down on the big bed, stretched, and realized he hadn't checked on the few people locked up in the Heavenly King's Divine Tower for many days. He was starting to miss them. Currently, the Heavenly King's Divine Tower held quite a few prisoners. The first floor held the earliest prisoners, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Yin, and Tang Tiantian. The second floor had only Lady Ning and Shang Wanwan. As for Ning Rongrong, Chen Yue directly threw her into the water prison of the Tiandou Imperial Palace. This girl, who had a bit of a princess complex, but couldn't really be called a princess, needed to suffer some harsh realities first. The water prison in the Tiandou Imperial Palace was completely independent by gender. For instance, the water prison for women was located within the palace, while the one for men, according to Qian Renxue, seemed to be outside the palace. What do you want to do? As Chen Yue appeared on the first floor of the Heavenly King's Divine Tower, Yin, who first spotted him, immediately shrank into the corner like a startled bird and trembled, saying, "You, don't come over." Compared to her, Xiao Wu and Tang Yuehua appeared to be calmer, as their upbringing had been quite successful. As long as they knew that spreading their legs or curling up was basically not a big deal, they were fine. Of course, the one who performed the worst was undoubtedly Tang Tiantian. When she saw Chen Yue, she trembled in fear, rolled her eyes, and fainted. There's a saying that goes, "Those who know the times are the heroes." Chen Yue did not pay attention to the reactions of the 4 women. He stretched lazily and said, "I want to see who among you is more sensible." As soon as he said this, Xiao Wu, who knew that resisting was futile, obediently crawled over. She truly had developed a huge psychological shadow regarding Chen Yue, especially after the deaths of De Ming and Ming, which were closely related to her reckless cleverness. Of course, it was precisely because of this incident that she became completely obedient, afraid to pull any tricks, because she feared that her last trick would not end up killing Chen Yue, but instead cause Tang San to die, leaving her with nowhere to cry. However, at this moment, the obedient Xiao Wu had no idea that she had just woken up from a faint and was about to encounter danger. "Little monster, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Douluo had rushed from Sotao City to Tiandou City, and by the time he arrived, the sky was already dimly bright. However, Tang San was still unconscious, so he had been waiting. Upon seeing Tang San wake up, his expression immediately darkened, and he sternly said, "The onlookers, including Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Yu Qianheng, were collectively dumbfounded, especially Yu Tianheng." At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart, along with something that seemed to have sprouted on his head. Chapter 45. Douluo, little monster, do you not intend to give this old man an explanation? First update. Where is this? After suddenly being stimulated by the memories that had been sealed by the God-sealing stone last night, Tang San fainted from the pain. Now, as he slowly regained consciousness, his memories became increasingly blurred. These were memories related to his journey into the Tiandou Forest. If he originally only forgot his memories from the Lake of Life, now he had completely forgotten why he went to the Tiandou Forest. And he didn't even remember meeting Hulaina and others along the way, nor did he know how he got his dog leg and spider claws. "Teacher, mistress, dean, old monster Yu Tianheng." He scratched his head and suddenly noticed that the expressions of these 5 people were a bit off, especially the old monster Douluo, whose gaze carried a hint of danger. "Old monster, what's going on with you? Little monster, what did you do? Aren't you going to give this old man an explanation?" Tang San. "No, why do I need to give an explanation? I just woke up from faint. What have I done?" He looked at Douluo in confusion. What explanation? What explanation? Hearing this, Douluo's expression immediately darkened. He felt that Tang San was making excuses because he didn't want to take responsibility. What kind of explanation is this? "Little monster, I admire you. But that's no reason for you to act recklessly." Although Tang San had indirectly saved his life, he had also given away the medicinal herb garden he had collected for many years. This bond was enough to settle matters clearly, but the remaining feelings were more about establishing friendship. However, This friendship was not a reason for Douluo to let his granddaughter be treated carelessly and then deny it. You must understand, Tang San, as a sole emperor, actually dares to provoke him. What will happen in the future? No, old monster, what exactly is going on? Tang San was completely confused and had no idea what he had done. Upon hearing this, it was Flinder who sighed deeply. Xiao San, if you're a man, then you should take responsibility for your actions. Yu Xiaojing nodded repeatedly. That's right, this isn't something to be embarrassed about. Since you've done it, just own up to it. Lu Erlong sighed and shook his head. Xiao San, I thought you were loyal and steadfast, but I never expected you to be just like Dai Mu Bai, which is truly disappointing. Xiao Wu, who had taken Lu Erlong as her adoptive mother, was clearly not happy with Tang San after this incident. Tang San? No, you all say something. What did I do? Tang San looked bewildered at everything in front of him, his mind buzzing, wondering what exactly he had done. Why was everyone suddenly silent? The only ones who were clueless were probably Yu Tianheng and Tang San. The reason Flinder and the others knew was that they had seen Douluo earlier and heard about the matter from him, while Yu Tianheng had just woken up and rushed over, as he wouldn't stay up all night watching over Tang San. Therefore, Yu Tianheng was also confused, but he felt like something inexplicable had appeared above his head. Oomph. Douluo snorted angrily. Little monster, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. His granddaughter had already said it was Tang San, so he naturally wouldn't doubt her. He was very certain that Tang San was just trying to argue, and he could no longer contain his emotions, snorting coldly and turning to leave. Tang San. No, what's wrong with this old monster? I don't know anything and haven't done anything. Tang San was on the verge of a breakdown, watching Douluo walk away. Wanted to say something, but didn't get the chance before Douluo left. Xiao San, are you still a man or not? Flinder looked at Tang San with disappointment, truly at a loss for words. What on earth is going on? At this moment, the bewildered Yu Tianheng also came back to his senses. He glanced at Yu Xiaojing, who wanted to advise Tang San, and immediately asked, Tianheng, you don't need to be involved here for now. You should go back. Yu Xiaojing realized that Yu Tianheng was present and was worried that his nephew would ruin his successful test subject, so he quickly changed his words. Yes, Tianheng, you should go back. There is nothing for you to do here. After hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Lu Erlong immediately understood and issued an eviction order to Yu Tianheng. All right then, although he might not heed Yu Xiaojing's words because of his favoritism towards his disciple, he couldn't ignore Lu Erlong's words. Lu Erlong was the strongest among the remaining bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and also his aunt. Note, Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong are cousins, not siblings. Yu Tianheng calls Yu Xiaojing uncle and Lu Erlong aunt, which is correct, so he couldn't argue back. After Yu Tianheng left, at this moment, Yu Xiao finally spoke up. Tang San, I've always emphasized that you should be like your father, a man who dares to take responsibility. But I never expected that in such a situation, you would actually pretend to be foolish. Tang San, your father killed the former pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Chen Yue, and he was also someone who took responsibility for his actions, not afraid of the consequences, which led to heavy losses for the Haotian sect and closed their mountain gate. Now you're trying to argue over a small matter? Tang San, no, what have I done? Teacher, what have I done? Tang San looked completely confused. He still couldn't figure out if he had done something that would provoke the wrath of both gods and humans. Why was he being criticized by everyone? To be clear, in his previous life, even when he boldly stole the Tang sect's ultimate skills, he wasn't criticized like this. Flinder, seeing that Tang San was still trying to argue, couldn't help but shock everyone by saying, you slept with Douluo Yin, and you made her pregnant. Tang San. As soon as the name was called out, Tang San was completely stunned. The four people in the dorm room also fell into dead silence at that moment. Seeing this, Chen Yue on the ceiling muttered the words in the parentheses above. Hey, Toy Rabbit, what do you think? Raising his head, Chen Yue gently asked the complex-looking Xiao Wu, who was biting her red lips. No, I don't know. Xiao Wu, with a complicated expression, looked at Tang San from the ceiling. She bit her red lips, and at the moment Flanders called out his name, she was completely shocked. How could this happen? Hadn't her beloved San Gu said that he would only love her in this lifetime? She had been fiercely guarding her spirit and heart for her dearest San Gu, not allowing anyone else in. But how could it be that her San Gu had suddenly fallen in love with someone else, and even had a child? What does this leave her? How can she bear it? No, San Gu won't betray me. Xiao Wu's voice was somewhat wavering. She really couldn't believe that her San Gu would abandon her to seek someone else. She would rather believe that all of this was a lie. But even if he did betray you, it wouldn't matter, right? Xiao Wu was taken aback, turning to look at Chen Yue with a bewildered expression. What? What did you say? The child in your belly is also my baby. You both betrayed each other once, so it seems to even out, right? And weren't you desperately resisting before? Xiao Wu subconsciously nodded. Moreover, your spirit is still guarding that special place for him. Giving birth to one or many doesn't tarnish your emotional connection to him, does it? When Xiao Wu thought about it this way, it seemed to make some sense. So, even if he betrayed you, it wouldn't matter. You don't despise him, so he definitely won't despise you. Xiao Wu was suddenly delighted. Really? Of course. She was overjoyed and quickly turned to kiss Chen Yu's cheek. Thank you. Just this little thank you isn't sincere enough. Xiao Wu's face immediately turned red, and she silently placed her hands on the tiles. Impossible. In the room, Tang Xin suddenly shouted, startling her so much that she almost lost her grip and fell. However, at this moment, the others in the room didn't pay any attention to what was happening above. Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong all looked at Tang Xin in shock. This is absolutely impossible. Tang Xin shook his head frantically. I have never left Tiandou City, and apart from seeing them 5 years ago at the Soul Master competition, I haven't seen them since. How could this be possible? Slander. This is definitely a false accusation. Although he had lost his memory of the Tiandou Forest, he was very sure that he hadn't seen Yu Qianheng and the others from the Imperial fighting team for a long time. So the child in Dugu Yan's belly definitely wasn't Tang San's. Little San, Lu Erlong, saw his reaction and became increasingly disappointed. Why is there such a huge gap between this master and disciple? And this Tang San, clearly the son of the Hao Qiandao, Tang Hao. Why does he not resemble Tang Hao at all? This matter, you actually dare to do, but not admit it? If you're a man, just admit it and apologize to the poisoned Douluo. With his admiration for you, he will definitely accept it. Lu Erlong dropped this line and didn't want to say anything more, leaving in disappointment. She decided that when Xiao Wu returns, she must persuade Xiao Wu to give up on this Tang San, a man who dares to do but not admit it. What does he want him for? Don't complain. After all, it's the continent of love. Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang was also staring at Tang San in frustration, saying, Are you stupid? After you combine with Dugu Yin, the poisoned Douluo will definitely completely lean towards your side. At that time, whether you return to the Haoyin sect or create a new sect force, you will easily gain the support of a titled Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang paused here and added, Moreover, with your and Dugu Yan's talents, the child born will definitely be an extraordinary genius. If you had just admitted it, I could have had your second Dragon Master help you persuade Xiao Wu, and it wouldn't affect you then. Now look, in the dangerous situation in Tiandou City, you still made the poisoned Douluo angry and left. Are you out of your mind? Tang Xin shook his head vigorously. No, it wasn't me. I absolutely cannot admit it. He was certain that he had indeed not done this. Therefore, as a proud member of the Tang sect, he would never admit to this matter, even if it killed him. Sigh. Yu Xiaojiang saw that Tang San was as stubborn as a bull and couldn't help but sigh. Tang San, you still pretend to be crazy and argue when talking to me. If it really wasn't you, how could the poisoned Douluo come directly to you to demand an explanation? Tang San was slightly taken aback. He had just woken up from a coma, and his mind was still half asleep. After being hit with such a question, he became much more alert. However, in his memory, there was indeed no incident with Dugu Yin. I just want to say, is there a possibility? At this moment, Flinder adjusted his glasses and, seeing the gaze of the master and disciple turn towards him, said, It was when little San went to the Tiandou Forest that he accidentally. You know what I mean, right? Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San hiss. It seems there really is a probability and possibility of that happening. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment, recalling that the previous Tang San seemed to have lost some memories. He suddenly slapped his thigh. It's very likely. The poisoned Douluo coming to seek justice is clearly confirming the facts. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never act this way. Flinder also nodded. Over the years, he had understood the character of Dugu Bo. If it weren't for something that was absolutely certain, Dugu Bo would never seek justice like this. So, little San, what exactly did you do in the Tiandou Forest? Tang San, why do I feel that something is a bit off here? A voice in his heart told him that this absolutely could not be something he did, yet now, all the evidence seemed to point towards him. Impossible, it couldn't have been done by San Ge. At this time, Xiao Wu, caught up in her love-struck thoughts, shook her head, saying, San Ge is not that kind of person. He has said that he only loves me. Only then did she belatedly turn to look at Chen Yue behind her. Although her face was flushed, she still gritted her silver teeth and almost ground them as she spat out 3 words. You lied to me. Others might not know what happened in the Tiandou Forest, but she had seen it with her own eyes. Therefore, She would rather believe that this was Chen Yue's conspiracy than believe that her Sango had fallen in love with someone else. Don't be anxious. Faced with her resentment, Chen Yue remained calm and unhurried, enjoying the gentle rabbit nest while explaining, I did indeed give him dog legs and spider claws earlier, and then sealed his memory of seeing your live broadcast. But later, didn't we leave together? Xiao Wu was taken aback, and upon careful thought, it really seemed to be the case. At this time, Tang San appeared in the area of the Lake of Life. What he would encounter, no one knew. Just surviving would be considered a stroke of luck for him. As for what exactly happened, it's hard to say, right? This statement makes a lot of sense. After all, this area of the Lake of Life is the territory of the Azure Bull Python, De Ming, and the Titan Giant Ape, Air Ming. Other soul beasts, unless they have a cultivation of at least 100,000 years, wouldn't dare to intrude. And with the disappearance of De Ming and Air Ming's presence, it's uncertain what kind of soul beasts might venture in. Suddenly, the love-struck rabbit suddenly had a terrifying suspicion. Could it be that my relationship with Sange has been discovered by that mysterious master beneath the lake? For Xiao Wu, the master is not the silver dragon king Gu Yuna. She is not yet qualified to approach her, and at most, she can only interact with the 6 great ferocious beasts excluding Di Tian. However, for her and De Ming Air Ming, it could be considered a master-level figure. It seems that the master wants to break me and Sange apart, or make me think that Sange is a heartless man, and then take action from there. This love-struck rabbit, whose intelligence suddenly kicked in and who was afflicted with paranoia, suddenly had this thought and magnified it infinitely in her mind. Yes, it must be like that. Those guys must want to break me and Sange apart. So they took control of Sanji's mind, and coincidentally, he got involved with that snake woman. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with anger and fury. Damn it, I treated you all like my master, offering my devotion and protection, and this is how you repay me? You better not let me cultivate the title Douluo, or else I will definitely dig you all out. At this moment, in the Stardow Forest, the 7 great ferocious beasts in the space beneath the lake all sneezed in unison. This is a curse from the original female protagonist Xiao Wu. What's going on? I don't know, but suddenly I feel a bit chilly. Did you might just pee? Get lost. The fierce beasts aren't paying attention to the commotion at the Lake of Life because they are busy devouring the big fat worm they just caught not long ago, enjoying it immensely without caring about anything else. Impossible. At Shrek Academy, Tang San finally came to his senses at that moment. He shook his head vigorously. This is absolutely impossible. I would never do such a thing. It's a frame-up. You Xiaojiang, Flender. So you're saying that the poison Douluo is framing you? Tang San suddenly nodded vigorously. It must be that old monster who was instigated by someone to slander me and ruin my pristine reputation. You Xiaojiang, Flender, come on. Let a title Douluo slander your name. Flender wanted to say, if it weren't for your dad being the Hao Ian Douluo, do you think Dugabo would have spared you? Or would he have slapped you dead by now? Damn the so-called pristine reputation. So how are you going to explain this to the poison Douluo now? Tang San shook his head defiantly. There's no need to explain. This matter absolutely has nothing to do with me. Why should I explain? Although he was unclear about his memories, his intuition told him that this matter had nothing to do with him at all. You Xiaojiang, he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Then what do you say about the situation at the Tiandou Imperial Palace now? Tiandou Imperial Palace? Tang San was taken aback. What happened to the palace? Now, Shueqinghe has already started the coronation ceremony, and if nothing unexpected happens, Prince Shuexing and others will demand an autopsy. Yu Xiaojiang explained. Originally our plan was to have you go verify it together with the poison Douluo at this stage. After all, having the poison Douluo, there would be a guarantee. But now that you've fallen out with the poison Douluo, I'm afraid before he could finish, Tang San resolutely declared, we are doing this for justice. I believe the old monster will definitely agree. Yu Xiaojiang, Flender, the relationship between the extraordinary good friends left them staring at each other, and Flander pointed at his head, implying that Tang San must have hit his head. Yu Xiaojiang shrugged and spread his hands, indicating he didn't know what was going on either. Clearly, he was a very successful guinea pig. Could it be that the 6th spirit ring was white, which caused him to mess up his mind? Let's go. We need to find the old monster. Tang San confidently waved his hand, believing that with the old monster's personality, he would definitely not ignore the Heaven Do Empire. He also believed that under his logical arguments, his innocence would be restored. Thus, the helpless Flander and Yu Xiaojiang went to find Dagubo together. Seeing the 3 leave, Chen Yue couldn't hold back anymore. Is your guy always this confidently delusional? Xiao Wu, feeling a bit awkward, touched her face, still marked with the tears from earlier. though she couldn't explain how they got there. Why aren't you talking? Xiao Wu bit her lip, looking at Tang San's departing figure. Opened her mouth, sighed, and shook her head. She felt that her Tang San had really changed. The old Tang San would never lie, but now, with all the evidence, he was still denying everything. At that moment, Xiao Wu was filled with paranoia in her mind, so she no longer believed in Tang San. Without speaking, Chen Yue smiled, and in an instant, they appeared in Tang San's dormitory. Before Xiao Wu could understand what was happening, she heard Chen Yue smilingly say, "Come on, let your guy reminisce about your fragrance, or else I'm afraid he LL'd out his life and lose sleep tonight." Xiao Wu hesitated as she glanced at the brand new bedding, wanting to refuse, thinking this was a bit. Chen Yue narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Seeing this, Xiao Wu didn't dare to resist anymore and obediently complied. In the Heaven-Do city, in Douluo's mansion, it seemed this little monster had thought it through. Upon seeing Tang San approach, Douluo was overjoyed, thinking that Tang San must have come to apologize and ask to marry his granddaughter. However, Tang San's next words completely baffled him. "Old monster, the autopsy session of the Snow Knight Emperor is about to begin. We can't miss it. Let's go." Douluo. "Wait, weren't you here to apologize? Look, it might be gone in a couple of days." As mentioned, if you haven't read in the past couple of days, hurry up, starting tomorrow. The whole text will be revised, and after the revision, it probably won't be as exciting, and if I can't revise it, it's highly likely I'll have to send it. Douluo looked at Tang San in confusion, with a large question mark above his head. "What? Old monster, have you forgotten?" Seeing Douluo's confused expression, Tang San frowned and asked, "Did you forget the plan we discussed before?" Douluo. "No. Isn't this what you said you wanted to intervene in? Didn't we just have a falling out? You haven't even let me calm down, and you want to come over and take advantage of me?" Due to the annihilation of the Haoyan sect by the Wuhuan Palace, Douluo has also become somewhat restrained lately, or in other words, he has become much more honest. After all, even a mighty Haoyan sect, the top of the three sects, has been wiped out, so if you were to act up again, wouldn't the Douluo family be the next target for annihilation? Even though the Douluo family now only has him and his granddaughter Douluo Yin left. Previously, the favor from Prince Chen Yue had already been completely spent during the last treatment of the Snow Knight Emperor. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang telling him about the plan before, he wouldn't have cared about the affairs of the Tiandou Imperial Palace at all. Now, Tang San actually dared to quibble about such matters, which made Douluo feel quite disappointed. He was somewhat reluctant to help Tang San any longer. He felt as if he had misjudged the person. However, he was still willing to give Tang San one more chance to apologize, admit his mistakes, and take responsibility, after which this matter could continue. To some extent, Tang San had told him the method to detoxify, and gifting all the herbs he had treasured for many years was already enough to repay this favor. At most, it was just the previous favor of giving him hidden weapons, allowing him to hold his head high in front of Douluo. However, this favor requires him to take the risk of interfering with the coronation ceremony of Zwiking, but that's not enough. If it weren't for the past friendship, he would never agree to it. After all, as a titled Douluo, where could he go with his granddaughter? Even if the Tiandou Empire changes leadership, he doesn't believe that with his status, the Tiandou Empire could do anything to him. If worst comes to worst, he can go to the Xingluo Empire, and at least he would be a guest elder there, right? So, he also thinks that, in the end, Tang San will definitely give up his sophistry and admit his mistakes under the interference of Yu Xiaojiang and others. But he never expected. The first sentence that Tang San uttered completely left him speechless. "No, you made a mistake, and you're so bold about it? What do you mean by this?" Douluo suddenly stood up, his gaze icy, and the pressure of the title Douluo instantly enveloped everyone present. "Old monster, stop messing around." Tang San snorted coldly. He had now figured things out. This is completely a grand play directed and performed by Douluo. He has his eyes on Tang San's talent and wants to take him as his granddaughter's husband, thereby completely binding Tang San to his ship. Just so you know, Tang San possesses the unparalleled hidden weapons of the Tang sect and will undoubtedly become a top power on the continent. This is evident from how Ning Fengji has repeatedly tried to marry Ning Rongrong to him. But who is Tang San? He is the pure and noble Tang San. His one true love is the soul beast Xiao Wu, and he is not interested in these filthy female soul masters at all. I've seen through your scheme, and I'll tell you frankly, it's useless. This slanderous act against his pure and innocent nature made him extremely disgusted. What level are they at to dare tarnish the love between me and Xiao Wu? However, considering that Douluo contributed the immortal herb, he was willing to give Douluo another chance, Otherwise, it would just end up with a complete break. But as soon as he said this, Douluo was also dumbfounded. Not only was Douluo stunned, but even Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong, who hurried over later, were also taken aback. What the hell? Tang San, what nonsense are you talking about? Flinder was the first to react and hurriedly exclaimed, Are you still not admitting your own mistake? I did nothing wrong. Tang San coldly snorted, pointing at the increasingly gloomy Douluo in front of him, claiming that his granddaughter had no issues and that it was a scheme to completely bind him with Douluo. Flinder? Yu Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong? Douluo? No way. Is Tang San out his mind? At this moment, the three in the golden triangle are staring at each other, as if looking at a fool staring at Tang San. Does a titled Douluo need to resort to such despicable and lowly means? What the hell are you thinking? This would be like the sun rising in the west. It's impossible to be so lowly. Old monster, I'll give you one last chance. Tang San hated being schemed against like this. But for the sake of the past, when Douluo provided him with divine herbs, he was still willing to give the other party another chance. Now, immediately, come with me to the palace to verify the corpse for the emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. As soon as these words were spoken, Douluo was completely furious. Good. So you are Tang San. After all these years, I never realized your true colors. Very well, you hypocrite. Douluo snorted coldly and angrily waved his sleeve as he left. Little San, are you out of your mind? At this point, even Yu Xiaojiang couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward and slapped Tang San's face hard, angrily shouting, at this point, what is the point of arguing anymore? I did nothing wrong. Why should I admit my mistakes? Tang San covered his face. The slap had drawn blood, but he showed no sign of remorse. He had fully understood everything. Yu Xiaojiang was so angry that he trembled all over, wanting to hit him again, but was stopped by Flanders. Enough. Flanders shook his head. This has already happened. Just let it go. However, we probably can't go to the Tiandou Palace for the autopsy anymore. With the support of the poisoned Douluo, they had the confidence to go to the Tiandou Palace, but now that the poisoned Douluo has been driven away, it will be very difficult for them to come back after going there. Because now, Xueqing's reputation has reached an unprecedented peak. More than 80 of the nobles in Tiandou City support his ascension to the throne, along with the bodies of Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong. It has clearly demonstrated Xueqing's strength, and it is very likely that the Spirit Hall is behind him. On the entire continent, the only one capable of destroying the top 3 sects is the Spirit Hall. So, if they enter the palace now, they are simply seeking death. Little San, you are really confused. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, looking at Tang San with disappointment. You are usually so smart. How come you became so confused when it came to you? Without the support of the poisoned Douluo, how can we interfere with Xueqing's coronation ceremony? He was able to kill the sword Douluo and others, which clearly shows that he has the backing of the Spirit Hall. There will even be titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall at the coronation ceremony. Without titled Douluo, how can we stop him? After being scolded by Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San's expression changed. At this moment, he finally realized. This does not mean that he thinks he guessed wrong. On the contrary, he feels that his thoughts are correct. Douluo held on to this, and without the assistance of the titled Douluo, he absolutely wouldn't dare to interfere with his funeral in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Therefore, he resorted to this underhanded tactic, wanting to completely bind Tang San to the Douluo family's war chariot. It's commonly known as raising the price on the spot, taking advantage of the chaos. But Tang San is far from someone who would be easily manipulated or wronged. Teacher, don't worry. After confirming, Tang San also made up his mind. He would let this Xueqing bounce around for a while longer. Those who can kill a titled Douluo are not necessarily only titled Douluos themselves. The hidden weapons he relies on to survive in this other world can indeed kill a titled Douluo. Among them, the most remarkable one, the Buddha's Fury Tonglian. He must create as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation in Tiandou City will definitely become unsafe. From the fact that Xueqing has not shown himself since before, and even Xueqing has not been seen, it is not hard to see Xueqing's attitude towards them at Shrek Academy. And now, the poisoned Douluo is raising the price again, taking advantage of the chaos. How could Tang San, pure and noble, tolerate slander from outsiders? Does he really think that Tang San cannot survive without this poisoned Douluo? Let's go, we are heading to Gongxin City. At this moment, Tang San made a firm decision to not interfere with the matters of Xueqing. Meanwhile, the grumbling and cursing Douluo was hurrying towards Soto City after leaving Tiandou City. Not long before Tang San, Yu Qianheng had come to find him, and after confirming that Dugu Yin was still in Soto City, he rushed over as well, so he was no longer at Shrek Academy. Tang San, damn it. These hammer-wielding people are all the same, unreasonable. Dugu Bo muttered to himself, as my granddaughter's husband, you still feel wronged? Humph. Wait until I train this great-grandson of mine to surpass you, and with one slap, I'll send you, Tang San, to your death. Just as Dugu Bo's murmurs fell, a slightly gloomy voice rang out. No need to wait, it can happen right now. Who is it? Dugu Bo exclaimed in shock, suddenly raising his head to see a figure with white hair, exuding an elegant scholarly aura, appearing before him without him noticing. The figure is very strange, from a distance. It appears extremely weathered, but upon a closer look, it is a young boy. His voice is also peculiar. At first glance, it sounds like that of an old man, but upon closer reflection, it seems youthful. What is even more astonishing is that his left eye is covered in ice and snow, and he has long hair that is white yet seems silver, using some elements from animation design, not all of it, of course. You are for Spear Hall? Although Dugu Bo does not recognize the person in front of him, he recognizes the golden robe with silver embroidery, which is the highest honor of the Spear Hall. Only those in the Hall of Worship are qualified to wear it. That's right, Dugu Bo, isn't it? The visitor smiles slightly and introduces himself. I'm an elder from the Hall of Worship, titled Light Feather. I wonder if you have heard of the poison Douluo? Light Feather Douluo, 5th elder of the Hall of Worship, a spirit of the Light Feather Divine Bow, possessing both light and ice dual attributes, a peak 96th level super assault type Douluo. At this moment, Dugu Bo was completely stunned, feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and in the next moment, he turned into an ice sculpture. What? Dugu Bo activated his martial soul and desperately began to struggle. But to his horror, he discovered that even using all his strength, he couldn't leave even the slightest mark on this ice sculpture. Dugu Bo was stunt. Useless. Guangling Douluo smiled slightly. Your mere level 93 soul power cannot break through my ice. Of course, even if you break through, do you think you can escape? Dugu Bo silently lowered his hands that were resisting and asked, what are you and the Spirit Hall doing in Tiandou City? What are we doing? Guangling Douluo smiled slightly and shook his head. It seems this is none of your concern. Dugu Bo was silent, but his heart was already in turmoil. He felt that Guangling Douluo came to Tiandou City surely, because of the imperial succession. Only the Spirit Hall had the capital to kill Douluo and the other two. Although he knew that the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses while trying to crush the Dai family in Xingluo City, the core power remained intact. So, have you figured it out? Guangling Douluo smiled slightly, stepping closer. There's a saying, those who know the times are heroes. I wonder, Dugu Bo, do you count as a hero? Dugu Bo's expression changed again and again. This was forcing him to choose sides. If he refused to yield, he feared that Guangling Douluo would take his life without any hesitation. A super Douluo like him, who had shed countless blood before becoming famous, would certainly not hesitate in such a major matter. Dugu Bo opened his mouth, about to say something, when Guangling Douluo suddenly frowned and snorted. Consider yourself lucky. He no longer paid attention to Dugu Bo and turned to leave, moving as fast as a shooting star towards the outside of Tiandou City. There, he sensed a strong aura of slaughter, mixed with a significant amount of blood energy, and even within several miles, there was no sign of life. Whether out of a desire to protect the common people or for the grand plan involving Qian Renxue, he could not allow any mistakes, especially with that bloodthirsty aura, which put immense pressure on him. He had to stop it. How dangerous! Dugu Bo was trapped in ice, but he felt as if he had taken a stroll near death's door. After seeing Guangling Douluo leave, he hurriedly began to strike the ice sculpture to try to break free. At the same time, inside the Tiandou Palace, Chen Yue felt the intense aura of slaughter outside the city. Haven't moved my muscles in a while. Brother, didn't you just have a spar with second brother? It's different. After all, it's second brother. We can spar, but we absolutely cannot kill him. But this is different. It's feasible for us to go, but we must report to our seniors first. Chen Yue said after pondering for a moment. No problem. The Jiang Mo Douluo nodded. Thus, the two brothers immediately notified Ci Tun and Shi Miao, sending one to inform Chen Yue before setting off. Untitled chapter. Going out for a while? Chen Yue had just crawled out of his warm rabbit grass nest, still not fully awake, when he heard Chen Yue's words and was momentarily taken aback. You said you felt a strong aura of slaughter outside Tiandou City? When it came to this aura of slaughter, Chen Yue's first thought was the Slaughter City. However, According to the current timeline, this place of evil gathering should have been destroyed by the pure and beautiful Tang San. Then, all the fallen soul masters rushed out. Of course, it might be more intimate to call them evil soul masters, but at this time during the Doi period, there was no term evil soul master. Only the term fallen soul master represented. Yes, Qian Jun also saw Chen Yue coming out of the room, and he was still wearing pajamas, clearly just having woken up. I see. Chen Yue stroked his chin. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, and he punched his palm. Wait, let me change clothes, and we'll go together. Huh? This statement has left Qian Jun Jiangma at a loss. Senior, will there be any issues during the young master's coronation ceremony? What could possibly go wrong? Chen Yue looked at them with some confusion. Worried about Douluo? Don't worry. He wants to return to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. There are no other title Douluo in the Tiandou Empire either. Qian Jun Jiangma exchanged glances, looking somewhat bewildered, especially the Jiangma Do, who seemed hesitant to ask, but also seemed unable to hold back. Go ahead. Chen Yue rubbed his temples, realizing that it wasn't unreasonable for Tang San from the original story to have everyone wrapped around his finger in the love continent. Such a simple question hadn't even occurred to them yet. Senior, you just mentioned why Douluo wouldn't return to the Tiandou Imperial Palace? Jiangma Douluo asked. It is well known that he was a guest elder of the Tiandou royal family and had helped Shui Yi with poison countless times. First, Chen Yue interrupted his lengthy explanation, needing to clarify one point. Douluo only owes a favor to Prince Xuexing, not to the entire Tiandou Empire. You could say that among the entire Shui family, he only has some connections with Prince Xuexing. Second, over the years, he has done quite a few things for Prince Xuexing, and the connections have already been more than enough to settle the debt. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't help Prince Xuexing again. Then, he had previously received a favor from Tang San of Shrek Academy. Oh, also known as Tang Hao's son, and you all know about this. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang San will definitely come over as a troublemaker, followed closely by Douluo. This statement left the Demon Slayer team in a daze, and even the demon spirit couldn't help but interrupt Chen Yue. But senior, if that's the case, you might need to stay here even more. Let me finish my words first. Chen Yue replied speechlessly. After seeing them quiet down, he continued. In the end, it is now. There was a little mishap between Douluo and Tang San, and now Douluo is definitely not coming to the Tiandou Imperial Palace anymore. Without Douluo's presence, just a Tang San and a Dung Beetle Academy would absolutely not dare to enter the palace at this time. So, the uncle and nephew, Xuexing and Shui Bang, will likely become the victims of this power transition. They are being used as cannon fodder. Now, have I made myself clear? This game, however, was completed by him personally going to Soto City to feed the tiger with his own body. If he were facing Douluo, he might have revealed some flaws. After all, this old monster's qualifications are evident. But when it comes to someone like Dougie Yin, a 30-something young woman, Chen Yue believed that she would be less likely to notice something wrong. In fact, he was more convinced that Mars would collide with Douluo star across time and space tomorrow. Little Snow is better. As soon as I mention it, she would probably understand instantly. Chen Yue rubbed his temples in frustration and glanced at the Qianjun demon subduing brothers, who exchanged looks with one another. In their clear eyes, there was a flicker of naive foolishness that made Chen Yue feel like facepalming. Great, I might as well be playing the piano to a donkey. In fact, the Qianjun demon subduing brothers probably understood Chen Yue's meaning to some extent, but they were a bit stuck in their own thoughts. They were wondering what exactly happened that caused the relationship between Douluo and Tang San to break apart, and why Chen Yue was so certain about the outcome to come. They simply couldn't comprehend what could have triggered such an unexpected reaction. Thus, their eyes revealed such clarity and naivety. But Chen Yue was already mentally exhausted. He didn't want to explain anymore. Let's go. If it really doesn't work out, you guys can stay here. I don't care. As he spoke, Chen Yue's figure shimmered, and in an instant filled with the sound of thousands of thunders. He had disappeared from a spot. Just now, he hadn't fully awakened, so he hadn't felt the aura of slaughter. Now that he was jolted awake by the question from Qianjun demon subduing, he immediately came to his senses, and, with a thought, he felt the incompatible aura of slaughter surrounding him. Hey, senior, wait for us. Upon seeing this scene, Qianjun demon subduing hurriedly followed, but their speed was far too slow compared to Chen Yue's thousands of thunders. You two, stay close and protect the young master. Do you understand? Seeing that Chen Yue's figure had already vanished, Qianjun demon subduing stopped rushing and called over the CTN and SHMO. Qianjun Douluo, with a serious expression. Order go. Yes. CTN and SHMO exchanged cautious glances, nodded, and dared not linger here any longer. They moved swiftly towards the position of the palace hall. At this moment, Qian Renxue was already in the palace, turning things upside down. Although the Snowstar Prince had verified that Shui died from a sudden explosion caused by toxin accumulation, it was of no use. The matter had lost all suspense. And at this time, outside of Tiandou City, the Guangling Douluo, who arrived here first, was now sweating profusely, looking seriously at the middle-aged man in a blood-red robe with a pale, eerily blood-red face in front of him. It was none other than the ruler of the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter. Of course, the King of Slaughter occupies Tang Chen's body. But in his mind is the mutated Bat King with 100,000 years of cultivation. Useless. The King of Slaughter sneered, your light domain. While it can resist my slaughter domain and temporarily avoid the effects of the soul restriction technique, will have its soul technique's effect reduced by 50%. What do you have to fight me with? The Light Wing Douluo is a titled Douluo with dual attributes of light and ice. And his martial soul leans more towards light, possessing a light domain that purifies everything, similar to the angel domain held by the six-winged angel, though his strength does not compare to a true angel domain. However, it is precisely because of this light domain that the light-winged Douluo can withstand this King of Slaughter for a quarter of an hour. If it were any other titled Douluo, they would likely have fallen in an instant under the effects of the slaughter domain's soul restriction technique. In the original work, Tang Chen was able to gain an advantage under the suppression of the slaughter domain thanks to his Sea God Trident, and then use the external aid of Sea God Light to awaken Tang Chen. The light domain of the light-winged Douluo also has effects similar to the Sea God Trident, but unfortunately, his soul power level is far inferior to that of the King of Slaughter before him. Otherwise, if he could break the slaughter domain and envelop the latter in the light domain, there would have been a great chance of awakening. The King of Slaughter has already lost patience. He is ready to taste the blood of this super Douluo before him, and with a low shout, the blood light suddenly brightens. In just a fleeting moment, he appears before the light-winged Douluo, his two blood-red claw-like hands thrusting towards the heart, while the blood light behind him is rapidly intensifying. The light-winged Douluo's heart sinks, and the blood light in his pupils continues to magnify. And at that instant, fourth soul skill, myriad axes throwing. In an instant, countless small axes rain down on the King of Slaughter, who hasn't even reacted before he freezes in place, while the light-winged Douluo takes the opportunity to quickly retreat. Who is this? The light-winged Douluo retreats, looking around for the newcomer. And finally his gaze stops abruptly as he sees Chen Yue, still in his pajamas, appearing before the King of Slaughter. Be careful. He can prohibit the use of soul techniques. The light-winged Douluo's heart skips a beat, and he quickly calls out in warning. No matter what, the other party just saved his life, and he cannot stand by and watch him die. But Chen Yue doesn't even notice his shout. I told you to shut up so I can sleep well. Chen Yue swings his arm and directly slaps the King of Slaughter, who has dark red patterns on his face. I was just lying comfortably in my rabbit grass nest. I told you to come. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Chen Yue wants to beat the King of Slaughter even more. Why did you come to my Heaven-Do City to kill villagers and create panic? Thinking this, Chen Yue slaps him again without giving him any face. Huffed. The King of Slaughter, frozen in action for a second by myriad axes throwing, finally regains his movement just as he receives a solid slap to the face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Who am I? Where am I? And why does my face hurt? Once he comes to, he is instantly furious, wanting to tear Chen Yue apart. But just as his anger rises, Chen Yue slaps him again, infused with powerful soul energy, knocking out his front teeth and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, filling his mouth with it. You, seeking death. The King of Slaughter staggers back, covering his face, his eyes filled with rage, and without saying a word, he charges at Chen Yue. Still want to slap? Chen Yue snorts coldly, not giving him any leeway. He unleashes his 3,000 thunderbolts and charges forward like lightning, thinking, I haven't even slapped you properly yet. His speed surpasses that of the King of Slaughter, and before the latter can react, another slap lands on his face. In an instant, the King of Slaughter's body, charging through the air, comes to an abrupt halt, then falls in a perfect parabolic arc with a thud. The light-winged Douluo watches in shock as the King of Slaughter falls, seeing stars, his mind feeling like it has been struck by a hammer, standing there in a daze. Right, what did you just say? Chen Yue digs in his ear, finally remembering that the fake youth behind him seemed to have shouted something. Light-winged Douluo know nothing. The light-winged Douluo remains expressionless, swallowing a mouthful of saliva before answering with 3 words, suddenly feeling a bit of existential doubt. In my life, I've been in seclusion for so long. When did such a powerful being appear in Heavendou City? In this quarter of an hour of battling the King of Slaughter, he clearly realizes that he is completely at a disadvantage, meaning the opponent's soul power is absolutely above his own. Even without the Slaughter domain, he might not be able to match the King of Slaughter. And at this moment, the killing king, who had him pinned down, was actually being beaten to the ground, legs in the air, and stars in his eyes by this seemingly young Chen Yue in front of him. Damn it! The King of Slaughter had both sides of his face swollen. His eyes widened in anger, and beneath that symmetrically swollen face, his expression could scare a child to faint. Streams of terrifying bloodlight erupted from his body, and the corpses scattered around, devoid of bloodstains, were now covered by the bloodlight, visibly dissolving at an incredible speed. Everything in sight began to undergo earth-shattering changes. And faintly, it seemed a blood mist formed, separating the world within the bloodlight from the real world outside. Senior retreat. Seeing this scene, the light-winged Douluo was instantly shocked and shouted loudly, wanting to flee outside the blood mist. However, at that moment, the blood mist had already formed a circle, trapping him, Chen Yue, and the King of Slaughter within it. In that moment, Chen Yue felt as if certain shackles of confinement had suddenly manifested on him, as if his martial soul had been locked by something. Meanwhile, the light-feathered Douluo beside him changed drastically in expression. He sensed that his martial soul and soul skills were unusable, and he could only rely on soul power and his domain. However, his domain seemed to be under the pressure of tens of thousands of tons, only able to extend to a radius of 20 centimeters. Welcome to my killing domain. The King of Slaughter's eyes turned crimson as he stared at Chen Yue, a hint of playful interest in his tone. In my killing domain, your martial souls and soul skills cannot be used. Only soul power, domains, and soul bone skills can be utilized. Right now, I really want to taste what your blood is like. Chapter 49. Chen Yue, compared to being resourceful, I prefer to be the vanguard, charging into battle. Updating while revising, it's so hard for me, another all-nighter. I don't know why. The King of Slaughter felt that Chen Yue in front of him was like an immortal delicacy, exuding an indescribable aroma that made him not only greedy, but also salivating. His instincts told him that as long as he drank Chen Yue's blood, the heat from his boiling blood would be alleviated and stopped, and his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. Now this is my world. The King of Slaughter laughed wildly, raising his hands at his sides, and a ring of bloody light rippled out from his body. The intense bloodlight was filled not only with a corrosive aura, but also with a special energy fluctuation. The light-feathered Douluo's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The radius of his light domain of 20 centimeters completely collapsed with a crisp cracking sound. Impossible? With the domain shattered, the light-feathered Douluo felt a wave of weakness within him, and at this moment he could only sense his soul power and soul bone skills. He couldn't activate the light domain again. Haha, without your domain, let's see how you can fight against me. The King of Slaughter laughed heartily, his blood-red claws lunging fiercely toward the light-feathered Douluo. Damn! After losing the effect of his domain, the light-feathered Douluo could only rely on the peak soul power of level 96 to defend, and even at this moment, a glow shone from his arm. Clearly a soul bone skill. Useless. Facing this soul bone skill, the King of Slaughter's expression remained unchanged, even showing a hint of disdain. His blood-red claws glimmered with a strange red light, and suddenly sent the light-feathered Douluo flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. Clearly, without his martial soul, the light-feathered Douluo couldn't withstand even a complete attack from the King of Slaughter with just his peak level 96 soul power. Now it's your turn. The King of Slaughter revealed a sinister smile and charged forward without hesitation, his blood-red claws reaching for Chen Yue's neck. It is well known that the neck contains major arteries. If his claw landed, blood would flow endlessly, and the King of Slaughter would finally taste the flesh he had been longing for. The light-feathered Douluo could only watch anxiously from the side, with no way to help. Senior, quickly dodge. In the eyes of both him and the King of Slaughter, Chen Yue appeared as if he were foolishly standing still. Only when the King of Slaughter's claws were close did Chen Yue seem to react, and then he said with a strange expression, "Do you really think that without soul power, I am at a disadvantage?" The King of Slaughter frowned and increased his soul power, striking out with a claw. However, his previous claw that was enough to defeat peak level 96 soul power was easily caught by Chen Yue with one hand, like catching a paper tiger. How is this possible? The King of Slaughter's eyes widened. He felt as if his claw was grasping onto a sponge. That strike filled with soul power was completely absorbed by an unknown force, sinking like a stone in the sea. However, before he could comprehend it, at that moment, he saw a fist the size of a clay pot infinitely magnifying on his swollen face that he had barely managed to heal with his soul power. Do you think you're a sunflower? Just a little sunshine and you shine, right? Today, let me see if I 1T beat you so badly that even your horse 1T recognize you. Chen Yue was not in a daze. He was stunned because he felt that the power restraining him had suddenly been absorbed by his martial soul for some unknown reason. This meant that he was now completely unaffected by the effects of his killing field and could even directly use his martial soul and soul rings. So, he was contemplating whether to chop this King of Slaughter in half with an axe. After all, the original form of the King of Slaughter is actually Tang San's great-grandfather. The previous generation's Haotian Douluo, Tang Chen. If he is killed, then the Haotian sect will lose its last support. However, before he could finish contemplating this issue, the King of Slaughter rushed over impatiently. Just right, Chen Yue decided to temporarily put these thoughts aside and swung his fist to vent his morning anger first. Slap! Slap! Chen Yue threw a left hook that made the King of Slaughter's mouth twist, and before he could loosen his grip, a right hook followed, with the rising dragon fist hitting the King of Slaughter squarely on the forehead. Then came a spinning kick, bang! The King of Slaughter spat blood. His body crashed heavily to the ground, eyes rolling back, and blood still dripping from his mouth. Light-feathered Douluo. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if unable to believe this scene was not a dream. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, stunned. This. Even if the big brother came personally, he wouldn't be able to so brutally beat this guy into a fool under only soul power, right? Seeing the King of Slaughter with stars in his eyes, frothing at the mouth, and lying on his back, Light-feathered Douluo was sure this guy had been beaten into a fool. Even if he hadn't fully turned into one, he probably wasn't far from it. So weak, Chen Yue twisted his neck, looking somewhat disappointed at the King of Slaughter, who was so easy to beat, and sighed. Light-feathered Douluo stared at Chen Yue, who looked extremely handsome and elegant, like a young gentleman in his 20s. Beneath his stunning appearance, Light-feathered Douluo had to admit that this person was undoubtedly the most handsome Douluo. Of course, he couldn't compare to the friends of this book. What level could he possibly compare in looks with my friends, right? This senior, has this realm seemingly dissipated? Did he knock you out? Just as this strange thought crossed his mind, Light-feathered Douluo suddenly noticed that the blood mist around began to dissipate, and the field power that had suppressed and restricted the use of soul rings also dissipated at this moment, prompting him to speak up. Truly a waste. Chen Yue shook his still drowsy head. After knocking away this annoying thing, his mind became foggy again. He casually tossed Tang Chun to the hardest top floor of the heavenly King Divine Tower, also known as the Small Black Room, and then turned to leave, waiting to wake up before dealing with it. Truly a waste. Light-feathered Douluo stared at Chen Yue, who swayed like he was drunk, stepping with 3,000 flashes, and suddenly vanished without a trace. When did such a young titled Douluo appear in Tiandou City? Light-feathered Douluo furrowed his brow deeply. Could it be that he was a hidden old monster who had returned to youth? I remember my second brother mentioned before that in the Tiandou Palace, there was someone who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, a high ancestor of Tiandou, which means he is the grandfather of Snow Knight. I wonder if this person has already become a super Douluo. In the offering hall, the golden crocodile Douluo is the oldest in rank and age, currently over 2.5 generations, which means he is over 150 years old. No wonder he had heard of Chen Yue, who was in seclusion for 120 years. After all, in their era, with war raging, even news of geniuses spread very limitedly. Unless time was extended, there was little chance of hearing about it. Fifth brother, what is this? Just as Light-feathered Douluo's thoughts flashed, preparing to check the news at the Tiandou Sacred Hall, he had not yet moved when he saw Qianjun Jiangma arriving late. Light-feathered Douluo coughed. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, the Jiangma Douluo spoke first. Fifth brother, you weren't robbed, were you? Light-feathered Douluo, look at your tattered clothes. You look just like a beggar from Tiandou City. Jiangma pointed at Light-feathered Douluo, shaking his head. Fifth brother, don't tell me you haven't gone out for so many years that you can't even use your soul power and martial spirit. So you were robbed? Light-feathered Douluo, I'll rob you, you big-headed ghost. Light-feathered Douluo's mouth twitched. He had struggled for a quarter of an hour under the hands of the King of Slaughter, and he was indeed badly injured. If it weren't for Chen Yue's rescue, he feared he would have been drained of blood by the King of Slaughter. All right, Qianjun Douluo waved his hand. Fifth brother, You definitely had a fight with that mysterious person who was full of slaughter and bloodlust just now. However, looking at the results, it should be a disastrous defeat, right? Light Feather Douluo, can I say it myself? That's true. Qianjun Douluo nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could fifth brother, who always cared about his image, be so trashy? Light Feather Douluo, okay, stop talking. Qianjun Douluo noticed Light Feather Douluo's expression darkening and immediately changed the subject. We're here for serious business. Light Feather Douluo's expression softened. It seemed that his unreliable sixth and seventh brothers had finally become reliable for once. They had come to help the young master manage affairs. As the young master was about to begin the angel god assessment, and naturally could not waste energy on this matter, Light Feather Douluo thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Qianjun Douluo spoke up. Then, Qianjun Douluo's words instantly left him dumbfounded. Fifth brother, did you just see a very handsome, very young, and very strong soul master pass by this way? Jiama Douluo added, still wearing pajamas. Light Feather Douluo, wait, weren't you guys just talking about serious matters? Why are we talking about people now? Light Feather Douluo looked at Qianjun Douluo, whose face was serious, and then at Jiama Douluo, who also looked grave, suddenly falling into deep thought, gradually doubting life. I came here this time.